A high school senior unexpectedly becomes a lord and draws the Asura, a rare hidden race with a 1 in a million chance. At the sports field of Xiang Yuan High School Number 1 in Longhua, students from Class 3 of senior year gaze up at the sky, waiting for the Endless Will to announce the territory of the new lord. Moments later, the clouds shift to reveal a massive world map. The map is a patchwork of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple regions. The blue areas represent the territory of the Blue Star humans, taking up a tenth of the map. These blue regions are divided by black lines into smaller sections, with the largest 3 being the divine states of Qin, Han, and Ming. These 3 divine states were established by Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, respectively. They secured ample resources for Blue Star, preventing its elimination from the Endless Continent. Suddenly, a section of mist on the map's edge dissipates, revealing a gray area. Everyone's faces change with concern, as this region is far from the Blue Star territories, making it likely that the new lord will face attacks from established powers after the 3-month safety period. As worry fills the air, the areas of the 3 divine states shimmer and shoot red arrows toward the same region. The principal excitedly announces, the 3 emperors have decided to pave the way for the new lord and will fight their way to the new area. An hour later, several beams of red light descend onto the field, enveloping Xiang Yuan in one of them. When he regains consciousness, he finds himself in a grand divine temple. Welcome to the Endless Temple. We will now randomly assign you your life race and troop type. A massive red vortex spins and contracts before Xiang Yuan, eventually exploding into a terrifying virtual model, an Asura with 6 muscular arms and a blood-red halo. Congratulations! You've drawn the Asura race from the deepest depths of the Endless Abyss. This is the only hidden race in the Endless World, with a 1 in a million chance of being drawn. Before Xiang Yuan can recover from his shock, the divine voice speaks again. Congratulations on triggering the hidden inheritance of the Asura race. This has a 1 in 10 million chance. Do you accept the inheritance? Note that accepting will alter your appearance. Despite his fear of becoming a 6-armed monster and struggling to find a wife, Xiang Yuan grits his teeth and says, I accept. The blood-red vortex reappears, and after contracting and exploding again, a golden heart beats steadily before him. Suddenly, the heart hurtled towards Xiang Yuan's chest with astonishing speed, merging into him in an instant. In that moment, Xiang Yuan felt an indescribable sense of pressure enveloping his heart, with waves of pain crashing over him. As time passed, this pressure intensified, as if an invisible hand was relentlessly tightening its grip, until finally his heart felt as though it shattered into countless pieces. The excruciating pain was beyond anything a normal person could imagine. Xiang Yuan's face turned as pale as a sheet, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. He couldn't even manage a cry of pain. Only his eyes, wide open and bloodshot, silently conveyed the immense agony he was enduring. Time seemed to stand still as Xiang Yuan struggled through this extreme pain. At last, after what felt like an eternity of torment, he began to feel the pain in his heart slowly subside, replaced by a warm, soothing sensation. Half an hour later, Xiang Yuan managed to stand up with difficulty, his body still trembling slightly. Just as he was regaining his composure, the mysterious voice echoed once more. Congratulations on merging with the heart of the Asura King. Congratulations on triggering the 1 in a billion Asura King advancement option, now matching your advancement choice. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was numb, almost finding it laughable. He couldn't help but wonder if he had stumbled into a high-end imitation of the Endless Lord private server game, or if there was some unknown connection between him and the true master of this endless continent. However, his thoughts were quickly interrupted. 4 virtual character models appeared before him, astonishingly similar to Xiang Yuan in 9/10 of their features. The only difference was that they appeared more fierce and menacing. Xiang Yuan examined the first model closely. It was a 2-armed Asura, with a blood-red halo floating behind it. The label above the model read, 2-armed Asura King, a hybrid of ordinary humans and Asura bloodline, possessing only 2 arms, yet still the supreme king of the Asura clan. The second model was a 4-armed Asura. Its label stated, 4-armed Asura King, a highly integrated fusion of elite humans and Asura, forming a 4-armed Asura King capable of mastering all combat abilities of the Asura clan. The third model was a 6-armed Asura. The label indicated, 6-armed Asura King, noble, completely abandoning the human bloodline to become the most noble 6-armed Asura King of the Asura clan, capable of unleashing the unmatched superlative combat power of the Asura clan. The last model drew Xiang Yuan's special attention. It was also a 2-armed Asura, but its hands each wielded a long blood blade. The label read, Bloodblade Asura King Supreme, the ultimate war god form of the Asura clan. Even among the entire Asura race, it is an exceptionally unique existence. After carefully reviewing the labels of the four models, Xiang Yuan chose the Bloodblade Asura King as his advancement option without hesitation. The moment he made his choice, an overwhelming sensation of heat swept through his body. Xiang Yuan was astonished to see his body undergoing rapid transformation before his eyes. His height surged from 1.78 meters to 1.9 meters, his muscles swelling like they were inflated, presenting a breathtakingly explosive physique. Suddenly, Xiang Yuan felt a change in his back. He turned to see a blood-red halo now hovering there, adorned with complex and obscure runes that exuded an indescribable aura of mystery. At the same time, a flash of enlightenment struck Xiang Yuan's heart like lightning. With the divine ring in place, Xiang Yuan felt an extraordinary power surge throughout his body. In the next moment, his feet left the ground, and he slowly rose into the air. As he wielded, his arms suddenly moved, and two blood-red long knives appeared in his hands. These blood blades were entirely crimson, emitting a faint, eerie red glow, and their sharpness was palpable, sending chills down one's spine. While Xiang Yuan marveled at this miraculous transformation, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on completing the selection of your racial troop type. You will now be transported to your territory. As soon as the voice finished, a flash of white light blinded Xiang Yuan's eyes, and a strong wave of dizziness almost made him lose consciousness. However, he gritted his teeth, stubbornly staying awake. In this semi-conscious state, he seemed to enter a kaleidoscopic time tunnel, with dazzling and bizarre lights all around. Moments later, a blinding white light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Before Xiang Yuan could react, there was a loud bang, and he crashed heavily onto the ground. The pain jolted him awake, and a series of notification sounds filled his mind. Ding! Universal language of the endless world has been successfully loaded. Ding! You have received a Lord's gift pack. Inside it contains a Lord's heart. Choose a region to use the Lord's heart and establish a Lord's hall. Once the Lord's hall is successfully established, you can offer a small amount of your blood essence to the Endless Will, which will reward you with a building for your primary troop type. Current number of lords in the novice area of the Endless Continent, 50,000 people. Xiang Yuan quickly pulled up the inventory interface and indeed saw an item resembling a gift box. Without hesitation, he opened it. A flash of white light appeared, and the inventory now contained a lord's heart and 1,000 gold coins. Looking around, Xiang Yuan found himself by a crystal-clear river. Plump freshwater fish swam leisurely in the water. Although he wasn't sure about the surrounding mineral resources, a water source was undoubtedly an excellent choice for establishing a territory. Besides, the scenery here was so picturesque. Decisively, Xiang Yuan took out the Lord's heart, held it in his hands, and chose to use it. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared before him, and a simple two-story building materialized out of thin air. As soon as the Lord's Hall was established, a new notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations on successfully establishing the Lord's Hall. Would you like to offer your blood essence to the Endless Will now to obtain a building for your primary troop type? Sacrifice, Xiang Yuan confirmed without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, he felt a momentary dizziness, and a drop of golden blood suddenly flew from his chest, shooting skyward and disappearing in an instant. Moments later, a red light descended from the sky, landing in front of Xiang Yuan and transforming into a strangely shaped building model, resembling a pool of blood. Picking up the building model, Xiang Yuan received another prompt. Would you like to use the infernal blood pool? He carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain and chose the most open area near the Lord's Hall to use the infernal blood pool. Instantly, a massive black structure rose from the ground. The entire building seemed to be cast from molten rock, but instead of fiery lava, it contained a pool of boiling blood. Xiang Yuan stepped forward to check the information on the infernal blood pool, and a series of data appeared before him. Infernal blood pool. Grade, mythical. Hidden troop, 2-armed Asura top mythical troop. Troop description, 2-armed Asura. Recruitment cost, 500 gold coins. Combat strength, 5. Defense strength, 5. Magic defense strength, 5. Skill, Asura 10 techniques. Growth potential, 10 stars. Each level up increases all strengths by 1. Special attribute 1. 2-armed Asuras that reach level 30 can be designated to enter the infernal blood pool to break through and awaken, becoming 4-armed wrathful Asuras, gaining new abilities. Awakening requires certain resources and materials. Special attribute 2. Not unlocked. Xiang Yuan was astonished as he read through the information. He recalled what he had learned on Blue Star. Troop levels were divided into 6 categories: common, superior, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Not only did he obtain a mythical level troop, but it also had the top prefix, with initial attribute strengths far exceeding those of regular mythical troops. He remembered that in Blue Star's history, only 3 great emperors Xing, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang had obtained mythical level troops. The textbooks clearly recorded the initial attributes of their mythical level troops. Ing Zheng had all strengths at 4.6, Liu Bang at 4.5, and Zhu Yuanzong at 4.4, with growth potential at 9 stars, increasing all strengths by 0.9 per level. After reviewing the infernal blood pool's information, Xiang Yuan suddenly became curious about his personal information. He was eager to find out more. Xiang Yuan called up his personal information panel, and a detailed set of data appeared before him. Name: Xiang Yuan. Title: Unnamed Lord. Constitution: Bloodblade Asura King. Strength attributes: combat power, defense, magic, and magic defense all at 6. Weapon: natal bloodblade. Can summon a pair of long swords. Can devour all melee weapons to enhance itself. Never wears out. Attack 35. Skills: 1. Identification. Can identify information on low-level monsters or items. 2. Asura Slash. Releases a crescent-shaped bloodblade forward for ranged attacks. 3. Asura Unmatched Slash. Consumes a large amount of stamina to continuously release bloodblades around, causing area damage. Growth potential: beyond 11 stars. Every level up increases all attributes by 2. Current level: 0. Xiang Yuan reviewed this information, feeling both satisfied and astonished. His initial attributes were all at an impressive 6 points, far exceeding the average person. What thrilled him even more was his natal bloodblade, capable of devouring other weapons, and its terrifying growth potential. According to his knowledge from Blue Star, the highest growth potential on the Endless Continent was 9 stars, with a 0.9 point increase per level. Yet, he was beyond 11 stars, with a 2-point increase per level. This not only surpassed 9 stars, but also exceeded the unheard-of 10 stars. Xiang Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Despite such a strong start, he knew that in this magical, endless world, he couldn't afford to be complacent. He had to be cautious and strive forward. He then went to the Lord's Hall and carefully examined the control panel. The basic condition for upgrading to a mid-level village was to reach a prosperity of 100 points. Recruiting farmers, units, and constructing buildings could all contribute different amounts to prosperity. Currently, the panel displayed only 2 options: recruit farmers 10 gold coins each and build a house 50 gold coins each. However, Xiang Yuan quickly dismissed these choices. Farmers had low combat power and might struggle even to forage for food. His current population limit was 1,100, far from needing expansion. His gaze shifted to the purgatory blood pool, excitement flickering in his eyes. Rather than recruiting weak farmers, it would be better to summon 2 powerful Asuras directly. With their assistance, along with his own strength, he could easily go out and wreak havoc to gather more resources. Immediately, Xiang Yuan named his territory Asura Village, and then strode toward the purgatory blood pool. Without hesitation, he spent all his 1,000 gold coins to recruit 2 double-armed Asuras. The blood in the pool began to boil, churning with crimson bubbles. Moments later, 2 towering, fierce-looking muscular figures slowly emerged from the blood pool. Behind each floated a blood-red halo identical to Xiang Yuan's, and in their hands, they gripped 2 gleaming silver long swords. 2 towering Asuras, each nearly 2 meters tall, emerged from the blood pool of purgatory, their appearance identical to Xiang Yuan. They exuded a terrifying aura of brutality and ferocity, enough to chill anyone to the bone. Ordinary people would scarcely muster the courage to look them in the eye. Yet, these formidable Asuras immediately dropped to one knee upon seeing Xiang Yuan, respectfully addressing him. "Tumi greets our king." "Tuer greets our king." Xiang Yuan felt a surge of excitement as he looked at his 2 initial followers. He motioned for them to rise and commanded, "The 2 of you will accompany me to hunt monsters." "Yes, my king." The Asuras responded in unison. Leading the 2 Asuras, Xiang Yuan soared into the sky, heading beyond his territory. As a newly appointed lord, his domain was protected for 7 days, free from the threat of attack. Once outside the territory, they encountered numerous vicious wolves and hyenas prowling about. Xiang Yuan used his appraisal skill to gather information on these creatures. Vicious wolf, level 1 combat strength, level 1 defense strength. A species that prefers to move in packs, and is considered the lowest tier monster in the endless world. Hyena, level 1 combat strength, level 1 defense strength. A lowly creature that feeds on carrion. Though these monsters seemed weak, Xiang Yuan, in his first battle in the endless world, decided to test his skills on them. He led the Asuras in a dive from above, directly into the pack of vicious wolves. As Xiang Yuan approached one of the wolves, the beast immediately became alert, baring its fangs. With a swift motion, Xiang Yuan summoned 2 blood blades into his hands. He decisively swung his blades, effortlessly slicing the wolf's head in half. A notification of his kill appeared, granting Xiang Yuan experience points. Seeing this, he resolved to go on a killing spree, determined to wipe out the wolves and hyenas. Just as he was about to charge into the pack, a flood of kill notifications filled his mind. It turned out that his 2 Asura followers had already plunged into the beast pack, slaughtering with abandon. Xiang Yuan blocked out the notifications and looked back to see the Asuras wielding their dual blades, leaving a trail of carnage. Unwilling to be outdone, Xiang Yuan joined the slaughter. The number of wolves and hyenas far exceeded expectations. The trio fought their way deeper into a canyon, eventually discovering the beast's den. By then, Xiang Yuan and his Asura followers had reached level 1 and collected 132 gold coins. Xiang Yuan's overall attribute strength had reached an impressive 8 points. Before them stood two gigantic monsters, each 2 meters tall, a vicious wolf leader and a hyena leader. However, what truly excited Xiang Yuan was the massive amethyst crystal deposit behind these bosses. Amethyst, a special energy crystal, not only enhances one's abilities but also returns benefits 100-fold to the blue planet. If this amethyst mine were to be mined, it would establish a monument of amethyst heroes belonging to Xiang Yuan in the Dragon Kingdom. This monument continuously radiates spiritual energy, nourishing the people of the Dragon Kingdom and strengthening their bodies. The more spiritual energy the monument absorbs, the more fortune feedback Xiang Yuan, as its host, would receive. Fortune value is the most precious resource in the endless battlefield, allowing one to purchase extraordinary items in the mysterious fortune store and influencing the host's fate and opportunities. As time goes on, the importance of fortune value becomes increasingly apparent. Xiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, knowing a fierce battle was inevitable, but the amethyst mine before him was undoubtedly worth the fight. Before him stood two bosses, the guardians of the amethyst mine. Xiang Yuan quickly cast 2 identification spells, and the information flashed in his mind. Direwolf King, level 3 combat strength, 2.5 defense strength, one of the guardians of the amethyst mine. Hyena King, level 3 combat strength, 2.3 defense strength, another guardian of the amethyst mine. Gazing at these two beginner-level bosses, Xiang Yuan's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Without hesitation, he charged at the beasts, his dual blades slicing through the air with lethal precision. The Dire Wolf King and Hyena King bared their teeth and lunged at Xiang Yuan. However, in just a single encounter, Xiang Yuan's blades cut through like lightning. The heads of the two bosses fell, blood spurting out. Almost simultaneously, the headless bodies collapsed, triggering a burst of dazzling light around them. Xiang Yuan felt a sense of pride, as his ability to effortlessly defeat 2 level 3 bosses with just level 1 strength hinted at an extraordinary journey of growth on the Endless Continent. He quickly examined the loot dropped by the bosses, an ordinary quality iron sword, a blueprint, and 35 gold coins. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan used the basic warehouse blueprint, which vanished in a flash of white light. He then pocketed the gold coins and picked up the iron sword, preparing to test the devouring function of his bloodblade. As the iron sword approached the bloodblade, the blade glowed red. A system prompt followed. Do you wish to use the bloodblade to devour the ordinary quality iron sword? Xiang Yuan silently agreed. The iron sword was instantly absorbed into the bloodblade, leaving behind a pile of black iron scraps like useless residue. The appearance of the bloodblade remained unchanged, but its attack power increased by 0.1, reaching 35.1. Xiang Yuan pondered, suspecting that the effect of continuous devouring of similar weapons might gradually diminish. He sheathed the bloodblade and strode towards the amethyst mine. As soon as he stepped into the mine's vicinity, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! A crisp system notification sounded in Xiang Yuan's ear, bringing with it an exhilarating message. He had discovered an unclaimed small amethyst mine. The system detailed the extraction requirements and rewards. By dispatching farmers to extract 10,000 units of amethyst, he could bring a 100-fold return to his homeland on Blue Star. With the added honor of having the Infinite will personally erect an amethyst hero monument for him. Immediately after, another hidden task prompt appeared. This was a record-breaking challenge. If he could complete the construction of the Amethyst Hero Monument within 6 days, 12 hours, 31 minutes, and 21 seconds, he would receive a mysterious grand prize. Although Xiang Yuan had anticipated this, he couldn't hide his excitement upon seeing the prompts. Xiang Yuan quickly calculated his resources. He had 167 gold coins, and recruiting each farmer required 10 coins. After weighing his options, he decided to recruit 16 farmers at once, dedicating them entirely to the amethyst mine extraction. With 2 super units, the Asuras, protecting them, safety was not a concern. Immediately, Xiang Yuan ordered the Asuras, 2 Mia and 2 E, to expand their search range in the valley, eliminating all potential threats and creating a safe working environment for the incoming farmers. Once everything was arranged, he swiftly returned to Shura village. Back in the Lord's Hall, Xiang Yuan eagerly opened the operations interface. He first checked the warehouse construction compendium and indeed found the option for a basic warehouse. This warehouse could store 100,000 units of materials, requiring 70 gold coins, 2,500 units of stone, and 2,500 units of wood to build. While recognizing the warehouse's importance, he had other plans. Unlike conventional methods, Xiang Yuan decided to fully leverage his advantage in farming gold from monsters. He planned to assign all farmers to the amethyst mine while purchasing the necessary building resources through the trading system. This bold strategy demonstrated his keen understanding of his strengths and the game mechanics. Determined to act, Xiang Yuan immediately recruited 16 farmers in the Lord's Hall. Soon, 16 robust farmers filed out from the recruitment hall. Xiang Yuan briefly directed them to the location and direction of the amethyst mine. The farmers were remarkably obedient, raising no questions about potential dangers and setting off immediately upon receiving orders. Xiang Yuan knew that the path had been thoroughly cleared of dangers by his Asuras. Watching the farmers' figures gradually recede, Xiang Yuan pulled up the trading panel. Eager to understand the current market conditions, he scanned the flashing trading data, contemplating how to best utilize the system to accelerate his progress. Upon opening the trading panel, Xiang Yuan's face immediately displayed a look of surprise. His eyes quickly scanned the panel, where he saw a plethora of listings for basic materials: stone, wood, iron, or everything was available. What shocked him even more was the unbelievably low prices of these materials. He carefully reviewed a few listings. Stone, 1,000 units 1 gold coin, total 1,000 units. Stone, 1,001 units 1 gold coin, total 1050 units. Stone, 1,010 units 1 gold coin, total 1,300 units. Wood, 1,000 units 1 gold coin, total 1,000 units. Wood, 1,100 units 1 gold coin, total 1,500 units. Iron ore, 400 units 1 gold coin, total 450 units. Xiang Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath, realizing he might have underestimated the purchasing power of gold coins. The remaining 7 gold coins he had were enough to buy a large quantity of basic materials. However, he didn't place an order immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Considering the materials needed to build a warehouse, these prices seemed too low. With doubts in mind, Xiang Yuan opened the chat channel, hoping to gather some information. As soon as he entered, a flood of conversations on the same topic rushed in. A Blue Star Lord exclaimed, "Blue Star Brothers, how many troops have you raised? Only 6 days left until the safety period ends, and who knows if we can withstand the monster siege then?" Another Blue Star Lord responded, "Brother, I can't raise any more. The drop rate for gold from those fierce wolves and hyenas is ridiculously low. I recruited 10 elite units at 100 gold each, killed over 30 fierce wolves, and only got 7 gold coins." Soon after, another Blue Star Lord complained, "My situation is even worse. Rare units cost 200 gold each, killed over 60 fierce wolves and hyenas, and only got 15 gold coins." The discussion quickly shifted to other survival strategies. "Looks like we can only rely on peasants mining and selling gold." A Charm Star Lord chimed in, "I sent all my peasants to mine stone, but no one is buying." Suddenly, a Mordor Lord entered the conversation with a tone full of mockery. "Huh? You Blue Star trash are just waiting to be conquered. Can't even defend a beginner siege. I have epic behemoth units. Even with just 3 soldiers, I'm absolutely confident we can hold the siege." A Barbarian Star Lord immediately supported. "Mordor brother, we support you. Barbarian Star is always your most loyal ally." This sparked a fierce backlash from the Blue Star Lords. "Stupid Mordor people, take your stupid Barbarian Star dogs and get lost." The Barbarian Star Lord was not to be outdone. "You dare insult us? Just wait to be torn apart by us." As Xiang Yuan carefully read through these chat messages, he gradually understood the current market conditions in the trading house. The low drop rate of gold coins meant that most people couldn't afford to raise troops to defend against the monster siege, leading them to sell basic materials at low prices to recruit forces. He could fully understand this predicament, as he himself had exterminated the fierce wolves and hyenas near his territory to obtain over 160 gold coins, while others had only managed to kill dozens or hundreds at most. Just as Xiang Yuan was contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to buy in bulk, an announcement from the Endless will echoed in his ear. Latest benefits announced for the Endless Continent Beginner Area. 7 days from now, the Monster Siege leaderboard will open. The first place will receive a medium-sized amethyst mine reward, a mysterious elite treasure chest. The first lord to upgrade to a town will receive a large amethyst mine reward, a mysterious rare treasure chest. The chat channel erupted with excitement, as everyone was stunned by the announcement about the amethyst mine. The channel was immediately filled with voices of excitement and greed. "Wow, an amethyst mine!" the Blue Star Lord exclaimed excitedly. "Now I can build an amethyst hero monument back home. That's truly a legacy-defining achievement." "Exactly," another Blue Star Lord agreed. "The hero monument will have the host's exclusive name engraved on it, and it can even return fortune points." Not to be outdone, the Mordor Lord laughed. "Haha, those 2 amethyst mines are definitely mine. Once I get the fortune points, I'll go straight to the fortune shop to buy a supreme magic ring. I want to compete for those 2 amethyst mines as well," the Glamour Star Lord said coquettishly. I want to accumulate fortune points to buy a super youth elixir. Hee hee, let me stay young forever. The Blue Star Lord scoffed. Huh, Mordorians are so ignorant. With fortune points, of course, you should buy those celestial artifacts. Any one of them can easily outclass your trashy magic ring. Soon, the chat channel devolved into the usual endless bickering between different races. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan directly closed the chat channel and opened the trading panel instead. He quickly set up several purchase orders. 1 gold coin for 3,000 units of stone, listed at 3 gold coins. Blue Star Lord, Xiang Yuan. 1 gold coin for 3,000 units of wood, listed at 3 gold coins. Blue Star Lord, Xiang Yuan. 1 gold coin for 1,500 units of iron ore, listed at 1 gold coin. Blue Star Lord, Xiang Yuan. Each listing had a comment box for buyers and sellers to negotiate. As soon as Xiang Yuan posted his purchase orders, comments flooded in like snowflakes. Brother, even though we're both from Blue Star, your prices are way too low. Lu Ming angrily commented. Isn't this just taking advantage of the situation? Mordoric wasn't far behind. Blue Star guy, are you crazy about money? Posting prices 3 times below market rate for materials. Hope you have money to buy materials, but no money to build an army and end up crushed by monsters. Ji Weiyao took a more charming approach. Brother Xiang Yuan, can you do me a favor? I have over 2,000 units of stone I can't sell. Can you buy it for a bit more? Xiang Yuan ignored these comments. The 7 gold coins were insignificant to him. He just wanted to test the market's bottom line. If he could successfully acquire these basic materials, he would start mass-producing gold coins and return to buy in bulk. He anticipated that once the lords survived the 7-day safety period, they would start collecting various basic materials en masse, and that would be his chance for economic takeoff. With that, Xiang Yuan closed the trading interface and headed towards the Amethyst Mine Valley. Upon arrival, 16 farmers were already there, wielding iron picks from who knows where, busily mining the Amethyst. Oregon 2 Mia and 2 had been waiting there for quite some time. As soon as 2 Mia saw Xiang Yuan, he respectfully approached, holding a bulging cloth bag. My lord, he said reverently. These are the coins we collected from all the monsters and beasts we cleared out nearby. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was overjoyed and carefully examined the bag. In the next moment, 78 gold coins were added to his total. The notification sound from the trading house kept ringing, and a joyful smile immediately appeared on Xiang Yuan's face. Although his ultra-low prices made many hesitant, honest traders still came forward. In just a short moment, 3 transactions were completed, bringing Xiang Yuan a new income. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan reopened the trading interface and deposited 2 gold coins for each purchase order. This move quickly sparked a heated discussion on the message board. Some enviously called him a tycoon, while others mocked him for spending all his newly acquired gold on basic materials, questioning whether he could withstand the impending monster siege. Keen observers suggested that Xiang Yuan might be trying to buy in bulk while the market was down, but they also warned that this strategy carried significant risks. With 72 gold coins remaining, Xiang Yuan decided to first dispatch a farmer back to Shura village to build a warehouse. As a lord, he could authorize his subordinates to carry out specific tasks. He selected a farmer and granted him the authority to return to the village, withdraw materials from the trading house, and use 70 gold coins to construct the warehouse. Soon, a farmer carrying a full basket of amethyst ore appeared before him. Xiang Yuan entrusted him with the mission and the gold coins, urging him to complete the warehouse construction quickly. After making these arrangements, Xiang Yuan turned to 2 Mia and 2 E to inquire about any unexplored distant areas nearby. 2 Mia immediately responded, pointing out a large, unexplored mountain to the west. Xiang Yuan decisively commanded, "Let's go. We'll fly to that mountain and continue clearing out monsters." The 3 of them took to the sky, flying in the direction 2 Mia indicated. Before long, a massive, almost unimaginable mountain range came into view. It was not only vast in area, but its peaks pierced the clouds, disappearing into the mist. Xiang Yuan had an inexplicable feeling that the mountain must contain something extraordinary. As they reached the foot of the mountain, a system notification sounded. You have entered the Tianqing mountain range. Extremely dangerous entities reside within. It is advised not to enter if your level is too low. This warning did not deter Xiang Yuan. Instead, it piqued his interest. With absolute confidence in his abilities, he decided to take on the challenge. The 3 of them cautiously entered Tianqing mountain on foot, adhering to the common rule that monster strength increases from the outer areas inward. They hadn't gone far when a huge, leopard-like creature suddenly flashed by. Xiang Yuan reacted swiftly, casting an identification spell on the creature almost instantaneously. Golden Leopard, level 5 combat strength, 4.3 defense strength, 4.1. System description, named Golden, but it's uncertain whether it will drop a lot of gold coins. It is a creature with incredible speed and formidable attack power. A gleam of excitement flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes as he prepared to face this unknown challenge. Chase. Xiang Yuan quickly scanned the information on the golden tiger leopard and immediately called for 2 Mia and 2 E to join him in pursuit. The three of them instantly launched into low-altitude flight mode, shooting towards the figure like arrows released from a bow. Moments later, the striking yellow figure finally came into Xiang Yuan's view. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, unleashing a fierce Asura slash. The blood-red crescent of the blade sliced through the air, targeting their quarry. With a sharp sound, the fleeing golden tiger leopard was severed in two, blood splattering as it fell. Beside its corpse, a glimmer of gold appeared. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to pick it up. As expected, it was a coin shimmering with an enticing luster. To have a coin drop from a single strike was an extraordinary occurrence. Xiang Yuan was secretly delighted, with no trace of dissatisfaction. The trio then continued deeper into the heart of Tianqing Mountain. Although they didn't encounter any more golden tiger leopards, they did face numerous level 6 explosive battle bears and level 5 brain-eating monkeys. Despite their numbers and strength, which generally exceeded 5 points, they posed no real threat to Xiang Yuan and his companions. The three of them cut a swath through their enemies, leaving devastation in their wake. Experience points flowed in like a tide, but other gains were disappointingly scarce. After half a day of relentless combat, the number of enemies slain was beyond count, yet they had only collected 37 coins. Notably, they crossed paths with the golden tiger leopard 4 more times, and each time a coin was guaranteed to drop upon its defeat. This phenomenon led Xiang Yuan to speculate that perhaps every golden tiger leopard dropped a coin. This thought thrilled him, and he couldn't help but imagine discovering the lair of the golden tiger leopards and launching a massive hunt. At this moment, Xiang Yuan led 2 Mia and 2 E to a clearing for a brief rest. He opened the trading interface to check the notifications of purchase requests received during their monster slaying spree. Discovering that the coins stored in his 3 purchase requests had been completely depleted, Xiang Yuan promptly reactivated the requests, depositing 10 coins into each. Thinking about how those people would never guess the source of his coins, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He glanced at the message box below the purchase requests and saw a comment from Lu Ming. Wow. Bro. No. Dad. How do you have so many gold coins? Did you steal them from a dragon's lair? Ji Wuyao exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Wow. The guy from Blue Star is amazing. Brother Xiang Yuan, I really admire you. Madakli's voice chimed in from the side, filled with unabashed admiration. Kit, tell me why you have so many gold coins. When the newbie protection period ends, I might spare your life. Roared the bear with a hint of jealousy and dissatisfaction. What an idiot. Spending so many coins on materials, doesn't he know he should be saving them to build more troops? Ji Wuyao commented disdainfully. Hehe. The bear from Barbarian Star is so cute. Does Brother Xiang Yuan look like someone who would run out of coins to build troops after buying materials? Silly little bear. Can't wrap your head around it. Madakli taunted with a laugh. Woman, you better not provoke me, or I'll make you wish you were never born. The bear snarled back, gritting his teeth in anger. Oomph. Let's see who ends up destroying whom. Ji Wuyao retorted, unfazed by the threat. Xiang Yuan watched the comments quietly, a hint of weariness in his eyes. After a brief rest, he decisively closed the trading interface and turned to call 2 Mia and 2 E to continue hunting monsters. Half an hour later, the three were fighting fiercely in Tianqing Mountain, delving deeper and deeper. Xiang Yuan took a moment to check his experience points and found he was close to reaching level 2. Just as he continued to scout for any explosive war bears or brain-eating monkeys, 3 lightning-fast yellow figures dashed past the edge of his vision. Xiang Yuan's eyes narrowed, his pupils contracting. There are 3 money leopards. Could there be a large group nearby? Money leopards are known to drop a gold coin each, and finding a group could be incredibly lucrative. Quick, let's go after them. Xiang Yuan ordered sternly, already moving swiftly. The 3 immediately entered low-altitude flying mode, closely pursuing the 3 yellow figures. Soon, they caught up with the money leopards and, to their delight, discovered 2 more young money leopards nearby. Xiang Yuan's spirits lifted, eyes gleaming with excitement. There must be a whole tribe of money leopards here. He quickly commanded, 2 Mia, 2 E, follow these money leopards, but do not attack them. As they pursued, the trio reached the mountainside of Tianqing Mountain. Before long, Xiang Yuan spotted a large mountain depression ahead, teeming with yellow figures darting around. His face lit up with joy. Just then, several strange howls erupted from the side. Xiang Yuan and his companions froze, quickly turning towards the source of the sound. They saw over 20 black, humanoid monsters appearing in front of them. These creatures had beast-like claws, and their blood-red eyes glinted ominously in the darkness. Xiang Yuan immediately used his identification skill. Low-level demons, 10 level combat strength, 8 defense strength, 9. Description: inferior beings among demons, yet their attack and defense are unusually fierce, and they are highly poisonous. Avoid their claws at all costs. Looking at the 20 low-level demons, Xiang Yuan frowned slightly. Their combat strength matched his, and they were even stronger than his two level 1 Asura minions. With their numbers, engaging them could lead to casualties. Losing even one Asura soldier would be a significant blow. Worse still, their venomous nature was a major concern. Being surrounded and avoiding their claws seemed nearly impossible. Seeing Xiang Yuan's hesitation, Tu Mie, sensing the opportunity, grinned with excitement. My king, I believe we can take them on. The Asura race is almost immune to all poisons, and our true combat power often exceeds what it appears. Fighting against the odds is in our nature. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan hesitated no longer and shouted, Attack! Kill them all! The three charged at the group of low-level demons, and the battle erupted instantly. Xiang Yuan swung his blade directly at one of the demons, the blade gleaming coldly. The demon reacted quickly, raising its shiny black arm to block. Clang! The blade collided with the demon's arm, sending sparks flying. Xiang Yuan was surprised by the demon's incredible defense, but his blood blade was powerful, ultimately severing the demon's arm. Without pausing to marvel at the demon's resilience, Xiang Yuan's blades danced in the air, slicing towards the demon's head. Crackling sounds filled the air as Xiang Yuan's bloodied blade struck the forehead of a low-level demon, sending sparks flying like it was hitting solid steel. This blow finally put an end to his opponent. As the demon fell, a powerful surge of energy flowed into Xiang Yuan, and he could distinctly feel his experience points soaring. In this boundless world, experience points were not just abstract numbers, but tangible strength enhancements, with every bit of experience transforming into pure energy that merged into his body. Taking advantage of a brief respite, Xiang Yuan turned to observe his two Asura subordinates. Tu Mie and Tu Yi, although not as powerful as the low-level demons, were engaged in lively combat with several foes. Unfortunately, their ordinary metal blades could only leave shallow marks on the demons' tough bodies, unable to deliver a fatal blow. Xiang Yuan made a mental note to find them more powerful weapons in the future. Another low-level demon charged at him, and with twin blades in hand, Xiang Yuan rushed forward. From the earlier battle, he had discerned the demons' characteristics. They had weak combat instincts and tended to block with their hard arms. However, his blood blade could cut through any part of a demon. Realizing this, Xiang Yuan's fighting spirit soared, and he launched into a relentless assault, quickly reducing another demon to pieces. To Xiang Yuan's satisfaction, his two subordinates also managed to slay a demon each. They had discovered the demon's weak point, the neck, which was the easiest to sever, allowing them to claim their lives with a single strike. At that moment, a golden light burst from Xiang Yuan's body, signaling his breakthrough to a new level. All his attributes increased to 10 points, greatly enhancing his strength and restoring his condition. The battle continued for about 20 minutes. Xiang Yuan took a moment to check on his subordinates, noticing that Tu Mie and Tu Yi, despite having killed several demons, were covered in wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, with blood flowing freely. Yet, these Asura warriors seemed unfazed, growing more vigorous and wearing bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. Truly, they were a race born for battle. Suddenly, both Tu Mie and Tu Yi were enveloped in a flash of golden light as they too advanced to level 2. Even more astonishing was that all their injuries healed instantly, allowing Xiang Yuan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. Over 20 low-level demons lay defeated. Xiang Yuan noticed a flicker of white light next to the corpses and quickly went to investigate, discovering 3 weapons: an extravagantly designed super double-bladed axe, the Xianhua giant battle axe, with a 3 bonus to normal attack power, requiring level 2 to equip, a long halberd steel pattern halberd, also with a 3 bonus to normal attack power, requiring level 2, and a longsword emitting a green glow. Xiang Yuan picked up 3 weapons from the ground: a Qingguang sword, a large halberd, and an exaggeratedly designed giant axe. The attributes of the Qingguang sword showed excellent quality, 1 attack power, 1 attack speed, equipment level 2. He turned to look at Tu Mie and Tu Yi, noticing that the silver war knives in their hands were already nicked and deformed, clearly rendered useless from the fierce battle. Xiang Yuan held the 3 weapons out to them. Choose the one you like best, he offered. Tu Mie's gaze was immediately drawn to the large halberd, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, Tu Yi was fixated on the giant axe, his face full of longing. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan urged, "Go ahead, take them." The two quickly discarded their ordinary war knives and picked up their desired weapons as if they had found treasures. Once they had finished choosing, Xiang Yuan picked up the Qingguang sword and began the process of having his blood blade absorb it. Moments later, the attributes of his blood blade changed: 35.7 attack power, 1 attack speed. Although the attack power was not fully transferred, the additional equipment attribute was perfectly inherited. Xiang Yuan surveyed the field of low-level demon corpses, calculating in his mind. These demons not only provided a lot of experience points, but also had a decent drop rate. If he encountered a manageable group, it might be worth farming them. However, The most urgent task at hand was to head to the valley and eliminate the group of golden leopard tigers. The three soon charged into the valley, where a mass of golden-orange creatures came into view. Xiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. There were at least several hundred golden leopard tigers here. He immediately commanded, "Kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. Block the entrance and slaughter them." With their overwhelming attribute advantage, the three of them began the massacre as if cutting through vegetables. After a full hour, nearly 300 golden leopard tigers lay dead, each contributing a gold coin to Xiang Yuan. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the valley. A giant golden leopard tiger, standing over 2 meters tall, slowly emerged. It was undoubtedly the leader, the boss of the group. Xiang Yuan quickly used his identification skill. Golden Leopard Tiger King. Combat Strength, 9. Defense Strength, 8. Description: the king of the golden leopard tigers. Guess how many gold coins it will drop once defeated? After reading the information, Xiang Yuan grinned. The difference in attributes between this level 9 boss and himself was significant, suggesting that his path to invincibility was inevitable. With his bloodblade in both hands, he charged forward. Although the golden leopard tiger king displayed impressive agility, dodging several attacks, it was eventually struck in a vital spot by Xiang Yuan's bloodblade. Gravely injured, the boss was soon completely slain. Gazing at the golden light shimmering beside the Tiger King's corpse, Xiang Yuan eagerly stepped forward to check 100 gold coins in total. He swiftly pocketed the coins and opened his gold coin counter to check his current total. Xiang Yuan looked at his haul of 422 gold coins, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Although this amount wasn't enough to recruit a third Asura underling, he wasn't in a rush to expand his team just yet. The immediate priority was to sweep the marketplace for supplies and develop his territory. The former would help him accumulate essential materials for substantial future returns, while the latter would determine whether he could seize an advantage after the novice protection period ends and capitalize on the monster siege to dominate the other lords in the novice area. Just as he was about to scour the area for any overlooked coins or money leopards, a chilling cacophony of roars echoed from a distance. It was the sound of low-level demons, a noise Xiang Yuan was all too familiar with. He looked up sharply, his pupils contracting. More than 200 low-level demons were closing in from all directions. "Tu Mia, Tu E, take to the skies with me," Xiang Yuan ordered decisively. As the three of them soared upward, an even more alarming sight unfolded. A swarm of black-winged demons appeared in the distance, numbering over 100 as well. Xiang Yuan quickly cast an identification spell. Low-level winged demons, combat strength level 10, defense strength 9.5. These airborne demons were even more troublesome than those on the ground. "Fly at full speed, leave Tianqing Mountain." With Xiang Yuan's command, the trio sped towards the mountain's edge. Once they were outside the range of Tianqing Mountain, Xiang Yuan glanced back and saw that the shadows had halted at the mountain's boundary, not pursuing further. He exhaled deeply in relief. Fortunately, they could all fly, or they would have been overwhelmed by the relentless pursuit. As dusk approached, Xiang Yuan led the two Asuras back to Shura village. A massive warehouse stood prominently in the village, with 16 farmers busily transporting amethyst ore inside. Upon seeing Xiang Yuan return, the farmers respectfully inquired whether they should continue mining through the night. Considering the frequent appearance of monsters and wild beasts at night, Xiang Yuan decisively instructed them to stop and rest. Then, Xiang Yuan checked the warehouse's inventory. They had accumulated 1,000 units of amethyst ore, 34,000 units of stone, 34,000 units of wood, and 18,000 units of iron ore. Opening the trading interface, he saw that the gold coins in his 3 previous purchase listings had been completely emptied. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan reactivated the 3 listings, depositing 50 gold coins into each. Xiang Yuan left an enthusiastic comment under the post, encouraging everyone to make purchases. He knew well that with just these 150 gold coins, he could control the mining lords in the novice area, making them willingly work for him. As soon as more gold coins were injected into the 3 posts, the comment section erupted. Countless comments flooded in like a tide, yet Xiang Yuan was unfazed, letting them struggle in shock and envy. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, your territory Shura village has reached a prosperity level of 100 points. Providing sufficient resources can upgrade it to a medium-sized village. Reaching 500 points will upgrade it to a large village. This sudden prompt surprised Xiang Yuan for a moment. He had previously researched that recruiting farmers, constructing buildings, recruiting troops, and acquiring resources in large quantities could all increase the territory's prosperity. Clearly, the recent purchase post had prompted someone to make a purchase, pushing the prosperity to meet the upgrade requirement. He immediately opened the Lord's Hall control panel to check the resources needed for the upgrade. 100 gold coins, 10,000 stone, 10,000 wood, and 5,000 iron ore. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade, and the entire Shura village was enveloped in a white light. The Lord's Hall visibly grew taller, still simple, but no longer shabby. Even the villagers appeared more spirited. Upon re-entering the Lord's Hall, Xiang Yuan discovered 3 new building blueprints on the interface. Carpenter's Workshop can produce handcarts and wooden tools. Construction cost 80 gold coins for 1,000 stone for 1,000 wood. Fence. Basic village defense measure. Construction cost 60 gold coins, 1,000 stone for 1,000 wood. Temporary mine warehouse can be established at a mine site for continuous resource extraction. Construction cost 60 gold coins, 3,000 stone, 3,000 wood. With 172 gold coins remaining, Xiang Yuan immediately decided to build the carpenter's workshop and temporary mine warehouse to fully prepare for the amethyst mining, aiming to complete the record-breaking task. With abundant basic resources, he ordered the villagers to start constructing these 2 facilities the next morning. The next morning, after spending the night resting in the Lord's Hall, Xiang Yuan stepped out to find 2 Mia and 2 Yi waiting for him. A new day was beginning, and another busy monster hunting journey awaited. Xiang Yuan took a moment to open the trade interface, his eyes quickly scanning the gold offers on the purchase listings. Those offers, which were initially as high as 50 gold coins, had now nearly halved. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but marvel at how these lords were going all out to earn gold. Just wait and see. Xiang Yuan smirked slightly, already foreseeing the future situation. He was well aware that when these lords faced the predicament of massive resource consumption and village upgrades, especially after the beast siege concluded in 7 days, the prices of these basic resources would inevitably skyrocket. Although wood and stone were not rare, as nearby mining sites were exhausted, the difficulty of extraction was bound to increase. As for iron ore, it was the most prized among rare resources. Even though Xiang Yuan didn't need iron ore at the moment, stockpiling it in advance was undoubtedly a wise move. Revitalized, Xiang Yuan led 2 Mia and 2 Yi on another expedition towards Tianqing Mountain. This time, their target was set on the mid-mountain area, but they proceeded with extra caution, wary of alerting the demon army entrenched there. Xiang Yuan was excited, convinced that Tianqing Mountain held great opportunities, possibly even more money tigers and leopards. The trio adopted a low-altitude flying strategy, avoiding explosive battle bears and brain-eating monkeys whenever possible, focusing on tracking the money tigers and leopards. Their efforts paid off when a golden figure suddenly dashed past Xiang Yuan. They indeed found a money tiger and leopard on the mountainside. Learning from past experiences, Xiang Yuan signaled his 2 subordinates to follow carefully instead of attacking rashly. This strategy quickly proved effective. They trailed the money tiger and leopard to an open area where a wide stream flowed through. On the opposite bank of the stream, groups of money tigers and leopards wandered leisurely, making Xiang Yuan's heart race. However, the scene on this side of the stream was cause for concern. About 50 low-level demons stood there like wooden posts, as if guarding something. Xiang Yuan's eyes sharpened as he led 2 Mia and 2 Yi to charge at the group of demons. Compared to last time, the trio had not only grown stronger, but their equipment had been fully upgraded. Facing the assault of 50 demons, they handled the battle with ease. Xiang Yuan's long blade gleamed with a cold light, and each strike precisely took down a low-level demon. 2 Mia and 2 Yi wielded specially crafted weapons, cutting through the enemies like harvesting wheat. The battle ended swiftly, leaving the ground littered with demon corpses. A system notification chimed, indicating they had gained a significant amount of experience points along with 6 pieces of gear. Xiang Yuan quickly stored the loot in his personal space backpack, then eagerly set his sights on a nearby group of money tigers and leopards. The 3 launched another attack, and amidst the clash of blades, a money tiger leopard king fell heavily to the ground. Xiang Yuan swiftly collected the 100 gold coins dropped, tallying their total gain to 432 gold coins. Considering the possibility of encountering another demon army at the mountain summit, where the monsters' levels far exceeded their current abilities, they decided to continue exploring the vast mid-mountain region. By noon, they discovered another gathering of money tigers and leopards along with demons. After the battle, they gained 444 gold coins and 6 pieces of equipment, advancing them to level 3. Xiang Yuan's overall attribute strength reached an impressive 12 points, enabling him to contend with monsters of levels 13 and 14. At 3 in the afternoon, their third haul included 488 gold coins and 6 pieces of equipment. Xiang Yuan promptly handled the gold coin transactions at the trading post, injecting 100 gold coins into each of the 3 purchase orders. As dusk approached, the trio, planning to withdraw, unexpectedly discovered one last group of money tigers and leopards. This battle yielded a generous 500 gold coins and 6 pieces of gear. Considering the lack of lighting at night and the increasing ferocity of monsters, Xiang Yuan decisively led his companions away from Tianqing Mountain. Just as they flew beyond the mountain's boundary, suddenly, a system alert flashed before Xiang Yuan, with golden letters shimmering ominously. Your actions against the Jin Qian Hubao clan have aroused their intense hatred. Should you enter the Tianqing mountain area again, they will retaliate against you. This message made Xiang Yuan frown slightly, but then a smile crept onto his lips. If the Jin Qian Hu Bao were coming for revenge, wouldn't it mean more gold for him? However, he quickly realized it might not be that simple. The retaliation from these level 5 magical beasts wouldn't be easy to handle, and it might even attract a swarm of low-level demons. Let's worry about it tomorrow, Xiang Yuan decided, shaking his head. He wasn't foolish enough to engage in a showdown with the Jin Qian Hu Bao in the dead of night. Soon, Xiang Yuan and his companions returned to Shura village. The carpentry workshop was completed, and the villagers were busy pushing wheelbarrows loaded with purple, glistening minerals to the warehouse. The towering piles of stone, wood, and iron outside caught Xiang Yuan's attention. Chief, a villager hurried over. The warehouse can't hold all these resources. We can only make room for the amethyst. Xiang Yuan immediately checked the resource information. 4,000 units of amethyst, 167,000 of stone, 167,000 of wood, and 88,000 of iron. Indeed, it exceeded the warehouse's 100,000 unit capacity. He noticed the upgrade option flashing on the interface. Upgrade to medium warehouse. Can store 1 million resources. Prosperity reward, 60 points. Construction cost, 120 gold, 10,000 stone, 10,000 wood. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan clicked to upgrade. In an instant, a white light enveloped the entire warehouse, and the building expanded visibly, eventually covering over 1,000 square meters, grand and imposing. Taking stock of the day's gains, starting with over 1,800 gold, minus 300 for acquisitions, and 120 for the warehouse upgrade, he had 1,476 left. Considering the monster siege in 7 days, Xiang Yuan decided to invest in combat strength. He headed to the Purgatory Blood Pool and spent 1,000 gold to summon 2 new dual-armed Asuras. Tuba, at your service, my king. Tu Xiong, at your service, my king. Seeing these muscular warriors, Xiang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. From what he understood, among the 50,000 lords in the novice area, few could match his lineup of high-level troops, especially those capable of defeating a level 5 Jin Qian Hu Bao. Through the chat channel, Xiang Yuan had learned the troop prices. Common 50 gold, fine 100 gold, rare 200 gold, epic 300 gold, legendary 400 gold, mythical 500 gold. The 200 to 300 gold he spent in the marketplace would barely be enough to buy an epic troop. Xiang Yuan was confident that the monster siege in 7 days wouldn't pose a serious threat. He used the remaining 476 gold to recruit 40 villagers, keeping 76 gold in reserve. Finally, he instructed Tuba and Tu Xiong to select suitable weapons from the equipment seized today, planning to let his blood blade devour the remaining arms. Tu Xiong finally chose a pair of massive blood gold hammers, their heavy heads gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. Tu Ba, on the other hand, picked a steel spear, its sharp tip radiating a chilling glow. Xiang Yuan glanced around and noticed that his Shura underlings generally favored large, exaggerated heavy weapons. He couldn't help but imagine the future scene of his territory, a band of fierce menacing figures wielding terrifying heavy weapons, exuding an intense masculinity as they roamed around. Then, Xiang Yuan began using his blood blade to devour the remaining 18 melee weapons. His movements were swift and decisive. With each weapon consumed, the blood blade flickered as if it was digesting new power. As for the remaining 4 pieces of defensive gear, Xiang Yuan had no interest in wearing such ordinary items himself and planned to try his luck by listing them on the trading market. With the last weapon devoured, Xiang Yuan contentedly reviewed his blood blade's new attributes. Attack power increased by 37.5, attack speed increased by 2, and 2 new attributes were added: 0.1 of attack damage converted into personal stamina, and 0.3 of attack damage used to heal his own injuries. These new attributes made Xiang Yuan's eyes light up, as he thought to himself that if he could stack these values even higher, he might become a perpetual motion machine in battle. Xiang Yuan then listed the 4 pieces of defensive gear on the trading market, selecting only the display option without setting a direct price. The gear included 1. Black Iron Heavy Armor, Normal Defense Strength 2. 2. Beast Skin Iron Medium Armor, Normal Defense Strength 1.2. 3. Azure Steel Armor, Superior Defense Strength 2.5, Weight reduced by 3. 4. Fearless Leather Armor, Normal Defense Strength 1. In the comment section for each piece, he entered the same message: top-notch defensive gear. Interested parties, please leave an offer. With that done, Xiang Yuan returned to the Lord's Hall to rest. The next morning, Xiang Yuan awoke eager to check the trading market. The first thing he noticed was that his 3 acquisition posts, each initially funded with 100 gold coins, had already seen their funds nearly halved. The acquisition speed was noticeably faster than before. After pondering for a moment, Xiang Yuan realized that as the 7-day protection period drew to a close, all the lords were becoming increasingly desperate to gather gold to bolster their armies. He predicted that a surge in selling basic materials for gold would truly begin today or tomorrow. Even more exciting for Xiang Yuan was the huge response to the 4 pieces of defensive gear he had listed the previous day. The comment section for each piece was nearly overflowing with messages. He began to carefully read through them. Dad, you've already gotten some gear. Can you give one to your son? The strength of a lord on this endless continent is just as important as the strength of soldiers. Your son needs to arm himself. Lu Ming commented. Xiang Yuan, I'm willing to buy that azure steel armor for 50 gold coins. Soren said. I'm also willing to offer 30 gold coins for that black iron heavy armor. Bear commented. Xiang Yuan ignored these kinds of messages. A mere 30 or 50 gold coins didn't interest him at all. However, as he continued to browse, he finally came across a comment that caught his attention. Ji Wuyao urgently sought help from Xiang Yuan. Brother Xiang Yuan, I really need these 4 pieces of equipment to arm myself and my soldiers. I have 2 sets of equipment crafting blueprints here. Could you add some gold and we make a trade? Hearing this, Xiang Yuan immediately clicked on Ji Wuyao's name and chose to private message her. To his surprise, he discovered that Ji Wuyao was a mythical, a race known for their stunningly attractive men and women, with the females being particularly notorious for their beauty. Ji Wuyao excitedly responded, Wow, brother Xiang Yuan, you actually private messaged me. Xiang Yuan got straight to the point. Upload the blueprint illustrations of your equipment. Okay, brother Xiang Yuan. Ji Wuyao quickly replied. Soon, 2 blueprint illustrations appeared in their chat channel. The first was a crafting blueprint for a Mingguang armor of fine quality, requiring a functioning armor workshop to use. Its attributes showed a 5 defense strength, capable of significantly deflecting arrows and other physical ranged attacks. The second was a crafting blueprint for a blood veil armor of the Rakshasa of rare quality, also requiring a functioning armor workshop. Its attributes were even more powerful, 7.5 defense strength and 4 magic defense strength. Notably, when worn collectively, this equipment provides a charge that intimidates enemies, temporarily stunning them. Xiang Yuan carefully examined the 2 blueprints, recognizing their great value. He decided to buy them, but was determined to negotiate the price down to the minimum. In addition to my 4 pieces of equipment, how much more gold are you asking for? Xiang Yuan inquired tentatively. Ji Wuyao explained in detail, Brother Xiang Yuan, my unit is an epic unit, the Blazing Elf, and each one costs 300 gold. I currently have only 3 Blazing Elves. I need 123 more gold coins to buy a 4th one. So, Brother Xiang Yuan, could you possibly? Xiang Yuan found Ji Wuyao's lengthy explanation amusing. She had practically laid out all her cards. However, Xiang Yuan wasn't going to be swayed by this. He replied decisively, 76 gold coins. Not a single more. This was exactly all the gold he had left. Ji Wuyao pleaded. Oh, Brother Xiang Yuan, can't you add a little more? Xiang Yuan stood firm. No way. Unless you have similar blueprints, I might consider offering more. Let me think. Ji Wuyao's response made Xiang Yuan pause. Could she really get more blueprints? A moment later, Ji Wuyao suggested, Brother Xiang Yuan, I heard a friend from my hometown has a weapon crafting blueprint. I'll contact him. If he's willing to trade with you, you can negotiate the price with him. But when you haggle, make sure to include my 123 gold coin difference, okay? I'm the middleman here. Xiang Yuan was both amused and exasperated by this. This seemingly innocent and adorable girl was playing the hometown card, planning to take a cut behind her friend's back. Despite this, Xiang Yuan agreed to Ji Wuyao's proposal. He needed time to farm more gold anyway. Once the deal was settled, Xiang Yuan immediately gathered his 4 Azuras, 2 Mia, 2 Yi, 2 Xiong, and 2 Ba, and flew towards Tianqing Mountain. Shortly after, Xiang Yuan and his team re-entered the foothills of Tianqing Mountain. Suddenly, a system alert sounded. Ding! The money tiger leopards have detected your presence and are preparing to launch a retaliatory action against you. Proceed with caution. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's lips curled into a sly smile. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Today, he planned to go on a rampage, wiping out those money tiger leopards and making a hefty profit. Follow me, Tu Mia and the rest of you. Xiang Yuan commanded as he led the way forward, heading toward a ravine he had long planned as their battleground, a place where they had once hunted the Golden Leopard clan. The wind howled through the mountains as the 5 of them soared through the sky. Xiang Yuan calculated that the Golden Leopards seeking revenge would come in great numbers, possibly with other powerful tactics in store. By choosing this narrow ravine for their confrontation, even though they were outnumbered, they could use the terrain to their advantage and significantly reduce the risk of being surrounded. Before they even reached their destination, the deafening roars of the leopards echoed halfway up the mountain. Countless golden leopards were closing in on them from all directions, their presence overwhelming. Finally, the group arrived at the ravine and quickly positioned themselves in the narrowest spot, ready for battle. Soon, a dense wave of yellow figures appeared on the horizon, like a vast yellow sea stretching endlessly. Xiang Yuan roughly estimated that the enemy numbers had exceeded 1,000, possibly even thousands. To their surprise, the leading golden leopards were ridden by numerous low-level demons, forming a cavalry of over 1,000. It was no wonder that after each leopard was slain, low-level demons would appear nearby. They had been using the leopards as mounts. The two sides clashed immediately, words unnecessary. Xiang Yuan let out a fierce roar, blade in hand, charging at the oncoming enemy forces. The flicker of blades and the spray of beast blood filled the air as the five of them unleashed their powers, fighting fiercely in the narrow terrain. The battle raged on for a full hour. Xiang Yuan had lost count of how many leopard-mounted demons he had slain. The five of them were drenched in blood, resembling figures made of blood and gore, yet the scene was brutal. Thanks to their Asura constitution, they still had the stamina to continue fighting. During the battle, Tu Xiong and Tu Ba had both advanced to level 1. Energized by the fight, Xiang Yuan saw the endless waves of enemies still coming at them. Suddenly, he unleashed Asura slash toward the front. The crescent-shaped blood blade cut through the air, slicing all the leopard-mounted demons in its path in half. Tumia, hold the line here. I'm going to pick up the pace. Xiang Yuan commanded, charging alone into the enemy ranks, distancing himself from Tu Mia and the others as he prepared for an even more aggressive assault. Before Tu Mia and the others could worry about what to do, Xiang Yuan decisively unleashed his ultimate skill Asura's unmatched slash from within the horde of monsters. In an instant, countless blood-red blades shot out like a torrential storm in all directions. The bodies of the tiger leopard demon cavalry were sliced apart like paper under the onslaught of these sharp blades, falling in droves and staining the ground with their blood. Xiang Yuan's attributes were incredibly high, reaching 12 points, far surpassing those of the golden tiger leopards and lower-level demons. When he executed his ultimate skill, the effect was more terrifying than mowing down grass. It was only after a full 10 minutes that Xiang Yuan truly felt the power of his blood blade Asura Physique could sustain his ultimate move for such a long time, only now beginning to feel his stamina rapidly depleting. Surveying the scene, Xiang Yuan estimated that he had slain no less than hundreds of tiger leopard cavalry. Observing the significantly reduced number of golden tiger leopard demon cavalry, he unhesitatingly issued the attack command to Tu Mia and the others. Charge and annihilate them all. Upon hearing Xiang Yuan's order, Tu Mia and the others seemed to transform into demonic lords shrouded in murderous intent, launching a frenzied assault on the remaining golden tiger leopards and tiger leopard demon cavalry. The battle, where 5 individuals slaughtered thousands of monsters, was gradually drawing to a close. At that moment, an earth-shattering roar echoed. Xiang Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw an enormous golden tiger leopard, standing over 3 meters tall, appearing before them. What was even more shocking was the giant demon with long black blades for arms riding on the beast's back. Xiang Yuan quickly used his identification skill. Golden Tiger Leopard Tribe King, Combat Strength Level 13, Defense Strength 12. Description: the leader of the Golden Tiger Leopard Tribe, their true king. If your strength allows, slay it. It's a moving treasure trove. Mid-level Demon Captain, Combat Strength Level 15, Defense Strength 14. Description: a mid-level Demon Captain, formidable in both combat and defense. Don't provoke him unless you're strong enough. Xiang Yuan swiftly made a decision and commanded Tu Mia. I'll hold off that boss. You quickly eliminate these golden tiger leopards. Then come help me surround him. Yes. Tu Mia and the others responded in unison. After issuing the command, Xiang Yuan charged directly at the golden tiger leopard tribe king. However, upon getting closer, he realized the situation was more challenging than anticipated. The tribe king had a mid-level demon captain with attributes even stronger than his own riding on its back, and they had the advantage of being cavalry against a foot soldier. Xiang Yuan understood that attacking one would inevitably expose him to the other's assault. Weighing his options, Xiang Yuan chose to fly into the air, swinging his blood blade, and launching Asura slashes like meteors toward the golden tiger leopard tribe king. However, the tribe king's agility was beyond expectation, dodging all the attacks with its nimble movements. At that moment, the mid-level demon captain on the tiger leopard's back suddenly raised his black blade and slashed at Xiang Yuan in midair. A black blade light shot toward Xiang Yuan at high speed. He barely managed to dodge this deadly strike by maneuvering swiftly in the air. Yet the opponent didn't relent, sending a barrage of black lights that forced Xiang Yuan to dodge continuously while engaging in a long-range exchange. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. However, the tide of battle soon shifted. Tu Mia and the others finally cleared out all the ordinary tiger leopard demon cavalry, and during this process, Tu Xiong and Tu Ba leveled up to level 2 due to the massive number of enemies they had slain. The strength of Xiang Yuan's side surged significantly. Another half-hour passed, and Tu Mia's group had completely wiped out all the ordinary tiger leopard demon cavalry, converging towards Xiang Yuan. They surrounded the golden tiger leopard tribe king and the mid-level demon captain. Seeing that the situation was now in their favor, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but show a sinister smile. The scales of victory were finally tipping in their direction, and the final showdown was about to begin. As Xiang Yuan and his four companions continued their relentless assault, the battle grew increasingly intense. Xiang Yuan, as the main force, struck with thunderous power, dominating the battlefield. Although the king of the Golden Tiger Leopard clan and the mid-level demon captain were formidable, they began to show signs of fatigue under the coordinated attacks of the five. After a fierce 20-minute battle, the king of the Golden Tiger Leopard clan finally succumbed, transforming into a beam of golden light as he fell. The demon captain, seeing this, faced Xiang Yuan and his team with a grave expression. Another 20 minutes of fierce combat ensued before the demon captain showed a flaw, which Xiang Yuan seized upon, swiftly beheading him. With the fall of the two leaders, the Golden Tiger Leopard clan's retaliation was utterly thwarted. Xiang Yuan, 2 Mia, and 2 E's levels advanced to level 4, with Xiang Yuan feeling the surge of power within him, his overall attributes reaching an impressive 14 points. On the battlefield, golden light flickered incessantly, and white equipment glimmers scattered everywhere. Xiang Yuan's eyes shone with undisguised excitement as he instructed 2 Mia and the others to start collecting the spoils of war. Moments later, 2 Mia and the others, faces beaming with joy, piled heaps of gold coins and weapons before Xiang Yuan. Notably, Xiang Yuan personally collected the items dropped by the king of the Golden Tiger Leopard clan and the mid-level demon captain. The king alone contributed 1,000 gold coins, while the demon captain dropped a black long knife. Xiang Yuan carefully examined the attributes of the black demon blade. Rare grade, 5 attack power, converts 1 of attack damage into self-stamina. Each attack inflicts 2 poison damage, causing the enemy's injuries to deteriorate, slow down, stun, and paralyze. Xiang Yuan was very satisfied with this weapon, especially the poison attribute, which would become a powerful weapon as the values stacked in the future. Xiang Yuan temporarily set aside these weapons and equipment, beginning to tally the gold coin haul. When he added all the coins to his total, he was shocked by the number: 5,342 gold coins. For a novice lord, this was an unimaginable fortune. Even if all were used to summon mythical units, it could summon 10 mythical Asuras at once. This victory filled Xiang Yuan with confidence. The fact that just 5 of them could slaughter thousands of the Golden Tiger Leopard clan suggested that the monster siege after the 7-day novice protection period would not be a threat. Xiang Yuan had a plan in mind. The best time for large-scale summoning of troops would be when a massive influx of basic materials was acquired, the market underwent a major shift, and a substantial amount of gold coins returned. After counting the gold coins, Xiang Yuan began organizing the equipment. Most of the items were of ordinary grade, with a few of excellent grade, primarily weapons. There were 80 to 90 weapons and only 15 pieces of defensive equipment. Xiang Yuan allowed the 4 Asuras, including 2 Mia, to each select a preferred excellent grade weapon and a piece of defensive gear to equip. Finally, Xiang Yuan summoned his life-bound blood blade to devour the remaining weapons. As each ordinary grade weapon was consumed, a pile of scrap metal accumulated before Xiang Yuan. However, he soon noticed that the blood blade's attribute enhancement from devouring these ordinary grade items was diminishing. By the time it had consumed around 70 items, it no longer increased any values. Xiang Yuan took out his ultimate weapon, the black demon blade. The blade was as dark as ink, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. With eager anticipation, he fused it with his blood blade, and it didn't disappoint. The attack power of the blood blade instantly increased by 3, and 2 attribute slots were perfectly transferred, leaving Xiang Yuan ecstatic. At this moment, his blood blade was completely transformed, with greatly enhanced attributes. Attack power increased by 45.2, attack speed improved by 1.1, and it could convert 2 of attack damage into his own vitality. Even more astonishing, each attack not only inflicted injury but also added 2 poison damage, causing the enemy's condition to deteriorate continuously, leading to sluggishness, dizziness, and paralysis. With 5 attributes proudly standing side by side, the blood blade now possessed the makings of a legendary weapon. Xiang Yuan calculated silently that, apart from the slightly lower values of the 4 slots, the base attack power of this weapon could definitely stand out among legendary weapons. Looking around, Xiang Yuan noticed he still had 20 ordinary grade weapons and 10 pieces of regular defensive gear left. He decided to put these items up for sale in the marketplace, hoping to exchange them for rare blueprints or other valuable items. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, your Asura village has collected 10,000 units of Amethyst Oregon. Would you like to immediately return them to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom and establish your exclusive Amethyst Hero Monument in your hometown? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Following this, even more shocking system announcements followed. Ding! Congratulations to the 10,086th batch in the novice area, Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan, for being the first to establish an Amethyst Hero Monument. Reward: 10 points of fortune. Ding! The record for the fastest establishment of an amethyst hero monument on the infinite continent has been broken by Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan. Time taken: 4 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes. These announcements were different from the previous novice area notifications. They echoed throughout the entire infinite continent in Blue Star. In an instant, the lords of all races on the infinite continent were astounded, and the humans on Blue Star who heard the news were overjoyed, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, in the glorious, expansive palace of the Qin kingdom on the infinite continent, King Yingzheng beamed with joy and laughed heartily. Ha! It seems our decision to send troops to aid that novice area was absolutely correct. I didn't expect our Blue Star youth to be so powerful, breaking the record for the fastest establishment of an amethyst hero monument. However, the Chancellor, Li Si, standing beside Yingzheng, frowned and cautiously remarked, "Your Majesty, this may not be entirely good news." Upon hearing this, Yingzheng appeared thoughtful and then spoke. "You mean this young Xiang Yuan might have dedicated all his resources to mining amethyst, or possibly neglecting the preparation for the monster siege after the 7-day protection period ends?" Li Si quickly nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty is wise." Hearing this, Yingzheng's brow furrowed slightly, clearly sharing some of Li Si's concerns. But soon, he regained his usual commanding demeanor. "We will continue to send our troops towards the 10086 newcomer zone with all our might," declared a general resolutely. "We must reach there before the end of the 3-month novice period to safeguard the descendants of Blue Star." "Yes, Your Majesty." The crowd responded in unison, the military camp buzzing with a tense yet fervent atmosphere. At that moment, a scout rushed in, breathless, to report, "Your Majesty, I've been observing the real-time map of the Endless Continent and noticed that the 3 major forces, the Moto tribe, the Barbarian Star tribe, and the Enchanting Star tribe, are also sending their troops towards the 10086 newcomer zone." A flash of sharpness appeared in the Emperor's eyes as he responded without hesitation, "Ignore them. At worst, we'll go straight to battle." His tone was filled with determination and confidence. Meanwhile, Liu Bang of the Han Divine Kingdom and Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming Divine Kingdom both wore meaningful smiles. They each gathered their generals and ordered a full-scale attack towards the 10086 newcomer zone. The situation across the Endless Continent was quietly shifting, with various forces eager to make their move. The scene suddenly shifted to Jiangnan City on Blue Star, at Jiangnan Square. Originally bustling with activity, the square was filled with middle-aged men and women leisurely dancing to square dance music, their laughter echoing. Suddenly, the entire square shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The crowd panicked and scattered in all directions. The tremor lasted for a moment, and then a massive monument made of purple crystal burst from the ground. Standing 10 meters tall, the purple crystal monument stood firmly in the center of Jiangnan Square, drawing astonished gazes from the crowd. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the purple crystal monument, the crowd's panic turned to elation. "Our Jiangnan city has a purple crystal monument too," someone exclaimed excitedly. "Ha ha! We can also benefit from its spiritual energy," another person chimed in. Among the crowd, someone speculated thoughtfully, "Could the Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan be from Jiangnan?" Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Jiangnan High School, the principal and Wang Yun, the homeroom teacher of the senior class 3, were anxiously awaiting news. Ever since hearing that the first human from Blue Star to establish a purple crystal monument was named Xiang Yuan, they had been quietly hoping that this Xiang Yuan was their student from class 3. Finally, the ringing of the principal's phone broke the silence. He quickly pressed the speakerphone button, and an excited voice came through. "Principal Liu, a purple crystal monument has appeared at Jiangnan Square. It even has Xiang Yuan's name engraved on it." "Ah!" Wang Yun screamed in excitement, her voice filled with uncontrollable joy. The principal immediately made a decision. "Quick! I'll notify Xiang Yuan's parents." His voice was filled with excitement and anticipation, as if envisioning a bright future for the school and its students. Xiang Yuan was born into a middle-class family. Although his parents, Xiang Qian and Lu Hui, weren't highly educated, they seized opportunities in the economic boom and opened a small wood processing factory. While the business was modest, it provided the family with a comfortable life. When Xiang Yuan was selected as a lord, his parents felt a mix of anxiety and pride. They were well aware of the dangers in the Endless Continent, but eventually accepted the reality. They comforted themselves with the thought that a man should explore the world, and what better place than the mystical Endless Continent? If they were a decade younger, they might have eagerly ventured to that unknown land themselves. 3 months later, when the initial protection period ended, Xiang Yuan would be able to contact his family. Today, as the announcement from the will of the Endless echoed in the sky, his parents wondered if it was their son who had established the Amethyst Hero Monument. However, they quickly dismissed the thought, believing such a prestigious achievement was unlikely to befall their family. Just then, Xiang Yuan's homeroom teacher, Wang Yun, called Xiang Qian. As a shrewd businessman, Xiang Qian's heart began to race. Lu Hui also watched the phone screen nervously. Xiang Qian put the call on speaker, and Wang Yun's excited voice came through. Xiang Yuan's dad. Xiang Yuan has established the Amethyst Hero Monument. Come quickly to Jiangnan City Square. The monument is right here. Xiang Qian and Lu Hui exchanged incredulous looks. Lu Hui was the first to react, urging, "What are you waiting for? Let's drive to the city square." Only then did Xiang Qian snap out of his daze, rushing to the garage to start their old, worn-out Beati car that had been with them for over a decade. Half an hour later, Xiang Qian's car pulled into the parking lot beside Jiangnan City Square. From a distance, they could see the square was packed with people. A towering amethyst hero monument, over 10 meters tall, stood majestically in the center, emitting a captivating purple glow, both mysterious and beautiful. Suddenly, a young man in an official suit approached Xiang Qian's car respectfully, saying, "Hello, are you Xiang Yuan's father? I'm a staff member from the Jiangnan city government. The mayor has sent me to escort you." It was the first time Xiang Qian and Lu Hui had received such high-level treatment, and they were a bit overwhelmed. Guided by the staff, they soon reached the vicinity of the Amethyst Hero Monument, where Jiangnan City's mayor, Xiao Zhenan, greeted them warmly with a broad smile. Mayor Xiao Zhenan of Jiangnan City, along with another official, welcomed the Xiang couple. Facing such high-ranking officials for the first time, Xiang Qian couldn't help but feel nervous, though he tried his best to remain composed. Xiao Zhenan solemnly confirmed with them, "It is indeed your son, Xiang Yuan, who established the Amethyst Hero Monument. There is only one student named Xiang Yuan in Jiangnan City, and his name, birth details, and even your names are engraved on the monument." The Xiang couple carefully examined the inscription and found the information precise to the second, their faces lighting up with pride and joy at their son's achievements. Suddenly, Xiao Zhenan's phone rang. After taking the call, his face broke into a broad smile. "Mr. and Mrs. Xiang, thank you. We've just received news from the capital that Jiangnan City has been shortlisted as a future top-tier martial arts city because of the Amethyst Hero Monument." Lu Hui was astounded, never imagining that her son would bring such tremendous benefits to their hometown. She pondered how, in the Dragon Nation, there were only about a dozen martial arts cities, with the most renowned being Shiqin, Hanzhong, and Mingxian, each boasting amethyst monuments thousands of meters high, making them world-famous top-tier martial arts cities. Xiao Zhenan continued, "The government will reward you with 1 billion dragon coins and has promised to compensate for any resources Xiang Yuan brings back from the Endless Continent in the future." As the Xiang couple was about to politely decline, Xiao Zhenan insisted that this was a non-negotiable order. After a moment's thought, Xiao Zhenan added, "Jiangnan City must also express its gratitude. If Xiang Yuan finds more amethyst mines in the future, raising the monument to 50 or even 100 meters, it would benefit the entire city and elevate our national standing. We cannot take advantage of you without giving back." Despite the couple's repeated refusals, they eventually accepted Jiangnan City's generous offer of permanent tax exemption for their timber processing plant and free land for rebuilding their factory. Meanwhile, in the novice area 10086 of the Endless Continent, Xiang Yuan was listening to the system announce the rewards for breaking a record. Ding! Congratulations on completing the record-breaking task. Mysterious rewards are being issued. Reward 1, 100 luck points. Reward 2, 3,000 gold coins. Reward 3, Special Building Model Industrial and Agricultural Research Institute, capable of researching tools to enhance the efficiency of craftsmen and farmers. Reward 4, Legendary Special Talent Recruitment Order, allowing you to specify and recruit one legendary special talent. Xiang Yuan opened his spatial backpack, and a dazzling array of rewards immediately appeared before him. The amount of gold coins had astonishingly soared to 8,418, and his fortune points had climbed to 110. This abundant haul prompted him to decide to leave Tianqing Mountain immediately and return to Asura Village to fully absorb the gains. Soon after, Xiang Yuan found himself standing in front of the trading post in Asura Village, intently focusing on the information panel. His 3 purchase posts had not only been cleared out once again, but had also attracted a flood of messages from new faces among the lords. These unfamiliar lords urged Xiang Yuan to inject more gold coins, claiming they had a large amount of basic materials ready to sell. A slight smile appeared on Xiang Yuan's lips. It was already the 4th day of the novice period, and as the end of the 7-day protection period approached, even the once-calm lords began to panic, opting to sell off their basic materials to exchange for gold coins and quickly build up their forces. Without hesitation, he reactivated the 3 purchase posts, injecting 1,000 gold coins into each. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 gold coins were dispatched. The lords waiting in the novice area of the trading post suddenly discovered that those 3 purchase posts had been replenished with gold coins. Although there were only 3 zeros following the amount, it was as if they had seen a mirage. They repeatedly confirmed that each post indeed had an injection of exactly 1,000 gold coins. Instantly, the entire trading post was in an uproar. Some frantically questioned Xiang Yuan in the message area, asking if he had found a bug to farm gold coins, while more astute lords seized the opportunity to rapidly offload their goods in the purchase posts. In the blink of an eye, the gold coins in the 3 purchase posts were halved. Those who were still asking questions in the message area suddenly realized what was happening. They lamented the lack of fairness, but also rushed to offload their goods. Xiang Yuan watched the scene unfold in amazement. In just 2 hours, the gold coins in the 3 purchase posts, each originally holding 1,000 coins, had been completely emptied. Based on his ultra-low purchase price, this meant he had acquired 9 million units of stone, 9 million units of wood, and 4.5 million units of iron. It was then he realized that probably all 50,000 lords in the novice area were closely monitoring his purchase posts, eager to sell their goods. Glancing at the comment section below the purchase posts, he noticed many lords still complaining about having unsold goods. Xiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Although he had already amassed far more basic materials than expected, with 5,418 gold coins remaining, he decided to inject more funds. He added another 1,000 gold coins to each purchase post, bringing his gold coin balance down to 2,418. This move immediately sparked a frenzy of exploding emojis in the comments section, as if he had opened Pandora's box. The lords of Blue Star cheered for Xiang Yuan's impressive feat on the message board. An enormous investment of 6,000 gold coins was truly astonishing, considering that other lords would be considered wealthy if they could muster even 500. Xiang Yuan gazed at the newly injected 3,000 gold coins. Although the amount was still decreasing, the rate of depletion had stabilized and was no longer being exhausted within just 2 hours. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Your territory's prosperity has reached 500 points and can now be upgraded to a large village. Upon reaching 1,000 points, it can be upgraded to a town. Please note, upgrading to a town will trigger a monster siege. Xiang Yuan immediately headed to the Lord's Hall to check the requirements for upgrading. The upgrade required 500 gold coins, 100,000 stone, 100,000 wood, and 50,000 iron ore. For Xiang Yuan, who had accumulated nearly 10 million units of resources, these materials were negligible except for the slightly costly gold coins. He chose to upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, a gentle white light enveloped the entire Asura village. The Lord's Hall rose from the ground, transforming into a 3-story redwood pavilion, exuding an ancient and elegant charm. Just as Xiang Yuan was about to check the newly unlocked building catalog, a farmer hurriedly reported an issue with the warehouse capacity. Xiang Yuan then remembered that he could expand the warehouse after upgrading. He immediately checked the upgrade options. Upgrade existing warehouse to large capacity of 10 million, 100 gold coins, 40,000 stone, 40,000 wood. Build a new large warehouse, 130 gold coins, 60,000 stone, 60,000 wood. After careful consideration, Xiang Yuan gritted his teeth and ordered, upgrade all existing warehouses and build 5 new large ones. Although this investment pained him, it was a necessary choice given the mountains of resources. At that point, he had 1,168 gold coins left. Recalling the special reward for breaking the record, Xiang Yuan took out the model of the Workers and Farmers Research Institute and tossed it onto an open space. In no time, a wooden courtyard with a high-tech feel sprang up. The system notification immediately followed. Ding! Special Building Workers and Farmers Research Institute constructed. Craftsman's Space Toolbox and Farmer's Space Basket technology unlocked, significantly enhancing work efficiency. Xiang Yuan observed the farmers constructing the warehouse. Craftsmen now had various tools appearing out of thin air in their hands, and the space baskets on the farmers' backs were miraculous, pouring out mountains of resources with a gentle tilt. This was a revelation. They were comparable to his spatial backpack, and mining efficiency was bound to skyrocket. Just then, Ji Wuyao sent a private chat request. Opening the chat, he was met with a string of crying emojis. She sent, "Why you spent all the gold coins? I had already arranged for the weapon crafting blueprints for you." Xiang Yuan replied decisively, "Stop whining. Have the seller contact me directly and upload the blueprints. Keep your gold coins." Before long, Ji Wuyao recommended a male charm star named Ji Tai in the chat box. Xiang Yuan wasted no time and chose to start a private chat with him. "Xiang Yuan, is that you?" Ji Tai asked directly. "Yes." Xiang Yuan replied succinctly. Ji Tai immediately showed his sincerity by uploading 2 weapon illustrations without hesitation. Qingxian Battle Knife. Excellent attack power 3.5. Hitting an enemy causes a tearing effect, putting them in a continuous bleeding state. Thorn Battle Axe. Excellent attack power 4.2. Hitting an enemy causes a shattering effect, which can fracture their bones and impair their movement. Xiang Yuan carefully reviewed the illustrations and was secretly pleased. Although these weapons might not be useful immediately, they would certainly diversify the product line if he built a blacksmith shop in the future. "What do you want?" Xiang Yuan got straight to the point. "Equipment and gold." Ji Tai demanded bluntly. Xiang Yuan calmly responded, "No gold. Tell me how many pieces of equipment you want." Upon hearing this, Jitai fell into a long silence. He keenly felt Xiang Yuan's indifference, as if his blueprints were not highly valued. This hit Jitai's weak spot currently. All lords were focused on rapidly increasing their troops, with no spare resources to build high-end structures like blacksmith shops. These blueprints were indeed of little immediate value. After some consideration, Jitai decided to compromise. "I want 5 pieces of defensive equipment." Xiang Yuan was surprised at how easy it was to negotiate. The request was a piece of cake for him, as he still had 14 extra pieces of defensive equipment in his backpack. "Deal," Xiang Yuan replied decisively. Seeing Xiang Yuan's response, Jitai felt a bit uneasy, wondering if his asking price was too low. However, being an honest and trustworthy person, he didn't want to go back on his word. Xiang Yuan promptly initiated the trade interface in the chat box, and they quickly completed the transaction. Afterward, Xiang Yuan privately messaged Ji Wuyao, sending her the trade panel. At this moment, in a beautiful forest valley, an unbelievably beautiful girl exclaimed in surprise and jumped up with excitement. Her eyes sparkled as she quickly typed in the chat interface, "Brother Xiang Yuan, have you finished bargaining? You're trading with me now." Xiang Yuan ignored Ji Wuyao's message and directly uploaded 4 pieces of defensive equipment and 123 gold coins in the trade interface, then clicked to lock the trade. Seeing this, Ji Wuyao immediately uploaded the blueprints she had obtained to the trade interface and also locked the trade. After confirming the accuracy of the blueprints uploaded by Ji Wuyao, Xiang Yuan confirmed the trade. Ji Wuyao quickly confirmed as well. Soon, Xiang Yuan successfully obtained 4 equipment blueprints. At this point, Ji Wuyao sent a friend request to Xiang Yuan. After a moment of consideration, Xiang Yuan decided to accept it. Having dealt with these matters, Xiang Yuan remembered the 10,000 units of amethyst ore he had just collected. According to the Blue Star textbook, amethyst ore typically increases the absorber's overall attribute strength by 1 point per 10,000 units. The best way to absorb it is in whole units of 10,000 for optimal effect. This is why Xiang Yuan hadn't touched the collected amethyst mines until now. But now, the time was ripe. Without hesitation, he went to the warehouse and retrieved the 10,000 units of amethyst ore. The system notification sounded. Ding. Discovered 10,000 units of amethyst ore. Absorb immediately to enhance your attributes. Xiang Yuan silently thought yes in his mind. Instantly, the heaps of amethyst ore erupted with dazzling purple energy, surging into his body like a tidal wave. He could clearly feel his body becoming stronger under the wash of this energy, with muscles firming and bones becoming resilient. Before long, the pile of amethyst ore was reduced to a heap of worthless ash. Eagerly, Xiang Yuan checked his attribute panel and, as expected, each attribute strength had increased by 1 point, reaching a new height of 15 points in all attributes. After absorbing the amethyst ore, Xiang Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided to open the trading market. He listed all 20 ordinary weapons and 5 pieces of defensive equipment. Considering that all the lords were eager to enhance their combat power, these items should fetch something good. He knew well that once the 7-day protection period was over, the value of these weapons and equipment would inevitably plummet. After uploading, Xiang Yuan left a message below the item description. "Only trading for blueprints or special items. No gold coins, please." At this point, in the 10086 novice zone, there was hardly a lord who could offer a gold price that would tempt Xiang Yuan. With this, Xiang Yuan had fully utilized all his gains. He also didn't plan to keep the remaining 1,045 gold coins. He immediately decided to recruit 2 more dual-armed Asuras and 4 farmers. Soon, 4 new farmers joined the labor force, and by the blood pool of purgatory, 2 new Asura subordinates emerged. Tugong greets my king. Tudi greets my king. Seeing the 2 new subordinates kneeling on one knee, Xiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction and signaled them to rise. He planned to take the 6 Asura subordinates to Tianqing Mountain for leveling up the next morning to prepare for the impending monster siege. The following morning, Xiang Yuan awoke in the Lord's Hall. It was the 5th day since new lords had descended upon the Endless Continent, leaving only 2 days until the first life or death trial. He first checked the trading market panel and found that the gold coins in 3 purchase posts were still partly unclaimed. Xiang Yuan estimated that he might have already scavenged all the basic materials in the novice zone. Then, he reviewed the messages under the weapons and equipment he listed, but found nothing of value. After closing the trading interface, Xiang Yuan stepped out of the Lord's Hall and quickly gathered the 6 Asura subordinates to head back to Tianqing Mountain. This time, his goal was clear: to target smaller groups of demons, leveraging the high experience points from defeating them to rapidly level up and enhance the strength of himself and his subordinates. As for encountering rare creatures like the money tiger leopard again, Xiang Yuan was well aware that such luck might not come easily. Meanwhile, he was filled with curiosity about the summit of Tianqing Mountain, wondering what discoveries awaited at the top. The towering mountain always gave him a sense of mystery. as if countless secrets were waiting to be unveiled. Before long, Xiang Yuan and his group of Asura followers arrived at the foot of Tianqing Mountain. The seven of them charged into the dense forest like arrows, heading straight for the mountainside. Along the way, explosive battle bears and brain-eating monkeys fell swiftly under their sharp blades, without a chance to struggle. Soon, as they neared the mountainside, they encountered the first wave of low-level demons, numbering over 60. A glint of excitement flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes as he charged forward without hesitation. His aim was clear: to use this opportunity to level up the four newly recruited Asura followers. At this point, Tu Xiong and Tu Ba were at level 2, with all attributes at a strength of 7 points. Tu Gang and Tu Tai were still level 0 novices, with only 5 points in all attributes. Xiang Yuan planned to raise all 4 to level 3. As for Tu Mia and Tu Yi, they were at level 4 like Xiang Yuan, with all attributes at a strength of 9 points. Xiang Yuan calculated that once their strength increased, they would launch a probing attack on the mountain peak to see what kind of powerful beings or opportunities awaited them. For the next half-day, Xiang Yuan led the 6 Asuras in tirelessly sweeping through the low-level demons in the mountainside area. However, throughout this process, Xiang Yuan constantly felt as if an invisible pair of eyes was secretly watching their every move. After intense battles, the abundant experience points from the low-level demons allowed Tu Xiong and Tu Ba to successfully reach level 3. Tu Gang and Tu Tai also reached level 2, just a step away from level 3. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan decided to initiate an exploration towards the mountain peak. The 7 of them cautiously climbed towards the summit, avoiding flying directly. Xiang Yuan had witnessed swarms of low-level winged demons before, and he had a gut feeling that flying to the top would surely attract a large-scale attack from them. Coupled with the persistent feeling of being watched, he chose to proceed with caution. As they moved past the mountainside and approached the peak, the number of low-level demons suddenly increased. Through continuous battles, Tu Gang and Tu Tai finally reached level 3 as well. Xiang Yuan himself was on the verge of breaking through to level 5. By this time, the forest they were in had become increasingly dense, with towering trees blocking most of the sunlight, making the surroundings exceptionally dim. If not for the Asura race's natural night vision, they might have already lost their way. As Xiang Yuan carefully navigated forward, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged within him. In the darkness, countless pairs of glowing red eyes stared intently at Xiang Yuan and his companions. As his vision gradually adapted, Xiang Yuan finally discerned the terrifying scene before him: a vast expanse of low-level demons, interspersed with noticeably larger mid-level demon leaders, and even, at the edge of his shadowy sight, several massive figures towering over 5 meters tall, likely high-level demons. This demon army was astonishingly large, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. They all stared blankly at the 7 of them, like soulless puppets. The eerie scene sent a chill through Xiang Yuan, but he quickly steadied himself and shouted, "Ascend with me." The 7 of them instantly took to the sky, but Xiang Yuan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He wanted to force his way to the top of Tianqing Mountain to uncover its secrets. However, just as they ascended, countless black figures suddenly soared from the forest, also tens of thousands of low-level winged demons. These flying demons wore the same vacant expressions, forming an invisible wall that blocked the path to the mountain's summit. Strangely, these demons did not attack. They simply hovered silently in the air. Xiang Yuan realized that as long as they didn't cross the line, the demons wouldn't make any moves. He gazed deeply at the summit of Tianqing Mountain, filled with questions. What secret could be hidden there that required such a bizarre demon guard? With no other choice, Xiang Yuan led the 6 Asuras to retreat, deciding to gather enough strength before attempting to conquer Tianqing Mountain again. In the following days, they continued to level up in the area below the mountain's midpoint. By nightfall, Xiang Yuan, Tu Mia, and Tu Yi had successfully reached level 5, while Tu Ba, Tu Xiong, Tu Gang, and Tu Tai had caught up to level 4. They also collected a batch of equipment and a small amount of gold. Upon returning to Asura village, Xiang Yuan immediately checked the trading post. Each of the 3 purchase posts still had about 300 gold remaining, which would likely be fully consumed in the next 2 days. He then reviewed the comments under the equipment he had listed. Although there were many comments, most offers were not enticing, either offering too low a price or wanting to trade large amounts of stone or wood for equipment. Just as Xiang Yuan felt disappointed, he noticed a unique comment. A lord claiming to possess rare special building blueprints wanted to private message him, stating that in addition to all the equipment Xiang Yuan had listed, they would require additional resources to agree to the exchange. Xiang Yuan immediately clicked on the lord's profile to start a private chat. In the private chat, the lord named O Xingchen showed Xiang Yuan the blueprint information for the civilization icon. Construction conditions: territory must be at town level or higher. Attribute 1. Significantly increases the desire for indigenous intelligent races of the Endless Continent to settle in the territory. Attribute 2. significantly increases the desire for indigenous merchants to settle in the territory. Construction requirements: 5,000 gold, 100,000 stone, 100,000 wood, 80,000 iron. After reading the blueprint information, Xiang Yuan was thrilled. He recalled the knowledge from his textbooks on Blue Star. Establishing a town might attract indigenous, intelligent races of the endless world to settle. These intelligent races would not only live and farm in the territory, but also open shops and taverns. Most importantly, Xiang Yuan could levy various taxes on them, such as settlement tax, farming tax, living tax, and business tax, with adjustable rates. The civilization icon was undoubtedly a treasure that could greatly aid the development of his territory. Xiang Yuan stared at the string of messages sent by Xiangqian on the screen, lost in brief contemplation. As one of the top lords of Blue Star, he had long grown accustomed to the admiration and requests of newcomers. However, Xiangqian's sincere attitude and detailed explanations gave Xiang Yuan a different feeling. 35 level 3 human warriors, with all attributes at 2 points. Xiang Yuan calculated silently. He knew that for a beginner, this was quite an impressive achievement. Xiangqian's effort and planning skills were evident. Xiang Yuan recalled his recent haul from Tianqing Mountain, where equipment and weapons piled up like mountains. Looking at the construction blueprint in his hand, he made a decision. I'll exchange 35 weapons and 35 pieces of defensive gear for this blueprint. Xiang Yuan replied decisively. Xiangqian's response was almost instant, a flurry of crying emojis mixed with excited text. Oh my gosh! I'm so touched. From now on, I'm your biggest fan. If you ever need anything, just call me. Xiang Yuan chuckled softly, said no more, and initiated the trade. As the system notification sounded, the special building blueprint Fortune God statue was now in Xiang Yuan's possession. After completing the trade, Xiang Yuan did not rest. He quickly invested all 70 gold coins he earned from leveling up today into recruiting more workers, expanding his mining army. With some anticipation, Xiang Yuan went to check the amethyst mine reserves in the warehouse. Seeing the numbers jump to over 9,000, he couldn't help but be amazed. In just one day, the reserves nearly hit the 10,000 mark, far exceeding his expectations. The effect of the Workers and Farmers Research Institute is truly remarkable, Xiang Yuan thought with delight. The speed of resource acquisition is incredible. However, when he checked his personal information, his luck value remained stuck at 110 points, unmoving. Xiang Yuan sighed. It seems that increasing luck is indeed a long process. After making all the necessary arrangements, Xiang Yuan decided to rest. As night fell, he gathered strength for the new day. In the blink of an eye, the 6th day of the novice lord's arrival on the endless continent arrived. As usual, Xiang Yuan led 6 Asura warriors to Tianqing Mountain, embarking on a new day's leveling journey. After a day of intense combat, Xiang Yuan and his 6 Asura warriors held their ground firmly at the foot of the mountain, not allowing the enemy to advance a single step past their defenses. As the smoke of battle cleared, they not only collected a significant amount of equipment, but also reached level 5, with their attribute strength soaring to 10 points. Xiang Yuan looked around, satisfied with the fine quality equipment shining on each of them, a testament to their hard-fought efforts. Back in Asura village, Xiang Yuan eagerly listed all the acquired equipment on the trading market. His fingers moved swiftly across the virtual interface, neatly arranging each piece. Soon, a prominent message caught Xiang Yuan's attention. With the newbie protection period about to end, a sense of urgency surged like a tidal wave. Lords were preparing for the final day's sprint, whether by rapidly producing troops or leveling up with them. Time felt particularly constrained. This urgency sparked a buying frenzy for equipment, with inquiries flooding the trading market. Suddenly, a lord named Yi Fan from Blue Star proposed an enticing trade, exchanging a special talent recruitment order for equipment. Xiang Yuan immediately initiated a private chat. Hello, Xiang Yuan. Yi Fan greeted warmly. Show me the inventory, Xiang Yuan replied succinctly. Yi Fan quickly uploaded the inventory. Epic grade special talent random recruitment order, capable of summoning a random epic grade special talent. What do you want? Xiang Yuan got straight to the point. Not just this, we want to buy more equipment. Yi Fan's response raised Xiang Yuan's alertness. We? Are there many of you? Xiang Yuan keenly caught the keyword. Yes. Yi Fan explained excitedly. Me, Sure Hao, Chu Feng, and a large group of Blue Star lords are all looking for equipment. We've pooled 500 gold coins, along with this recruitment order, to exchange for 100 pieces of equipment. Xiang Yuan pondered briefly. His current stock of equipment wasn't enough to meet this demand unless he went for another round tomorrow. I don't have that much today. Let's trade tomorrow, he replied. You're our idol, Yi Fan said eagerly. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. We'll pay the full amount for whatever you have now. Add me as a friend, and you can get us the rest tomorrow. Xiang Yuan agreed readily and initiated the trade. Soon, he received a random special talent recruitment order and 500 gold coins. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan headed straight to the Purgatory blood pool to recruit another Asura. From the blood pool, a muscular fiend slowly crawled out, kneeling before Xiang Yuan. Tu Kuang greets my king. Xiang Yuan helped him up and signaled him to rest. Then, Xiang Yuan took out the newly acquired epic grade random special talent recruitment order. He had a legendary one as well, but it allowed for a specific type and was saved for a crucial moment. This random one, however, was just as useful sooner as later, so he decided to use it immediately. The system's prompt sounded. You have used an epic grade random special talent recruitment order. An epic grade special talent has been inspired and is on their way to your domain. Knowing the new talent would take some time to arrive, Xiang Yuan entered the Lord's Hall to rest. As night fell, he lay in bed, his thoughts drifting to the imminent arrival of the new talent, eagerly anticipating the challenges of the next day. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. It was the 7th day since the newbie lords had arrived on the Endless Continent, and a new adventure was about to begin. Xiang Yuan had just woken up from the Lord's Hall and stepped outside when a farmer rushed up to him. Village chief, the farmer panted. A distinguished guest has arrived and wishes to see you. Xiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, immediately suspecting this could be a special talent he had recruited. He nodded and gestured for the farmer to lead the way, deciding to greet the visitor personally. Soon, Xiang Yuan arrived in front of 6 large warehouses. From a distance, he noticed a middle-aged man standing there, his gaze sweeping across the supply-filled warehouses with an expression of amazement. The middle-aged man was dressed in an elegant and refined manner, wearing a black suit that exuded a sense of decorum and grace. As he noticed Xiang Yuan approaching, he quickly composed himself and walked forward with a gentlemanly bow. You must be Lord Xiang Yuan of Shilua village? The man asked politely. Indeed, I am, Xiang Yuan replied with a nod. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and introduced himself. My name is Feng Zheng. I was once the chief steward of a powerful empire's royal city. My expertise lies in managing various administrative affairs within a territory, especially optimizing tax adjustments for maximum benefit. Yesterday, I received a revelation from the Infinite Will and came here today to join you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan was filled with joy. This was precisely the epic-level internal affairs officer he had been dreaming of. While he was confident in developing the military and expanding the territory, the thought of the complex administrative tasks that would accompany a growing territory was daunting. Even the simplest tax adjustments involved dozens of items, and the prospect of personally managing them was overwhelming. Particularly, once the territory advanced to a town, attracting native settlers, the importance of internal affairs would significantly increase. Feng Zheng's arrival was undoubtedly a welcome relief, and the random special talent recruitment order was a stroke of luck. A broad smile spread across Xiang Yuan's face as he laughed heartily. Ha! Great! Since you have received the revelation from the Infinite Will, I would be honored to have you. For now, you can stay in our village as the deputy village chief. Hearing this, Feng Zheng also appeared delighted. He once again glanced at the 6 warehouses, marveling. Lord, I didn't expect you to have so many basic materials here. Once we upgrade to a town and attract a large number of settlers, these materials will be invaluable. I am fully confident that we can develop our territory into a bustling and prosperous commercial hub. Xiang Yuan glanced at Feng Zheng unexpectedly, his brow slightly furrowed. The fact that this epic-level internal affairs officer had other ideas about the basic materials he had stockpiled was truly unexpected. However, Xiang Yuan chuckled to himself. It didn't matter. He had already decided to amass wealth wildly after the 7-day protection period ended, while all the lords were frantically upgrading their territories and racing to establish towns. Casually, Xiang Yuan instructed Feng Zheng to wander around Shura village or find something to do to pass the time, then took off with his 7 Asura followers, heading straight for Tianqing Mountain. Upon arrival, the newly recruited level 0 follower, Tu Kuang, began leveling up rapidly under everyone's protection. That day, Xiang Yuan and his 7 companions battled tirelessly in the lower half of Tianqing Mountain. Tu Kuang successfully advanced to level 3, gaining a preliminary ability to handle matters independently. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan reaped significant rewards, acquiring over 50 pieces of equipment and weapons, and quickly completed a transaction with Yifan. As night fell, Xiang Yuan finally had a rare moment of leisure. He opened the chat channel to relax and silently observe. In the channel, the lords from various galaxies were engaged in heated exchanges. The Mordor Lord taunted, "Humans of Blue Star, prepare to be utterly crushed by our army. We've had enough of your bluster these past few days." The Barbarian Star Lord echoed, "Yes. After we survive tomorrow's monster siege, our beast army will execute a policy of kill, pillage, and burn against you." Not to be outdone, a Blue Star Lord retorted, "Oh. The ugliest and weakest character from Gollum's ring has come out with his farm dog to bark." Another Blue Star Lord chimed in. "I remember there was a fool named Sauron from Mordor who even proposed to Ji Wuyao from Charm Star." "Folks, how did that end?" The Charm Star Lord responded angrily. That fool is shameless. With his dog face, he dares to match with our princess. Because of this, the Charm Star Lords in our novice area want to go to war with the Mordor Lords alone. It's so damn disgusting. A Blue Star Lord tried to calm things down. All right. Mordor people, after all, are a type of creature, and some natural pursuits of creatures are understandable. Well, it is pretty disgusting. Suddenly, Sauron appeared. I am Sauron, Prince of Mordor, and I now officially declare war on you Blue Star humans on behalf of Mordor. Blue Star Lords responded one after another. I am Xiang young master of the Blue Star Moonlight General Store, and I also declare war on Mordor on behalf of Blue Star. I am Yi Fan, a salesperson at the Southern River BMW 4S store, and I now declare war on Mordor on behalf of Blue Star. I am Sure Hao, young master of the Red Leaf Foot Spa, and I now declare war on Mordor on behalf of Blue Star. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh silently. When it came to keyboard warrior antics, the Mordor Lords were utterly outmatched by the Blue Star Lords. However, he soon noticed that the entire chat channel was devoid of discussions about the monster siege happening tomorrow. After a moment of reflection, Xiang Yuan realized that discussing tomorrow's siege was pointless now. No one could help anyone else, and there was no more time to continue enhancing their strength. As night fell, the lords of the Endless Continent flocked to the chat channel, trying to use idle chatter to dispel the tension from the impending battles. Mordor and Barbarian Star became the targets of everyone's jokes, likely not in the best of moods. Xiang Yuan glanced at the lively chat channel, but found it dull, choosing instead to sleep. The next morning, a thunderous divine voice jolted Xiang Yuan awake from his slumber. Lords of the 10086 newbie zone, the voice announced. In 1 hour, the newbie Lord's Monster Siege trial will commence. The divine voice detailed the trial rules. Monsters would attack continuously for 2 hours, with increasing difficulty as more were slain. Each monster killed would earn 1 point. The leaderboard would be public across the Endless Continent. Mordor Star, Barbarian Star, Charm Star, and Barbarian Star, and besides the first place, the top 10 would receive gold coin rewards. Energized, Xiang Yuan was eager to test whether his 7 mythical Asura units could stand out in the trial. Time flew by as Xiang Yuan instructed Feng Zheng to place the farmers behind Shura village, while he and the 7 Asura warriors stood at the front line. A massive countdown and virtual leaderboard appeared in the sky. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown hit 0, the distant roars of beasts echoed. Xiang Yuan smirked as packs of fierce wolves and hyenas charged towards Shura village. The 8 stood in a line, like statues of war gods, unwavering. As the monsters surged forward, their weapons began to dance. In an instant, a bloody mist filled the air, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The defense line resembled an efficient meat grinder, shredding the oncoming monsters. The leaderboard in the sky updated instantly. First place, Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan, score. For XX the numbers flickered too fast to discern. Second place, Mordor Lord Sauron, score, 32. Third place, Charm Star Lord Ji Wuyao, score, 10. Fourth place, Blue Star Lord O Xingqian, score, 5. Meanwhile, in the divine state of Great Qin, Zheng watched the leaderboard in the sky with great anticipation. As a former first-place holder in the newbie trial, he was particularly interested in Blue Star's performance, especially the young Xiang Yuan who had established the Amethyst Hero Monument. However, when the leaderboard began to flicker, Zheng was stunned. Li Si, he called out. Is the Endless Will malfunctioning? Li Si, equally shocked, watched as Xiang Yuan's score skyrocketed by dozens of points per second and could only respond helplessly. I have no idea either. This scene also astonished Han Emperor Liu Bang, Ming Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, and all the lords across the Endless Continent. Meanwhile, at the Amethyst Hero Monument Square in Jiangnan City on Blue Star, Shao Zhenan was hosting a grand leaderboard viewing event. The viewing area in Jiangnan City was bustling with people, as elites from various fields gathered together. On the high platform, a row of prime seats for viewing the rankings drew attention. Sitting in the middle was Mayor Shao Zhenan, surrounded by the city's dignitaries. Although Xiang Yuan's parents were warmly invited to sit closer to the center, they politely declined Shao Zhenan's offer and chose seats at the very edge. The square was abuzz with excitement, with all eyes focused on the flickering virtual leaderboard in the sky. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Xiang Yuan. It's our Jiangnan City's Xiang Yuan. He's on the list. The crowd erupted in a wave of enthusiastic cheers. However, what happened next completely overturned everyone's perception. Xiang Yuan's score surged at an incredible pace, jumping dozens of points every second and breaking through the 400-point mark in the blink of an eye. In stark contrast, the second-ranked competitor had only 32 points. This scene left everyone present questioning their own eyesight or whether there was a malfunction in the infinite will system. Shao Zhenan was dumbfounded, instinctively glancing at Xiang Yuan's parents sitting on the edge, swallowing hard. Other prominent figures also turned their gaze toward the unassuming couple, silently regretting their oversight. If this Xiang Yuan was indeed the one from Jiangnan City, their current situation was indeed awkward. Allowing the parents of such a formidable individual to sit on the edge was nothing short of self-humiliation. Xiao Zhenan snapped back to reality and hurriedly instructed his secretary behind him. Quick! Contact the capital immediately and inquire about the specifics. The secretary quickly dialed the phone, and the call was answered instantly. After a brief conversation, the secretary relayed to Xiao Zhenan. The capital is conducting a thorough investigation and will have results within a minute. They ask us to wait patiently. Cold sweat formed on Xiao Zhenan's forehead, his mind in turmoil. If the top-ranked Xiang Yuan was truly Jiangnan City's Xiang Yuan, and the rapidly climbing score wasn't a system error, then Jiangnan City might have indeed produced a true dragon. Not only that, but this dragon might rival or even surpass historical figures like Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, becoming a legend of the entire Blue Star. At this moment, Xiao Zhenan's secretary clutched the phone tightly, afraid of missing any crucial information. Other prominent figures in Jiangnan City also held their breath, eyes fixed on the secretary, awaiting the news that could potentially change the fate of Jiangnan City. They've already seen him inquiring about news from Kyoto. Shortly after, the secretary almost dropped their phone, but fortunately, Xiao Zhenan caught it just in time. Why are you panicking? Speak up, is there any news? Xiao Zhenan asked urgently. The secretary, looking astonished and with a slight tremor in their voice, replied, News just came in from Kyoto. Out of all the new lords nationwide, only one named Xiang Yuan is in Jiangnan City. Even more astounding, the three great nations of Deqin, Dehan, and Deming have simultaneously reported to Kyoto. Their experts have surveyed the infinite will and confirmed no anomalies. Lord Xiang Yuan's data is absolutely accurate. As these words were spoken, Xiao Zhenan and the other dignitaries stood up abruptly, their eyes all turning to Xiang Yuan's parents, filled with both alarm and reverence. Xiao Zhenan quickly stepped forward, speaking with utmost respect, Sir and Madam, it has been verified. The top new lord in the trial rankings, Xiang Yuan, is indeed your son. Moreover, his performance is truly within the normal range. Although Mr. Xiang and Mrs. Liu had a premonition, hearing the confirmed news left them in disbelief. They knew their son was exceptional, but such an astonishing achievement was beyond their expectations. The assembled dignitaries dared not show any neglect and stood respectfully behind Xiao Zhenan like attendants. Nearly pleading, Xiao Zhenan said, Please, sir and madam, take the central seats, they are more comfortable. Understanding the significance of their son's achievement, Mr. Xiang and Mrs. Liu moved to the central seats to avoid any awkwardness. Xiao Zhenan then signaled for everyone else to be seated, easing the tension in the room. Immediately after, Xiao Zhenan picked up a microphone and announced loudly to the citizens gathered in the square, Citizens, the top-ranking Blue Star Lord is our very own Xiang Yuan from Jiangnan City, the owner of the Purple Crystal Hero Monument right here in the square. As his words echoed, the entire square erupted in thunderous cheers, filling every heart with a sense of pride and honor. Meanwhile, in the 10,086th novice zone of the Endless Continent, within Shura village, Xiang Yuan and his 7 companions, forming a human meat grinder, had already slain countless vicious wolves and hyenas. The surrounding mountains of corpses testified to their achievements. In just half an hour, Xiang Yuan and the 6 Asuras had reached level 6, and even 2 Kuang had reached level 4. Suddenly, Xiang Yuan noticed new monsters appearing: explosive battle bears, brain-eating monkeys, and the coveted golden money tigers and leopards. These golden money tigers and leopards, shimmering with a captivating yellow glow, stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiang Yuan's heart raced with excitement. He had thought it would be rare to see these mesmerizing creatures again, yet here they were, appearing en masse before him. Xiang Yuan and his 7 companions stood like iron towers, their weapons whirling like the wind, creating an impenetrable defense against the oncoming wave of new monsters. Another hour quietly slipped by, and Xiang Yuan glanced at the scoreboard in the sky. His points had surged to 367xx, with the last 2 digits still rapidly increasing. In contrast, Sauron from Mordor Star held a distant second place with only 1324 points. Even more impressive was that Xiang Yuan's new follower, Tu Kuang, had caught up with the others, reaching level 6 as well. At this moment, Xiang Yuan's overall attribute strength had climbed to 19 points, and his 7 Asura followers were not far behind, each boasting 11 points in total attribute strength. Even when faced with a more formidable army of low-level demons, Xiang Yuan and his team maintained an overwhelming advantage. With only half an hour left until the siege ended, Xiang Yuan was confident that victory was within reach, and no remaining monsters could threaten their dominance. Sure enough, after Xiang Yuan and his team had slain countless explosive war bears, brain-eating monkeys, and money tigers, a massive wave of black silhouettes suddenly appeared in the distance. These new adversaries were all level 10 low-level demons with combat strength ranging from 7 to 8 points. Compared to their previous failed attempt to reach the summit of Tianqing Mountain, Xiang Yuan and his companion's strength had vastly improved. Back then, not only was Tu Kuang absent, but Tu Gang and Tu Tai were only at level 3, and Xiang Yuan, along with Tu Mia, Tu Yi, Tu Ba, and Tu Xiong, were only at level 4. The 6 Asura followers had attributes barely matching those of the low-level demons, and with the enemy numbering in the tens of thousands, they were naturally outmatched. But now, facing these low-level demons, Xiang Yuan felt confident they could keep fighting indefinitely. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the monster siege trial in Zone 10086 came to an end. A divine voice echoed from the sky, announcing that 40,132 lords survived in Zone 10086, with special congratulations to Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan for securing first place and earning an exclusive reward. Lords ranked 2nd to 10th would automatically receive varying amounts of gold coins. Subsequently, the modular map of the Lord's territories in Zone 10086 was officially activated. As the demon army swiftly retreated and the divine voice faded, Xiang Yuan was filled with excitement finally. The conquest mode was about to begin. At this moment, Feng Zheng led a large group of villagers from the back of Asura village. Xiang Yuan quickly ordered Feng Zheng and Tu Mia, along with the others, to lead all the villagers in scavenging the loot dropped by the monsters from the battle. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan accessed a new feature interface, the modular map of the Lord's territories. Instantly, a massive virtual map appeared before him, divided into 4 colors: blue for territories occupied by Blue Star Lords, black for Mordor Lords, brown for Barbarian Star Lords, and dark purple for Charm Star Lords. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Yuan noticed that most territories of the same color were closely connected, especially those of the Blue Star Lords, which formed large clusters. Xiang Yuan gazed intently at the map before him, where blue territories were scattered like stars. His eyes lingered on the location of Shiluo village, surrounded by the domains of Modo and Mengxing, making its situation precarious. However, the most striking feature was the blue area representing Xiang Yuan's territory, which was almost 2 to 3 times the size of other lords' lands, clearly benefiting from Shiluo village being the only large village in this novice area. Xiang Yuan carefully examined the extent of his territory, noting that it had already stretched past the first small amethyst mine to the west, and was even beginning to extend toward Tianqing Mountain. He was acutely aware of the importance of his territory's covergate determined the boundaries of the buildable area. Beyond these boundaries lay either unclaimed lands or the necessity to conquer other forces to expand. Noticing the shortcut chat feature beside the map, Xiang Yuan curiously opened the chat box to gauge the opinions of other novice lords. The chat content immediately caught his eye. Blue Star Lords marveled at the scale of Shiluo village, while Modo Lords dismissed it, boasting about ruling the entire novice area. The Meishing Lords speculated that the enormous territory might belong to Xiang Yuan the Great, sparking a lively discussion. Soren, a Modo Lord, openly ordered the slaughter of all Blue Star Lords, provoking a strong backlash from the Blue Star camp. Meishing chose a neutral stance. Xiang Yuan closed the map, deep in thought, strategizing his next move. Before long, Feng Zheng and his group returned with their spoils. The heaps of weapons, equipment, and coins brought a satisfied smile to Xiang Yuan's face. He quickly inventoried the haul and discovered a total of over 10,000 coins, with 90% coming from the complete annihilation of the Money Tiger Leopard clan. A system notification sounded, informing Xiang Yuan to claim his reward for achieving first place in the siege trial. He immediately opened his backpack and found a reward package inside. The package contained a small amethyst mine model and a chest labeled as an excellent grade. Xiang Yuan first took out the amethyst mine model. It was a medium-sized amethyst mine model, ready to be deployed on a suitable open space within his territory. He quickly identified an ideal spot not far from the warehouse and threw out the model. With a thunderous roar, a massive amethyst mine emerged from the ground, creating a spectacular scene. Next, Xiang Yuan opened the excellent grade chest. Amidst the shining light, a large number of coins and another building model appeared. He carefully examined the details of this new model. Special Advanced Blacksmith's Armament Workshop Building Model. Construction requirements. Requires a town-level territory. Operational requirements. Needs a senior-level blacksmith to oversee. Function. Combines the capabilities of a blacksmith shop, armor workshop, and steel factory, capable of mass-producing sets of weapons and armor. Xiang Yuan was highly pleased with the functions of this armament workshop. Not only did it integrate the capabilities of multiple workshops, but it also offered the advantage of mass production, making it the ultimate version of a blacksmith shop. This would undoubtedly greatly enhance his equipment production efficiency, laying a solid foundation for future development. Xiang Yuan carefully counted the gold coins from the latest reward, and the number left him pleasantly surprised: 5,000 gold coins in total. Along with the coins he earned from defeating the siege monsters, His wealth had now soared to over 15,000 coins, setting a new personal record. With plans for future development swirling in his mind, Xiang Yuan made his way to his 6 large warehouses. As he pushed open the heavy warehouse doors, he was greeted by the sight of mountains of materials. He opened his information panel, and the sheer volume of basic materials data left him momentarily speechless. There were 37,590 units of amethyst, which was within the normal range. However, the amounts of stone and wood were staggering, each nearing 20 million units. Iron ore was also abundant, with over 9 million units. Xiang Yuan couldn't help but calculate that with such a massive stockpile of basic materials, he could potentially develop his territory into a large city if he didn't sell them. Next, Xiang Yuan accessed the control interface of the Lord's Hall to check the progress of upgrading Shura village to a town. The upgrade required 1,000 prosperity points, and they were currently at 732. He also carefully reviewed the resources needed for the upgrade: 8,000 gold coins, 500,000 stone, 500,000 wood, and 100,000 iron ore. Looking at these numbers, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but lament the scarcity of gold coins. With his current 15,000 coins, upgrading the town would cost 8,000, and he still needed 5,000 for the special architectural blueprint of the God of Wealth statue. Moreover, new blueprints would likely appear after the upgrade, potentially leaving his finances in a precarious state. Despite this, Xiang Yuan was in no rush to upgrade the town. He knew that being the first to upgrade a town would bring substantial rewards, making it the perfect opportunity to sell his vast stock of materials. For now, he just needed to patiently wait for the right moment. With this mindset, Xiang Yuan opened the trading market interface. He discovered that the 3 purchase orders he had previously posted were completely cleared out, with not a single coin remaining. He promptly removed these empty purchase orders. To his surprise, there were already many new buy orders appearing below the old ones. The purchase posts by Lord Sauron of Mordor on the trading platform caused quite a stir. He offered 1 gold coin for 2,000 units of stone and wood, each for 30 gold coins, and 1 gold coin for 1,000 units of iron ore, totaling 30 gold coins. Following closely, Lord Ji Wuyao of Meishing also released similar purchase posts, but with slightly different prices. 1 gold coin for 1,998 units of stone and wood, each for 10 gold coins, and 1 gold coin for 999 units of iron ore, totaling 15 gold coins. Xiang Yuan looked at these freshly posted purchase notices, a sly smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He thought, as expected, the trend of material purchasing is really picking up. He then began to carefully read the comments under each purchase post, continuing to observe market trends. In the comment section, players had various reactions. Lu Ming angrily shouted, "Sauron, you think you can buy 2,000 units of stone and wood for 1 gold coin? Dream on." Sauron, not one to back down, retorted, "Blue Star Dog, if you don't have goods, get lost. I'm already offering 1,000 units less than Xiang Yuan did in the past. This is definitely a fair price." Oxingchen mocked Sauron. "Huh? Sauron, you're as dumb as ever. Can you really compare now to the past? Everyone's developing their territories and needs materials for construction, yet you still want to buy them cheaply." Ji Wuyao joined in the ridicule. "Ha! I just copied him for fun because he's so foolish. I'm withdrawing my purchase post immediately." Sauron once again became the target of scorn from other players. Meanwhile, players also began discussing the resource consumption in the game. Lu Ming lamented, "Brothers, have you noticed how high the resource consumption is for upgrading territories and constructing buildings? It's thousands or even tens of thousands." Yi Fan agreed, "Isn't it? I just looked at the requirements for upgrading to a medium-sized village. 10,000 stone, 10,000 wood, 5,000 iron ore. If I rely on my own mining, it'll take at least 10 days to half a month." Sure Hao complained bitterly. "Don't even mention it. I previously sold all the stone, wood, and iron ore nearby to Master Xiang Yuan, and now my villagers have to travel far to mine." Ji Tai shifted the topic to game rewards. The first amethyst mine reward has already been claimed by Master Xiang Yuan. "I want to be the first to reach a small town and get that large amethyst mine." Sauron immediately declared, "That's definitely mine." Xiang Yuan silently watched these comments, contemplating whether it was time to make a move. He decided to test the market by putting some materials up for sale. Soon, he accessed the trading platform's listing system, and before long, 2 sale listings appeared on the trading platform. 100 units of wood, 1 gold coin. Quantity 100,000 units. Seller, Xiang Yuan. 100 units of stone, 1 gold coin. Quantity 100,000 units. Seller, Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan dared to list at this price because he wasn't worried about a lack of buyers. He believed that in the current market environment, this pricing would cause quite a stir. There were over 40,000 lords in the novice area, a staggering number that kept swirling in Xiang Yuan's mind. His eyes gleamed with shrewdness, as if he could already see countless gold coins rushing towards him. Even if only half of the lords are willing to purchase, That's still a total of 20,000 gold coins, he calculated to himself, a satisfied smile unconsciously forming on his lips. However, Xiang Yuan was not just after immediate gains. He was farsighted and intentionally refrained from listing iron or for sale. This strategic move was designed to prevent anyone from stockpiling basic materials, thereby hindering their chance to snatch the first-place reward for advancing to a town. It was undoubtedly a clever chokehold tactic, restricting the development of potential competitors while securing an advantage for himself. Xiang Yuan's gaze extended beyond the current trading scene, as if he was envisioning a more distant future. The big market for weapons and equipment will come sooner or later, he murmured to himself. I need to stockpile resources for the armament workshop. This step must be taken in advance. As Xiang Yuan was immersed in his scheming, the trading screen suddenly refreshed. As soon as his two sell orders appeared, the comment section was instantly flooded with messages, like a dam bursting. Xiang Yuan daddy, you finally made a move. 5555555 Lu Meng's comment was filled with admiration and a playful tone. Following closely, Ji Wuyao's message popped up. Brother Xiang Yuan, I remember you used to buy wood at 1 gold for 3,000 units. Now you're selling it at 100 units for 1 gold. That's a 30-fold increase. Her message was followed by an exaggerated crying emoji. Sauron's rage almost seemed to spill out of the screen. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. I, Sauron, swear that if I buy even 1 unit of material from you, I am unworthy of being the Prince of Mordor. Yifan's comment carried a hint of sarcasm. Sauron, I believe your dignity will depreciate day by day. I look forward to the day you buy materials from the great Xiang Yuan. Amidst the heated discussion, the numbers behind Xiang Yuan's sell orders began to change. The total amount of wood rapidly decreased from 100,000 units to 99,900 units, as if a switch had been flipped. Following this, the quantity of stone also began to diminish quickly. On the trading screen, the numbers behind the two sell orders were dropping like an out-of-control counter. Xiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, knowing that wealth was about to come flooding in. Ding! The system notification sound chimed incessantly. You have earned 1 gold by selling 100 units of wood. You have earned 5 gold by selling 500 units of stone. You have earned 10 gold by selling 1,000 units of wood. The sound of coins being credited was like a beautiful symphony, and Xiang Yuan was entranced, his face beaming with happiness. He decisively turned off the notification function, focusing intently on the ever-increasing number of gold coins. In no time, Xiang Yuan's backpack was filled with 2,000 shiny gold coins. He took a deep breath and opened the trading interface again. This time, he decided not to hold back. After all, smart people can guess that I've stockpiled a lot of resources, Xiang Yuan thought. So why not be straightforward about it? His fingers danced over the virtual keyboard, preparing to inject a massive amount of resources into the two sell orders at once. Xiang Yuan's eyes gleamed with confidence, as if he could already see the impending storm of wealth. In the shadowy forest, Sauron stared intently at 2 listings on the trading post. Stone and wood, each with 100,000 units, were being snapped up at an astonishing pace. His heart pounded, filled with anxiety, yet he recalled his earlier vow and resisted letting Xiang Yuan, whom he considered a greedy capitalist, take advantage. Sauron found himself in a brief dilemma. As the greatest prince of Mordor, supported by the entire Mordor faction, wasn't he destined to rule the Endless Continent? What was a minor advantage for Xiang Yuan if it meant he could govern the whole land? Just as Sauron resolved to secretly purchase the basic materials Xiang Yuan had listed, he was stunned to discover they were already sold out. Disappointment flooded him, but what happened next left him utterly shocked. The quantities on the listings suddenly skyrocketed. 9,999,999 units of stone and 9,999,999 units of wood. Sauron's eyes widened in disbelief at these numbers. How many gold coins would that require? How had Xiang Yuan managed to expand to such an extent? Wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary human from Earth? Why was he, the chosen one, so much less successful? For the first time, Sauron felt the sting of inadequacy, a strange sensation that twisted his insides. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan carefully monitored the sales trend of his 2 listings. To his delight, even with such a massive amount of resources available, the sales speed not only remained steady but slightly increased. After observing for a while and confirming there were no anomalies, he closed the trading interface. Xiang Yuan knew that selling off all 20 million units of basic materials wouldn't happen overnight. The 4,000 lords in the novice area would need time to absorb these resources. Meanwhile, the gold count in his inventory seemed to increase every minute, like a highly efficient money-making machine. During this period of accumulating gold, Xiang Yuan decided to take his 7 Asura companions to Tianqing Mountain for leveling up. He secretly hoped they might reach the mountain summit this time. Before setting off, Xiang Yuan visited the warehouse to retrieve and absorb all 30,000 units of purple crystal ore. As the purple light flickered, he felt power surging through him. boosting his overall attribute strength by another 3 points, reaching an impressive total of 22 points. That same day, Xiang Yuan led his 7 level 6 Asura companions to Tianqing Mountain. This time, he was no longer cautious but charged directly to the mid-mountain and above, showcasing unprecedented confidence and strength. After defeating numerous low-level demons, Xiang Yuan and his 7 Asura followers finally encountered the vast demon army sprawling across the mountains. Leading his team, Xiang Yuan launched a probing attack, and the result was unexpected. Their assault only caused a minor disturbance, with only a small section of the demon army responding to encircle them. This phenomenon intrigued Xiang Yuan, as he saw the potential to devour the entire demon army. These demons would serve as the perfect nourishment for upgrading his Asura followers. Subsequently, Xiang Yuan led Tu Mie and the other Asuras in relentless harassment of the demon army, adopting a strategy of eliminating one group before moving on to the next. Despite their efforts, by dusk, Xiang Yuan and the Asuras had all reached level 7, yet the vast demon army seemed scarcely diminished. However, Xiang Yuan was not worried. By this time, he and his 7 Asura followers' attribute strength had completely outclassed most low-level demons. Regardless of their numbers, the demons posed little threat. Xiang Yuan's real concern was the possibility of encountering something more powerful and terrifying at the peak of Tianqing Mountain, such as the approximately 5-meter-tall demon he glimpsed last time. This was why he had not yet launched an assault on the mountaintop, instead opting to level up in the surrounding area. He wanted to be fully prepared for a decisive attack on the summit. In the following days, Xiang Yuan led the 7 Asuras to Tianqing Mountain daily, harassing the demon army and leveling up. He was completely absorbed in this high-intensity cycle of fighting, leveling, and resting, to the point of neglecting the changes in his backpack's gold count and the sales of basic materials in the trade market. As for recruiting new Asuras, Xiang Yuan felt the timing was not right. The current 8-man team had a significant chance of reaching the mountaintop, and new Asura recruits might not keep up, potentially leading to losses. 5 days later, Xiang Yuan and the 7 Asuras reached level 8. Another 5 days later, they all advanced to level 9. Xiang Yuan decided it was time to launch an attack on the peak of Tianqing Mountain. By this time, the 7 Asura's attribute strength had reached 14 points, comparable to the strength of many level 20 to 25 monsters. Asuras inherently had high initial attribute strength, and coupled with their incredible growth potential, their advantages became more pronounced in the later stages. However, what truly gave Xiang Yuan absolute confidence was his own strength. Through leveling up and consuming over 70,000 amethyst ores accumulated in Shura village, Xiang Yuan's attribute strength had reached an astounding 35 points. He did not believe there would be level 50 or 60 monsters at the peak of Tianqing Mountain. That day, Xiang Yuan led the Asura squad in a full-scale charge toward the summit of Tianqing Mountain. Along the way, an endless stream of low-level demons threw themselves at them. But these demons were like weeds, easily swept away with a single swing. Xiang Yuan led the charge, and even if a mid-level demon captain blocked the path, he could dispatch it with just one strike. As the 8-man team drew closer to the summit, Xiang Yuan once again felt the sensation of being watched, a feeling he had experienced long ago on Tianqing Mountain. He looked towards the cloud-shrouded peak, sensing that the mountain's most formidable creature and the summit's mysterious veil were about to be revealed. Just then, 7 massive black figures suddenly leapt down from above. Xiang Yuan quickly used his identification technique. High Demon General, level 30. Combat Strength, 24. Defense Strength, 24. Description: Generals of the demon race, rare in number, but each possessing impressive strength. After reviewing the information on these 7 high demon generals, Xiang Yuan remained calm. He quietly calculated in his mind that these 7 high demon generals were evidently not the final boss, but undoubtedly the last group of enemies before encountering the ultimate foe. Xiang Yuan pondered, what level had the final boss reached? What kind of strength did it possess? At that moment, facing 7 high-ranking demons, a hint of disdain flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes. He didn't even bother to think of a strategy, casually reminding his allies to be cautious as he charged into the enemy ranks alone. Xiang Yuan's attributes were as high as 35 points, while these high-ranking demons only had 24. The battle was imminent, and the outcome was already determined. Xiang Yuan moved as if there were no one in his path, his blade flashing as one demon fell, its massive body cleanly split from shoulder to waist. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yuan found himself surrounded by the remaining 6 demons. Unperturbed, he unleashed the unmatched Asura Slash. Instantly, countless blood-red blades shot out like a torrential rain, slicing the 6 demons into pieces, leaving nothing but a bloody mess. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the peak of Tianqing Mountain, reverberating through the valley. Xiang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. As expected, there was still a big boss waiting for him. Xiang Yuan quickly examined the spoils of battle. The 7 demons had only dropped 3 weapons: the Black Shin Demon Blade, the Infinite Demon Staff, and the Dark Demon Sword, all of which were epic grade. These weapons had similar attributes, capable of restoring stamina, healing injuries, and inflicting poison damage. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan summoned his blood blade to devour the three weapons. Moments later, the blade spat out a small amount of metal debris, its attributes drastically enhanced. Attack power 53, attack speed 14, each attack converting 4.1 of damage into stamina, restoring 1.5 of injuries, and adding 8 poison damage. Looking at the newly empowered blood blade, Xiang Yuan felt a surge of confidence. He led his 7 Asura companions towards the mountain summit. Strangely, the clouds shrouding the peak parted before them, as if welcoming them, or perhaps as if some unknown terrifying presence was awaiting their arrival. Xiang Yuan and his group continued onward, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Xiang Yuan and his group of 8 finally reached the summit of Tianqing Mountain, where they were met with a breathtaking sight. A towering black demon knight, over 20 meters tall, stood at the peak, clad in tightly fitted black-gray metal armor. In his hand, he held a massive black lance, shrouded in an eerie black mist that emanated an overwhelming sense of dread. However, what truly astonished Xiang Yuan was the peculiar 3-story structure behind the demon knight. The entire building was adorned with flickering neon lights, dazzling atop the mountain like a radiant treasure tower. Xiang Yuan's gaze was fixed on this structure, and a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. At that moment, 2 universal announcements echoed loudly. Ding! Universal announcement. Lord Xiang Yuan of Blue Star in Novice Zone 10086 has discovered a fortune store. Awarded 200 fortune points. Ding! Universal announcement. The 10th fortune store on the Endless Continent is now open. These announcements exploded like a thunderclap, instantly spreading among all the races and their home planets participating in the Endless Continent struggle. The Lords of Novice Zone 10086 were first shocked, then overjoyed, and the chat channels erupted with excitement. Blue Star Lord, my goodness! A new fortune store is in our Novice Zone. Mordor Lord. Novice Zone 10086 will be the place where I, the Prince of Mordor, rise to power. Charming Star Lord. This is huge. Previously, there were only 9 fortune stores across the Endless Continent, all controlled by major powers. A fortune store appearing in our newbie territory is bound to bring major trouble. The Barbarian Star Lord's message was particularly intense. Our Barbarian Star has always been excluded from fortune stores, and we've had to buy fortune goods at high prices from Mordor. This time, no matter the cost, for the rise of Barbarian Star, we must seize this store. Long live Barbarian Star. Barbarian Star will never be enslaved. The situation became tense when the Prince of Mordor, Sauron, invoked his royal decree, a unique power that could only be used once in a lifetime, demanding all Mordor lords unconditionally support his conquest of the fortune store to dominate the entire Novice Zone. The Blue Star Lords urgently appealed to Xiang Yuan to speak up, pledging their full support for him. The ripple effect of this event extended far beyond the Novice Zone. In the Endless Continent's battle zone, countless factions were on the move, with dense red arrows on the map forming a web, all pointing towards Novice Zone 10086. Even smaller lords were mobilizing their forces, throwing the entire Endless Continent into chaos over this newly emerged fortune store. Meanwhile, in the divine nation of Great Qin, a rare meeting was taking place. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang gathered in the palace of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The convergence of these figures signaled that momentous events were on the horizon. The 3 most powerful god kings of Blue Star gathered in the grand hall of the Qin Palace, where a heavy atmosphere filled the air. Despite the hall's dazzling splendor and the majestic dragon columns, the solemn expressions on the faces of the 3 emperors could not be concealed. Emperor Liu Bang of Han was the first to break the silence. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the other 2 emperors present. Emperor Qin, Emperor Ming, what do you think should be our next step in this matter? Zhu Yuanzhang did not immediately respond, but instead turned his attention to Ying Zheng, who sat deep in thought on the dragon throne. The hall remained silent, with only the faint rustle of the imperial robes echoing. After a long pause, Ying Zheng looked up, a glint of insight in his eyes. How far has our Blue Star Coalition advanced towards the 10086 novice area? Zhu Yuanzhang replied almost instinctively, halfway. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. But the remaining half of the journey will be 10 times more difficult. Hearing this, both Ying Zheng and Liu Bang became even more grave, sinking back into silence. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang continued. Emperor Qin, Emperor Han, our Blue Star's power is one of the 9 major forces of the Endless Continent, because we possess our own fortune store. If our Blue Star Lord in the 10086 novice area can capture another fortune store, we will be the only force in the Endless Continent to possess 2 fortune stores. At this moment, Li Si, who had been standing quietly to the side, cautiously spoke up. Great Emperors, I also believe we should fully support the Blue Star Lord of the 10086 10,086 novice area. No, perhaps we should say, fully support Xiang Yuan ruling the 10,086 novice area. The three emperors, upon hearing Li Si's words, showed no displeasure. Instead, they looked at him in surprise. Then, their eyes met, and they all seemed to recognize a mutual understanding in each other's gaze, bursting into laughter together. Yingzheng's laughter was loud and hearty. Ha 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 ha! It seems we all agree on this young Xiang Yuan. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement with smiles. Yingzheng then composed himself and spoke earnestly. Although the fortune store within my great Qin's divine kingdom has been developed to level 7, the goods refreshed each month remain limited. After all, they must supply all the lords of our entire Blue Star force. If we could add another fortune store, it would be a tremendous boon. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, and his voice was firm. Therefore, I have decided. I will personally lead an army of 100,000 level 90 pre-Qin refiners to fully support the 10,086 novice area. Hearing this, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang stood up almost simultaneously. Liu Bang declared passionately, "Then I, Liu Bang, will naturally lead my own army, 100,000 level 90 white python heavenly soldiers, to fully support the 10,086 novice area." Zhu Yuanzhang followed suit. "I, Zhu Yuanzhang, will personally lead my own army, 100,000 level 90 Xuanwu divine soldiers, to fully support the 10,086 novice area." Li Si stood aside, his mind buzzing with the realization that the three emperors were not only deploying their long-unused armies, but were also personally leading the charge. He thought to himself, this time, the entire endless continent is bound to be turned upside down. Meanwhile, in the distant 10086 novice area, Xiang Yuan was facing a massive demon knight boss. He focused his energy and cast an identification spell on the giant creature, preparing to uncover its secrets. The Supreme Demon Emperor, the ultimate ruler of the demon race, once established a vast demon empire. His combat power was at level 60, with a defense strength of 47 and an introduction index of 53. At this moment, the invincible emperor was seething with rage, his eyes burning with intense fury. "Weak humans," the demon emperor's voice thundered. "How dare you slaughter my people? I will reduce you to ashes." Xiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by these words, but quickly regained his composure. He was determined to eliminate the demon emperor immediately and seize control of this fortune shop. "Exterminate," Xiang Yuan commanded sharply. "Spread out and harass the demon emperor with all your might. I will take the lead. Today, we will take him down." The 7 Asuras, far from being intimidated by the formidable enemy, responded with excitement. "Our king, we will complete the mission." No sooner had they spoken than they shot towards the demon emperor like arrows. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan did not hesitate any longer. He gripped his blood blade tightly and charged at the demon emperor. The demon emperor, seeing the attack, swiftly swung his 15-meter-long super spear at Tu Mia and the others. However, the agile Asuras easily leaped out of the way, avoiding the deadly strike. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Yuan stealthily approached the demon emperor's warhorse. He swung his blood blade fiercely at one of the horse's legs. The blade met the leg with a clash, sparking brightly. Although it didn't cut through in one blow, it left a deep, bone-revealing wound. The warhorse neighed in pain, its front hooves rearing high. Enraged, the demon emperor swung his spear towards Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan quickly dodged, while Tu Mia and the others took this chance to attack the horse's hind legs in two groups. With injuries to both its front and back legs, the warhorse lost control and bucked wildly. The demon emperor was nearly thrown off, and in a fury, he leapt from the horse's back. His massive body landed heavily, causing the ground to tremble. "Ignorant humans," the demon emperor roared. "You have forced my hand." With that, he raised the terrifying spear high into the sky. Suddenly, the sky was covered with a layer of dark clouds, and countless shadows of black spears rapidly descended from the clouds. Xiang Yuan immediately sensed the danger and shouted, "To me! Take cover quickly! The demon emperor has unleashed his ultimate attack." Xiang Yuan and his 7 Asura followers swiftly retreated using their flying abilities, trying to escape the attack range. However, the demon emperor suddenly spun his spear wildly amidst the rain of spears, causing the originally vertical black spear shadows to shoot out in all directions, drastically expanding the attack range. Xiang Yuan and the others were forced to dodge in midair once more. Xiang Yuan quickly scanned the area, seeing all the Asura unharmed. He felt slightly relieved. The demon emperor, seeing this, was furious and immediately adjusted his spear's trajectory, focusing all the spear shadows on Xiang Yuan. Seeing Xiang Yuan as the target, Tumi and the others decisively charged towards the demon emperor's back. They closed in instantly, brandishing their weapons in a fierce assault. Some aimed for the shoulder, some for the neck, and others for the back. Although the attack did not inflict a severe wound, it successfully enraged the demon emperor. With a roar, the demon emperor swung his spear horizontally, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Toomey and the others quickly retreated, and Xiang Yuan seized the opportunity to dash forward, slashing at the Demon Emperor's neck, leaving a noticeable but not deep cut. The Demon Emperor, enraged, turned to strike at Xiang Yuan again. Seeing this, Toomey and the others immediately rushed forward, targeting the wound with relentless attacks. The Demon Emperor was forced to defend, allowing Xiang Yuan to close in once more and slash at the same spot, further enlarging the wound. This cycle of attack and defense repeated continuously, with Xiang Yuan and Toomey taking turns to attack, wearing down the Demon Emperor. The wound on his neck kept expanding with each assault, seemingly on the verge of causing his head to fall off. The battle reached a stalemate, with victory hanging on who could endure the longest. An hour had passed. Xiang Yuan and his 7 Asura companions continuously employed a Hitandran tactic, gradually depleting the Demon Emperor's strength. Throughout the battle, the Demon Emperor unleashed several powerful area attacks in an attempt to kill Xiang Yuan and his group or disrupt their strategy, but each time, Xiang Yuan and his team skillfully deflected the attacks, returning to their Hitandran rhythm. At this point, the wound on the Demon Emperor's neck had expanded to a horrifying extent, even exposing the vertebrae within. His combat strength was visibly waning, and he was clearly on the brink of collapse. After another half hour, despite feeling somewhat fatigued, Xiang Yuan seized the opportunity when the Demon Emperor exposed a vulnerability. He launched a full-force attack, darting like lightning to the Demon Emperor's neck with his life-bound blood blade in hand. With a sharp crack, accompanied by the grating sound of metal against bone, Xiang Yuan's blade struck precisely at the vertebrae in the Demon Emperor's neck. Cracks spread rapidly across the Demon Emperor's spine. With a snap, the vertebrae shattered completely at the point of Xiang Yuan's strike. The Demon Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as his head slipped powerlessly from his body. Ding! You've slain the Supreme Demon Emperor. Ding! Your level has increased to 10. Hearing these notifications, Xiang Yuan's face lit up with joy. He watched as the massive body of the Demon Emperor slowly fell to the ground, with a brilliant golden light and an unusual red glow appearing beside the corpse. Recognizing these as the items dropped upon the Demon Emperor's death, Xiang Yuan quickly moved to inspect them. He discovered a black spear and a jade seal seemingly carved from black jade. Xiang Yuan picked up both items and first examined the black spear. Godslayer Spear Legendary. 39 attack power. 20 attack speed. Converts 20 of attack damage to stamina. Restores 20 of attack damage as health. Deals 62 poison damage with each attack. Can cause enemy injuries to worsen, slow, stun, and paralyze. Seeing the attributes of the Godslayer Spear, Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. He realized that if his life-bound blood blade could absorb this spear, it would transform into a highly advanced and powerful legendary weapon. Eagerly, Xiang Yuan began the process of having his blood blade absorb the Godslayer Spear. As the spear was gradually assimilated, small metal fragments were expelled from the blood blade. Xiang Yuan checked the updated attributes of his life-bound blood blade. Life-bound blood blade. 73 attack power. 34 attack speed. Converts 24.1 of attack damage to stamina. Restores 21.5 of attack damage as health. Deals 70 poison damage with each attack. Can cause enemy injuries to worsen, slow, stun, and paralyze. Astonished by the new attributes of his blood blade, Xiang Yuan was amazed. The high attack power boost, impressive attack speed increase, along with the damage-edo stamina conversion and healing capabilities, and the potent additional effects, made this weapon exceptionally powerful. Xiang Yuan realized that his combat capabilities would significantly improve as a result. The weapon now inflicted an additional 70 toxic damage. At this moment, Xiang Yuan's blood blade transformed into a lethal venomous weapon. He gripped the handle tightly, feeling the chill emanating from the blade. Although this poison had no effect on the demon race, Xiang Yuan could already envision the agony of other races struck by this blade. He sheathed his blood blade and turned his gaze to the black seal. A system prompt immediately appeared. Demon Emperor Seal, Special Treasure. Can be sold in the fortune store for fortune points. Xiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that a lord could not only purchase items in the fortune store, but also sell treasures to earn fortune points. Carefully securing the Demon Emperor Seal, he then led the newly leveled up Asuras to the fortune store. As he stepped into the store, a pleasant chime sounded. Welcome to the fortune store. This is a level 1 store. Xiang Yuan felt a surge of excitement, eager to uncover the mysteries of this store. He quickly approached the counter, and the system immediately asked if he wanted to view the sales items. Xiang Yuan chose yes, and a virtual display appeared before him. The annotations at the top of the display caught his attention. He read carefully. The level 1 fortune store refreshes with 5 new items each month. Reaching 1,000 fortune points in sales automatically upgrades the store to level 2. The higher the store level, the greater the value of the items. With a basic understanding of the rules, Xiang Yuan began to examine each of the 5 items. The first item, Fortress Citadel Heart, priced at 100 fortune points. It allows the establishment of a powerful fortress citadel in unclaimed land or one's own territory, equipped with numerous amethyst energy turrets, and can expand territorial coverage. Xiang Yuan immediately thought of using it to protect the fortune store. The second item, perfectly planned residential district blueprint package, priced at 50 fortune points. It allows the creation of a residential area accommodating up to 10,000 people, which can expand with territory upgrades. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. This was the cornerstone of future real estate in the town. The third item, perfectly planned commercial district blueprint package, also priced at 50 fortune points. It creates a commercial area with a 5,000 population capacity, available for lease or sale, and can expand with territory upgrades. Xiang Yuan realized this could potentially bring more profit than the residential district. Upon seeing the fourth item, Xiang Yuan was taken aback. Another city planning level blueprint. His mind began to envision a bustling, perfectly planned metropolis. Xiang Yuan stood in front of the fortune store, his eyes scanning intently over 5 precious items. His gaze first landed on the blueprint for the construction of the central plaza of the town's sacred elephant, priced at 90 fortune points. The blueprint for this special-grade town central plaza captivated him. In his mind, he envisioned a grand design, a civilization's sacred elephant structure standing proudly in the plaza, enhancing effects by 30. As the territory upgraded, the plaza would grow in tandem. Xiang Yuan calculated privately. This blueprint perfectly matched the god of wealth statue he possessed. He understood well that a prosperous city fundamentally relied on its population. A structure that could significantly increase settlement rates in the territory was something he was determined to acquire. Then, his attention was drawn to the last item, a set of 7 troop enhancement pills, priced at 70 fortune points. Xiang Yuan's pupils contracted, unable to conceal his inner shock. These pills could increase the overall attribute strength of the consumer by 10 points. Although each person could only consume one, the potential they offered was enthralling. Xiang Yuan quickly calculated in his mind. His 7 Asura-level troops, though only level 10 with an attribute strength of just 15 points, were already capable of matching monsters above level 27. If each of them took an enhancement pill, their strength would far exceed that of typical myth-level troops, becoming truly formidable beings. However, the high total price caused Xiang Yuan to hesitate briefly. He immediately pulled up his personal information panel and found that he had accumulated 316 fortune points, 311 from rewards, and only 5 from the Blue Star Amethyst Hero Monument feedback. The total price for all 5 items was 360 points, leaving him 44 points short. As Xiang Yuan found himself in a dilemma, he suddenly remembered the Demon King's seal. He quickly located the sell option in the interface and placed the Demon King's seal into the virtual frame. The system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to sell this special treasure. Xiang Yuan unhesitatingly chose yes. Ding! You have received 50 fortune points. A glimmer of joy flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes as he felt a surge of happiness. He immediately returned to the purchase interface and bought all 5 items in one go, leaving him with 6 fortune points remaining. After completing the transaction, Xiang Yuan eagerly took out the 7 troop enhancement pills and summoned Tu Mie and the others. He distributed the pills to each person, issuing a concise and powerful order. Eat it. This will make you stronger. Without hesitation, Tu Mie and the others swallowed the black pills. Instantly, their bodies were enveloped in a dazzling red glow. When the light subsided, the 7 of them knelt in unison before Xiang Yuan, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, my king, for your great favor." Xiang Yuan immediately pulled up their attribute panels to examine them closely. At this moment, all 8 members of Xiang Yuan's group had reached an attribute strength of 25 points, boosting their confidence. Good. Let's get going. We have a lot to do, Xiang Yuan said firmly, then led the group out of the fortune store. Standing outside the store, Xiang Yuan took out the fortress stronghold heart, filled with anticipation. He was eager to find out if this treasure could enclose the fortune store and achieve complete privatization. Just then, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. This area is detected as ownerless land. Would you like to use the fortress stronghold heart in your possession? Xiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation, he chose yes. In an instant, the fortress stronghold heart rose from his palm and landed on the open ground outside the fortune store. Immediately, a dazzling white light enveloped the entire mountaintop. The ground shook violently, and a thick city wall began to rise around the perimeter of the mountaintop, each wall towering 30 meters high, exuding grandeur. Even more impressive, every 10 meters stood a formidable turret, securely protecting the fortune store at the center. Ding! You have established a fortress stronghold. The system prompt sounded again. Would you like to sacrifice a drop of your essence blood to the infinite will to establish your lifebound troop building, the infernal blood pool here? Almost instinctively, Xiang Yuan agreed. A drop of golden blood flew from his chest, soaring into the sky. Moments later, a red light descended, revealing the familiar infernal blood pool building model. Xiang Yuan picked up the model and chose a suitable spot behind the fortune store to release the infernal blood pool building model. After completing all this, he immediately opened the map function to confirm whether his territory now covered the Tianqing mountain area. When the map expanded, he was delighted to discover that the blue territory marker of Shura village not only fully covered Tianqing mountain, but also extended to even further areas. This discovery lifted his spirits, and his gaze inadvertently swept over to the chat window next to the map module. The chat box was buzzing with activity. Leaders from various factions were eagerly sending messages, causing the entire channel to erupt with excitement. Wow! The territory of the Asura village actually includes the fortune store, exclaimed one Blue Star leader, instantly setting off a chain reaction in the channel. How did Xiang Yuan manage that? Another Blue Star leader immediately followed up, their tone filled with disbelief. Xiang Yuan is incredible. He's like a father figure, so powerful. More Blue Star leaders began to shout, expressing their admiration and support for their champion. At that moment, the voice of Sauron, the Mordor leader, cut through the chatter with calm authority. Leaders of the Barbarian Star, I am Sauron. We, the over 10,000 Mordor leaders, have mostly united. He paused before continuing. I propose an alliance with you to first eliminate all the Blue Star leaders in the 10,086 novice area. We can discuss the ownership of the fortune store later. What do you think? Sauron's proposal was immediately met with a response from the Barbarian Star faction. Prince Sauron, I am Doman, the High Priest of the Barbarian Star, a steady voice replied. I represent the Barbarian Star leaders of the 10086 novice area and agree to your alliance proposal. Doman added. However, our immediate task should be to gather our forces and eliminate Xiang Yuan of the Blue Star Asura village. We can't let him leverage the fortune store to gain an advantage and develop rapidly. Faced with the threat of these two major forces joining hands, the Blue Star leaders reacted fiercely. To hell with those two! One Blue Star leader shouted angrily, quickly rallying his comrades. Brothers, even if they outnumber us, we won't back down. If they dare to attack Xiang Yuan, we'll all march against them. Seeing this, Sauron chuckled smugly. I, Sauron, have already pooled Mordor's resources to recruit 1,000-strong epic behemoth vanguard. With our Barbarian Star allies, how do you think you Blue Star leaders can stand against us? He directly challenged, Xiang Yuan. I will take everything from you. You are merely a stepping stone for me to unify the 10,086 novice area. In this critical moment, the Blue Star leaders called out to their leader, Xiang Yuan, say the word. We're all with you. Xiang Yuan saw this and smirked. 1,000 epic behemoth troops? He quietly opened his backpack to check. Over the past 20 days, all the 2 million basic materials he had listed in the trading house had indeed sold out. His eyes fell on the gold count, which boldly displayed. Gold, 215,321. Over 200,000 gold coins. A cold glint flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes as he made his decision. Perhaps it's time for me to form an Asura army. Xiang Yuan stood in front of his 6 large warehouses, his gaze sweeping over the more than 8 million units of stone and wood stored within. These precious basic building materials would no longer be listed for sale in the marketplace. Instead, he had decided to keep them as strategic reserves for the development of his territory. After all, he knew that acquiring these materials at such low prices in the future would be nothing short of a fantasy. He then opened the chat window on the map interface, his fingers quickly tapping on the virtual keyboard. Hello, brothers of Blue Star. I am Xiang Yuan, the Lord of Shilua Village. Even if the Lords of Mordor and Barbarian Star join forces to attack, I have enough strength to handle it. Please focus on developing your own territories with peace of mind. As soon as the message was sent, the chat window erupted with excitement. The big boss is finally here in the chat channel. My idol. My idol actually spoke to us. Princess Ji Wuyao of Charm Star quickly responded. Brother Xiang Yuan, as the Princess of Charm Star, I can't officially take sides, but personally, I support you, accompanied by an encouraging emoji. Glancing at the lively chat window, Xiang Yuan turned and walked to the newly built infernal blood pool behind the fortune store. He opened the operation interface and selected 200 two-armed Asuras for recruitment. Instantly, his backpack's 210,000 gold coins were reduced by 100,000. He deliberately left the remaining coins to prepare for the upcoming upgrade of his territory to a small town, as that would be a crucial turning point for its development. The blood in the infernal blood pool began to churn violently, and one by one, the burly, muscular two-armed Asuras emerged. These fierce-looking warriors, with blood-colored halos hovering behind them, immediately knelt on one knee. Zhan Tian greets my lord. Zhan Di greets my lord. Zhan Long greets my lord. Zhan Xiong greets my lord. Looking at the array of Asuras before him, Xiang Yuan first brought up their information panels to confirm that their initial attributes were identical to those of Tu Mia and others. He turned to the first to appear, Zhan Tian. Why are you all named with the character Zhan? Shouldn't it be like Tu Mia with Tu? Zhan Tian respectfully replied. My lord, the surname Tu is rare in our tribe. We respond to your summons randomly. Xiang Yuan suddenly understood. Soon, all 200 two-armed Asuras emerged from the blood pool and knelt in formation before Xiang Yuan, creating an awe-inspiring scene with their intense aura. Xiang Yuan's gaze swept over the Asura warriors before him, and a sense of joy arose in his heart. These newly recruited warriors all had names starting with Zhan, creating a stark contrast with Tu Mia and his group. This distinction not only facilitated future deployments, but also signaled the leadership status of Tu Mia and the other 6 within the Legion. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Your territory, Asura Village, has reached a prosperity level of 1,000 points. Provide sufficient resources to upgrade to a town. Note, the day after upgrading, a monster siege will occur. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Everything was going according to plan. He immediately ordered Tu Mia and the other 6 to lead 200 Asura warriors with names starting with Zhan to train by hunting monsters on Tianqing Mountain. Although this area belonged to Xiang Yuan, the monsters and demons on the mountain remained, making it an excellent training ground. Xiang Yuan contemplated his position. His territory was distanced from the Blue Star Lords, but bordered Mordor and Barbarian Star. Behind Asura Village lay the territory of the Charm Star Lord. Considering Charm Star's neutral stance and friendly attitude towards Blue Star, he decided to return alone to Asura Village for construction. Even if Mordor and Barbarian Star were to invade, the 200 Asura warriors led by Tu Mia and the others would be sufficient to defend the fortress on Tianqing Mountain. With these thoughts, Xiang Yuan soared into the air, flying back to Asura Village alone. Before long, Xiang Yuan arrived at the Lord's Hall and accessed the control interface. As expected, the option to upgrade to a town had appeared. The required resources were 10,000 gold coins, 500,000 stone, 500,000 wood, and 100,000 iron ore. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan confirmed the upgrade. In an instant, white light enveloped the entire Asura village. The Lord's Hall began to transform, and a traditional courtyard with red walls and green tiles rose from the ground, with the words Mayor's Residence elegantly inscribed above the entrance. Simultaneously, on the map of the 10,086th novice area, Xiang Yuan's territory expanded once more, doubling in size. This change immediately caught the attention of other lords. Blue Star Lords exclaimed, "What is Xiang Yuan up to again? How has his territory expanded again? Has he upgraded again?" Even the Charm Star Lord couldn't help but remark, "It seems this 10,086th novice area is likely to become a stronghold for Blue Star's rise." While everyone speculated, 2 regional announcements echoed throughout the novice area. Announcement for the 10,086th novice area. Congratulations to Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan for being the first to successfully upgrade to a town. Ding! In one day, Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan's territory will face a monster siege, during which his territory will enter a state of truce, and no lord may launch an attack on his territory. Xiang Yuan paid no heed to these announcements, focusing instead on the rewards he had just received: a large amethyst mine model and a rare-grade treasure chest. These rewards would undoubtedly offer more possibilities for his development. Xiang Yuan stood before the treasure chest, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Instead of immediately using the large amethyst mine model, he carefully opened the lid of the rare-grade chest. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating his face, flushed with excitement. As the light faded, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Piles of gold coins shimmered enticingly at the bottom of the chest, atop which rested a model of a city, black as ink, standing silently, as if waiting for its owner to awaken it. Xiang Yuan's gaze was immediately captivated by this city model. It was a purely black model, appearing at first glance to be just an empty outline of city walls. Yet, this simple form exuded an aura of mystery and power. Eagerly, Xiang Yuan checked the model's details. Special grade city wall construction, Xianstone city wall model. Construction requirements. Requires a town-level territory. Xianstone city wall, crafted from rare Xian stone, with hardness comparable to Xian iron, boasting top-tier durability and resistant to heat. Truly the ultimate city wall material. Reading this information, Xiang Yuan's heart raced, overflowing with excitement. Since upgrading to a town, building a proper city wall had always been his dream. Unexpectedly, fate had smiled upon him, granting him a rare and special grade city wall. It was a stroke of luck beyond his wildest dreams. With a heart full of excitement, Xiang Yuan picked up the Xianstone city wall model and quickly made his way to the vicinity of the Lord's Hall. Taking a deep breath, he chose to unleash the model's energy. Instantly, the model soared into the air, exploding into countless streams of black light, like a brilliant display of fireworks, shooting towards all directions of Shura Town. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently, as if a giant were awakening beneath. Around the vast surroundings of Shura town, massive black city walls rose from the earth. These walls, made of extraordinary materials, glimmered faintly in the sunlight, resembling both metal and stone, clearly indestructible. In no time, a circle of towering black walls, 40 meters high, tightly encircled Shura town. Majestic city gates stood at both the front and back of the town, imposing and grand. At this moment, Shura town had taken on the semblance of a real city. Standing at a high vantage point, Xiang Yuan looked down at Shura town, now enclosed by towering walls, his eyes shining with unconcealed excitement. The sense of accomplishment from personally establishing a city filled him with pride and joy. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Yuan realized that the area enclosed by the Xianstone city wall was extremely vast. His lord's hall, along with the various workshops and warehouses he had previously built, were all situated at the rear of the city. The large expanse of land left open at the front immediately sparked his planning inspiration. Xiang Yuan already had a clear blueprint in mind. On the left side of the front, he would use the perfect planning-grade commercial district building blueprints for construction. On the right, he would use the perfect planning-grade residential district building blueprints. Behind these two districts, at the central location of the entire Shura town, he decided to construct the sacred Elephant Central Plaza and erect the statue of the god of wealth upon it. Undoubtedly, this was an excellent construction plan. As Xiang Yuan was immersed in thoughts of his future plans, Fengzheng suddenly ran up to him, looking excited, as if he had something important to report. Sir, Lord, what's going on? Our village has actually upgraded. Fengzheng exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he pointed at the scene before them. These walls, they're the legendary Xian stone walls. Xiang Yuan watched Fengzheng's enthusiastic demeanor, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He understood Fengzheng's feelings. After all, with the territory upgraded to a town, Fengzheng could finally get down to work. Xiang Yuan took out 3 blueprints and a blueprint of the god of wealth statue from his backpack and handed them to Fengzheng. Fengzheng accepted the blueprints with curiosity, but upon closer inspection, he was utterly stunned, standing frozen in place. After a moment, he stammered, My lord, you actually managed to get these perfect grade planning blueprints. This is incredibly precious. And there's also a blueprint for the god of wealth statue, an ideal sacred symbol for developing a commercial economic hub. With these, even if Shura town upgrades to an imperial city in the future, our planning will be perfect grade. Many established imperial cities dream of having this. Suddenly, Fengzheng seemed to remember something and examined the 4 blueprints again. He frowned slightly and looked at Xiang Yuan. Lord, if we build all 4 of these structures, it will require 70,000 gold coins, over 3 million units of stone and wood each, and nearly 800,000 units of iron. Seeing Fengzheng's hesitation, Xiang Yuan directly handed over 70,000 gold coins from his backpack. Under Fengzheng's stunned gaze, Xiang Yuan calmly said, These 70,000 gold coins should be enough. As for the basic materials, feel free to draw from the warehouse. Only then did Fengzheng come to his senses, excitedly kneeling down. I accept your orders, my lord. Xiang Yuan helped him up with a smile. All right, go ahead and get to work. Fengzheng hurriedly left. Xiang Yuan was prepared to accept the high cost of these 4 blueprints, especially since the perfect residential and commercial districts, though the most expensive, would also yield the greatest future benefits. Xiang Yuan then checked the resource balance after the construction costs were deducted. Due to previously opening a rare treasure chest, he gained another 10,000 gold coins. After deductions, he still had over 55,000 coins left. Post-deduction, he had 4,957,000 units of stone, 4,975,000 units of wood, and iron, surprisingly the most abundant, at 7,438,000 units. It was then Xiang Yuan noticed that the amethyst ore had accumulated to over 100,000 units. He immediately went to the warehouse to start absorbing the mountain-like pile of amethyst. As he absorbed it, he felt his strength surge. However, halfway through, a notification caused him to furrow his brows. As expected, after absorbing all the amethyst ore, the effect that should have increased his overall attribute strength by 10 points only increased it by 7.5 points. At this point, Xiang Yuan's overall attribute strength had reached an astonishing 44.5 points. Just then, a new notification sounded. Ding! Your Agricultural and Industrial Research Institute has developed a new technology. Temporary mine warehouse space transmission technology. You can establish temporary mine warehouses at mining sites, and resources deposited will be automatically transmitted to the territory's warehouse. This unexpected surprise left Xiang Yuan amazed. He realized he might have underestimated the Research Institute's potential. If this building could continuously produce similar technologies, the speed at which farmers collected resources would become extraordinarily fast. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan also remembered he still had a large amethyst mine model and a weapons workshop building model yet to be used. These potential future developments filled him with great anticipation for Shura Town's prospects. Xiang Yuan quickly found the ideal location for the armament workshop at the back of the workshop district in Shura Town, right next to his 6 large warehouses. He threw the building model of the workshop onto the ground, and with a deafening roar, a grand superweapon and armor manufacturing workshop rose up. The workshop resembled a modern large-scale steel plant, and Xiang Yuan looked at the structure with satisfaction. He stepped forward to check the workshop's information and discovered that it combined the functions of a blacksmith shop, armor workshop, steel plant, and mass production facility. However, it was not operational yet due to the lack of a senior blacksmith to oversee it. A flash of inspiration hit Xiang Yuan as he remembered he had a legendary special talent recruitment order that could specify the type. Without hesitation, he retrieved the recruitment order from his backpack and designated a blacksmith for recruitment. The system quickly notified him that a legendary dwarf blacksmith named Heavy Hammer had accepted the summons and was on his way to Xiang Yuan's territory. Next, Xiang Yuan took out the large amethyst mine model and walked out through the city gates at the back of Shura Town. Considering the mine's massive scale and his mastery of temporary warehouse space transfer technology, he chose to release the mine not far outside the city. With a rumble that shook the earth, a gigantic super amethyst mine rose up, at least 100 times the size of his original small amethyst mine. Xiang Yuan immediately returned to Shura Town, spent 5,000 gold coins in the Lord's Hall to recruit 500 farmers, and assigned them to establish temporary space transfer warehouses at each amethyst mine to begin full-scale extraction. Once everything was arranged, Xiang Yuan went to the Lord's Hall and used the summoning function to call back Tu Mia and all the Asuras to prepare for the impending monster siege. He also took a moment to browse the new building catalog in the hall, but quickly lost interest as most were ordinary structures. Standing atop the walls of Shilua Town, Xiang Yuan surveyed his territory. His gaze swept over the ordinary stone walls, basic blacksmith shop, and armory, feeling a sense of pride. These structures, precious to other lords, were trivial to him. The town was filled with advanced versions of various buildings, reinforcing his determination to collect more blueprints for special constructions in the future. As night fell, Tumi led the Asura warriors of the 2 and Zhan ranks back to Shilua Town. Xiang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find all 200 Zhan rank Asuras had reached level 2. An impressive feat. He quickly arranged for all the Asuras to rest in preparation for the impending monster siege, then returned to the Lord's Hall to rest. The next morning, Xiang Yuan was awakened by a system alert. Ding! In 1 hour, Shilua Town will face a monster siege. Please prepare. The siege will last for 1 hour, with continuous monster attacks on your town. The more monsters you kill, the stronger the subsequent waves will be. Plan your defense strategies wisely. Xiang Yuan remained calm, unconcerned about the upcoming siege. With over 200 mythical units at his disposal, if they couldn't handle this, no one in the beginner zone could defend their territory. Nevertheless, he proceeded to the gatehouse of Shilua Town, where Tumi and the Asura army had already gathered. Standing on the towering gatehouse, Xiang Yuan admired the distant landscape, feeling a sense of pride. This magnificent gatehouse was his creation. An hour passed quickly. The roars of monsters echoed from afar as hordes of explosive battle bears and brain-eating monkeys appeared on the horizon, rapidly advancing towards Shilua Town. A hint of disdain crossed Xiang Yuan's face. These monsters would be perfect for leveling up his Zhan rank Asuras. Zhan rank Asuras, hear my command. Xiang Yuan shouted. Charge and slaughter every monster you encounter. Yes, my king. The 200 Zhan rank Asuras responded in unison, launching themselves at the monster horde like arrows. The battle erupted instantly, with the Asuras tearing through the monsters like tigers among sheep, leaving a trail of carnage. Xiang Yuan and the 2 rank Asuras watched from the gatehouse, witnessing the one-sided massacre. Time flew by, and after annihilating the explosive battle bears and brain-eating monkeys, new types of monsters emerged. Although Xiang Yuan had never encountered these new breeds, their levels were not high, and the Zhan rank Asuras continued their rampage. Notably, there were no appearances of money tigers or demons. An hour later, the attacking monsters began to retreat, and Xiang Yuan received no reports of any Zhan rank Asura casualties. The system notification followed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against the monster siege. You have completed the town construction task, earning a reward of 5,000 gold coins as encouragement. Then, a beginner zone announcement resonated. Announcement for beginner zone 10086. Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan has completed the town construction task. Announcement for beginner zone 10086. A group task is issued. The first lord in this zone to build a small city will receive a giant amethyst mine and an epic treasure chest. Hearing the system notification, Xiang Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. The reward for successfully defending the town was a mere 5,000 gold coins, which seemed meager. However, the task of building the first small city was appealing. He instructed Toomey and the others to lead all Asuras in cleaning the battlefield and collecting spoils. As Xiang Yuan contemplated his next move, another notification sounded, igniting a surge of joy within him. Ding! Your amethyst mine has reached a collection capacity of 300,000 units, and your exclusive amethyst hero monument on Blue Star has automatically increased by 10 meters. Ding! Your exclusive amethyst hero monument has reached a height of 20 meters. Calculations show you will receive 1 point of luck value feedback daily. Xiang Yuan was still basking in joy when Tu Mia brought yet another surprise. He introduced a short but muscular dwarf to Xiang Yuan. Despite his stature, the dwarf's muscles were as solid as rock, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. My lord, Tu Mia respectfully said, this dwarf claims to be a legendary blacksmith and has come to join you. Xiang Yuan scrutinized the dwarf before him. On his back, he carried a massive iron hammer, disproportionate to his size, with a head almost as large as his upper body. Besides his impressive muscles, the dwarf sported a thick beard and long brown hair braided into small plaits, giving him a rugged yet refined look. You must be Cheng Shui? Xiang Yuan asked directly, his eyes sharply fixed on the dwarf. Hearing Xiang Yuan call his name, Cheng Shui immediately bowed respectfully and answered in a booming voice. Yes, esteemed lord of Shilua town. I have been inspired by the infinite will to come and serve you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan laughed heartily. Ha! Great. I warmly welcome you. Come, let me show you where you'll be working. Yes, my lord. Cheng Shui responded enthusiastically, following closely behind Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan led Cheng Shui through the streets of Shilua town, heading straight for the armory workshop. Along the way, Cheng Shui curiously observed the burgeoning town, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. When they arrived at the armory workshop, Cheng Shui was so thrilled at the sight of the magnificent building that he trembled with excitement. He widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Lord Mayor, you have an armory workshop here, such a special building. It's truly remarkable. Xiang Yuan, pleased with Cheng Shui's reaction, waved his hand grandly and said, all right, from now on, this armory workshop is under your command. If you need anything or any resources in the future, you can ask our deputy mayor Fengzheng for them. Just say it's on my orders. Hearing this, Cheng Shui was filled with a deep sense of gratitude. Xiang Yuan's trust in him upon their first meeting was a kindness he found hard to express. At that moment, Xiang Yuan suddenly remembered he had several unused weapon and equipment blueprints. He quickly took out 2 equipment blueprints and 2 weapon blueprints from his bag and handed them to Cheng Shui. Receiving the blueprints, Cheng Shui immediately shifted into a professional mode. He carefully examined each blueprint, his eyes glowing with expertise, as if he was already envisioning the form of these weapons and equipment in his mind. After a moment, Cheng Shui gazed at Xiang Yuan with a serious expression, a professional glint in his eyes. He slowly began. Mayor, these 4 blueprints, although not of high grade, are quite decent. If you can gather a large amount of weapons and equipment for me to disassemble and study, combined with these blueprints, I am confident I can forge a set of high-quality, epic weapons and equipment. Xiang Yuan was taken aback upon hearing this, his eyebrows involuntarily raising. This legendary blacksmith was so confident, aiming straight for crafting epic-grade gear, and high quality at that? Curiously, he asked, Cheng Shui, are there really different qualities within epic-grade equipment? Cheng Shui smiled, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Of course, he explained, epic-grade equipment is generally divided into 4 qualities: low, medium, high, and superior. However, when it comes to legendary-grade equipment, the classification is even more detailed. Seeing Xiang Yuan's interest, Cheng Shui continued without pause. Legendary-grade equipment is subdivided into 9 tiers. Tier 1 is the most common, while Tier 9 is referred to as semi-mythical equipment, possessing immense power. Xiang Yuan immediately inquired. Then, what tier would a legendary weapon with about a 70 attack power increase be considered? Cheng Shui pondered briefly before responding. It's actually quite difficult to calculate precisely. Legendary weapons typically have 5 attributes, so it's hard to summarize their full power based solely on attack power increase. However, a 70 attack power increase is indeed a good attribute, roughly placing it around Tier 5. Having heard this explanation, Xiang Yuan had a general idea. He mused that his own Bloodblade might exceed Tier 5 among legendary weapons, possibly reaching Tier 6. After all, aside from a 73 attack power increase, the values of the other 4 attributes were also substantial. However, he kept these thoughts to himself. At that moment, Tu Mia and others arrived with the spoils from the monster siege. Xiang Yuan quickly inventoried over 1,000 gold coins and more than 80 pieces of weapons and equipment. He immediately stored the gold coins in his backpack and combined the previously stored weapons and equipment with the new ones, totaling nearly 200 pieces. Turning to Cheng Shui, Xiang Yuan asked, is the quantity and quality of these pieces enough for your disassembly and research? Cheng Chue's eyes lit up upon hearing this, a nearly fanatical excitement spreading across his face. He nodded repeatedly, his voice filled with enthusiasm. More than enough. It's been ages since I've had the chance to tinker with so many pieces. This is going to be a real treat. Noticing the uncontrollable fervor in Cheng Chue's eyes, Xiang Yuan then asked the question he was most concerned about. By the way, if you successfully develop the epic-grade equipment, can it be mass-produced? Cheng Chue confidently glanced back at the armament workshop, eyes gleaming with excitement. Turning to Xiang Yuan, he spoke with unwavering determination. Mayor, as long as you send more villagers to assist and provide ample iron ore, mass-producing these epic-grade weapons won't be a problem. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's face broke into a satisfied smile. Great. I can arrange all of that. Go ahead and do your best. I'm looking forward to your good news. Cheng Chue eagerly took his leave, immediately starting to transport weaponry to the armament workshop. His figure bustled back and forth at the workshop entrance, each time carrying heavy weapons, showcasing his enthusiasm for the task. Just then, a private chat request popped up in Xiang Yuan's retina. The avatar of a stunning young woman flashed repeatedly. It was one of his friends, Ji Wuyao from Meishing. After a brief moment of thought, Xiang Yuan decided to accept it, knowing Ji Wuyao never disturbed him without reason. The chat window opened with Ji Wuyao's urgent voice seemingly leaping from the text. Brother Xiang Yuan, something big has happened. I have some really bad news to tell you. Xiang Yuan frowned slightly, but quickly calmed himself and began typing a reply. What news? Ji Wuyao quickly responded. Before I came to the Endless Continent, my father gave me a treasure that allows me to contact him once during the novice protection period. He just told me that the 10,000 races battle zone outside the novice area is in chaos. Almost all forces are advancing towards our 10,086 novice zone, targeting the fortune store you occupy. She continued. According to my father, the 3 god kings of Blue Star have personally set out, each leading their strongest army to protect you. My father sternly warned the lords of Meishing in the 10086 novice zone not to compete for that fortune store, or they will be utterly destroyed. Reading the message, Xiang Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. He understood the importance of the fortune store well, as Blue Star's textbooks recorded that the previous 9 fortune stores on the Endless Continent were controlled by the 9 major powers. Now, as a novice lord, he possessed one. The difficulty of defending this store was unimaginable. Despite the challenges, Xiang Yuan was not one to give up easily. Even with the odds stacked against him, he decided to try. With nearly 2 months left until the end of the novice protection period, he believed he might be able to create a miracle. Xiang Yuan sincerely sent Ji Wuyao a thank you message and promised to remember this favor. After ending the conversation, he immediately instructed Tumi to lead all the Asuras to level up at Tianqing Mountain Fortress again. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan himself began inspecting various construction projects within Shura Town. The construction speed in the endless world was astonishing. In just one day, Shura Town had taken shape. The commercial district was lined with numerous shop frameworks, and the residential area was similar. The central square was more than half paved with tiles, and even the stones for building the fortune god statue were neatly stacked nearby. Xiang Yuan surveyed the surroundings, calculating silently. At this nearly miraculous rate of construction, Shura Town's development could be nearing completion in about a week. His eyes shone with anticipation and determination, as if he could already see the prosperous future of Shura Town. In the following days, Xiang Yuan unexpectedly found himself with some free time. After his routine patrols in Shila Town, he would head to Tianqing Mountain to fight monsters and gain experience points or browse the chat channels for interesting topics. During his leisure time, he also visited the marketplace to keep an eye on market trends. 3 days passed, and Xiang Yuan's Zankarakter Asura Legion had grown into a formidable force. They no longer needed to defeat 7 Asuras to level up, as the entire army had reached level 5. On this day, Xiang Yuan was checking the marketplace in Tianqing Fortress when suddenly, a new purchasing post appeared. Sauron, the Lord of Mordor, is buying massive amounts of weapons and equipment. I've got plenty of gold, and I'll take as much as you have. The post was immediately flooded with comments. Yi Fan. Sauron, you filthy Mordor dog. Are you really planning to attack Xiang Yuan the Great? Trying to buy equipment to arm yourselves. I'm buying too. My price is higher than yours. Let's see how much you can get. Lu Meng. Count me in. To all the lords with large amounts of equipment, my purchase price is always 10 higher than Sauron's, and I'll spend everything I have to buy it all. Sure, how? Count me in too. My price is 10 higher than that dog's, and I'll spend everything I have to buy it all. Oh Xingchen. Same here, my price is the same as above. Ji Wuiao. I was just thinking of equipping my troops recently. Looks like I'll have to buy at a high price. Numerous Blue Star lords chimed in with a straightforward goal to outbid Sauron and buy up all the weapons and equipment on the market, thwarting his purchasing plans. It was a scene of everyone coming together to fuel the fire. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Sauron was clearly getting restless and preparing to launch an attack, starting to arm his troops. However, the disruption from these Blue Star fellow lords gave Xiang Yuan an opportunity. He planned to ask Cheng Chue if they could start mass-producing some low-level equipment to sell to Sauron. With the interference from these lords, he could use this as a bargaining chip to anonymously sell equipment to Sauron at a high price. Xiang Yuan was planning to use this income for his next large-scale military expansion. After all, Sauron had amassed the wealth of the entire Mordor lordship, making him incredibly wealthy, at least more so than Xiang Yuan. As for the potential increase in strength of Sauron's army after upgrading their equipment, Xiang Yuan saw it as insignificant, still only worthy of being defeated. With this thought, Xiang Yuan immediately returned to Shilua town. From a distance, he could see Cheng Chue outside the armory workshop, looking around excitedly and anxiously. As soon as Cheng Chue saw Xiang Yuan, he quickly ran over with his short legs. "Mayor, I did it. I've developed a set of high-quality, epic weaponry and armor." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected the legendary blacksmith's efficiency to be so impressive. Suddenly, Cheng Chue summoned a menacing, stylish black demon armor from nowhere. The armor shone with a black metallic luster and provided comprehensive coverage, including metal plates standing guard around the neck. The chest featured a large embossed demon, exuding a fierce and violent aura, and a blood-red cape at the back added to its striking appearance. This is an upgraded high-quality epic demon blood armor, based on the rare-level demon Rakshasa blood armor blueprint. Mayor, take a look at the attributes of this equipment, and later I'll show you the epic weapon I've crafted as well. Xiang Yuan immediately took the demon blood armor to examine its attributes. Demon blood armor. Epic high quality. Defense strength 26. Magic defense strength 26. When worn collectively, charging at enemies induces intimidation, stunning them for a certain period. Demon's flame. During battle, the demon blood armor automatically ignites with blood-red flames, setting nearby enemies ablaze. Special craft of legendary blacksmith Cheng Chue. This equipment can be enhanced using amethyst ore. After reviewing the attributes of the demon blood armor, Xiang Yuan was beyond satisfied, was astonished. The attributes were outstanding, with both defense and magic defense strengths meeting his criteria for epic-level equipment. The intimidation effect during collective charges was exactly what he envisioned. The demon's flame feature added a dramatic impact, conjuring images of a fiery Asura army wreaking havoc among enemy ranks, leaving behind chaos and burning foes. However, the final note left Xiang Yuan puzzled. He asked Cheng Chue about the enhancement using amethyst ore. Mayor, this is my signature skill. It's what marks me as a legendary blacksmith. Every legendary artisan has a unique skill like this. However, there is a restriction. The wearer must be of a certain level to enhance the equipment. The wearer can upgrade the equipment once every 5 levels. If the wearer's level is insufficient, the enhanced equipment will be unusable. Simply put, the equipment can be enhanced once at level 5, twice at level 10, and 3 times at level 15, and so forth. Xiang Yuan was utterly satisfied with Cheng Chue. With his assistance, the future Asura army would be unstoppable. At that moment, Cheng Chue revealed 2 exaggerated, impressive double-bladed battle axes. They looked incredibly heavy, each about 1.6 meters long, exuding a sense of enormity, sharpness, and weight. Mayor, these are high-quality epic weapons designed specifically for our Asura town warriors. Considering their exceptionally tall and strong builds, wielding these heavy weapons is as easy for them as light weapons for ordinary soldiers. These battle axes will maximize their strengths. Xiang Yuan immediately took the 2 battle axes to examine their attributes. Mountain-splitting large heavy battle axe. Epic high-quality, pair. Attack power 27. Armor break. High chance of breaking enemy weapons. Shield shock. High chance of stunning enemies when they assume a defensive stance or raise shields, converting 5 attack damage into personal stamina. Special craft of legendary blacksmith Cheng Chue. This equipment can be enhanced using amethyst ore. Xiang Yuan carefully inspected the attributes of the large heavy battle axe, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. This weapon had once again exceeded his expectations. Turning to hammer, he firmly issued a new directive. Begin production of 208 sets of demon blood armor and 207 large heavy battle axes immediately. Of these, 200 sets of armor and 200 axes should undergo a single amethyst enhancement, while the remaining 8 sets of armor and 7 axes should be enhanced twice. Hammer responded without hesitation. For days will be enough to complete this, Mayor. However, I'll need more villagers to assist with the work. Xiang Yuan smiled slightly. No problem. Go directly to Fengzheng to request more people. If that's not enough, recruit from the Lord's Hall. Hearing this, a joyful smile spread across Hammer's face. Suddenly, Xiang Yuan recalled the matter of Mordor Sauron purchasing weapons. He turned to inquire, can we mass-produce cost-effective, quickly made weaponry in a short time? The quality can be slightly lower. Hammer pondered briefly before replying. Absolutely, Mayor. I've already trained quite a few villagers as blacksmith apprentices. Making such low-cost equipment is a breeze. How many do you need? Xiang Yuan laughed heartily. Good. The exact number is uncertain, but it might be large. Wait for my orders in the workshop and start immediately when the order arrives. Remember, focus on quantity over quality. Understood, Mayor. Hammer responded solemnly. After leaving the armory workshop, Xiang Yuan returned to the town hall. As he rested, he opened the trading market and, seeing Sauron's trading post still active, he smiled with relief. He then anonymously messaged Sauron. I have a large quantity of weapon sets ready for sale. Interested parties, please reply. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, Sauron sent a private chat request just a minute later. Xiang Yuan immediately accepted. Sauron got straight to the point. How many weapons do you have? Xiang Yuan countered. How many do you need? Sauron replied. 10,000 sets, preferably all of excellent quality. Xiang Yuan said, that's doable. But the price for excellent quality will be higher. Sauron offered. I can give you 25 gold coins per set. Xiang Yuan scoffed. If you're not serious, I might as well sell to those Blue Star lords who offer higher prices. After a long silence, Sauron finally spoke. How much do you want? Xiang Yuan was straightforward, a flat rate. 40 gold coins per set. Sauron exclaimed. That's robbery. It totals 400,000 gold coins. Unmoved, Xiang Yuan replied. You don't have to buy. I know you're planning to arm a legion to attack Blue Star Xiang Yuan. You saw the new player siege trial last time. That Xiang Yuan is incredibly formidable. I advise you not to act hastily without ample preparation. I doubt you can defeat him. Xiang Yuan cleverly used reverse psychology to provoke Sauron's instincts. After receiving the anonymous message from Xiang Yuan, a sinister glint flashed in Soren's eyes. Once a prince of Mordor, he had always been supremely confident and superior, but Xiang Yuan was the first person to make him feel inferior. This feeling deeply provoked Soren, and he resolved to crush Xiang Yuan underfoot to prove his strength and reclaim his self-esteem. Despite the turmoil inside, Soren did not immediately agree to Xiang Yuan's offer of 40 gold coins per set of weaponry. He opened another private chat window to contact Doman, the high priest's son of Barbarian Star. Doman, I found a seller who can provide us with high-quality gear for our 10,000 elite soldiers, Soren typed quickly, but the price is steep. How much exactly? Doman asked. 60 gold coins per set, Soren replied. We each cover half, so we'll only need to pay 300,000 gold coins each. Doman pondered for a long time before finally responding. Agreed. I'll immediately issue orders for all the lords of Barbarian Star to gather the funds. But make sure to inspect the goods to ensure they're all high-quality equipment. This time, we must eliminate that Blue Star Lord named Xiang Yuan before other Blue Star Lords can react and come to his aid. Seeing Doman's reply, Soren smirked. He switched back to Xiang Yuan's chat window and tersely responded, Deal. When can you deliver? I'll contact you within a week, Xiang Yuan replied anonymously and then closed the chat window. He felt a small thrill, as it seemed he would soon easily pocket 400,000 gold coins. Xiang Yuan immediately left the mayor's office and went to the armory to find Hammer, informing him that they needed to produce 10,000 sets of low-cost, high-quality weaponry within a week. Hammer confidently assured him that 3 days would suffice. In the days that followed, Xiang Yuan found himself with little to do. He either observed the gradual completion of various buildings in Shura Town or went to Tianqing Mountain to level up. Notably, his total collection of amethyst ore had reached 600,000 units, and the Amethyst Hero Monument at his hometown in Jiangnan City, Blue Star, had grown 10 meters taller. The daily feedback of luck value also reached 2 points, bringing his total luck value to 12. Xiang Yuan once again absorbed all the amethyst ore from the warehouse, but this time the effect was even less pronounced. Over 200,000 amethyst ores only increased his overall attribute strength by 5.5, bringing his total attribute strength to 50 points. Xiang Yuan realized that the effect of absorbing amethyst ore might become negligible in the future. 3 days passed quickly. True to his word, Hammer's armory swiftly crafted a full 10,000 sets of high-quality weaponry. Xiang Yuan briefly reviewed the attributes of the equipment and had to admit, from his perspective, the attributes were indeed quite poor. Xiang Yuan directly contacted Soren. In less than a minute, Soren accepted Xiang Yuan's anonymous private chat request. Got the goods? Soren asked eagerly. Have you gathered the gold coins? Xiang Yuan countered. Show me the goods, and the gold will be transferred immediately. Soren promised. Xiang Yuan opened a trading interface for Soren, uploading the 10,000 sets of high-quality weaponry. Despite their mediocre attributes, the uniform design of the equipment was aesthetically pleasing. Seeing the 10,000 sets of high-quality weaponry, Soren's eyes widened. He thought, this is 10,000 sets of high-quality weaponry. If equipped on his 10,000 elite soldiers, they would undoubtedly become the best equipped and most comprehensive army in the entire 10086 beginner zone. According to Soren's estimation, Most lords in the 10086 beginner zone hadn't even fully equipped their troops with standard gear. This would be the first invincible army to unify the 10,086 beginner zone. With excitement, Soren unhesitatingly uploaded 400,000 gold coins into the trading interface. Upon confirming the transaction, Xiang Yuan successfully sold 10,000 high-quality weapons and equipment, instantly adding a substantial sum of 400,000 gold coins to his inventory. With this newfound wealth, he immediately headed to the Inferno Blood Pool to execute his long-planned strategy. Standing before the Inferno Blood Pool, Xiang Yuan focused on the control panel and decisively selected 800 twin-armed Asuras, then confirmed their recruitment. The freshly acquired 400,000 gold coins vanished swiftly, leaving his inventory with a balance of just over 56,000 coins. Simultaneously, the blood within the pool began to churn violently, and from the boiling waves, fierce twin-armed Asuras emerged one by one. These newly recruited Asuras were also named with the prefix Zhan, expanding Xiang Yuan's Zhan Asura Corps to a total of 1,000 warriors. Soon, the 800 twin-armed Asuras stood in neat rows, kneeling before Xiang Yuan. He gave them concise instructions, ordering them to fly to the Tianqing Mountain Fortress to join up with Tu Mia and begin leveling up. Originally, Xiang Yuan intended to lead the team himself, but knowing that Zhong Shui was about to complete the first batch of epic weapons and equipment, he decided to stay in Shura Town for an extra day. Once the equipment was ready, he planned to personally deliver it to Tu Mia and the existing 200 Zhan Asuras for re-equipping. Watching the 800 twin-armed Asuras depart from Shura Town, Xiang Yuan suddenly realized a potential issue. His rate of troop expansion might increase rapidly, and waiting for Zhong Shui to forge new weapons each time could become cumbersome. Considering the vast reserves of iron ore he had and his absolute satisfaction with the evil ghost blood armor and the mountain-splitting heavy battle axe, Xiang Yuan made a strategic decision. He decided to issue a new order when Zhong Shui delivered the equipment the following day, to produce an unlimited quantity of this weapon set for strategic reserves. Having made this decision, Xiang Yuan chose to rest, ready to receive the equipment delivery the next day. The next morning, Xiang Yuan was abruptly awakened by a series of deafening announcements. Important messages echoed across the sky. Announcement from Newbie Zone 10086. All Mordor lords have declared the formation of the Mordor Alliance. The leader is Mordor Lord Sauron. Announcement from Newbie Zone 10086. All Barbarian Star lords have declared the formation of the Barbarian Star Alliance. The leader is Barbarian Star Lord Doman. Announcement from Newbie Zone 10086. The Mordor Alliance and the Barbarian Star Alliance have announced a coalition. The Fortune Alliance is formed. The leader is Mordor Lord Sauron, and the deputy leader is Barbarian Star Lord Doman. Then, a unique system notification sounded. Ding! The Endless Will has detected a large-scale alliance in Newbie Zone 10086. To maintain some degree of power balance, all lords in Newbie Zone 10086 are triggered with a special mission. Special mission, Race Supremacy. Dismantle the existing alliance forces, the Fortune Alliance. Defeat the deputy leader of the Fortune Alliance, Doman, to earn a legendary treasure chest. Defeat the leader of the Fortune Alliance, Sauron, to earn a legendary treasure chest. Defeating soldiers of the Fortune Alliance will grant increased experience gain. Xiang Yuan was stunned as he listened to these announcements, realizing that the situation had suddenly changed dramatically. Xiang Yuan pondered the actions of the Endless Will and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, not every race's leader possesses the decree-like ability of Mordor's Sauron, which compels unconditional allegiance from all the planet's leaders. The situation on Barbarian Star is particularly unique. They exhibit astounding cohesion due to their poverty, uniting immediately upon seeing a fortune store. In the Novice Zone, such large alliances, if left unchecked, could become an unstoppable force. As Xiang Yuan sorted out these critical points, an announcement suddenly echoed through the Novice Zone. The Fortune Alliance officially declares war on Xiang Yuan, the leader of Blue Star. Xiang Yuan quickly opened the map function to check. As expected, on the territories of Mordor and Barbarian Star, several bright red arrows appeared, pointing directly at his domain near the Skywalk Fortress. In the map's chat box, many leaders from Blue Star were tagging Xiang Yuan, asking if he needed reinforcements. Although the major groups of Blue Star were far from Asura Town, they were clearly ready for a long-distance expedition. In response to his compatriots' enthusiasm, Xiang Yuan solemnly replied in the chat box, "Brothers of Blue Star, this is Xiang Yuan. There's no need to worry. Soon, I'll show this so-called Fortune Alliance my true strength. No need for aid now once I've crippled them. We can all join in to beat the downed enemy together." After sending the message, Xiang Yuan closed the map function and headed straight to the armory workshop. Heavy Hammer was already waiting outside the door and approached him as he arrived. "Mayor, the 200-plus sets of epic weapons and equipment you requested have been completed. With that, He waved his hand to reveal a large pile of demon blood armor and mountain-cleaving heavy battle axes. Xiang Yuan picked up a set of demon blood armor to examine it and found that the attributes had significantly improved. Demon blood armor, high-quality epic level, enhanced 2. Defense, strength, 35. Magic defense, strength, 35. Effect enhancement 2. Mass charge special effect. Intimidates enemies, briefly stunning enemy forces. Demonic flame effect enhancement 2. Automatically releases a blood-colored protective flame in battle, igniting approaching enemy troops. Special attribute. Can be enhanced with amethyst or legendary blacksmith heavy hammer's special craft. Very satisfied with this doubly enhanced demon blood armor, Xiang Yuan put it on without hesitation. Xiang Yuan's imposing figure was clad in a full suit of black metal armor, instantly bestowing upon him the presence of a dark lord descending upon the world. The blood-red cape flapped dramatically behind him, adding to his aura of authority. Standing there, he resembled an invincible war god, exuding an intimidating presence. He examined the set of demonic blood armor with satisfaction. Not only was its appearance imposing, but its attributes were also incredibly formidable. Then, Xiang Yuan picked up a pair of massive sundering axes, scrutinizing their attributes. Epic high quality, enhanced 2. Increases attack power by 35. Enhanced armor shattering effect, with a high chance of breaking enemy weapons. Improved shield shattering effect, with a high probability of stunning enemies in a defensive stance. Converts 7 of attack damage into personal stamina. Special craftsmanship by a legendary blacksmith using amethyst or for enhancement. Xiang Yuan was equally satisfied with the attributes of these axes. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and decided to attempt using his lifebound bloodblade to devour the axes. However, the system promptly alerted him. Ding! Your lifebound bloodblade has reached the maximum number of entries. You must advance to add more entries. Ding! You can extract the weapon's attack damage conversion to stamina entry for stacking. Do you wish to extract it? After careful consideration, Xiang Yuan ultimately decided against it. He realized that the number of epic weapons he had prepared was just right, and devouring one now would lead to a shortage. Besides, the mere 7 attack damage conversion effect wouldn't provide a significant boost after extraction. He then instructed Hammer to continue mass-producing this set of epic weapons and armor as strategic reserves for the Asura Legion. With that, he swept the mountain of weapons and armor into his inventory, soared into the sky, and flew towards the Sky Fortress. Hammer was left standing in shock, a question echoing in his mind. What kind of weapon was the bloodblade that the mayor had summoned just now? Even mythical weapons shouldn't exude such a terrifying aura. As a legendary master blacksmith, Hammer's understanding of weaponry far exceeded that of ordinary people. His keen senses told him that Xiang Yuan's lifebound bloodblade was anything but ordinary. The unprecedented sense of wonder and power it evoked left him deeply unsettled. Xiang Yuan, harnessing his formidable flying abilities, swiftly arrived at the Tianqing mountain fortress. Inside, 2 Mia and 200 veteran Asura warriors awaited his arrival. As soon as Xiang Yuan appeared, the group stepped forward to pay their respects. Without any small talk, Xiang Yuan waved his hand, and piles of epic weapons and armor materialized out of thin air. The Asuras were momentarily stunned before being captivated by the oversized, dramatic mountain-splitting battle axes. Even the 7 senior Asuras, including 2 Mia, couldn't hide their greed as they eyed the axes with glowing anticipation. Xiang Yuan shook his head with resignation, thinking that these Asuras seemed to have a peculiar fascination with extravagant heavy weaponry. He briefly explained the requirements for enhancing the equipment, and no sooner had he finished speaking than the Asuras surged forward, eager to select their own weapons and gear. Moments later, over 200 figures, resembling dark war gods, stood before Xiang Yuan. Clad in blood-red demon armor, their tall, robust frames appeared even more imposing. Each held a pair of enormous, flamboyant double-bladed axes, exuding an intimidating aura. Xiang Yuan mused that this formidable display alone would likely instill fear in their enemies. Surveying the newly equipped Asura Legion, Xiang Yuan summoned 2 Mia and instructed, "Gather all the Asura warriors training on the mountain and send scouts to the west. I sense a battle is imminent." 2 Mia, thrilled by the command, immediately set off to carry it out. Xiang Yuan remained in the fortress, awaiting news. Soon, the training Asuras returned in succession. After a while, a scout flew back and reported, "My lord, a force of about 10,000 troops has appeared 3 miles to the west, seemingly advancing towards our fortress." Xiang Yuan let out a cold laugh. "Since they dare to come, let's show them our true strength." With that, he ascended to the observation platform on the western gate tower. An hour later, a massive army appeared in view. Xiang Yuan noticed their coordinated, flashy armor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Weren't those the mediocre quality equipment he sold to Sauron? At the front of the enemy ranks, a tall Mordorian rode forth on horseback and shouted, "Hear me, Xiang Yuan of Blue Star. I, General Ivis of Mordor, Demand you surrender this fortress and lay down your arms immediately. Otherwise, we will slaughter you all." Xiang Yuan looked down with disdain at the boastful Ibis, his eyes filled with contempt. Xiang Yuan turned to look at Tu Mia, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Lead all the Asura warriors out of the city immediately and annihilate the enemy forces." A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Tu Mia's eyes as he responded promptly. "As you command, my king." He turned towards the fortress's interior, his voice booming like thunder. "All Asura, hear my command." Present, over 1,000 Asura warriors responded in unison, their voices echoing like a thunderclap. Tu Mia announced loudly, "The king orders us to annihilate the enemy forces. Follow me and charge out. Kill." Amidst the deafening shouts, over 1,000 Asura warriors took to the skies from the fortress of Tianqing Mountain, swooping down on the unsuspecting Fortune Alliance army. Iwais was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He had never seen troops capable of flight. Before he could take a closer look, the Asura army led by Tu Mia descended like a fierce storm. Finally regaining his senses, Iwais shouted hoarsely, "Advance, all troops. Kill them all." However, a terrifying scene unfolded before Iwais. The vastly outnumbered flying troops swiftly broke into his formation, especially the Asura wielding massive double-bladed axes, each swing claiming numerous lives. The Asura warriors were like ravenous tigers, while the Fortune Alliance soldiers were like helpless sheep. Despite the disparity in numbers, the overwhelming combat power disparity turned the battle into a one-sided massacre. In less than half an hour, Iwais watched as his soldiers fell like wheat, his spirit utterly shattered. A mere 1,000 or so enemy troops were slaughtering his 10,000 men. This stark contrast and overwhelming sense of powerlessness plunged him into despair. Not only Iwais, but his soldiers were also terrified, many beginning to flee in all directions. However, the Asura army led by Tu Mia strictly followed Xiang Yuan's command, annihilate the enemy completely. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan stood on the fortress observation deck, watching the massacre with keen interest. Just moments ago, he had received a notification that his level had increased to 11. Although he hadn't personally slain enemies to level up during this time, he gained a portion of the experience whenever his Asura subordinates defeated monsters and enemies. Previously, with only a few like Tu Mia, the experience gained wasn't much, but now with over 1,000 Asura warriors, the accumulated experience was substantial. He no longer needed to act personally. An hour later, the elite force of 10,000 sent by Moto and Mengxing was utterly annihilated by Xiang Yuan's Asura Legion, with no survivors. Simultaneously, in a dark-themed territory, Soren and Doman received notifications of their army's complete annihilation. They exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They couldn't fathom how Xiang Yuan could completely destroy their well-equipped elite force of 10,000. While the two were in distress, a series of announcement notifications suddenly echoed in the sky. Announcement in Newbie Zone 10086. Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan has officially declared war on the Fortune Alliance. Announcement in Newbie Zone 10086. Blue Star Lord Lu Meng has officially declared war on the Fortune Alliance. Announcement in Newbie Zone 10086. Blue Star Lord O Xingchen has officially declared war on the Fortune Alliance. Announcement in Newbie Zone 10086. Blue Star Lord Yi Fan has officially declared war on the Fortune Alliance. Suddenly, all the lords from Blue Star in Newbie Zone 10086 began declaring war on Soren and Doman's Fortune Alliance. Upon hearing a series of notification sounds, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips into a smug smile. His declaration of war against the Destiny Alliance was a strategic move to take the initiative and make Sauron feel threatened. He aimed to frighten Sauron into urgently enhancing his strength. Xiang Yuan calculated that this would likely lead Sauron to purchase another batch of weapons and equipment from his anonymous self, allowing him to profit significantly. To Xiang Yuan's pleasant surprise, the other lords of the Novice Zone on Blue Star also immediately declared war on the Destiny Alliance. This unexpected boon meant the situation was developing even better than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Sauron and Doman both wore expressions of grave concern. Doman anxiously asked, "Leader, what should we do now? Dealing with Xiang Yuan alone is already a headache, and now all the lords of Blue Star have declared war on us. It seems unlikely we'll be able to eliminate Xiang Yuan in the short term. I suspect his ability to annihilate our elite force of 10,000 is due to acquiring extraordinary items from the Destiny store, significantly boosting his power. We can't afford to give him more time to grow." After a long silence, a resolute glint appeared in Sauron's eyes. He decisively declared, "The current situation is unfavorable for us. Our immediate priority is to enhance our military strength once more. I plan to establish a much larger, more powerful, and better equipped army." Doman hesitated briefly and asked, "Do you mean?" Sauron replied firmly, "I want to form a formidable army of 100,000. 100,000. Doman exclaimed in shock. With a fierce determination in his eyes, Sauron continued, "Since we have united the forces of all the lords from 2 races in the novice zone, we must fully leverage our advantage. This time, I'm prepared to go Allen and create a terrifyingly large and invincible army. We won't just select the 10,000 highest tier troops among us. We'll also equip each one with a set of rare level gear." Doman's face showed even more astonishment as he responded, "What? Leader, assembling a high-tier army of 100,000 will already consume a substantial amount of our resources. Equipping each with a set of rare-level weapons and gear is an astronomical expense. Doing so would completely deplete the financial resources of our 2 races." "Enough!" Sauron suddenly roared, glaring fiercely at Doman. "Do you know why you barbarians have never had your own destiny store, while we Mordor do? It's because of your timid nature, your weak attitude that doesn't dare to fight or take risks." Doman was taken aback by Sauron's outburst, but instead of getting angry, he fell into silence. The term Destiny Store was like a sharp blade piercing his heart. The barbarians, once a powerful force outside the Endless Continent, had never managed to establish their own Destiny Store within it. This severely limited the development of their lords, and even led to the decline of their home planet's strength. After a moment, Doman raised his head, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Doman gritted his teeth, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "All right, Soren, I'll take this gamble with you. We're going all in. We must eliminate Xiang Yuan and seize the fortune shop." Upon hearing this, Soren's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, knowing that without Doman's help, he lacked the resources to assemble a high-level army of 100,000 and equip them with rare-grade weapons. Now, with Doman sharing half the burden, the plan seemed feasible. "Great," Soren nodded. "I'll reach out to that lord selling weaponry soon. Doman, you're in charge of assembling our elite army of 100,000. Once Doman made up his mind, he acted swiftly and decisively, immediately starting preparations without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan was inspecting the recent developments in his territory in Asura town. The scene before him was quite satisfying. Rows of neatly aligned residential and commercial buildings were taking shape. Although not yet completed, each structure exuded its unique charm. They all featured elements of ancient Longwa style, creating a harmonious unity across the complex. Ample green spaces were reserved around each building, adding vitality to the future town. Xiang Yuan estimated that in just a day or 2, these buildings would be finished. Suddenly, a private chat request popped up on Xiang Yuan's display. He instantly recognized Soren's avatar and couldn't help but smile slightly before accepting the request. Soren got straight to the point. "I want to buy another batch of equipment." Xiang Yuan replied anonymously, "Sure. How much do you need?" Soren said directly, 100,000 sets. And they must be rare-grade weapons and equipment. Upon reading this message, Xiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He pondered silently. Is Soren planning to go all out? 100,000 sets of rare-grade weapons and equipment, coupled with my markup, would amount to an astronomical figure. Even if Soren pooled the resources of the 2 major races in the novice zone, this was a do-or-die decision. Seeing no response from Xiang Yuan for a while, Soren impatiently asked, "What's wrong? Don't you have the goods?" Xiang Yuan replied anonymously, "We do. But since you're requesting rare-grade equipment, our costs will be significantly higher. So you understand." Soren promptly offered 100 gold coins per set of rare-grade weapons and equipment. Xiang Yuan countered anonymously, 200 gold coins per set of rare-grade weapons and equipment, totaling 20 million gold coins. We're not a one-man operation. Selling you these items requires a lot of collective effort. If the profit is too low, we won't get much in return. I don't want to go through the hassle of securing large quantities of equipment for just a small fee." Soren fell silent. This confirmed his suspicion. The other party was indeed a large organization. If it were a single lord supplying the goods, their power would be unbelievably immense, suggesting that this supplier was the true hidden powerhouse of the 10,086 novice zone. Soren understood that for such organizations, low profits would mean minimal earnings per member. After a long pause, Soren finally typed out a response. "All right, when can you deliver?" Xiang Yuan sent an anonymous promise to Sauron, stating that he would provide a clear answer within a week, and then decisively closed the private chat interface. Without a moment's pause, he headed straight to the armory workshop and sought out the master blacksmith, Zhong Chue. "What's the fastest you can produce 100,000 sets of new, affordable rare-grade weapons and equipment?" Xiang Yuan asked directly. Zhong Chue, a legendary-level blacksmith, had already discerned Xiang Yuan's intentions. He knew that these weapons were destined for sale, likely to a buyer with limited discernment. He candidly replied, "Mayor, if we don't fuss over the quality and attributes of the equipment, and even slightly reduce their durability, while also working around the clock, we can complete it in 4 days." Additionally, Zhong Chue's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. "I can make these weapons look more imposing and formidable, at least visually impeccable." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Excellent. For these 4 days, halt the production of our army's epic gear reserves and focus entirely on crafting this batch of rare equipment. After making these arrangements, Xiang Yuan decided to head to Tianqing Mountain Fortress. He planned to stretch his muscles there and spend the night, returning to Asura Town the next day to inspect the nearly completed building complex. Upon reaching Tianqing Mountain, Xiang Yuan didn't linger at the fortress but immediately joined the Asura army, who were hunting demons in the forest. However, he quickly noticed a problem. The once plentiful demons had significantly decreased, almost vanishing. This made him ponder the future training prospects for his subordinates. Yet, soon, a glint of insight flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes. He thought of the Fortune Alliance. Their soldiers could provide additional experience bonuses, making them perfect training targets. Just the lords and their subordinates from Mordor and Barbarian Star numbered nearly 2 million. This vast number could not only meet his needs, but also serve other Barbarian Star lords for training. However, it wasn't the right time to act, at least, not until after the deal with Sauron was completed. The next morning, a system notification woke Xiang Yuan. Ding! Your total amethyst mine collection has reached 900,000 units, and your exclusive amethyst hero monument on Blue Star has grown to 40 meters. You now earn 3 fortune points daily. Xiang Yuan immediately checked his personal information panel and found he had accumulated 18 fortune points. Looking at the fortune points displayed on the panel, Xiang Yuan carefully calculated the time until the next refresh of the fortune shop. More than 20 days to go, he thought to himself. With the current rate of mining the amethyst, the height of the amethyst hero monument is bound to increase, and the feedback from the fortune points will also rise. By the time the shop refreshes, I should be able to purchase 1 or 2 fortune items. This thought snapped him fully awake. He immediately took off into the air, speeding towards Xiluo Town. Soon, the town's iconic jet-black reflective city walls came into view, and the neatly arranged buildings inside gleamed under the sunlight. Xiang Yuan landed in the center of Xiluo Town, at the sacred Elephant Plaza. The plaza was paved with white stone bricks, covering a considerable area. It was adorned with meticulously trimmed greenery, and several ornamental fountains spouted clear water. At the center stood a 30-meter-tall statue of the god of wealth, depicting a benevolent, long-bearded elder. The elder wore luxurious clothing, held a jade scepter in his left hand, and supported a half-open stone treasure chest in his right, filled with lifelike gold coins. At this moment, Feng Zheng approached quickly, holding a few books. Mayor, all the buildings in Xiluo Town are completed. I'm here to report the specifics to you. Xiang Yuan nodded with interest. Go ahead. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Feng Zheng began to explain in detail. We have completed 3 major civilian building complexes, the residential district, the commercial district, and the central sacred Elephant Plaza. Please follow me, and I'll explain as we walk. Leaving the plaza, the two walked along the wide stone-paved main road. On either side were orderly building complexes. Feng Zheng pointed to the right. This is the residential district, comprising 100 properties of varying styles and sizes. Here are the detailed classifications and pricing schemes for your review. Xiang Yuan took the book and examined it closely. Small residence with greenery, 400,000 gold coins set, 50-year lease, 50 units, total revenue, 20 million. Medium 2-story residence with greenery, 600,000 gold coins set, 50-year lease, 30 buildings, total revenue, 18 million. Large 3-story residence with garden, 900,000 gold coins set, 50-year lease, 15 locations, total revenue, 13.5 million. Extra large courtyard residence, 1.8 million gold coins set, 50-year lease, 5 estates, total revenue, 9 million. Xiang Yuan looked at Feng Zheng in disbelief. These prices, can they really sell? Feng Zheng's face beamed with confidence. They can. Absolutely, there's no problem. It just requires some time. In Shura Town, the sacred elephant square and the statue of the god of wealth stood majestically. Feng Zheng faced Xiang Yuan with a confident gleam in his eyes. I believe it won't be long before we attract the natives to settle in our Shura Town. Xiang Yuan nodded silently. As the mayor, he knew that entrusting professional matters to professionals was the wisest choice. Feng Zheng took out a meticulously prepared booklet from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Xiang Yuan. Mayor, this is our leasing plan for the commercial district. He explained in detail. I suggest that we rent out the shops rather than sell them. The value of these shops far exceeds that of residences, and they are different from the necessities needed to attract native settlers. More importantly, once Shura Town prospers, selling the shops too early would result in significant losses. Xiang Yuan flipped through the booklet while listening attentively. The booklet outlined the monthly rental standards for various types of shops and noted that Shura Town retained the unconditional right to adjust rent after the lease term. This thorough plan greatly satisfied Xiang Yuan, and he returned the booklet to Feng Zheng, genuinely praising. You truly live up to your reputation as the former imperial capital's internal affairs officer. Hearing this, Zheng showed a rare hint of shyness, but the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. He continued, Mayor, regarding the tax issues that will arise when the native population increases, I've prepared 2 plans. Seeing Xiang Yuan's puzzled expression, Zheng immediately explained. The first plan is a military-oriented tax plan, which will aid you in recruiting troops on a large scale from the Purgatory blood pool. The second plan is focused on economic development, emphasizing co-creation and shared success with the natives, which will more quickly transform Shura Town into a prosperous place. In the long run, the second plan's revenues will far exceed those of the first. Xiang Yuan chose the second plan almost without hesitation. He knew that the initial military expansion could be funded through his own capabilities to expand the Asura Legion. By choosing the economic development plan, he could focus on military affairs while promoting Shura Town's self-sustained growth, achieving the best of both worlds. With Xiang Yuan's approval, Zheng quickly took his leave. His hurried departure showed that this capable internal affairs officer was tirelessly working day and night for the development of Shura Town. It's rare to see Zheng around. Xiang Yuan decided to continue his training at Tianqing Mountain. After 2 days of fighting and leveling up, he finally reached level 12, with an overall attribute strength of 54 points. With his increased strength, Xiang Yuan decided to return to Shilua Town. Today was the day Cheng Chue promised to deliver the 100,000 sets of rare-grade weaponry. As he flew back to Shilua Town, he could see the bustling scene outside the armory from afar. Cheng Chue was directing a large group of farmers to transport the mountain-like piles of weapons and equipment. Mayor, you're here. Cheng Chue immediately noticed Xiang Yuan landing and hurried over to greet him. Xiang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze falling on the piles of equipment. Are these the 100,000 sets of rare-grade weaponry? Yes, Mayor. Xiang Yuan casually picked up a piece of equipment to inspect it. A knowing smile playing on his lips. It was indeed the familiar garbage attributes. Very good. You can go about your business. I'll handle these. After Cheng Chue led the farmers back to the workshop, Xiang Yuan quickly opened the chat interface to privately message Soren. Within a minute, Soren accepted the chat request. Do you have the goods? Soren asked. Is your money ready? Xiang Yuan replied anonymously. Send over the equipment catalog for me to see. Xiang Yuan promptly sent over the catalog of this batch of standardized equipment. After waiting a while with no response from Soren, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but wonder, has this guy gotten picky and is now unimpressed by these items? In fact, Soren was currently staring excitedly at the catalog of rare-grade weaponry. This batch's attributes were indeed much stronger than the previous excellent-grade equipment. He quickly forwarded the catalog to Doman. Looks good, but make sure every piece matches the catalog attributes. Doman replied quickly. Don't worry, I'll verify everything carefully. How's the high-tier army formation on your end? All recruited, exclusively rare-grade units, with some epic-grade units mixed in. Doman then transferred 10 million gold coins to Soren, with each contributing half. Overwhelmed with excitement at receiving the gold, Soren muttered to himself. I refuse to believe this super army can't take you down, Xiang Yuan. He immediately switched back to the private chat with Xiang Yuan and initiated a trade request. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan didn't hesitate to upload the 100,000 sets of rare-grade equipment to the trading panel and lock it. Soren took over a minute to confirm the uniformity of all equipment attributes before uploading 20 million gold coins and locking the transaction. Once the trading interface showed a locked status, Xiang Yuan decisively clicked the Confirm Trade button. Ding! The system notification chimed as Xiang Yuan received an anonymous transaction from Sauron, the Lord of Mordor, totaling a whopping 20 million gold coins. He quickly opened his inventory to confirm, and the display showed a balance of 20,500,000. Having learned that the battlefield outside the newbie zone number 10086 had descended into chaos, with various factions eyeing each other warily, Xiang Yuan had already devised a plan to boost his strength. Now, with substantial funds at his disposal, he headed straight for the Purgatory blood pool in Shura Town, intending to recruit 40,000 two-armed Asuras in one go. The sooner this army was formed, the better. Only by giving them ample time to level up could they possess the ability to protect themselves once the 3-month protection period ended. In front of the Purgatory blood pool, Xiang Yuan swiftly selected the number of 40,000 two-armed Asuras and clicked the recruit button. Instantly, the dark red liquid in the pool began to churn violently. One by one, towering figures with bulging muscles emerged from the pool, exuding a ferocious aura as they knelt uniformly before Xiang Yuan. Nu Feng greets my king. Nu Shao greets my king. Nu Kong greets my king. 3 hours later, when the farmers of the territory passed by the Purgatory blood pool, they were awestruck and chilled by the sight. The massive men were arrayed in formation, each warrior with a blood-red halo hovering behind them, their fierce aura almost tangible. The sheer presence of this army was so overwhelming that even a distant glance could convey its unmatched might. The system soon confirmed the recruitment was complete. Gazing at the Asura army that nearly filled the entire area, A satisfied smile appeared on Xiang Yuan's face. This newly recruited batch of Asuras bore the surname New, marking them as his third Asura army. Currently, the highest level included 7-2 Asuras at level 12, matching Xiang Yuan's level, followed by 1,000 Zhan Asuras at level 5, and the 40,000 newly recruited new Asuras, though all at level 0, were undoubtedly destined to become Xiang Yuan's future main force. At that moment, a special notification urged Xiang Yuan to head to the Lord's Hall. He ordered the new Asuras to stand by and quickly made his way to the hall. Tu Mia relayed an urgent message from the Tianxing mountain fortress. An army of about 100,000 was advancing from the west towards the fortress. Upon hearing this report, a faint smile of anticipation appeared on Xiang Yuan's lips. Sauron's eagerness brought a cold smile to Xiang Yuan's lips. The freshly armed army was already eager to attack, so it seemed like the perfect time to give them a surprise. Just then, a system notification interrupted Xiang Yuan's thoughts. Ding! Your territory's prosperity has reached 5,000 points, meeting the requirements for upgrading to a medium-sized town. By providing sufficient resources, you can upgrade your territory to a medium-sized town. Xiang Yuan was momentarily stunned, then realized what had happened. The establishment of a large building complex in the small town of Shura, along with the recruitment of 40,000 Asura troops, had directly boosted the prosperity to the standard required for upgrading to a medium-sized town. This was not unexpected. However, Xiang Yuan's expression quickly turned to a frown. His treasury was nearly depleted. After spending 20 million gold coins, only about 50,000 remained. He immediately opened the information panel in the Lord's Hall to check the resource requirements for upgrading to a medium-sized town. Resources required for upgrading to a medium-sized town. Gold, 200,000. Stone, 1 million. Wood, 1 million. Iron ore, 500,000. There were over 6 million each of stone and wood, and more than 5 million of iron ore, so these basic materials were more than sufficient. However, the hardest to obtain, gold, was still short by 150,000. Xiang Yuan fell into deep thought. He had a vague feeling that Sauron's financial resources had been drained by him. Even if there were some remaining funds, after this defeat, there was a 90% chance Sauron would not invest heavily again to rebuild his army. Unable to find a solution after much contemplation, Xiang Yuan decided to address the immediate threat first. He would plan his next move after annihilating Sauron's army. He strode out of the Lord's Hall, gathered the 40,000-strong Asura army, and led them towards the Sky Fortress. Meanwhile, at the Western Gate's observation tower of the Sky Fortress, Tumi was gazing into the distance. He casually glanced back and was stunned. A massive swarm of humanoid figures was flying in from the direction of Shura town, blotting out the sky. Just as Tumi felt a surge of tension, he suddenly realized these flying beings shared the same aura as himself. Before he could recover from the shock, he recognized Xiang Yuan at the forefront of the massive group. Tumi's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile. He never imagined that his lord could recruit so many of their kind at once. Tumi had absolute confidence in his race. Watching the overwhelming number of two-armed Asuras approaching, he was convinced that his lord had become the absolute ruler of this novice area, unmatched by anyone. Xiang Yuan soon landed inside the Sky Fortress and directly ascended the Western Gate's observation tower. Where is that enemy army currently located? Xiang Yuan asked. My king, they are 4 miles west of us and still marching. Tumi replied respectfully. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Xiang Yuan's face as he ordered. Immediately lead our entire Asura army and annihilate them completely. Yes, my king, Tumi acknowledged. Moments later, over 40,000 two-armed Asura warriors took to the sky from the Sky Fortress, flying westward. Xiang Yuan had no intention of joining the battle himself this time. With 40,000 two-armed Asuras against the 100,000 troops of the Fortune Alliance, it could only be described as a massacre. Xiang Yuan was absolutely confident in this outcome. At this time, Sauron and Doman were gathered together, anxiously waiting for news from the front lines. Their expressions were filled with excitement and anticipation. This army of 100,000 was the strongest force they had built with all their resources. If they lost again, they would completely lose their confidence. Even worse, the Mordor and Barbarian Star tribes of the 10086 Novice Zone would undoubtedly become the most unsuccessful races in the entire Novice area. At that point, not only would eliminating Xiang Yuan be out of the question, but the Fortune Alliance would struggle to withstand the onslaught of all the Blue Star Lords. However, things did not unfold as Sorin and Doman had hoped. Soon, they received a piece of devastating news that hit them like a bolt from the blue. Their faces turned pale, and their hands trembled as they opened the urgent message from the leader of the Alliance. We've been defeated. We've suffered another defeat. Sorin's voice was hoarse as he read the report in disbelief. The enemy deployed over 40,000 flying humanoid units and annihilated our elite force of 100,000 in no time. Doman collapsed into his chair, his face ashen. It dawned on them just how formidable their opponent was, an adversary far beyond their capability to challenge. They had made a fatal mistake, choosing the wrong enemy and ruining their own prospects. The entire Fortune Alliance was plunged into an abyss due to their misguided decision. The Mordor and Barbarian Star Lords in the 10086 Novice Zone were finished. As they wallowed in despair, a minor lord from Mordor burst into the room in a panic. Lords, something terrible has happened. Check the chat channel quickly. Alarmed, Soren and Doman swiftly opened the chat channel interface. What they saw was a series of shocking messages. Lord Xiang Yuan of Blue Star Brothers. This is Xiang Yuan. I just wiped out the Fortune Alliance's high-tier army of 100,000, which cost them over 20 million gold coins. They're severely weakened. Now's the perfect time to strike. Don't miss out on these easy experience points for upgrading your troops. Other Blue Star Lords responded enthusiastically. Wow, an army worth 20 million gold coins. That must have drained all of Fortune Alliance's resources. Xiang Yuan, are you serious? Was it really their 20 million gold coin army? Xiang Yuan not only uploaded screenshots of his transactions with Soren, but also shared chat logs and images of the battlefield littered with the corpses of the Fortune Alliance's army. The Blue Star Lords were thrilled. Impressive. Don't tell me you pocketed those 20 million coins from that fool Soren. Haha, I never thought those Mordor folks would be so clueless. I just made a large batch of cheap, inferior equipment, and they bought it all like it was treasure. Even the Charm Star Lord joined in the banter. Brother Xiang Yuan, this is hilarious. So Soren basically gave you 20 million gold coins to build an army, only for you to destroy them? Those Mordor folks sure are clever. Seeing the Blue Star Lords eager to launch an attack on the Fortune Alliance, Soren could no longer bear the immense blow. His eyes bloodshot, he roared, Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan. So it was you scoundrel, who sold us those weapons. You conned me. Before he could finish, Soren coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Doman's face was terrifyingly dark as he stared intently at the unconscious Soren, his fists clenched tightly with audible crackles. Rage churned within him, and he was tempted to kill this colossal fool to vent his anger. However, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. He knew he couldn't afford to offend the Mordor clan, and he understood that if the Fortune Alliance were to further disintegrate under the current circumstances, they would face an even more severe situation. In the end, Doman stormed off with a sinister expression, his fury unabated. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan stood before the victorious Asura warriors, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Without hesitation, he issued new orders. 7 senior Asuras would lead the junior warriors in a comprehensive assault on the Fortune Alliance. The soldiers of the Fortune Alliance were destined to become their experience feast to boost their strength. Following the command, the 7 senior Asuras quickly selected their warriors. In no time, 7 formidable Asura armies soared from the Sky Fortress, racing towards the lands of the Fortune Alliance. Xiang Yuan had no concerns about the safety of his Asura army. In the current state of the Novice Zone 10086, no one could threaten his 40,000 strong Asura force. With nothing else pressing, Xiang Yuan decided to return to Shura Town to discuss future development plans with Feng Zheng. Soon, Xiang Yuan arrived above Shura Town. His attention was immediately drawn to a group of strangers in the residential district. He noticed Feng Zheng engaging in a lively conversation with them, sparking his curiosity. He descended from the sky. Seeing him, Feng Zheng hurried over. Mayor, you're back. Xiang Yuan nodded, his gaze never leaving the strangers. Feng Zheng, who are they? Feng Zheng's face lit up with excitement. Mayor, they're a trade caravan passing through Shura Town. They intended to take a break here, but were captivated by our residential and commercial districts. I'm just introducing them. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan felt a surge of joy. These were evidently natives of the Endless Continent. Could they be interested in settling in Shura Town? He pulled Feng Zheng aside and asked in a low voice, how powerful are they? Understanding the question, Feng Zheng whispered in Xiang Yuan's ear, they seem very strong. I suspect this is a caravan from a banking clan. The emblem on their clothing resembles a bank's insignia. Xiang Yuan was taken aback. A banking caravan. They must be wealthy and influential individuals. He eagerly inquired, are they interested? Feng Zheng smiled knowingly. I've been negotiating with them for quite some time, and it's highly likely they'll agree. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was overjoyed, his face breaking into a warm smile. He patted Feng Zheng on the shoulder. Come on, introduce me to them. Soon, Feng Zheng led Xiang Yuan to the group of people. He pointed to a well-dressed, chubby young man and introduced, Boss Jean, this is the mayor of our Xiolua town. The chubby young man, referred to as Boss Jean, immediately smiled and looked Xiang Yuan up and down. Surprisingly, Xiang Yuan noticed a hint of the sharpness and wisdom unique to businessmen in the eyes of this seemingly adorable young man. He couldn't help but think to himself, as expected, someone capable of running a banking business. Even this cute-looking chubby guy is so shrewd and capable. Jean Zhuan extended his hand with a gracious smile and said, Hello, Mayor. I'm Xiang Yuan. Nice to meet you. Xiang Yuan shook his hand and politely replied, Hello, Boss Jean. I'm Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan got straight to the point. Mayor Xiang, I'd like to purchase a property in your Shilua town. Are you open to selling to outsiders now? Xiang Yuan was taken aback, not expecting to secure a deal after just one meeting. He suppressed his inner delight and answered calmly, Of course. Our Shilua town welcomes people with strength like Boss Jean. Ha ha, you're too kind, Mayor. Xiang Yuan laughed heartily. Let's choose a property now then. This seemingly naive young man displayed a boldness reminiscent of someone much older, making Xiang Yuan feel he was somewhat putting on airs. However, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, Xiang Yuan subtly signaled to Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng understood immediately and greeted with a smile. Boss Jean, let me show you around. However, Xiang Yuan merely glanced around casually and directly pointed to a large villa near the main road, opposite the commercial district, saying, I'll take that villa. Xiang Yuan was pleased and impressed by Xiang Yuan's financial capability. Feng Zheng quickly chimed in. Boss Jean, great choice. That's the best location in Shilua town, with the greatest development potential, and it's the largest residential building. It's priced at 1.8 million gold coins, with a 50-year ownership. Great, Xiang Yuan agreed readily. Go get the coins. The middle-aged man wearing a white ghost mask beside him immediately went to retrieve the gold coins. Xiang Yuan maintained a neutral expression, but inside he was astounded. This is what it means to be truly wealthy, giving away 1.8 million gold coins just like that. Soon, Nu returned with a medium-sized bag and handed it to Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng opened the bag to confirm, then smilingly passed it to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan took the bag, and a system prompt sounded. Ding! You have received a gold coin space bag. Would you like to store the 1,800,000 gold coins inside? Yes, Xiang Yuan thought to himself. The next moment, the gold coin count in his backpack increased by 1.8 million. As Xiang Yuan marveled at this magical coin-storing bag, Xiang Yuan cheerfully approached him again. Mayor, you'll need to return that bag to us. Xiang Yuan reminded him. Xiang Yuan hesitated for a moment before handing the gold coin space bag back to him. At that moment, an unexpected business idea suddenly sparked in Xiang Yuan's seemingly rugged mind. He turned to Xiang Yuan, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiaojin, have you thought about taking another look at those shops? How about renting one to start a business? As soon as he said it, Xiang Yuan regretted it a bit, worried that he might have been too abrupt. However, Xiang Yuan's response was surprising. A thoughtful expression crossed his chubby face. Actually, Mayor Xiang, I've been considering that as well. We've been surveying this area lately and found that your town has developed the best. The buildings are all high-end, and it seems like a town with great potential. Xiang Yuan paused before continuing. But since we're in the banking business, once we choose a location, it affects everything. A lot of our industry connections are likely to gather here, so we have to consider it carefully. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's heart raced, but he kept his face composed, showing no hint of excitement or emotion. He simply replied, All right, take your time to think it over. Just then, Feng Zheng interjected. Boss Jean, you run a bank and your last name is Jean. Are you part of the Jean family bank? Xiang Yuan turned to look at Feng Zheng, noting a flicker of surprise on his face. Xiang Yuan smiled faintly and replied, Yes, we're from the Jean family bank, but I'm just a descendant from a branch of the Jean family. Nothing significant. Feng Zheng immediately responded enthusiastically. Having young Master Xiang Yuan settle in Shura town is truly an honor for us. Xiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on that. We'll take our leave now. I need to check out my new house. All right, take care, young Master Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan and Feng Zheng watched as Xiang Yuan and his entourage departed. As soon as Xiang Yuan left, Feng Zheng sidled up to Xiang Yuan, lowering his voice. Mayor, let me tell you about the Jean family's background. Xiang Yuan nodded, already filled with curiosity. Feng Zheng took a deep breath and began. The Jean family is a super wealthy family that has been in the banking business for 1,000 years. Rumor has it that their total family wealth once surpassed the combined wealth of several empires. What? Xiang Yuan was stunned, struggling to imagine such immense wealth. Inside, he was secretly delighted, feeling that a fortune had indeed come his way. Feng Zheng added, But, Mayor, you should be cautious with this chubby guy, Xiang Yuan. He's very smart, even a bit cunning. When he mentioned considering running a bank in Shura town, he was clearly testing you. Xiang Yuan nodded with a smile. I sensed that. I'll be careful in future dealings with him. With newfound financial flexibility, Xiang Yuan decided the first thing he would do was upgrade his small town to a medium-sized town. He immediately went to the Lord's Hall and accessed the operational interface. Resources needed to upgrade to a medium-sized town. 200,000 gold coins, 1 million stone, 1 million wood, and 500,000 iron ore. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan clicked the upgrade button. In an instant, The entire Shura town was enveloped in a bright white light. Xiang Yuan's Lord's Hall, also known as the mayor's residence, began to expand and grow. As he stepped outside to observe, he was amazed by the sight. The mayor's residence now resembled an ancient mansion, looking much grander and more impressive. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! A store of fortune within your territory has randomly refreshed with new items. You have 10 days before the purchase deadline. Please gather enough fortune points to shop. Upon hearing this prompt, Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and thoughts raced through his mind like lightning. The operation model of the fortune store surprised him. New items are refreshed 10 days in advance, yet they can only be purchased after this period ends. This clever design provides lords ample time to prepare their fortune points. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan soared into the air, heading towards Tianqing Mountain. Moments later, he was standing inside the fortress's fortune store, once again opening the item interface. 5 items were listed, but to his surprise, 3 of them were identical. A hint of disappointment surfaced, quickly replaced by curiosity. He swiftly clicked on the first item. Model building upgrade medium. Price, 50 fortune points. Description, allows buildings constructed using building models to be upgraded. Excludes buildings of native troop types. Xiang Yuan's eyes immediately brightened. In Shura Town, there are 3 crucial model buildings: the Agro-Industrial Research Institute, the Armament Workshop, and the Xianstone Walls. These buildings cannot upgrade themselves, yet they are vital for the territory's development. The Agro-Industrial Research Institute greatly enhances the efficiency of amethyst mining. The Armament Workshop significantly boosts the military strength of the Asura Legion, and the upgrade of the Xianstone Walls is crucial for the expansion of the entire territory. Initially disappointed by the 3 identical items, Xiang Yuan now felt a surge of relief. These 3 model building upgrade mediums perfectly addressed his pressing needs. He then moved on to the 4th item. Endless Continent Communication Token 8-pack. Price, 160 fortune points. Description, holders of the communication token can engage in real-time conversations from any location on the Endless Continent. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up again. This was undoubtedly another treasure. Previously, when he dispatched 2 Mia and others to lead troops in a battle, the inability to communicate promptly had been a significant inconvenience. If not for the outstanding strength of the Asura army, he wouldn't have dared to let them wage war freely. Finally, Xiang Yuan's gaze fell on the 5th item, filled with anticipation. The Super Soldier Upgrade Pill's product information gleamed enticingly in the fortune store, capturing all of Xiang Yuan's attention. This miraculous pill could elevate a troop's level by 10, with each person allowed to consume 2 pills, making its effect almost magical. Although only effective on troops below level 60, the quantity of 10,000 pills was enough for Xiang Yuan to envision a promising outlook after the 3-month newbie protection period ended. However, the exorbitant price of 10,000 fortune points plunged Xiang Yuan into despair. Given the current rate of fortune point feedback from the Amethyst Hero Monument, it would take not just 3 months, but possibly 1 or 2 years to gather enough points. Yet, Xiang Yuan quickly adjusted his mindset, optimistically muttering to himself, "Where there's a will, there's a way. Maybe some unexpected good fortune will come along." Just then, Xiang Yuan noticed a new line at the bottom of the store interface. All items would refresh in 30 days. Despite having anticipated this, seeing the notice with his own eyes still made him want to vent his frustration. With mixed emotions, Xiang Yuan returned to Shura Town. As soon as he arrived, Feng Zheng hurriedly approached him, reporting that Jin Zhuan from the Jin family wished to see him. Initially, Xiang Yuan thought it was a trivial matter related to setting up a bank, but Feng Zheng explained seriously that Jin Zhuan had been secretly observing Shura Town, likely seeing its developmental potential and wanting to invest and stake a claim in its future core interests. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan sneered, dismissing the Jin family's ambition. However, out of business courtesy, he decided to meet Jin Zhuan at the mayor's mansion to see what other requests the chubby man might make after being refused. Soon after, Jin Zhuan's rotund figure appeared at the mayor's mansion. He greeted Xiang Yuan warmly, while Xiang Yuan sat expressionless on the mayor's throne, gesturing for him to take a seat. Jin Zhuan keenly sensed Xiang Yuan's cold demeanor, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes, yet he nonchalantly found a place to sit. In the mayor's office of Shilua Town, the air was filled with a faint aroma of tea. Jin Zhuan stood in front of Xiang Yuan, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness. Taking a deep breath, he sincerely said, "Mayor, I won't beat around the bush. Shilua Town has immense potential and is destined to become a prosperous city. I'm willing to invest a large sum to help you develop Shilua Town." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Unhurriedly, he responded, "How do you know that I would lack funds for developing Shilua Town?" Jin Zhuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself, seemingly unfazed by Xiang Yuan's indifferent demeanor. Confidently, he continued, "Mayor, you might not need money to build Shilua Town into a large city, or even a metropolis. But to transform it into a royal city, the resources required would be substantial. The conditions for establishing a royal city are complex and far exceed ordinary resources. He paused for a moment, fixing his gaze on Xiang Yuan. I can tell that you are no ordinary person. It's not common for someone to build such a thriving town in this region. Rather than investing in Shilua town, I'm interested in investing in you. After listening to Jin Zhuan's words, Xiang Yuan remained impassive. He simply looked at Jin Zhuan, taking a leisurely sip of his tea. Seeing Xiang Yuan's lack of response, Jin Zhuan couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, I'm willing to invest 1 billion gold coins in you. Poof! Xiang Yuan spat out his tea in surprise. Although he knew this chubby man was wealthy, he hadn't expected him to be this rich. Noticing Xiang Yuan's reaction, a hint of smugness appeared on Jin Zhuan's face. However, once Xiang Yuan composed himself, his reply was like a cold shower. Neither I nor Shilua Town need anyone's investment. You're welcome to do business and open banks here, but entering the core of Shilua Town and meddling with our interests is absolutely impossible. You don't qualify. Jin Zhuan fell silent, not speaking for a long time. After a moment, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter like a boisterous uncle. Huh? Good. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Mayor, you're no ordinary person. Since you've declined my investment, it's no matter. However, I do wish to make a personal connection with you. Xiang Yuan found Jin Zhuan's antics amusing. A chubby, endearing man trying to imitate the laughter of a boisterous uncle was quite comical. Still, he was curious about how Jin Zhuan intended to forge this connection. Suddenly, Jin Zhuan changed the topic and asked, Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, the walls of Shilua Town are modeled on Xianxia city walls, right? Xiang Yuan perked up at this, asking, why? Do you have any thoughts on this? Jin Zhuan smiled and explained, not particularly. I just know that you lords can purchase some extraordinary items from that magical fortune shop. Among them is the model building upgrade medium. But from what I know, purchasing items from the fortune shop requires fortune points. He paused, a sly glint in his eye. And I happen to know where you can get fortune points. What? Xiang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback by this unexpected information. Xiang Yuan gazed at Jin Zhuan's face, the look of surprise still lingering. Jin Zhuan finally revealed a slight, self-satisfied smile, and then pulled a blueprint from his pocket, handing it to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan took the blueprint and examined it closely. It was a unique architectural design called the Civilization Icon, Jiao Demon General's War Statue. The construction requirements stated that the territory must be at least a town level. The blueprint detailed two attributes. Firstly, it slightly increased the desire of indigenous intelligent species of the Endless Continent to settle in the territory. Secondly, it significantly boosted the territory's deterrence against surrounding monsters. The necessary materials were listed as well: 2,000 gold coins, 50,000 stone, 50,000 wood, and 8,000 iron ore. After reviewing the blueprint, Xiang Yuan looked at Jin Zhuan with a puzzled expression. The blueprint seemed unremarkable, and its attributes appeared somewhat trivial. However, Jin Zhuan mysteriously took the blueprint back from Xiang Yuan and then retrieved a crystal bottle containing a red potion from his pocket. Jin Zhuan carefully poured the red potion over the blueprint. Instantly, as if enchanted, the center of the blueprint began to glow with red luminescence. Xiang Yuan watched intently as the blueprint underwent a miraculous transformation. Moments later, a new, earth-toned map appeared in Jin Zhuan's hand. He handed the map back to Xiang Yuan, signaling him to take another look. Xiang Yuan took the map, a hint of shock in his eyes. This was no architectural blueprint, it was clearly a treasure map. The map was clearly marked, Treasure Map of the Jiao Demon General. Follow the route drawn on the map to find the treasure hidden by the Jiao Demon General. Xiang Yuan looked at the treasure map in disbelief, then turned to Jin Zhuan, asking, what can this treasure map lead to? Gold coins. And how is it related to fortune value? Jin Zhuan, with a calm smile, explained, there are indeed some gold coins in these treasures, but not many. The truly valuable items are the numerous special items hidden inside, which can be exchanged for fortune value. However, be aware that these treasures are heavily guarded by a large number of demons. That's why I haven't attempted to find them. I don't have a large enough army to deal with those demons. After hearing Jin Zhuan's explanation, Xiang Yuan immediately recalled the Demon Emperor seal that had once been sold in the fortune store. He instantly grasped the true value of the treasure map. Suddenly, Xiang Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. He stared at the gold brick in disbelief, his eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. Are you talking about these treasures? Is there really that much of this kind of treasure? His voice trembled with excitement. The gold brick smiled appreciatively, a cunning glint in his eyes. Indeed, Mayor, your thoughts are quite meticulous. Yes, there are plenty of such treasures. He paused, lowering his voice mysteriously. As for why there are so many demon treasures in this area, it all starts with a legend. Although Xiang Yuan was burning with curiosity and eager to know the whereabouts of the treasures, he suppressed his impatience and waited for the gold brick to explain. After all, it was always good to know more about the situation. The gold brick cleared his throat and began his tale. It's rumored that this area was once the capital of the Demon Empire. After the empire fell, many of the demon leaders hid their treasures nearby, around the old capital. His eyes sparkled with excitement. So, Mayor, if you find these treasures, you could not only accumulate a large amount of fortune, but might also discover the old site of the Demon Empire's capital. There are unimaginable treasures waiting there. After hearing the gold brick's words, Xiang Yuan's heart pounded as if it would leap out of his chest. The prospect of immense fortune was incredibly tempting. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, his mind racing. Suddenly, a crucial question popped into his head. But, Xiang Yuan asked, frowning, these treasures must require treasure maps to find, right? Where can I find these maps? The gold brick smiled smugly, raising a small red crystal vial in his hand and giving it a shake. With this, Xiang Yuan immediately recalled the earlier scene where the gold brick had used the potion on the civilization icon blueprint. His eyes lit up with understanding. You're talking about those civilization icons related to the demon race. The gold brick burst into hearty laughter, full of admiration. Ha ha, who would have thought the mayor is so quick-witted? You guessed it right away. He collected himself and said seriously, yes, these demon treasure maps are all disguised as blueprints for buildings representing the demon civilization. You just need to find enough of these demon icon blueprints and use this universal identification potion to remove the disguise, and you'll get plenty of demon treasure maps. Xiang Yuan was thoroughly tempted now. He looked at the gold brick with a hint of gratitude. This little fellow had truly done him a big favor this time. His tone softened involuntarily. How many of these universal identification potions do you have? Only one bottle. The gold brick shook his head. And once you gather a large number of demon icon blueprints, this potion won't be enough. What? Xiang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Could this happiness be so short-lived? Was it really limited? He thought to himself silently. Just as Xiang Yuan was feeling disappointed, the gold brick suddenly changed his tone. However, this twist immediately lifted Xiang Yuan's spirits. He looked at the gold brick expectantly, waiting for what would come next. Xiang Yuan's eyes glimmered with urgency, not even bothering to hide his desire for fortune points. As a lord, he understood their importance, and the chubby man before him, named Juan, was clearly aware of it too. Juan excitedly said, Mayor, I have a special building blueprint here called the Potion Hall. It's an advanced version of a regular potion shop, capable of producing various potions in large quantities, including the universal identification potion. Moreover, I can leverage my connections to bring you a legendary alchemist to manage this potion hall. Once it's built and operational, you'll have an endless supply of universal identification potions. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's breath caught for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at the chubby man calmly, weighing the pros and cons. The information about the demon treasure that Juan had previously shared was already a significant favor, and now acquiring this valuable special building blueprint, along with a legendary alchemist, would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Xiang Yuan asked in a deep voice, what do you want? Or are you using this blueprint as a stepping stone to invest in my Asura town? Xiang Yuan was prepared to refuse, but Juan's next words completely changed his perspective. Juan quickly waved his hands, smiling. No, no, no. I already said I've given up on investing in Brother Xiang's Asura town. I just want to earn a favor from Brother Xiang. This blueprint, plus a legendary alchemist, all I need is to open a bank in any shop within Asura town, rent-free for a year. Xiang Yuan was stunned, taking a moment to recover from his shock. He looked at Juan in disbelief, not expecting this little chubby man to be willing to give so much just to earn a favor. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yuan solemnly said, all right, Xiao Jin, if you ever need anything in the future, I will not turn you away. Xiang Yuan didn't immediately promise more benefits because he saw that Juan was an ambitious person. The favor he wanted would surely be used for something significant in the future, and making hasty promises now would only devalue this relationship. Upon hearing this, Juan was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, that's exactly what I was waiting for, Brother Xiang. From now on, I'm your brother. Good brother, Xiang Yuan said with a smile. Good brother. Juan responded enthusiastically. The two exchanged smiles, cementing a deep friendship. After Zhu left Mayor Xiang Yuan's residence, Xiang Yuan accessed the trading platform he hadn't used in a long time. He quickly drafted a new purchase post. Buying demonic civilization holy statue blueprints, 100 gold coins each, unlimited quantity. Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan. As soon as the post was published, the comment section erupted. Wow, Lord Xiang Yuan is finally back. Tai commented excitedly. Are you planning something big again? Lu Meng chimed in. Thank you so much, Xiang Yuan. It's been amazing leading troops against the Fortune Alliance. My units have leveled up several times. Ji Wuyao commented with curiosity. Xiang Yuan, why are you buying these blueprints? They drop frequently in our Meishing territory, but have poor attributes and aren't very useful. Have you discovered some secret? Ji Tai agreed. Yeah, Lord Xiang Yuan, you must have found some hidden benefit, right? Share with us, so we can all profit. Xiang Yuan smiled slightly as he read the comments. He hadn't expected the demonic holy statue blueprints to have such a high drop rate in Meishing territory. However, he had no intention of revealing the secret of the demonic treasure. Even if he owed Ji Wuyao a favor, this was no exception. After all, his real opponents were the veteran multi-race lords outside the novice area, and he urgently needed to strengthen his position to maintain the fortune shop. He replied succinctly in the chat box. My territory has special needs, different from yours. 100 gold coins per blueprint. Sell if you wish. After sending the message, Xiang Yuan waited for a moment. Seeing no private messages, he closed the trading platform interface. He decided to bide his time, at least now knowing that Meishing lords might hold a substantial number of demonic holy statue blueprints. Soon, a private chat request popped up. The beautiful and playful avatar was bouncing. Who else could it be but Ji Wuyao? Xiang Yuan immediately accepted the request. As soon as the private chat opened, a trade interface popped up with a message. Angry emoji. Xiang Yuan, you definitely have a scheme. But these demonic holy statue blueprints are useless to me, so I'll let you have them cheaply. Xiang Yuan saw that she uploaded 3 demonic holy statue blueprints. After verifying them, he immediately transferred 300 gold coins and locked the trade. As soon as the transaction was completed, Xiang Yuan quickly replied, Thank you, Wuyao. I owe you one. Hehe. Alright, you said it yourself, Xiang Yuan. Secretly delighted emoji, Ji Wuyao responded. Xiang Yuan closed the chat window, silently contemplating his next move. Xiang Yuan carefully took out 3 newly acquired Demon Saint icon blueprints, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He pulled out a universal appraisal potion gifted by Jin Zhuan, his fingers trembling slightly as he slowly dripped the crimson liquid onto the blueprints. In an instant, the blueprints burst into a brilliant red glow, as if infused with life. As the light gradually faded, 3th-tone demon treasure maps appeared in Xiang Yuan's palm, and a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. A plan quickly formed in Xiang Yuan's mind. Continue to wait for more private messages offering to sell Demon Saint icon blueprints. Although uncertain about the prospects, he decided to focus on the potion hall construction blueprint provided by Jin Zhuan. Xiang Yuan selected an open area in the workshop district to begin establishing the potion hall. A system prompt appeared. Special building, potion hall construction requirements, requires township-level territory. Operational requirements, requires advanced or higher alchemist talent. Description, capable of developing and producing a wide variety of magical potions. Upgrade instructions. Once the territory upgrades to any scale that meets the potion hall's upgrade conditions, it can upgrade simultaneously. Resource consumption. Gold 10,000, stone 50,000, wood 50,000, iron 10,000. Xiang Yuan swiftly gathered farmers and allocated resources, and the construction of the potion hall proceeded smoothly. After handling these tasks, Xiang Yuan found himself with some free time. Although he held 4 demon treasure maps, he wasn't in a rush to send troops to search for treasures. His plan was to accumulate a large number of treasure maps, and then have 2 Mia and others lead the Asura army to search them all at once. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Your experience points have reached the upgrade requirement, and you have leveled up to level 13. Xiang Yuan paused for a moment, then realized this was the experience points shared from the Asura army's rampant slaughter in the Fortune Alliance territory. Curiously, he opened the map interface. The scene before him left Xiang Yuan astonished. The Fortune Alliance's territory, including the lands of Mengsing and Modo, had shrunk by 2/3. They were forced to huddle in a small area, surrounded by blue zones representing Blue Star forces, which were launching a frenzied attack on them. Xiang Yuan couldn't help but think of the once proud Modo Prince Sauron, wondering about his current situation. He also remembered the rewards for defeating Sauron and Mengsing Stoneman, which included 2 legendary treasure chests, even more generous than the first small city upgrade reward. However, from the map, it seemed the Fortune Alliance could hold on for a while longer. Xiang Yuan decided to wait a few more days, allowing other Blue Star lords to also benefit from the Fortune Alliance soldiers' experience boost. He planned to personally lead troops to defeat Sauron and Doman afterward. With nothing pressing to do, Xiang Yuan returned to the mayor's residence to rest, while waiting for someone to sell Demon Saint icon blueprints and anticipating the completion of the potion hall and the arrival of the legendary alchemist. The next morning, as Xiang Yuan awoke from his sleep, he was surprised to find a flood of private chat requests, all coming from the lords of Meishing. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, and he straightened up a bit without realizing it. He quickly got up and began to accept the private chat requests from the Charmstar lords one by one. As he expected, their reactions were surprisingly consistent. They first curiously asked why Xiang Yuan was acquiring the Demon Saint statue blueprints, and then engaged in a round of bargaining. Faced with Xiang Yuan's persistence, these lords finally chose to sell their blueprints. The entire morning, Xiang Yuan was busy handling these private chats and transactions. His eyes grew a bit sore from staring at the communication interface for so long, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Despite this, an unmistakable smile played on his lips. When the midday bell rang, Xiang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and massaged his sore shoulders. His efforts had paid off handsomely in just a few hours. He had acquired 61 sets of demon saint statue blueprints. Xiang Yuan patiently waited through the afternoon, and after confirming that no new lords were contacting him, he decisively activated the Legion Summon Order on the Lord Hall's interface. This command, like an invisible ripple, spread instantly in all directions, allowing the Asura armies, no matter where they were, to sense the call and return to Shura town. Shortly after Xiang Yuan issued the summon order, Feng Zheng rushed into the mayor's mansion. Panting, he informed Xiang Yuan that Jin Zhuan had come with an elder to see him. The image of the legendary healer immediately appeared in Xiang Yuan's mind, and he felt a surge of joy. He marveled at his recent streak of good luck, as Jin Zhuan brought the legendary healer just when he needed a large amount of universal identification potion. This made him wonder if his accumulated luck value was indeed influencing his fortune. Xiang Yuan promptly instructed Feng Zheng to bring them in. Soon, Jin Zhuan entered the mayor's mansion with the white-haired elder. Though the elder's steps were slow, each step was steady and powerful, and his eyes gleamed with wisdom. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan quickly put on a warm and enthusiastic smile and walked up to them briskly. He opened his arms, his voice deliberately affectionate. "Ha! Brother Jin, what brings you to your brother's place today?" Xiang Yuan was inwardly impatient, but outwardly he remained calm and composed. Jin Zhuan, wearing an eager smile, seemed as if he genuinely missed Xiang Yuan, and said, "Brother Xiang, I just couldn't help but think of you, and I brought along the legendary Gan Dao, the great physician." Clearly, Jin Zhuan was skilled at these superficial pleasantries. He responded to Xiang Yuan in the same polite tone, with both exchanging meaningless chatter. Xiang Yuan, suppressing his inner anxiety, laughed and said, "Haha, Brother Jin, you truly always have your brother in mind. Please, Brother Jin, Master Gan Dao, have a seat." At that moment, the usually silent Gan Dao finally spoke. This weathered elder, watching the two young men play out their charade of adult politeness, grew a bit impatient. He bluntly said, "Enough." Then, turning to Xiang Yuan, he continued, "You must be the mayor here, right? I've toured your place, and it's quite impressive with great potential. I see your potion hall is already set up. Just let me run it." He then glanced at the two still feigning camaraderie, shaking his head and sighing. "As for you two, if you wish to continue your pleasantries, I won't join in." "Ah, young people." Xiang Yuan and Jin Zhuan both showed signs of embarrassment. Being called out by a seasoned elder on their poor attempt at adult behavior left them feeling awkward. After all, with his wealth of experience, he had surely seen it all, making their act seem quite trivial. Forcing a smile, Xiang Yuan said, "Yes, yes. Master Gan Dao, please follow me to the potion hall." Jin Zhuan naturally had no choice but to follow, as staying behind would only make him feel foolish and insignificant. Shortly after, Xiang Yuan led Gan Dao to the newly established potion hall. Gan Dao expressed his satisfaction with the setup. Xiang Yuan seized the opportunity to ask if he could quickly produce some universal identification potions. Gan Dao merely nodded, indicating it was a trivial task, and told Xiang Yuan to return in 2 hours to collect them. He then requested Xiang Yuan arrange for some villagers to assist him and promptly entered the potion hall, paying no further attention to Xiang Yuan or Jin Zhuan. At that moment, Jin Zhuan suddenly spoke, "Brother Xiang, I have some news for you." Xiang Yuan looked at him in surprise. "What news?" "Tell me, Brother Jin." Their conversation was noticeably more straightforward, clearly influenced by Gan Dao's earlier criticism. Jin Zhuan continued, "I've informed my friends about my plan to settle in Shila town and open a bank. Recently, they decided to move here collectively and start their own businesses." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was delighted and immediately said, "Brother Jin, this is wonderful news. Tell them to come without worry, and I'll have Feng Zheng specially welcome them." "All right, Brother Xiang. I'll take my leave now." With that, Jin Zhuan departed. After seeing Jin Zhuan off, Xiang Yuan chose to wait outside the potion hall. He was eager to obtain the universal identification potions Gan Dao was preparing. 2 hours later, Gan Dao emerged from the potion hall right on schedule. Seeing Xiang Yuan waiting outside, he was slightly surprised. However, he had a noticeably calm demeanor. He handed a box of red potions to Xiang Yuan without asking many questions and returned to the apothecary. Xiang Yuan took the heavy box, filled with universal identification potions, the red liquid in the glass bottles glinting faintly in the sunlight. Eagerly, he hurried back to the mayor's office with the box in his arms. An hour later, Xiang Yuan's office was piled high with blueprints. He carefully applied the potion to each demon icon blueprint, watching as they revealed their true forms one by one. All 61 demon icon blueprints were unmasked, transforming into 61 demon treasure maps. Combined with the 4 he already had, Xiang Yuan now held 65 demon treasure maps. His eyes shone with excitement, convinced that these 65 treasures could significantly help him gather 10,000 fortune points. Leaning back in his chair, Xiang Yuan contemplated his next move. He decided to wait for the return of the Asura army led by Tu Mia and others to Asura town, then distribute these treasure maps to them so they could retrieve the treasures. That night, Asura town welcomed a special group of visitors. A large number of native merchants flooded into the town, all friends of Xiang Yuan. Following Xiang Yuan's orders, Fengzheng personally went out to welcome them. Among the merchants, Xiang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see many ordinary natives who had come to visit Asura town. This pleased Xiang Yuan greatly, as he understood that the prosperity of a town requires not only various merchants but also regular citizens. Without these ordinary people, who would shop at the merchant stores, and without consumption, how could the town's economy thrive? Late at night, Fengzheng stood in the mayor's office, reporting on the settlement of the merchants who had arrived today. Mayor, Fengzheng said excitedly, there are a lot of merchants this time, and each one is quite capable. They've touched on all sorts of livelihood industries. There's a tailor shop, an inn, a restaurant, a slaughterhouse, a post station, grain merchants, salt merchants, a carriage service, and many more. Xiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The arrival of this batch of merchants undoubtedly marked an important step towards developing Asura town into a prosperous settlement. At this point, Fengzheng hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but was unsure. Noticing his hesitation, Xiang Yuan urged, "What is it? Just say it." Fengzheng stammered. "There are 2 merchants who want to apply to open a brothel and a gambling house. Both industries are heavily taxed but could bring a lot of profits. Many towns rely on such businesses to attract a significant number of native settlers." Xiang Yuan paused, pondering for a moment before saying, let's skip the gambling house. As for the brothel, well, it's not entirely out of the question. You handle it as you see fit." His tone was very diplomatic, indicating his difficulty in directly addressing this sensitive topic. After Fengzheng reported to Xiang Yuan, he left the mayor's residence, and Xiang Yuan went to rest. The following morning, startled cries erupted outside the mayor's residence, waking Xiang Yuan from his sleep. He quickly got up and strode out of the mayor's residence. The scene before him was astounding. The sky above Asura town was filled with Asura warriors, their presence overwhelming. Each warrior was enveloped in a thick aura of hostility, their eyes sharp like icy blades. This sudden spectacle struck fear into the faces of the newly settled native merchants and ordinary citizens. As these Asura warriors caught sight of Xiang Yuan, Tumi led them in flying towards him. In the open space outside the mayor's residence, more than 40,000 Asura warriors knelt in unison, shouting, "Our king!" The deafening roar left the newly settled natives bewildered. In the distance, Xiang Yuan, already in shock, trembled all over. His eyes flashed with a startling light as he scanned the 4,000 Asura warriors. Then, a sinister smile, unfitting for a young man, appeared on his lips. If anyone were nearby, they would see his chubby hand clenched into a fist and hear his low muttering. "Hee, Jinyang, and the entire Jin family. The revenge for my mother's death is irreconcilable. Just wait. I, Xiang Yuan, will personally destroy your entire Jin family." His eyes revealed intense hatred as he murmured again, "You Qingya, 3 years ago, you despised my status as a branch member of the Jin family and dared to break off our engagement. Just wait. In 3 years, I will return triumphant." At this moment, Xiang Yuan signaled all the Asura to stand up. Without saying much, he led the 7 Asura of the 2 generation into the mayor's residence. Inside the mayor's residence, Xiang Yuan got straight to the point. "To me, I have 65 treasure maps here. Each treasure location is likely guarded by many demons. You 7 should divide the maps among yourselves and immediately lead all the Asura to retrieve everything from these treasures in the shortest time possible." "Yes, my king." Although Tumi and the other 7 Asura had just returned to Shura town without resting, they received a new task without any displeasure, only absolute loyalty and faith. This was because Xiang Yuan had once fused with the heart of the Asura King, making him the absolute sovereign to whom the Asura tribe pledged their allegiance. Moreover, the Asura tribe revered strength, and Xiang Yuan, as the legendary war god Asura and Bloodblade Asura, had earned their unwavering loyalty. The warriors of the Asura clan plunged into battle with an insatiable hunger, as if it was the sole purpose of their existence. The 7 brothers of destruction quickly assembled their Asura army, soaring into the sky above Shura town and speeding towards the horizon. Xiang Yuan watched this elite force depart with a mix of satisfaction and reluctance. However, time was of the essence, and he needed to enhance his military strength as much as possible before the 3-month novice protection period ended. In the days that followed, Xiang Yuan could do nothing but wait anxiously in Shura town. That night, He was pleasantly surprised to see his experience points skyrocketing, suspecting that Tumi and his forces had encountered a large number of demons. This surge in experience continued for 3 whole days, and Xiang Yuan's level soared to 15, with his overall attribute strength reaching 60 points. Yet, the most worrisome event he feared never occurred. There was no news of any Asura warrior casualties. On the morning of the 4th day, the growth of experience points finally ceased. Xiang Yuan had been sleeping uneasily, constantly monitoring the changes in his experience and the potential notifications of losses. Fortunately, by dawn, there was still no news of any Asura warrior fatalities. The cessation of experience growth suggested that the battle might have ended, and Tumi and his troops could be on their way back. Unable to sleep, Xiang Yuan stepped out of the mayor's residence and suddenly noticed a mass of dark figures on the horizon. His heart skipped a beat, and sure enough, before long, over 40,000 Asura warriors returned to Shura town, each carrying large bags of spoils. Xiang Yuan immediately summoned Feng Zheng, ordering him to secure the area around the mayor's residence and prohibit anyone from entering. Tumi and his men landed before Xiang Yuan, kneeling in unison. "Our king, we have fulfilled our mission. All 65 treasures have been secured." A joyful smile spread across Xiang Yuan's face, and he quickly gestured for them to rise. The Asura warriors stood and piled their spoils in front of Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan examined these items carefully, discovering that they were similar to the previous demonic emperor's seals and could be exchanged for fortune points at the fortune shop. He roughly counted them. There were 700 to 800 of these special treasures. Although it was impossible to accurately estimate how many fortune points they could yield, Xiang Yuan was confident these treasures would suffice to accumulate 10,000 fortune points. Just as Xiang Yuan was basking in his joy, Tumi suddenly stepped forward, handing him a special bundle. "Our king, these are identical golden stone fragments we found in different treasures from our 7 armies. I believe they might be important, so I kept them separately." Xiang Yuan took the bundle and examined the stone pieces closely. There weren't many, but they clearly fit together. He immediately set to work and soon assembled the fragments into a complete golden stone tablet. The tablet revealed a map, prominently featuring an enormous city at the top. Xiang Yuan stood before the stone map, his brow furrowed. His gaze wandered over the intricate lines of the terrain, and suddenly, a startling realization made him gasp. This is the location of the Demon Empire's capital? Quickly, he opened his map interface, his fingers gliding swiftly across the virtual screen as he compared the stone map with his own information. As the 2 maps overlapped, a shocking truth emerged: the Demon Empire's capital was situated right within the area where the Fortune Alliance was currently hiding. A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiang Yuan's lips, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "It seems it's time to completely eradicate the Fortune Alliance and personally deal with Soren and Doman." He turned to face Tu Mia and the other Asuras, his voice low and resolute. "Everyone, tomorrow we will set out together to find this Demon Empire's capital. For now, rest and gather your strength." Once the others had left, Xiang Yuan began to store the piles of special demon artifacts into his backpack one by one. After completing this task, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly ascended from Asura town, soaring towards Tianqing Mountain. As night fell, Xiang Yuan finally arrived at the fortune store. The familiar welcome prompt echoed in his ears as he headed straight to the counter, skillfully bringing up the interface. Switching to the selling interface, he began placing the demon artifacts from his backpack into the selling slots one by one. With all 821 items listed, Xiang Yuan took a deep breath and clicked the sell button, his heart racing with anticipation, hoping to exchange them for the coveted 10,000 fortune points. The system prompt sounded: "Congratulations on selling 821 special demon artifacts. You have earned 15,320 fortune points at this store." A jubilant smile instantly spread across Xiang Yuan's face. He quickly switched to the purchasing interface and began a spree. Super Soldier Upgrade Pill, 100,000 pack, buy. Endless Continent Communication Order 8 pack, buy. Model Building Upgrade Medium, buy. After the shopping spree, Xiang Yuan still had a balance of 5,001 fortune points. Just then, the system issued consecutive prompts. The fortune store sales have reached 1,000 fortune points, automatically upgrading to a level 2 fortune store. A level 2 fortune store refreshes with 6 fortune items each month. The fortune store sales have reached 10,000 fortune points, automatically upgrading to a level 3 fortune store. A level 3 fortune store refreshes with 7 fortune items each month. The fortune store sales have reached 100,000 fortune points, allowing an automatic upgrade to a level 4 fortune store. The higher the store level, the more valuable the refreshed items will be. Hearing this series of prompts, a rare self-satisfied smile appeared on Xiang Yuan's face, his eyes gleaming with determination. Having single-handedly advanced the fortune shop by 2 levels, Xiang Yuan was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Seeing the shop's inventory completely cleared, he knew there was no point in lingering. With a leap, he flew away from Tianqing Mountain and rushed towards Xiluo town. Upon returning to the town, Xiang Yuan eagerly took out the model building upgrade medium. Standing before the towering Xian stone walls, he mentally affirmed, yes, activating the upgrade eligibility. Instantly, the walls encircling Xiluo town radiated a dazzling white light. Xiang Yuan quickly checked the wall's attributes and found that the upgrade not only doubled its sturdiness, but also expanded its defensive range. However, the resources required for this upgrade were substantial. 800,000 gold coins, 500,000 units of wood, and 1 million units of stone. Yet, Xiang Yuan did not linger. He headed straight to the workshop district, activating upgrade eligibility for both the Armament Workshop and the Agricultural Research Institute. Once upgraded, the Armament Workshop would evolve into a war workshop, capable of forging not only weapons and equipment, but also large-scale war machines. The Agricultural Research Institute would be upgraded to the Space Equipment Research Institute, developing advanced equipment for land, sea, and air. Both buildings required significant resources for upgrading, each needing 500,000 gold coins, wood, and stone. Watching these exciting upgrade descriptions, Xiang Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Despite the considerable upgrade costs, he believed these investments would yield substantial returns. Xiang Yuan then called over a villager, instructing him to summon Feng Zheng to the mayor's office. Shortly after, Feng Zheng hurried in. Xiang Yuan immediately issued instructions to arrange manpower to upgrade the Xian stone walls, Armament Workshop, and Agricultural Research Institute as soon as possible. He also emphasized that once the wall upgrade was complete, they should promptly begin upgrading the residential district, commercial district, and the cultural icon square. Feng Zheng was delighted to hear this and recalled something important, reporting to Xiang Yuan. Mayor, we've recently collected a significant amount of property revenue. When would you like me to hand it over? Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he asked for the specific amount. Feng Zheng promptly took out a notebook and reported in detail. 2 ultra-large courtyards, 3 large 3-story residences, 2 medium-sized 2-story residences, and 5 small residences had been sold, totaling 5.9 million gold coins. Additionally, 20 shops were rented out, generating a total monthly rent of 1.5 million gold coins. Currently, 7.4 million gold coins were stored in the warehouse for Xiang Yuan. Hearing this astounding figure, Xiang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This fortune was more than enough to cover the territory's current major upgrades, with even some surplus remaining. His eyes shone with excitement, filled with confidence about Xiluo town's future development. Xiang Yuan and Feng Zheng carefully calculated the funds needed for a large-scale upgrade of Asura town. After a professional assessment, Feng Zheng concluded that a comprehensive upgrade would require at least 3 million gold coins. More importantly, this investment would bring Asura town closer to the standards of a large town, which would demand even more funds in the future. After weighing his options, Xiang Yuan decided to allocate the entire reserve of 7.4 million gold coins to Asura town's warehouse, specifically for territory development and building upgrades. He temporarily shelved his plan to visit the Purgatory Blood Pool to expand the number of Asura warriors. Xiang Yuan's strategy shifted to a quality over quantity approach. He was determined to develop the Asura warriors from the slaughter, war, and fury ranks into his elite main force. Xiang Yuan believed that with this elite army, his ability to survive against the well-established veteran lords of various races would significantly improve. After the discussion, Feng Zheng immediately set off to execute Xiang Yuan's orders. Xiang Yuan, meanwhile, leaned back comfortably in the mayor's chair, beginning to plan his next steps. At that moment, a small figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Mayor, Hammer has something to discuss with you. Xiang Yuan looked up at the sound and saw the legendary dwarf blacksmith Hammer standing there, a broad smile on his face. Xiang Yuan immediately sat up straight. Master Hammer, what brings you here? Hammer excitedly replied. Mayor, I heard from the deputy mayor that my armory workshop is about to be upgraded. I'm worried that the epic-level Asura demon set weapons we've stored might get damaged during the upgrade. I came to ask if we should equip our Asura warriors with them first. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up as he remembered the large batch of strategic reserve weapons that hadn't been distributed yet. He quickly said to Hammer, of course, go ahead and retrieve those weapons and equipment. I'll gather 2 Mia and the others for a gear swap. Let's meet on the open grounds outside the mayor's office. Yes, Mayor. Hammer responded and left. 2 hours later, on the open grounds outside the mayor's office, more than 40,000 Asura warriors stood in formation. Each warrior donned a complete set of pitch-black demon full-body metal armor, with a blood-red cape flowing behind them, and wielding a massive double-bladed battle axe in each hand. This equipment made the already towering Asura warriors appear even more formidable and fierce. Their stern and menacing expressions, combined with this attire, created a visual impact that was intimidating, not to mention that each of them was a battle-hardened elite. This time, Xiang Yuan deliberately did not restrict the scene, allowing the original residents of Asura town to witness it. As expected, the spectacle quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. They stared in awe at the powerful army, their eyes filled with admiration. Naturally, Xiang Yuan was the first to rush over to watch. He gazed at the Asura warriors, a fervent gleam in his eyes, as if he were beholding an invincible army. The warriors were equally enamored with their new equipment, casting grateful glances at Xiang Yuan. For a warrior, weapons and gear are akin to a second life. Xiang Yuan then dismissed all the Asura warriors, instructing them to rest and prepare for the search for the Demon Empire's capital the next day. He temporarily withheld the distribution of the 100,000 super unit level pills in his backpack, as these pills directly increased levels rather than experience points. The higher the level, the better the effect, especially since leveling up becomes more difficult later on. The next morning, Xiang Yuan was already conducting drills with over 40,000 Asura troops on the open ground outside the mayor's residence. The two, Zhan, and new divisions of the Asura army were all in position. Xiang Yuan briefly instructed Feng Zheng to guard Shura town, then led the entire army into the sky, heading west. At this point, Shura town was safe even without a guard. The Meishing Lord dared not invade, and their only enemy, the Luck Alliance, was precisely their target for assault. During the flight, Xiang Yuan frequently consulted the pieced-together stone map, carefully comparing it with the surrounding terrain to avoid losing his way. The deeper they went, the more they discovered territories of Moto and Barbarian Star Lords that had been plundered, clearly the work of the Blue Star Lord. Xiang Yuan knew that if Moto and Barbarian Star grew strong, even the Blue Star and Meishing Lords would face annihilation. Thanks to their flying ability, they soon approached the final territory of the Luck Alliancia vast desert. Xiang Yuan double-checked the map, deducing that the Demon Empire's capital lay within this desert. He signaled Tu Mia for the entire army to land on the desert floor. As soon as they touched down, numerous massive sand mounds surged forward, rapidly closing in on them. Xiang Yuan warned sharply, "Watch out. We're under monster attack." Indeed, enormous scorpions, each 5 meters tall, burst from the sand. Xiang Yuan immediately used his identification skill. Desert Scorpion. Level, 35. Combat Strength, 23. Defense Strength, 20. Description: former war mounts of the Demon Empire soldiers. Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up. These desert scorpions were connected to the Demon Empire, confirming their proximity to the demon capital. Xiang Yuan stared at the menacing swarm of desert scorpions before him, his expression unchanging as he raised his arm and commanded in a deep voice, "Annihilate them. Attack." At the order, Toomey sprang into action, shouting, "Men, charge with me." Before his words had even faded, he was already wielding his twin axes, launching himself like an arrow into the enemy ranks. Over 40,000 Asura soldiers followed closely behind, their battle cries echoing across the desert. The desert scorpions were numerous, numbering in the tens of thousands, with distant dunes hinting at even more approaching. As the Asura army advanced, crimson flames suddenly erupted from their bodies, enveloping them entirely. This river of over 40,000 flame warriors surged forward like a moving sea of fire, sweeping towards the scorpion horde. The two forces collided violently, and the battle erupted instantly. The scorpions' eerie screeches filled the air, many of them being cleaved in two by the Asura warriors before they could even react. More scorpions were ignited by the blood-red flames, writhing in agony and setting their companions ablaze. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of scorpions were engulfed in a sea of fire. Xiang Yuan watched the battlefield from afar, confident of impending victory, but was caught off guard by a shocking sight. The distant desert began to churn violently, the sand boiling like water over a vast area. Suddenly, countless scorpions emerged from the sand, surging towards the battlefield like a tidal wave. Xiang Yuan roughly estimated that this reinforcement numbered at least 200,000. Despite being outnumbered, Xiang Yuan remained confident in the Asura army's strength. He decided to join the battle himself to warm up his muscles. With a shake of his arms, a pair of long-lost blood blades appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan charged into the fray, engaging in an exhilarating fight. The battle raged on for a long time, and Xiang Yuan felt a long-forgotten thrill. The intense combat reignited his battlefield spirit, shaking off the fatigue of daily territorial management. When the last scorpion was consumed by demonic flames, the battle finally came to an end. With the scorpions vanquished, a massive crater was left where they had once swarmed. Xiang Yuan stood at the edge of the pit, carefully examining this significant trophy. Xiang Yuan stood at the entrance of the pit, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surroundings. This was not the lair of desert scorpions. The entrance clearly bore signs of human craftsmanship. A thought struck him: could this be the legendary entrance to the Demon Empire's capital? Without further hesitation, Xiang Yuan waved his hand and led the Asura army inside. As they ventured underground, the pitch-black passage was gradually illuminated by a faint blue glow. Xiang Yuan observed closely and realized that the light came from large, blue-black stones on either side. With this dim light and the Asura clan's excellent night vision, the group advanced through the catacomb passage without any hindrance. Half an hour later, Xiang Yuan was the first to emerge at the end of the passage, and the sight before him left him astounded. An unimaginably vast underground space unfolded, dominated by the ruins of an enormous city. Even from its outline, the city was at least 100 times larger than Shura town. On the dilapidated city gatehouse, the words Demon Capital were clearly visible in the universal language. Xiang Yuan was certain that this was indeed the Demon Empire's capital. He immediately called for Tu Mie and the others to follow him as he stepped into the expansive underground space. Inside the city, desolation reigned. There were crumbling walls and debris everywhere, with not a single living creature in sight, let alone a demon. This abnormality puzzled Xiang Yuan. Logically, the demon's stronghold should be heavily guarded. Why was it so deserted? As Xiang Yuan pondered, the ground suddenly shook violently. Countless skeletal arms burst from the earth, and in the blink of an eye, hordes of skeletons climbed out. Their eye sockets flickered with eerie green flames, wielding broken weapons and clad in tattered armor. Xiang Yuan was about to ask what kind of creatures these were when Tu Mie stepped forward, his expression grave. "My king, this is bad. These are the undead." "The undead?" Xiang Yuan turned to Tu Mie. "What is special about them?" Tu Mie explained. "Long ago, even before the lords appeared, the undead emerged on the Endless Continent. They were seen as harbingers of disaster and plague, bringing great calamity to the entire continent. Our Asura clan had not yet appeared, so we do not know how they were ultimately eradicated. But their reappearance is certainly not a good omen." After hearing Tu Mie's explanation, Xiang Yuan curiously used an identification technique on one of the undead skeletons. Undead skeleton, level 36 combat strength, 18 defense strength. Description: ordinary soldiers of the undead, lacking intelligence, driven only by the urge to kill. Their true terrifying aspect is that any enemy they slay will resurrect as part of their ranks. Xiang Yuan immediately realized the horror of these undead. They possessed an almost limitless potential for expansion. Like an army with the traits of zombies, they would only grow in numbers unless faced with overwhelming force capable of wiping them out. Moreover, the undead clearly had higher-level beings among them. If they were to invade the Endless Continent again, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe. After contemplating for a moment, Xiang Yuan made a firm decision. "No matter what, let's kill them all first. Then we can find the treasure hidden in this demon capital." With a command from Xiang Yuan, Tu Mie decisively led an army of 40,000 Asura warriors in a fierce assault against the skeletal undead within the Demon Empire's capital. The Asura fighters unleashed scorching demonic flames, surging like a sea of fire towards the massive skeletons in the city. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, these undead skeletons were highly flammable, quickly turning to ash in the face of the demonic flames. This not only accelerated the speed of the battle, but also brought Xiang Yuan the pleasant discovery that the experience points gained from defeating these skeletons were significantly higher than those from defeating demons. Overjoyed, Xiang Yuan thought that the countless skeletons in this vast city might just allow him to level up once more. As Tu Mie and the Asura army pushed further into the city, the number of defeated undead skeletons became immeasurable. Following closely behind the army, Xiang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. A massive, imposing black palace loomed ahead, undoubtedly the most significant structure in the city, situated at its very center. Suddenly, a violent earthquake struck. The ground cracked open where Tu Mie and his men stood, and undead knights clad in black metal armor emerged from the fissures. Xiang Yuan quickly cast an identification spell from a distance. Undead Knight. Level 40. Combat Strength 20. Defense Strength 20. Description: Cavalry of the undead, capable of unleashing certain undead skills. After reviewing the attributes and description of the undead knights, Xiang Yuan remained unfazed. At this moment, the Tumarank Asura warriors shared his level of 15, with all attributes reaching a strength of 30 points. The Zanrank warriors had reached level 10, with all attributes at 15 points. Given the Asura's innate formidable combat instincts, even if the Zanrank's attributes were not as strong as the undead knights, they would not fear them. The only concern was the 40,000 new rank Asura warriors, who were currently at level 7 with an all-attribute combat strength of 12 points. Faced with these sudden formidable foes, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit worried for these relatively weaker Asura warriors. Yet they were still not in any real danger. Xiang Yuan calculated in his mind. The undead knights that appeared this time numbered only a few dozen. Even with the power to annihilate 7 Asuras of the 2 generation, it was more than enough to wipe them out. However, a trace of caution lingered in his heart. After all, they had not yet entered that mysterious palace, and who knew what stronger undead creatures might be lurking inside. After weighing his options, Xiang Yuan decided to take action himself. In a flash, like an arrow released from the bowstring, he charged forward, intending to swiftly eliminate the undead knights and then lead the charge toward the palace himself. Meanwhile, Tu Mia and several other Asuras of the Tu generation were already engaged in battle with dozens of undead knights. They wielded their giant axes with ease, each swing cleaving an undead knight and its mount in half, making the battle appear effortless. Xiang Yuan scanned the battlefield, locking onto the remaining small group of undead knights. He became a blood-red lightning bolt, instantly plunging into the enemy's midst, unleashing his unparalleled Asura slash. In an instant, countless blood-red blades shot out, shredding the group of undead knights into pieces. At that moment, an ancient and furious roar suddenly resounded across the battlefield. "How dare you slaughter my undead army? Are you seeking disaster upon yourselves?" The sudden shout startled Xiang Yuan. He quickly turned his gaze toward the towering steps of the distant palace. There, an elder cloaked in black robes was watching them with a sinister gaze. The elder held a white-boned staff, with eerie green ghost flames flickering in his eye sockets. Beside him stood 4 towering undead warriors, like iron towers. Xiang Yuan immediately used his identification skill, and information instantly flooded his mind. Undead Archmage, level 70 spell strength, 35 magic defense. A precious archmage of the undead race, capable of spreading plagues and summoning undead skeleton warriors. Undead Warlord, level 70 combat strength, 35 defense strength. A warlord of the undead race, possessing a certain level of intelligence, usually guarding the undead mages and following their commands. After reviewing these attributes and descriptions, a cold smile appeared on Xiang Yuan's face. He calculated that with his current all-attribute strength at 60 points, he could easily cut down these high-level undead creatures like chopping vegetables. To the undead archmage's astonishment, Xiang Yuan recklessly flew toward them alone. The undead archmage became furious, slamming the white-boned staff into the ground. Instantly, countless sinister white lights illuminated Xiang Yuan's path, followed by numerous bony hands clawing up from the ground, reaching for his body, attempting to halt his advance. As the ground shook violently, skeletal undead warriors emerged from the earth like mushrooms after a rain, creating a terrifying scene. Seeing this, Tu Mia and his companions were furious, shouting, "Charge!" The Asura army surged forward, determined to protect their king. Xiang Yuan remained unfazed, and as the skeletal undead charged toward him, he unhesitatingly unleashed his unparalleled Asura slash. In an instant, scarlet blades of light shot forth, slicing through the undead as if they were mere paper, effortlessly shattering every obstacle in his path. This astonishing spectacle caused the green ghostly flames in the eyes of the undead Grand Mage to flicker with fear. The 4 undead warlords beside him, witnessing the scene, drew their weapons and rushed at Xiang Yuan. However, Xiang Yuan's face showed only disdain as his blood blade danced wildly, and his relentless Asura slash continued unabated. As soon as the 4 undead warlords reached Xiang Yuan, the air was filled with the sound of slicing. In the blink of an eye, they were cut into pieces, leaving nothing but fragments of bone on the ground. The undead Grand Mage finally panicked, attempting to retreat into the palace. Xiang Yuan, quick to react, launched a long-range Asura slash, severing the Grand Mage's legs. The Grand Mage fell heavily to the ground, turning back to look at Xiang Yuan with terror, and screamed, "Humans! You will face retribution. Our undead race's plan is just beginning. Prepare for disaster." Xiang Yuan ignored these empty threats, knowing he understood little about the undead race, and listening further would be pointless. Seeing the undead Grand Mage struggling to cast another spell, Xiang Yuan dashed forward and crushed the mage's head underfoot. Ding! "Congratulations, you have reached level 16, the system notification chimed, bringing joy to Xiang Yuan's heart. It was then he realized he was inside the palace. Directly ahead, a massive black jade throne loomed, carved with dragons and tigers, exuding authority. Yet, what truly caught Xiang Yuan's attention was the segment of golden spine floating above the throne. The pure golden spine hovered magically above the throne, emitting a mystical glow. An intangible pressure washed over Xiang Yuan, making him uncomfortable and stirring a subconscious urge to kneel. Xiang Yuan immediately realized this must be a rare treasure. He quickly approached the throne and seized the golden spine. Ding! "Congratulations, you have obtained the Imperial Dragon Vein, a supreme treasure that commands the fortune of an empire." Ding! The effect of this dragon vein needs to be appraised before it can be revealed. The system's notification echoed once more, and Xiang Yuan was filled with a surge of elation. Xiang Yuan's gaze fell on the introduction of the Empire's Dragon Vein, and the thought of the universal identification potion stored in his backpack flashed through his mind. He quickly took out a bottle and carefully poured the potion onto the dragon vein that resembled a spine. In an instant, the entire dragon vein burst into a radiant golden light, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the palace. A massive golden dragon's shadow soared from the dragon vein, spiraling and dancing at the palace's ceiling. After a series of earth-shaking dragon cries, the dragon's shadow dove back into the golden dragon vein and disappeared. This awe-inspiring scene made Xiang Yuan's heart race. He hurriedly checked the dragon vein's information again. The brief description left him speechless. After use, the exclusive Amethyst Hero Monument will increase by a kilometer in height. Xiang Yuan found it hard to grasp the significance of this information. He recalled that his Amethyst Hero Monument had only grown 60 meters over a month, with a daily increase of 5 luck points. What did this 1,000-meter increase mean? Although he couldn't calculate it precisely, Xiang Yuan knew it was an incredibly good thing. He quickly stored the dragon vein back in his backpack, thoroughly searched the empty palace to ensure nothing valuable was left behind, and then exited the palace. Outside, Tumi had already slain all the undead soldiers. Xiang Yuan noticed that none of these undead creatures dropped any items upon defeat, not even the undead archmage whose head he had crushed. The only benefit seemed to be the significant experience points gained from defeating them. Suddenly, the underground space trembled violently, and large stones began to fall from the ceiling. Tumi shouted, "My king, this place is collapsing. Retreat." Half an hour later, Xiang Yuan led over 40,000 Asura troops safely out into the desert. After leaving the underground palace of the Demon Empire's capital, he immediately pulled up the map and locked onto the last territory of the Fortune Alliance. "Men," Xiang Yuan shouted loudly, "let's go destroy those wretches in Mordor and Barbarian Star. Then we'll return to Shura Town and celebrate for 3 days and nights. Long live the king." Over 40,000 Asura warriors shouted in unison, then followed Xiang Yuan into the air, flying towards the last black territory of the Fortune Alliance. An hour later, from high above, Xiang Yuan spotted a small town with a pure black European castle style in the distance, which was their destination for this mission. The town was engulfed in the chaos of war. Countless humans from Blue Star led their troops in a fierce assault on the town gates. The air was filled with the clamor of battle cries, and arrows rained down like a storm. Amidst the intense siege, a massive army suddenly appeared in the sky. Xiang Yuan led over 40,000 Asura warriors, soaring over the town as if it were unguarded. The appearance of this army instantly captured everyone's attention. The Blue Star Lords, who had been fervently attacking the town, were stunned to see such a large army appear in the sky. Some even showed signs of worry, suspecting reinforcements from Mordor and Barbarian Star. However, they quickly realized that the soldiers of Mordor and Barbarian Star on the walls were equally terrified, looking up at the sky in disbelief. The commanders of Mordor and Barbarian Star swiftly ordered their troops to attack the airborne army. Only then did the Blue Star Lords realize that this flying force might also belong to Blue Star. They began to speculate which lord possessed such a formidable flying unit. Those warriors looked so fierce and impressive, wielding giant axes in each hand. One lord exclaimed in awe. Suddenly, a Blue Star Lord, staring at the fearsome Asura warriors in the sky, blurted out, "Could it be Xiang Yuan has arrived?" This exclamation was like a bolt of lightning, awakening everyone. Instantly, all the Blue Star Lords were filled with excitement. The sight of these powerful aerial troops, whose very presence radiated strength, left no doubt about their extraordinary combat prowess. Coupled with their flying ability, the only person they could think of who could command such an invincible force was Xiang Yuan. Many Blue Star Lords, disregarding the ongoing siege, began shouting towards Xiang Yuan in the sky. "Idol! Xiang Yuan! Is that you? Xiang Yuan! I want your autograph. Please come down and sign for me." Hearing these cries, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He led the Asura warriors swiftly over the gate tower, completely ignoring the panicked defenders below. When Sauron and Doman saw the sudden appearance of numerous troops in the sky, they were thrown into a panic. "It's those flying units again." They immediately realized Xiang Yuan had arrived. Indeed, Xiang Yuan soon landed with over 40,000 Asura warriors in front of Sauron and Doman. The Asura warriors quickly surrounded them, and the guards protecting them were swiftly cut down by the warriors' axes. Sauron and Doman, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground. Sauron, sobbing, pleaded with Xiang Yuan, You're Xiang Yuan. Please, don't kill us. I'm the Prince of Mordor. Killing me will have unimaginable consequences for you." Doman also begged desperately, "Xiang Yuan, we can make a deal. I know you're here for the legendary treasure chest. As soon as the novice protection period ends, our races will give you something even more valuable. Just spare us." Xiang Yuan watched their desperate pleas with a cold smile. Truth be told, he was somewhat enjoying the feeling of controlling the situation and being on the brink of victory. After dealing with Sauron and Doman, there would be no one left to challenge him in the 10086 novice area. Then, with a flick of his arms, 2 blood-red blades appeared in his hands. He stepped forward, and under the terrified gazes of Sauron and Doman, he swung his blades, easily severing their heads. Throughout the entire process, Xiang Yuan didn't utter a single word to them. Immediately after, Announcements rang out across the 10086 novice area. Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan has completed the special task. Race supremacy. Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan has slain Sauron, the leader of the Fortune Alliance. Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan has slain Doman, the deputy leader of the Fortune Alliance. The Blue Star Lords attacking Mordor town paused in amazement upon hearing the announcements, then exclaimed in admiration. As expected, it was Xiang Yuan who went in, but the speed at which he killed them is incredible. Meanwhile, the defenders of Mordor and Barbarian Star fell into chaos, and soon, the scene of an abandoned and fleeing town unfolded. Back with Xiang Yuan, system notifications continued to chime. Ding. Congratulations on completing the special task. Race supremacy. Ding. Your reward for slaying Sauron, the leader of the Fortune Alliance, has been sent to your inventory. Ding. Your reward for slaying Doman, the deputy leader of the Fortune Alliance, has been sent to your inventory. Upon receiving the notification of the reward, Xiang Yuan immediately led the Asura army into the sky, swiftly returning to Shiluo town. He was eager to avoid the overly enthusiastic encirclement of other Blue Star Lords. The next morning, Xiang Yuan and the Asura army arrived above Shiluo town. Looking down, the entire town was bustling with construction work. Most striking was the black stone wall encircling the town, which had more than doubled in size, making the interior space appear even more grand and magnificent. Feng Zheng was already waiting outside the mayor's mansion. As Xiang Yuan descended from the sky and landed, he urgently ordered, Feng Zheng, prepare for a 3-day celebration. Gather the farmers immediately and arrange a grand feast to entertain all the town's residents. Seeing Xiang Yuan's high spirits, Feng Zheng dared not delay and quickly turned to arrange the banquet. Xiang Yuan then commanded the Asura warriors to disperse and rest, awaiting the feast. He entered the mayor's mansion alone and took out the golden imperial dragon vein from his backpack. A system prompt sounded. Detected that you are currently in your lord's hall. Would you like to use the imperial dragon vein in your possession? Yes. Xiang Yuan responded decisively. In an instant, the imperial dragon vein erupted with a blinding golden light, its spine-like structure shattering in a flash. A massive golden dragon shot up from the mayor's mansion, spiraling above the town. All the residents looked up in awe, their mouths agape. The golden dragon soared for a moment before diving into the clouds and disappearing. Meanwhile, on the Blue Star side, Xiao Zhannan was happily conversing in his office. Yes, yes, good, good. Thank you, leader. Thank you for your recognition of Jiangnan City. Our success in being rated as a top-tier martial arts city is entirely thanks to the care of all the leaders. As Xiao Zhannan was effusively expressing his gratitude, his secretary suddenly burst into the office, drenched in sweat, interrupting him. Mayor, Mayor, something major has happened. Xiao Zhannan's eyes widened in anger, ready to reprimand the secretary for his rude behavior. But he was concerned about losing composure in front of the leader on the other end of the line. However, the secretary, disregarding the mayor's furious expression, continued breathlessly. In the mayor's office, a sudden exclamation shattered the calm. Lord Xiang Yuan's amethyst hero monument has grown taller again. Secretary Li's voice was filled with undisguised astonishment. Xiao Zhanan was on a call with an important leader from the capital. Hearing this news, a surge of anger welled up inside him. He resisted the urge to hang up and turned to his secretary, his tone already tinged with irritation. Given the recent rate of increase, isn't it normal for it to grow today? Secretary Li hurriedly explained. This time is different. It grew by 1,000 meters. What? Xiao Zhanan was incredulous. Are you sure you're not seeing things? Before he could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. In the office, the mayor and the secretary exchanged shocked glances, momentarily speechless. Xiao Zhanan quickly regained his composure and confirmed again. Secretary Li, this is not a joking matter. It really increased by 1,000 meters. Secretary Li nodded vigorously. The entire Amethyst Hero Monument Square is now packed with citizens, all witnessing this miracle firsthand. Just as Xiao Zhanan was about to head over to see for himself, the phone rang again. It was the leader from earlier. Xiao Zhanan, immediately dispatch a battalion of special forces to protect Lord Xiang Yuan's parents. The leader's voice was urgent and serious. The novice protection period is ending soon. They must not come to any harm. This Xiang Yuan, we cannot afford to offend him. His potential is terrifying. The Amethyst Hero Monument really increased by 1,000 meters. We will reassess Jiangnan City's martial arts city level. Xiao Zhanan was taken aback, unable to fathom that Jiangnan City could produce such a prodigy. To command such respect from the entire nation based on potential alone, what an extraordinary individual he must be. Secretary Li, immediately coordinate with the military district to deploy 2 battalions of special forces to discreetly guard around Xiang Yuan's parents. Ensure their absolute safety. Xiao Zhanan decisively ordered. Without hesitation, Secretary Li swiftly left to carry out the orders. As an experienced civil servant, He knew the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, in a large military tent somewhere on the Endless Continent, Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang were studying a military map. Suddenly, Li Si rushed in, breaking the silence of the tent. Your Majesty, urgent news. Ying Zheng was in the study reviewing reports when he heard rapid footsteps. He looked up to see Li Si rushing in, maintaining a calm expression. Take your time, what's the matter? Li Si, breathless yet brimming with joy, exclaimed. Your Majesty, Xiang Yuan has once again done something remarkable. Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang were momentarily stunned. Then all showed great interest, their eyes fixed on Li Si, waiting for him to continue. Li Si took a deep breath to steady his excitement. Your Majesty, we've just received news from our launching Dragon Kingdom that Xiang Yuan's Amethyst Hero Monument has suddenly risen by 1,000 meters. What? The three emperors exclaimed in unison, their faces full of astonishment. After a moment of silence, they burst into hearty laughter. Ying Zheng stood up, slapping the table. Wonderful. This Xiang Yuan is definitely another true dragon of our launching Dragon Kingdom. It seems our decision to personally protect them was absolutely correct. Even without the fortune store, we must ensure Xiang Yuan's safety. Saying this, Ying Zheng turned to the large military map hanging on the wall, frowning slightly. Old Liu, old Zhu, take a look. We've occupied a high ground at the edge of the 10086 novice zone. But this zone is quite vast. We can only gamble on whether our occupied high ground is close to our launching novice forces. Only then can we deploy troops to protect them immediately. Hearing this, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang also approached the map, studying it closely. Their eyes all landed on the prominent red arrow pointing to the 10086 novice zone. After pondering for a moment, Liu Bang spoke. Currently, the 9 major factions, including the Motor, Meishing, Holy Spirit, Intelligent Machine, Natural Elf, Insect, Titan, and even the most mysterious Chaos faction, have all occupied a high ground at the edge of the 10086 novice zone. It's hard to ensure that Xiang Yuan and all launching forces in the novice zone are near us. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed to a small spot on the map. Look here, this is the smallest high ground at the edge of the entire 10086 novice zone, the only one not occupied by the 9 major factions. It's a gathering of mixed small forces and old lords. Should we split a force to ambush there as a surprise attack? Perhaps when the novice protection ends and the 9 factions engage in chaotic battles, we can use that surprise force, break through from that high ground, and protect our launching lords first. Ying Zheng and Liu Bang pondered over this. After a moment, they nodded slightly, agreeing with Zhu Yuanzhang's strategy. Ying Zheng concluded, securing another high ground gives us another chance to be closer to the launching novice lord's territory. This needs detailed planning, and we should carefully think it through. With that, the 3 emperors began to examine the map and discuss the details further. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan was checking the latest system notification. Ding! Your exclusive Amethyst Hero Monument has reached a height of 1,060 meters. Based on calculations, you will receive 105 luck points feedback daily. Reading this notification, Xiang Yuan was thrilled. Receiving 105 luck points daily could accumulate to a significant amount over a month. He would surely be able to buy many good things from the fortune store. This was a world of difference compared to the previous luck points feedback. Then, he prepared to check the 2 legendary chests in his inventory. Xiang Yuan carefully took out 2 gleaming legendary treasure chests, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He took a deep breath and randomly chose one, slowly lifting its lid. Instantly, a dazzling golden light burst from the chest, almost blinding him. With years of experience opening treasure chests, Xiang Yuan thought it might be another model of some special building. However, as he focused, surprise spread across his face. Instead of the usual building model, he saw what appeared to be an ordinary transparent dome. What kind of building is this? Xiang Yuan muttered to himself, driven by curiosity to pick up the mysterious dome and examine its attributes. The attribute panel appeared. Legendary super rare building model, city protection barrier. Building requirements. Requires town level or higher territory. Needs a continuous supply of energy from a large amount of amethyst or. Description. A barrier that provides comprehensive, high-intensity protection for the city. Makes city walls look like child's play in comparison. Special note, this building model is legendary. Once sufficient resources are provided, it can autonomously upgrade with the territory. Xiang Yuan's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the dome in his hand. A city protection barrier? This was undoubtedly the ultimate city defense tool. His heart raced with excitement, barely able to resist the urge to use it immediately. Suppressing his excitement, Xiang Yuan glanced at the now empty first chest, and then opened the second legendary treasure chest. After a moment of radiant multicolored light, it revealed 2 items, a golden medium and a map emitting a rainbow glow. Xiang Yuan first picked up the golden medium and checked its attributes. Legendary supermodel building upgrade medium. Description. This medium allows the target model building to be transformed into a permanently self-upgrading building. Understanding the medium's function, a satisfied smile appeared on Xiang Yuan's face. He already had a plan in mind to use it on the Xianstone walls. This way, when the territory upgrades, the Xianstone walls can immediately expand and upgrade, ensuring no delay in the development of residential areas, commercial districts, and the civilization icon plaza. Finally, Xiang Yuan turned his attention to the map with the rainbow glow. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a mythical legend map, inscribed with mysterious text. Rumor has it that near Sacred Heart Island on the Endless Continent, there lives an old man in the forest. This old man is known as Confucius. No one knows exactly how long Confucius has lived, but everyone agrees he is a sage, a wise man as if from myth and legend. The map also marked specific location details, and excitement and curiosity flickered in Xiang Yuan's eyes. These unexpected surprises undoubtedly added more possibilities to his future plans. Xiang Yuan carefully examined the map, his brow furrowed. This map was clearly not limited to the newbie zone number 10086. Its vast scope and detailed topography indicated that it encompassed the entire Endless Continent. He couldn't help but develop a keen interest in Confucius, who was revered as a wise man. Although he wasn't sure of Confucius' exact capabilities, Xiang Yuan was convinced that he was likely a mythic-level talent. He carefully stowed away the legendary map, secretly deciding to seek out this extraordinary person once his newbie period ended. Then, Xiang Yuan picked up the city protection barrier model and the legendary level upgrade medium, and strode out of the mayor's office. Bathed in sunlight outside the mayor's office, the system prompt sounded. Would you like to use the building model city protection barrier? Yes, Xiang Yuan answered without hesitation, tossing the city protection barrier model into the sky. The transparent dome-like building model instantly expanded in the air, rapidly enlarging. In the blink of an eye, a massive, wave-like transparent dome enveloped the entire Asura town. Xiang Yuan looked at the city protection barrier with satisfaction, noting that it neither blocked the sunlight nor altered the previous scenery. Then, Xiang Yuan turned and walked towards the Xianstone city wall. Along the way, he noticed many natives gazing up at the city protection barrier in amazement. Upon reaching the city wall, the system asked again, would you like to use the legendary model building upgrade medium on the Xianstone city wall? Yes. Xiang Yuan responded decisively. The system immediately informed him. The Xianstone city wall in your territory has evolved into a building capable of unlimited autonomous upgrades. With everything in place, a contented smile spread across Xiang Yuan's face. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps from afar. Feng Zheng approached, joyfully shouting from a distance. Mayor, the banquet is set up at the civilization icon square. Please come quickly. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan laughed heartily. All right, let's head over there. The civilization icon square was bustling with activity. An array of delicious dishes filled the air with enticing aromas. Feng Zheng explained to Xiang Yuan that in addition to the food he ordered the farmers to prepare, merchants residing in Asura town also brought plenty of fine wines and delicacies upon hearing that Xiang Yuan was hosting a banquet for the entire town. Jin Zhuan even generously hired all the women from the local brothel to serve drinks to everyone. Xiang Yuan's eyes first landed on his Asura followers. Usually fierce and intimidating, they appeared unusually friendly at this moment. Some were having drinking contests with the townspeople, others were indulging in the feast, and some even joined a circle of natives, singing and dancing. Suddenly, Xiang Yuan caught sight of Tu Mia, who looked awkward, surrounded by a group of beautiful women. Beside him, a plump man Jin Zuan was loudly encouraging, hey. In the days that followed, Xiang Yuan distributed the Endless Continent communication tokens to Tu Mia and the other 6 Asura warriors of the Tu generation. Each of them led a squad of Asura soldiers, spreading out across newbie zone 10086 to hunt monsters and level up. Meanwhile, Asura town entered a phase of rapid development and construction. Time flew by like a stream. 1 day, 2 days, a week, 2 weeks. In the blink of an eye, only 5 days remained until the end of the newcomer protection period in newbie zone 10086. On that day, Xiang Yuan was leading his squad of Asura warriors in an intense leveling session when he suddenly received a system notification. Ding! The prosperity of your territory has met the qualifications to upgrade to a small city. Upon hearing this news, a joyful smile instantly spread across Xiang Yuan's face. Without hesitation, he shouted out loud and led the Asura warriors back to Asura town at full speed. On the way, he used the Endless Continent communication token to call Tu Mia and the others, ordering all Asura warriors to return immediately. Xiang Yuan thought that with the time remaining, the Asuras were unlikely to make significant level gains, so they might as well return to Asura town now and assess their leveling progress. Half a day later, Xiang Yuan caught sight of the long-missed Asura town in the distance. By now, Asura town had transformed into a large-scale town. Its area at least doubled from before. The towering black basalt city walls stood majestically, and a transparent barrier enveloped the entire town. Xiang Yuan led the Asura army effortlessly through the protective barrier, which had an automatic friend-or-foe recognition feature, and entered Shura town. As soon as he was airborne above the town, he noticed the dramatic changes within. The residential district, commercial district, and the civilized Elephant Square were particularly bustling. In the residential district, numerous native residents were diligently cleaning their doorsteps. The commercial district was teeming with natives shopping and browsing, with various shops bustling with activity. Even the civilized Elephant Square had quite a few residents leisurely resting on benches. The entire town exuded a vibrant and prosperous atmosphere. Soon, Xiang Yuan arrived at the mayor's mansion and instructed the accompanying Asura warriors to disband. Eagerly, he entered the mansion and accessed the control panel in the Lord's Hall, without hesitation choosing to upgrade the large Shura town to a small city. In an instant, the entire Shura town was bathed in a golden light. The mayor's mansion visibly expanded, becoming more magnificent and splendid. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your territory to a small city. Ding! You have completed the first task of upgrading to a small city in Newbie Zone 10086, rewarding you with a giant amethyst mine and an epic treasure chest. The rewards have been placed in your inventory. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiang Yuan immediately retrieved the epic treasure chest and eagerly opened the lid. A flash of blue light revealed the items inside, a building model and a dark green dagger. He picked up the building model for a closer inspection. Xiang Yuan gazed at the unique model of the architecture school in his hands, feeling a surge of excitement. This building, which required a territory as large as a town or bigger, needed a highly skilled teacher to operate, yet it could train a substantial number of talented individuals. He quietly calculated that if he could obtain another special recruitment order for a specific type of talent, he could recruit a teacher. He then picked up the dark green dagger, the venomous blade. Although most of its attributes were average, the 30 poison damage was particularly enticing to Xiang Yuan. He immediately summoned his blood blade, intending to absorb the venomous blade. However, a system notification interrupted his action. The number of attributes on the blood blade had reached its limit and needed to advance before more could be added. It was then that Xiang Yuan realized there was a cap on weapon attributes. Fortunately, the system offered an optionto extract and stacked the 3 identical attributes from the venomous blade. Moments later, Xiang Yuan checked the attributes of his blood blade again and was pleased to see the poison damage had increased to 100, along with improvements in attack power and speed. The blood blade now appeared even more menacing, with swirling black poison mist hinting at its lethal power. As Xiang Yuan reveled in the joy of upgrading his weapon, Feng Zheng hurriedly entered the mayor's office. Seeing his diligent subordinate looking exhausted, Xiang Yuan felt a twinge of guilt and gently instructed, "I'll need you to continue overseeing the upgrade of Shura City. Make sure the full upgrade to a small town is completed within 5 days." Feng Zheng perked up at these words, resolutely assuring that the task would be completed within the deadline. Xiang Yuan appreciatively patted his shoulder and handed over the models of the school and the giant amethyst mine for him to arrange. Watching Feng Zheng's hurried departure, Xiang Yuan felt immense satisfaction with this hard-working internal affairs officer. As Xiang Yuan pondered, several Asuras with the surname Tu burst into the Lord's office, excitedly reporting, "My king, we've returned." A smile immediately spread across Xiang Yuan's face as he eagerly prepared to take out the super unit level pill from his bag and asked, "Come, tell me about your leveling achievements." "My lord," Tumi respectfully reported to Xiang Yuan, "I have completed the assessment of all Asura warriors' levels. 7 warriors of the 2 rank are at level 20, with an attribute strength of 35 points. 1,000 warriors of the Zhan rank are at level 15, with an attribute strength of 20 points. And 40,000 warriors of the new rank are at level 10, with an attribute strength of 15 points. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan felt secretly satisfied. The leveling speed of the Asura warriors had reached the limit of the newbie zone number 10086. Although he was still unaware of the strength of the established lords outside, he knew he had done his best, and the rest was up to fate. He decisively took out a large number of super soldier level pills and said to Tumi, "Distribute these pills to the brothers, 2 for each person. This will raise you by 20 levels." Tumi was visibly shocked. A 20-level increase was equivalent to doubling the strength of the 2-rank warriors. The 7-2-rank Asura warriors immediately knelt in unison and said, "Thank you for your great kindness, my lord." Xiang Yuan smiled and helped them up. "All right, go ahead and take them." After Tumi and the others left, Xiang Yuan checked his own stats, level 20, with an attribute strength of 70 points. He also checked his fortune value, 8,250 points. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan flew directly to Tianqing Mountain. The items in the fortune store had been refreshed, and the purchase time limit had arrived. Upon reaching the fortune store within the Tianqing Mountain Fortress, Xiang Yuan opened the interface and was surprised to find that the 7 refreshed items were all identical. Super Giant Amethyst Energy Defense Cannon City Building Model. Price, 1100 Fortune Value. Description, a terrifyingly powerful super giant heavy artillery cannon, built on the city walls, capable of mowing down enemies in siege battles. Activation requirement, requires a large amount of amethyst or for energy. After a brief consideration, Xiang Yuan purchased all of them without hesitation. Although this batch of items did not directly enhance the strength of himself or the Asura warriors, with the newbie protection period about to end, these 7 defensive cannons were undoubtedly the most suitable choice. This transaction cost 7,700 fortune points, leaving Xiang Yuan with 550 points. The cumulative sales of the Tianqing Mountain Fortune Store reached 7,700 points, still a considerable distance from the 100,000 points needed to upgrade to a level 4 store. With the newly acquired fortune items, Xiang Yuan immediately returned to the Asura small city to make final preparations for the upcoming challenges. Upon returning to the small city of Shura, Xiang Yuan personally visited the area near the main city gate to set up 7 colossal amethyst energy defense cannons. These cannons were intimidating in appearance. Massive barrels with a length of 10 meters and a diameter of at least 80 centimeters, with turrets capable of rotating 180 degrees. Xiang Yuan was eager to test their power, but he restrained himself, mindful of the well-settled residents within the city and the potential panic that sudden loud explosions might cause. Time quickly passed, and 5 days flew by. Under Feng Zheng's diligent supervision, the upgrade of the entire small city of Shura was successfully completed. From the profound stone city walls to the protective barrier and various buildings within, every upgradable facility had been renewed. That morning, before dawn fully broke, Xiang Yuan gathered all the Asura warriors in the central plaza of the Sacred Elephant. He meticulously reviewed their levels and overall attribute strengths. The 7 warriors with the surname Tu had reached level 40 with an attribute strength of 55 points. 1,000 warriors with the surname Zhan were at level 35 with an attribute strength of 40 points. And 40,000 warriors with the surname Nu had reached level 30 with an attribute strength of 35 points. These figures gave Xiang Yuan some reassurance. Xiang Yuan loudly declared, "My warriors, Shura City is about to face new challenges. The enemy is an established power on this endless continent, far stronger than us. They covet our resources and aim to seize our city. Are you ready to fight them?" As soon as he finished speaking, over 40,000 Asura warriors shouted in unison, "Yes, yes, yes." Pleased, Xiang Yuan continued, "Good. Your courage will be forever remembered in the history of Shura City. We vow to defend Shura City to the death. To the death, we defend Shura City." The Asura warriors shouted again, their voices echoing powerfully. At this moment, Xiang Yuan gazed toward the horizon as the first light of dawn crept over the distant mountaintop, and the sun began to rise. Suddenly, 3 announcements were broadcast in the number 10086 novice area. The novice protection period was ending. The map function and the endless continent map function were merging. The protective barrier was being removed, and the map fog was dissipating. As the announcements concluded, the sun fully emerged, bathing the land in warm light. Immediately after, a grand announcement resonated across the endless continent. The protection period for the 10086 batch has ended. New territories have appeared on the endless continent. Upon hearing this announcement, Xiang Yuan quickly opened the map interface, eagerly searching for the location of the 3 great divine nations of Blue Star. As the map fully unfolded, his expression shifted from shock to seriousness. The map revealed that the number 10086 novice area was surrounded by major power factions. The 3 great divine nations of Blue Star were adjacent to the Blue Star novice lord's territory, but relatively distant from Xiang Yuan's domain. Observing the nearest power to his own, Xiang Yuan noted a chaotic, multicolored region representing a mix of small, old lord factions of various races. Despite this, he remained cautious, aware of the formidable strength these seasoned lords possessed. At that moment, the map suddenly flashed with countless red arrows pointing directly at Xiang Yuan's territory. It was clear that the 3 great divine nations of Blue Star, the other 8 major power factions, and even the mixed factions had all discovered the location of the fortune store marked within Xiang Yuan's territory. Decisively, Xiang Yuan ordered Tumi, who was beside him, "Gather all warriors immediately and head to the city walls." He was certain that the first to arrive at Shura City would be those small faction lords. A great battle was imminent. At this moment, the 3 great emperors, Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, fixed their sharp gazes on the location of the fortune store in the beginner area number 10086 on the map. They keenly deduced that the lord covering the fortune store is likely Xiang Yuan's force. Almost simultaneously, the 3 emperors ordered their generals to immediately advance towards Xiang Yuan's territory, vowing to arrive in time to help defend it. In an instant, the ground trembled and the sky darkened. 100,000 Preaching sword-flying cultivators soared into the sky. their swords gleaming like woven light. 100,000 white python immortal soldiers, clad in white python armor and moving like the wind, arrayed themselves with overwhelming momentum. 100,000 Xuanwu divine soldiers, clad in heavy Xuanwu armor, stood ready, their iron armor gleaming. These three armies, like torrents, surged mightily towards Xiang Yuan's territory. After the armies set out, Yingzheng focused on the military shared map interface, his eyes suddenly flashing with insight. Old Zhu, look here. He pointed to a vast plain in the center of the beginner area number 10086, behind Xiang Yuan's territory. Following Yingzheng's direction, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang also had a flash of understanding in their eyes. Liu Bang spoke first. Your Excellency, are you suggesting we engage the other 8 major forces armies in a melee here? This could temporarily prevent most of the major forces from attacking Xiang Yuan's territory prematurely. Yingzheng nodded in agreement. Exactly. We're not closer to Xiang Yuan's territory than the other forces. Only by initiating a melee on that plain can we buy Xiang Yuan some breathing room. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned with concern, but those miscellaneous forces lords are right in front of Xiang Yuan's territory. They can launch a direct frontal attack and won't participate in the plain melee. Yingzheng analyzed calmly. It depends on whether our special forces can provide timely assistance to Xiang Yuan. Those miscellaneous forces primarily consist of ordinary troops, with levels ranging from 40 to 50 and overall attribute strength between 20 and 25, not exceeding 30 at most. If our special forces are swift enough, they should be able to provide support before Xiang Yuan's territory suffers severe damage. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. It's a pity. Xiang Yuan's territory must have developed well, but as a new lord on the Endless Continent, his troops are at most level 7 to 9, and can't possibly compete with those established lords. His territory is likely to face severe destruction. Yingzheng spoke calmly. As long as he survives, there's hope. With our protection, his territory will eventually rise again. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang nodded silently, agreeing with this view. Subsequently, the 3 emperors took out their Endless Continent communicators and issued orders to their generals to initiate a melee on the plain. Meanwhile, 50 miles directly in front of Shura City, an endless array of military tents stood. At this moment, within the largest tent in this military camp, the atmosphere was tense, as if something significant was about to happen. The Halford Blood Axe, the leader of the small faction alliance, was grinning widely, revealing a set of sharp fangs. His rugged face was filled with excitement and pride, emanating a bloodthirsty aura. Ha ha ha. Blood Axe's laughter was thunderous. Our luck is unbelievable. That rookie lord who took over the fortune store is right in front of us. Even better, he's a Blue Star Lord. He turned to his companions, cruelty gleaming in his eyes. Brothers, you know what? Us Halforks love nothing more than killing Blue Star humans. Lowering his voice with a mysterious air, Blood Axe said, Fellow lords, I've received a promise from Prince Gaudis of the Holy Spirit race himself. If we are the first to conquer the territory of the lord occupying the fortune store, we'll get a free slot every month to purchase fortune items from the store. His tone suddenly became serious. Of course, you all need to know your limits. Don't think that just because we conquer this Blue Star Lord's territory, we can claim the fortune store for ourselves. The 9 major powers covet it, and it's not something small fry like us can meddle with. Do you all understand? The moment he finished speaking, voices of agreement arose from the crowd. Lord Bloodaxe is right. We understand. We definitely have that self-awareness. Yes, we are willing to serve the great Holy Spirit race. Bloodaxe looked around with satisfaction, his smile growing even more smug. He waved his hand sharply and shouted, Good. No time to waste. All troops, move out and attack the Blue Star Lord's territory immediately. With Bloodaxe's command, the entire camp erupted into action. Soldiers spread the word, and the clashing of weapons and armor echoed throughout. Soon, a large army began to assemble, with units marching towards Xiang Yuan's territory. 100 miles behind this army, a 3,000-strong elite Blue Star force was advancing swiftly. This force was led by Meng Tian, a trusted general of Emperor Yingzheng. Suddenly, a scout rushed over, breathless, to report to Meng Tian. General Meng, we've scouted the situation ahead. An army of nearly 50,000 mixed faction lords is already marching towards our new Blue Star Lord's territory. Hearing this, Meng Tian's brow furrowed, and he immediately ordered sternly, Accelerate the march. We must reach and support our new Blue Star Lord as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in Xiang Yuan's territory, an Asura warrior flew back from the direction of Shura City to report to Xiang Yuan. The warrior, looking relaxed, said, My king, a force of about 50,000 is heading our way, but I sense they are not very strong. Xiang Yuan was momentarily surprised. He had absolute trust in his Asura warriors, knowing they were never frivolous in battle. Despite learning the enemy wasn't strong, Xiang Yuan remained vigilant. He turned to Feng Zheng, who was waiting nearby, and asked, Feng Zheng, are the charging amethyst crystals for the 7 defense cannons ready? Zheng replied immediately. City Lord, I've stationed many farmers by each defense cannon as loaders and prepared a large amount of amethyst crystal. The defense cannons are ready to fire at any time. Xiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, a bloodthirsty grin appearing on his face as he muttered. If they are weak, let them pay in blood for coming here. 2 hours later, the 50,000-strong ragtag army led by Blood Axe finally spotted the territory from a distance. However, the sight before them left them astonished. Blood Axe's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "How is this territory a small city? Is this really established by a rookie lord?" Next to him, a vampire lord was equally shocked. Is that transparent shield covering the small city a city protection barrier? Even I don't have one of those. The minor faction lords, looking at Xiang Yuan's Asura city, were like country folk visiting a metropolis for the first time, marveling at everything they saw. They couldn't comprehend how a newcomer to the Endless Continent could develop a territory to such an extent. Despite their shock, they did not slow their army's advance. Their inherent disdain for rookies and pride in bullying the weak left them unconcerned. Soon, the 50,000-strong ragtag army was closing in on Asura city. Suddenly, a series of deafening cannon blasts echoed through the sky. Blood Axe watched in horror as 7 massive beams of light hurtled toward their army at an incredible speed. Boom! 7 dazzling beams of light suddenly struck the 500,000 strong army of the ragtag forces, triggering a series of earth-shattering explosions. Each blast created a shockwave with a 20-meter radius, instantly obliterating any enemy troops within its range. Quick! Retreat! A vampire lord shouted in terror, but before he could finish, a sharp axe cleaved his head from his shoulders. Retreat! My foot! Roared the Blood Axe lord, his face twisted with a bloodthirsty desire. Charge, all of you! We've entered their artillery range. Retreating will only increase our casualties. Charge! Break through this small city as quickly as possible. With his bloodstained axe held high, Blood Axe led his orc army at the forefront. Under his command, the 500,000 strong army launched another fierce assault on Asura city. However, what awaited them was even denser artillery fire and more violent explosions. Xiang Yuan stood atop the gates of Asura city, coldly observing the enemy forces below being blasted to pieces by the defensive cannons. A slight smile of satisfaction played at the corners of his mouth. The products from the fortune store are indeed top-notch, he thought. Watching as the enemy fell in droves under the bombardment of the 7 defensive cannons, even he found the sight somewhat shocking. Finally, Blood Axe's army reached the edge of Asura city. Seeing the invisible barrier enveloping the city while the cannons inside continued to unleash relentless firepower, Blood Axe's eyes turned blood red. Damn it! The losses are too great this time, he snarled through gritted teeth. How did this newcomer lord's territory develop to this extent? Everyone, focus all your efforts on breaking the barrier. I refuse to believe a rookie can withstand our veteran army of 500,000. At Blood Axe's command, his troops unleashed a barrage of colorful skills, furiously attacking the barrier surrounding Asura city. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan's defensive cannons continued to pound the enemy. One side struggled to advance through the artillery fire, suffering heavy casualties in an attempt to break through the defenses. The other stood calmly on the city walls, watching the enemy be blown to bits. Xiang Yuan stood on the wall, showing no signs of anxiety. He had already used his appraisal technique to assess the enemy. Most of these ragtag lords' troops were ordinary units between levels 40 and 50, with overall strength attributes generally ranging from 20 to 25. The strongest seemed to be the orc troops, with an overall strength of around 30. Is this all they've got? Xiang Yuan thought with a smirk. They're nothing but fodder for me to crush. At this point, his 40,000 Asura warriors had all reached level 30, each with an overall strength of 35 points. Coupled with the Asura clan's innate combat prowess, a single command from Xiang Yuan could easily annihilate the invading forces. However, Xiang Yuan was in no hurry. As this was his first encounter with the veteran lords of the Endless Continent, he decided to savor the taste of this battle. Xiang Yuan stood on the city wall, his gaze fixed intently on the distant battlefield. After 2 hours of relentless assault, the protective barrier around the city began to tremble violently, clearly on the verge of collapse. The 500,000 strong army had suffered heavy losses under the terrifying bombardment, with only about 300,000 remaining. Xiang Yuan decisively ordered, "Deactivate the city barrier. All troops, prepare to attack." Zheng immediately relayed the command, and the farmers quickly disabled the barrier. The transparent shield covering Asura city vanished instantly. Seeing this, the army of Blood Axe erupted into wild, savage delight. "Blue Star Lord, I will grind your bones to dust. Flay you alive." Blood Axe roared. Just as the enemy prepared to storm the city, a swarm of towering warriors suddenly launched from the walls of Asura city. Each of these Asura warriors wielded 2 oversized axes, clad in pitch-black demon metal armor, with blood-red capes billowing behind them. They hovered menacingly in the air, their eyes cold and filled with murderous intent, glaring down at Blood Axe's army. Blood Axe was momentarily bewildered by this formidable force, a sense of unease creeping into his heart as he sensed their overwhelming power. Attack! Xiang Yuan commanded. Over 40,000 Asura warriors raised their massive axes, their bodies erupting in fiery, blood-red flames, streaking toward the enemy like meteors. They cut through the enemy lines effortlessly, leaving a trail of severed limbs and bodies. Enemies were either cleaved in two by the axes or burned alive by the flames. Blood Axe was utterly stunned, instinctively using an identification skill on one of the Asura warriors. When he saw the dual-armed Asura, mythical battle strength 35, defense strength 35, magic defense strength 35 stats, his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, the identified Asura warrior turned around, a bloodthirsty grin from the abyss spreading across his face. Immediately, 3 Asura warriors flew towards Blood Axe. The threat of death snapped Blood Axe back to reality, and he screamed hysterically, "Someone! Protect me! Protect me!" However, more Asura warriors had noticed him. In an instant, 7 or 8 Asura surrounded Blood Axe. Moments later, all that remained of his position was a pile of mangled flesh. With the loss of their leader, the enemy forces completely collapsed. The remaining 200,000 soldiers began a frenzied retreat. Xiang Yuan gave the order without hesitation. Pursue them. Wipe them out completely. The 40,000 Asura warriors, like a pack of ravenous beasts, mercilessly hunted down the fleeing enemy forces. Meanwhile, Meng Tian led 3,000 elite troops rapidly toward Asura City. He silently prayed, "I hope that newcomer Blue Star Lord can hold on. As long as he survives, that's enough." Suddenly, sounds of screams and panic echoed from ahead. Startled, Meng Tian ordered his troops to accelerate. Soon, in a narrow pass, Meng Tian's troops witnessed a shocking scene. A group of troops, clearly belonging to an established multiracial lord, was in chaotic retreat. Behind them, a horde of flying warriors wielding terrifying axes was mercilessly mowing down the enemy like a meat grinder. These warriors bore the unmistakable emblem of the Blue Star faction, clearly marking them as the forces of the new lord. On the chaotic battlefield, Xiang Yuan's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, instantly spotting a suddenly appearing army ahead. This army seemed like divine reinforcements, blocking the path of the 200,000 fleeing irregular troops. Xiang Yuan keenly noticed the Blue Star insignia hovering above this army, and their extraordinary demeanor and equipment, clearly beyond what an ordinary novice Blue Star Lord could possess. Despite his curiosity, Xiang Yuan seized this rare opportunity. He shouted at the burly leader of the army, "Brothers of Blue Star ahead, block them. Annihilate them completely." Xiang Yuan's shout was like a thunderclap, snapping Meng Tian out of his shock. Although full of questions about this mysterious Blue Star army, Meng Tian's military instincts kicked in. He ordered in a deep voice, "Block those irregular troops, annihilate them completely." Meng Tian's 3,000 soldiers, though few, were all battle-hardened elite level 90 warriors. They formed a deadly encirclement with Xiang Yuan's forces. The irregular troops were caught in a desperate situation, trapped like sheep among wolves. The battle was exceptionally brutal, yet surprisingly short. In less than 2 hours, the 200,000 irregular troops were completely wiped out. Standing amidst the battlefield littered with corpses, Meng Tian scanned the bloody scene with complex emotions, then slowly approached Xiang Yuan. "Little brother, who are you?" Meng Tian's voice was filled with curiosity and doubt. Xiang Yuan had already guessed that this general was likely sent by the Blue Star's 3 great nations to support him. Seeing Meng Tian's face full of hesitation and disbelief, he laughed heartily and said openly, "You're from the Blue Star's 3 great nations, right? I'm Xiang Yuan, the novice lord of Area 10,086. What? It's really you?" Meng Tian was utterly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Pointing at the formidable 40,000 Asura warriors behind Xiang Yuan, his voice trembled with shock. "Are they all your troops? This is incredible. Not only did you easily defend against the 500,000 troops of the veteran lords, but you also chased them down and annihilated them. How did you develop so quickly?" Faced with Meng Tian's barrage of questions, Xiang Yuan simply smiled, a hint of depth in his eyes. "General, why don't you follow me back to my territory, and we can discuss everything in detail? I'm very interested in the current overall situation." Meng Tian finally snapped out of his daze, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes. Let's first go back to your town. My mission is to help you defend your territory." Soon, the outline of Asura City gradually came into Meng Tian's view. He saw a small city with its protective barrier reactivated, its walls built of precious black stone. This territory, which should have been at a novice level, had already developed into a small city. Meng Tian was once again shocked. He recalled Emperor Ingzheng once saying that Xiang Yuan was a true dragon, but he never imagined this dragon would be so formidable. Meng Tian couldn't help but remember the days when he fought alongside Ing Zheng from the novice area. Back then, although Ing Zheng had shown extraordinary talent, he hadn't reached the astonishing level of Xiang Yuan. As he ventured deeper into Asura City, Meng Tian saw the numerous advanced buildings and finally understood why the emperors of the three great Blue Star nations personally came to protect Xiang Yuan. The foresight of the three emperors was indeed extraordinary, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Soon after, Meng Tian used the Endless Continent communication order to report everything he had seen and heard to Emperor Ing Zheng. Meanwhile, in another military tent, Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, three renowned emperors, were momentarily stunned upon hearing the news brought by Meng Tian in the military tent. Then, their hearty laughter filled the tent, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Ha ha! With such a dragon-like lord added to our blue star, how can we not establish a prosperous divine dynasty on this endless continent? Ing Zheng laughed heartily, a rare display of his mirth, and Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Li Si hurriedly entered the tent, his expression grave as he reported, "Great Emperors, a battle report has just arrived from the front. Our deployed army has successfully triggered a massive conflict among the 9 major powers on the plains." Hearing this, a glint of intelligence flashed in the eyes of the three emperors. Ing Zheng calmly said, "Good. Now we'll see who can endure the chaos the longest. As long as those old figures don't intervene personally, we three are not to be underestimated." The old figures he referred to were the strongest god kings of the other 8 major powers. As his words fell, the entire world suddenly trembled violently. An ancient demon-like roar echoed across the land, followed by several earth-shaking roars. The three emperors were shaken, and Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. Not good. Those old figures have joined the battle. Ing Zheng's face turned cold and stern, and he snorted. Humph. Since they break the rules, our blue star is not to be trifled with. Old Liu, old Zhu, let's go. In the next moment, the three of them vanished into thin air. On the battlefield, a vast plain was teeming with level 90 advanced troops engaged in ferocious combat. Their equipment and ranks were exceptionally high-end, making the battle scene immensely spectacular. Suddenly, a massive 12-winged seraphim king appeared in the sky, one of the 9 major powers, the strongest god king of the Holy Spirit clan, Jiahuang, a level 98 superpower. Holding a gigantic golden flaming sword, he swung it mercilessly at the Blue Star troops on the ground. 100-meter-long golden sword light slashed toward the Blue Star troops. In the critical moment, those wearing Xuanwu heavy armor quickly formed an impenetrable armor formation on the ground, forcibly withstanding the terrifying sword light. Seeing this, Jiahuang showed a disdainful expression and was about to swing his sword again. Just then, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly appeared in midair before Jiahuang. Zhu Yuanzhang wielded an emperor's sword, instantly unleashing countless transparent sword auras, which rained down on Jiahuang like a torrential storm. Jiahuang immediately wrapped himself with his 12 pairs of wings for protection. However, the countless sword auras still pierced through the wings, knocking off numerous feathers. In an instant, Jiahuang's wings became a bloody, ragged mess. As the Emperor Jia was on the verge of defeat, the sky suddenly split open, and a colossal figure, towering over 100 meters tall, descended like a meteor. The ground shook violently, and dust filled the air. From the 9 great factions, the mightiest Titan god king, Baxi, arrived on the battlefield. His mountain-sized hand swung towards Zhu Yuanzhang. In the nick of time, a blood-red blade flashed, severing Baxi's 5 fingers. Liu Bang appeared out of thin air, his cold gaze fixed on Baxi. The Titan clan dares to ally with the Holy Spirit clan to wage war against us on Blue Star? You better consider the consequences. Baxi's thunderous voice echoed. Ha ha. Blue Star God King, you and I are both level 98. Why should I fear you? Besides, it's not just the Titan and Holy Spirit clans declaring war on you. We have an ally beyond your imagination. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened abruptly. The world seemed to plunge into chaos as countless thunderclouds gathered, ready to unleash massive golden lightning capable of turning the army on the plains to ash. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang both exclaimed in shock. The Chaos Clan. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at the heavens, demanding, "You always act alone. Are you joining them against Blue Star this time?" A voice as profound as a cosmic echo answered him. "Destiny Shop." Those simple words revealed their intent. The voice spoke again. "Thunder strike." In an instant, golden lightning bolts rained down. However, a more authoritative voice suddenly commanded, "Wind, disperse the thunder." Though not loud, it was undeniably commanding. Miraculously, the thunderclouds began to dissipate, and the golden lightning never reached the ground. The Chaos Clan's voice remarked coolly, "Words become law. You are the Qin God King, Ing Zheng." Ing Zheng's figure materialized, his black dragon imperial robe fluttering in the breeze. With arms folded, he exuded an imposing aura. "Chaos God King, your clan has always been mysterious, but you and I can both sense it. We've both completed that world mission, reaching level 100. If you want war, Blue Star will stand its ground. The Chaos God King laughed heartily. Well, Ingzheng, I didn't expect you to complete the world mission too. But remember this day, since Blue Star is the only power with 2 destiny shops, you will inevitably pay the price in the future. With those words, the sky cleared as if nothing had happened. Ingzheng surveyed the battlefield, shouting, "Everyone, stop hiding. Who else dares to fight?" Immediately, 4 voices declared in succession. The Meishan clan withdraws from this contention. The Zhijia clan withdraws from this contention. The Natural Elves clan withdraws from this contention. The Insect clan withdraws from this contention. Ingzheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang turned their attention to the 3 remaining enemy god kings. The Holy Spirit Angel God King Jia, Titan God King Baxi, and the newly appeared Mordor God King Sauron. The 3 enemy god kings looked solemn, staring back at the 3 Blue Star Emperors. Emperor Ingzheng spoke with authority. "Jia, Baxi, Sauron, it's not too late for you 3 to withdraw now." Jia and Baxi hesitated, while Sauron, despite his resentment, showed a hint of fear. Just as Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang were about to make their move, 3 announcements echoed across the Endless Continent. Endless Continent announcement. The ordinary level world boss has refreshed again, its location marked on the map. Endless Continent announcement. The fine level world boss has refreshed again, its location marked on the map. Endless Continent announcement. The Sacred Heart Island world boss has refreshed. This time it is an epic level world boss, its location marked on the map. Suddenly, 3 notifications from the Endless Continent echoed across the sky, shocking the 6 divine kings present like a clap of thunder. Their expressions froze, and a hint of astonishment flashed in their eyes. Jiadi, the divine king of the Holy Spirit clan, was the first to break the silence. His voice was filled with threat and reluctance. "You of Blue Star have seized the second fortune store this time, but this marks the beginning of a heavy price you will pay." His 12 pairs of wings trembled slightly, indicating his intention to leave. "Today the world boss appears, and we have no time to entangle with you further. But remember, from now on, the Holy Spirit clan, the Titan clan, the Chaos clan, and the Mordor clan will not let the Blue Star forces have it easy." Before the words fully left his mouth, Jiadi's wings spread out abruptly, and like a silver flash, he soared into the sky, disappearing from sight in an instant. As he departed, the top-tier troops of the Holy Spirit clan on the ground began to retreat in an orderly fashion, leaving the plain suddenly empty. The Titan Divine King, towering 100 meters high, glanced at his right hand where Liu Bang had sliced off a finger, now regrown. His eyes, like 2 great bells, locked onto Liu Bang with a hint of wariness. Without a word, this colossal being leapt into the air, his massive body ascending like a small mountain, disappearing into the clouds in no time. Sauron remained behind, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared back and forth between Ingzheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang. The new leader of Mordor had suffered a complete defeat in the novice area, even losing his beloved son. This pain and humiliation ignited a raging fury within Sauron, yet he also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Tell the Blue Star Lord who killed my son that he is strong, and I, Sauron, will wait for him to grow. When the time comes, I will avenge my son in the name of a true warrior." With that, Sauron transformed into a dark shadow and vanished into the sky. With the departure of the other forces, only the troops of the Blue Star remained on the plain. Ingzheng turned to Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, a look of anticipation in his eyes. "Let's go meet that interesting little fellow." Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan was asking Meng Tian about the meaning of the recent Endless Continent announcements and the world boss, his face full of curiosity and confusion. Meng Tian's smile carried a hint of mystery as he revealed a shocking truth to Xiang Yuan. In the Endless Continent, the growth of a lord is not always smooth. Once a lord reaches level 90, the usual methods of leveling up become ineffective. Neither the troops under their command nor the lord themselves can gain experience by defeating enemies or monsters. Xiang Yuan's eyes widened with shock as he heard this, his mind racing with the implications. This kind of limitation is reminiscent of the level caps often seen in online games. However, Meng Tian's next words piqued his curiosity even further. To continue advancing, a lord must personally face a world boss, Meng Tian explained in a deep, resonant voice. These powerful entities appear randomly across the Endless Continent. Defeating one brings significant transformation to a lord. He went on to explain that a lord must face the world boss alone, without any troops to assist. Due to the boss's formidable strength, it usually requires multiple lords working together to defeat it. In fact, many lords seize the opportunity to gain experience. The Endless will distribute experience points based on each participant's contribution to the battle, Meng Tian added. The items dropped by the boss go to the lord with the highest output. Xiang Yuan listened intently, his mind already painting vivid battle scenes. He eagerly asked, "So, how much experience can be gained from defeating a world boss? Is it enough for a whole level?" Meng Tian shook his head with a wry smile. "It's not that easy. Even a level 90 lord can only gain about 5 to 9 experience from a regular world boss." He paused. "Moreover, world bosses don't respawn daily. They often require a long wait." Xiang Yuan suddenly understood the challenges of leveling up as a high-level lord. His curiosity prompted him to inquire about the levels of the three great emperors, Yingzheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Tian revealed a startling fact. Emperor Liu Bang and Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang are currently at level 98, among the top-tier lords. As for His Majesty, he spoke with reverence. He has already broken through to the legendary level 100. Just as Xiang Yuan was processing this astonishing information, Meng Tian's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took out a communication token, and moments later, a look of barely contained excitement appeared on his face. "Lord Xiang Yuan." Meng Tian's voice was slightly tremulous. "Emperor Yingzheng, Emperor Liu Bang, and Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang are coming to meet you in person." This news struck Xiang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. As a former student from Blue Star, he had always held these three godlike emperors in the highest regard. Now, knowing they would personally come to see him, Xiang Yuan felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, eagerly anticipating their meeting in half an hour. Three figures streaked across the sky like meteors, arriving above Asura City. They effortlessly penetrated the protective barrier, as if the seemingly impenetrable shield was nothing more than a thin veil. Once inside the city, their eyes, sharp as lightning, quickly surveyed the city's infrastructure. Satisfied smiles appeared on their faces, and in a flash, they headed straight for the city lord's mansion. At that moment, Xiang Yuan was anxiously pacing outside the mansion, his gaze frequently scanning the horizon. Although he hadn't received official notice, he knew the three emperors could arrive at any moment, and thus waited eagerly. In no time, three imposing figures descended upon the plaza in front of the city lord's mansion. Clad in dragon robes, they exuded an overwhelming aura, their every gesture brimming with imperial majesty. Meng Tian, quick to react, immediately knelt before the middle-aged man in the black dragon robe, proclaiming, "Greetings, your majesty." Yingzheng smiled serenely and gestured, "Rise, Meng Tian." Then, the three emperors turned their gaze collectively towards Xiang Yuan. Understanding their unspoken command, Xiang Yuan hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. "Xiang Yuan greets the three divine kings." "Ha!" A hearty laugh echoed. "Good. Young Xiang Yuan is indeed a man of remarkable talent," one of the emperors remarked with a smile. "Come, let's talk inside. We have important matters to discuss." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's expression turned serious, and he respectfully led the three emperors into the mansion. Inside, the emperors wasted no time, with Yingzheng asking directly, "Xiang Yuan, do you know what the most pressing issue for our Blue Star is right now?" Xiang Yuan paused, pondering how to tackle this tricky question. Inspiration struck, and he replied, "It's the threat from other major powers after we took over this fortune shop." Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. "Huh? You're quite the clever one, with quick reflexes. But that's not the most urgent issue for Blue Star." He continued seriously, "We have two purposes for this visit: to meet you, and to plan with you on how the Blue Star novice lords in your region can quickly develop to occupy the territory of the Gongjin Alliance." Xiang Yuan was taken aback, puzzled. Why the rush to occupy other regions? Shouldn't they first focus on strengthening their own forces? As if reading his thoughts, Yingzheng revealed a bombshell. Because rapidly occupying other regions is linked to a super reward from the Endless Will. If we complete this task first, our Dragon Nation on Blue Star will gain a brand new habitable planet. This is currently the most urgent competition goal among the 9 major powers. And your region happens to be the closest to the territories of the loosely allied Gongjin Alliance. Liu Bang continued, stating that they would immediately establish a base near the territory of the new lords on Blue Star to provide them with support from the rear. He emphasized that the primary task for the new lords was to quickly develop their military strength and look for opportunities to create disputes with the lords of the Alliance of Progress, taking the chance to seize their territories. After listening to the three emperors, Xiang Yuan frowned slightly, deep in thought. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Why don't we just launch a full-scale attack on the Alliance of Progress?" Upon hearing this, Yingzheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang all smiled approvingly. Yingzheng looked at Xiang Yuan with admiration and praised him, saying, "Xiang Yuan, you are very smart and bold to dare to question us three." He then explained the key point. Currently, only a single force occupying more than 10 of the known regions of the Endless Continent can receive this task from the will of the Endless. The Alliance of Progress, being a coalition of multiple forces, is unaware that all 9 major powers are eyeing their territory. Yingzheng went on to detail their strategy. Almost all of the 9 major powers are following a similar approach. We have our minor lords constantly engage in skirmishes with their lords, then use those incidents as a pretext to go to war and seize their land. This nibbling strategy can best avoid thoroughly angering the Alliance of Progress and prevent them from launching a large-scale counterattack against any single major power. He further explained, if the Alliance of Progress were to declare full-scale war on any one of the major powers, the Endless Continent would descend into chaotic conflict, making the situation uncontrollable. Our plan is that after you seize their land, we will step in to negotiate peace with the Alliance's leadership. At worst, we might offer some compensation, but the seized territories will never be returned. After hearing Ing Zheng's explanation, Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up, marveling at the brilliance of the strategy, which seemed to take advantage of the unwary. Ing Zheng then shifted the conversation, saying, I've told you everything you need to know. This is a gift we prepared for you new Blue Star Lords, and I'm personally handing it to you. With that, he handed Xiang Yuan a slate resembling a tablet computer. Xiang Yuan examined the slate with curiosity. Zhu Yuanzhang explained, this is a two-world communication slate, refreshed from the Destiny shop. It's similar to the tablets used in the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star. You can use it to contact the municipal government back home on Blue Star, as they have similar tools. You can also ask them to help you get in touch with your family. Hearing this explanation, Xiang Yuan's face immediately broke into a joyful smile, his heart filled with a longing for his hometown and family. Standing on the high platform of the city lord's mansion, Xiang Yuan gazed into the vast horizon of the endless continent. His heart was filled with longing for his parents, eager to share the myriad experiences he had encountered in this unfamiliar land. The pride of defeating the Prince of Mordor, the struggle for survival on the endless continent, and the astonishing adventures were all stories he yearned to tell them. Just then, Ing Zheng's voice broke his reverie. An epic world boss has appeared on Sacred Heart Island. We need to head there immediately. Xiang Yuan snapped back to reality. The name Sacred Heart Island reminded him of a mythical map. He urgently asked, God King Ing Zheng, where is Sacred Heart Island? Can I go? Ing Zheng frowned and shook his head. It's too dangerous there. The weakest creatures are level 90, and any one of them could easily defeat you. Xiang Yuan was torn. The danger of Sacred Heart Island was beyond his imagination, but it might hold clues about the mythical sage Confucius. He hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to ask, could I come along to gain some insight? I promise not to be a burden, just to find a safe spot and wait for you. Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged glances. Finally, Ing Zheng laughed and agreed. All right, since you're so brave, we'll take you. But you must take responsibility for your own safety. Xiang Yuan was ecstatic, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. He quickly arranged affairs in his territory, instructing the Asura warriors like Tumi to advance in rank and urging Feng Zheng to offer full support. Once ready, Xiang Yuan and the 3 emperors from the Blue Star ascended into the sky, heading towards Sacred Heart Island at the center of the Endless Continent. Unknown adventures awaited them, and Xiang Yuan felt both nervous and excited, anticipating all that could happen on this mysterious island. After half a day, Xiang Yuan closely followed the 3 emperors, including Ing Zheng, as they raced across the sky. He was astonished to find countless lords from various races suddenly appearing around him, all flying with one destination in mind. Even more surprising was the harmonious coexistence of these lords, who might usually be adversaries, yet now showed no signs of conflict. Clearly, they were all drawn by the same purpose, the legendary epic world boss on Sacred Heart Island. As Xiang Yuan flew, he greedily took in the breathtaking scenery of the endless continent. Compared to Blue Star, this land was filled with stunning mountains and peaks, offering unparalleled beauty. Even the air was suffused with a faint natural fragrance, refreshing and invigorating. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed from ahead. Roar! Xiang Yuan immediately focused his gaze into the distance, spotting a lush island rising from the center of a massive lake. Above the island, a terrifying western dragon, towering several hundred meters high, was wreaking havoc, spewing scorching flames from its mouth in an attempt to incinerate the densely packed lords of various races surrounding it. This was the feared epic dragon world boss. Countless lords were unleashing dazzling, colorful skills in a collective assault on the colossal creature. Witnessing such a magnificent spectacle for the first time, Xiang Yuan was left speechless. Though the lord's skills seemed powerful, they were as ineffective as tickling the dragon. The dragon was so enormous that it dwarfed the island beneath it. At this moment, Ing Zheng suddenly flew to Xiang Yuan's side and whispered, Xiang Yuan, we've reached Sacred Heart Island. I'll take you to a safe place now. Remember, once you finish your task, return there immediately. We'll come to pick you up after we defeat this world boss. Xiang Yuan nodded solemnly. Understood. The next moment, Ing Zheng dove towards a dense forest near Sacred Heart Island, with Xiang Yuan in tow. Upon landing, Ing Zheng immediately commanded, formation. Instantly, a hemispherical barrier enveloped a 10-meter radius around Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan, No monsters can breach this barrier. I've left a mental mark here, so once you've completed your task, make sure to return here quickly to wait, Zheng instructed. Understood, Divine King. Xiang Yuan replied respectfully. With a nod, Zheng took to the sky, heading towards the center of Sacred Heart Island, leaving Xiang Yuan alone. Not daring to delay, Xiang Yuan quickly retrieved the mythological map from his backpack. Having memorized the terrain from above, he swiftly pinpointed his location using the map. Then, following the map's guidance, he cautiously set out towards Confucius's home. Along the way, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. What kind of extraordinary person would choose to live in such a perilous place? There were no ordinary inhabitants here, only a plethora of extremely dangerous high-level monsters. This Confucius must indeed be remarkable. Soon, Xiang Yuan encountered his first monster since arriving on Sacred Heart Island. He quietly cast his identification skill, ready to investigate further. The attributes of the bloodthirsty wild lion appeared before Xiang Yuan's eyes, level 95 combat strength and 90 defense strength. What was even more shocking was that this was just a minor creature on Sacred Heart Island, and its actual combat ability was several times greater than what the attributes showed. Xiang Yuan felt a tightness in his chest, realizing that the danger level in this area far exceeded his expectations. Cautiously, he hid in the dense grass, holding his breath and staying focused. It wasn't until the mighty bloodthirsty wild lion leisurely left that Xiang Yuan carefully continued on his way. Along the path, various formidable monsters appeared one after another, each possessing astonishing attribute values. To make matters worse, most of these creatures lived in groups, and any slight mistake could provoke an attack from the entire group. Although these dangers significantly slowed Xiang Yuan's progress, his keen observation skills and agile movements eventually led him to discover a farmhouse near a mountainside. However, the scene before him felt somewhat out of place. In stark contrast to the terrifying monsters he had encountered earlier, this small courtyard appeared unusually peaceful and serene. Smoke rose from the simple farmhouse, indicating that someone was living there. Xiang Yuan couldn't help but think, what kind of special person would choose to live in such a perilous place? With curiosity and caution, he quickly approached the courtyard. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a sharp bark. A yellow Chinese rural dog darted out from the yard, barking incessantly at Xiang Yuan. Startled by this unexpected commotion, Xiang Yuan quickly used his identification skill. To his surprise, it turned out to be just an ordinary rural dog with unremarkable attributes, level 0 combat strength and 1 defense strength. As Xiang Yuan found the situation both absurd and amusing, an elderly man emerged from the farmhouse. With a head full of white hair and beard, dressed in simple yellow-gray farming clothes, he appeared to be advanced in years, yet full of vigor. Holding a spatula, the old man gently admonished the barking dog. "Xiao Huang, quiet down, don't disturb our guest." To Xiang Yuan's surprise, the dog immediately stopped barking and obediently retreated to the side. The old man's gaze fell on the mythical legend scroll in Xiang Yuan's hand, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "Young man, why not come in and have a chat?" The old man's demeanor exuded an extraordinary aura, and Xiang Yuan suddenly had a thought. This old man must not be an ordinary person. Following the old man into the farmhouse, Xiang Yuan looked around. The interior was simply furnished, just like a typical farmhouse. A basic stove, tables, chairs, and a wooden bed. The only notable thing was a child lying on the bed with his leg wrapped in white bandages. Noticing Xiang Yuan's gaze, the old man kindly explained, "That's a student I took in. A few days ago, he fell and broke his leg while picking wild vegetables on the mountain." Xiang Yuan nodded in understanding and then sat down opposite the old man. Before he could speak, the old man straightforwardly said, "I am Confucius, the king of the Asura clan." These words hit Xiang Yuan like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. The seemingly ordinary old man not only saw through his identity at a glance, but also claimed to be the legendary Confucius. What the old man said next sent even greater shockwaves through Xiang Yuan's mind. "You must be the legendary blood-blade Asura of the Asura clan. Young man, you are fortunate. Your identity is enough to bring me out of seclusion." The old man's eyes gleamed with wisdom. "You know, if your Asura clan, which never emerged, had participated in the last undead catastrophe, the infinite continent wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses." These words not only revealed the importance of Xiang Yuan's identity, but also hinted at an impending significant change. Xiang Yuan sensed that a grand story concerning the fate of the entire world was quietly unfolding in this unassuming farmhouse. Undead catastrophe, Xiang Yuan murmured to himself, furrowing his brows. This was the second time he'd heard the term undead. The first was in the Demon City, where Tu Mia had recounted the tale of the undead wreaking havoc across the endless continent. Recalling the scene where he personally vanquished those undead creatures, Xiang Yuan shivered involuntarily. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yuan decided to share his experiences in the Demon City with Confucius. However, Confucius remained unperturbed after listening. as if he had foreseen everything. He calmly stated, "The Endless Continent is on the brink of another undead catastrophe. I just didn't expect they had already begun plotting in secret." Sensing the opportunity, Xiang Yuan earnestly implored, "Sir, please lend us your aid to fend off this impending disaster." Confucius laughed heartily at his words. "The undead catastrophe isn't imminent yet. You're asking for my help, but perhaps it's to leverage my power for your ambitions, isn't it?" Caught off guard by Confucius's insight, Xiang Yuan suppressed his embarrassment and replied earnestly, "I merely wish to prepare in advance. With your assistance, we can face the upcoming crisis with confidence." "What a cunning Asura King you are!" Confucius chuckled, a glint of approval in his eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, your Blue Star faction has received a mission from the Endless Will to occupy 15 of the territory first, correct? That's your most pressing task at the moment, isn't it?" Xiang Yuan was taken aback, astonished by how Confucius knew such a well-kept secret, unknown even to minor faction leaders. Noticing Xiang Yuan's shocked expression, Confucius stroked his long beard and smiled. "Rest assured, since I've agreed to assist you, I will give it my all. In the past, the Emperor Zheng of your Blue Star faction once sought my counsel. Though he was destined for greatness, there was no impending disaster on the Endless Continent then, so I declined his invitation. Now, I'm willing to help you not only to aid your ambitions, but also in hopes that when the undead catastrophe arrives, you'll stand up to save the people of the Endless Continent." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan solemnly promised, "Sir, I assure you of this. If the undead catastrophe truly comes, I will do everything in my power to eradicate it completely." "Good." Confucius nodded with satisfaction. "Now, let's discuss the development of your territory. After conquering others' lands, what you lack most are talents like civil administrators. I can train a large number of high-level civil administrators for you, dispatch them to each of your conquered territories, and allow them to develop the economy and military independently. With my mythical trait, they will be absolutely loyal to you. Once you seize vast territories, a continuous flow of resources will pour into your main city." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's heart raced. He quickly considered, if he could conquer a vast amount of land, and these territories could autonomously develop their economies and militaries, while regularly sending resources to Shura City. In that case, he could soon establish a kingdom and become the fourth god king of Blue Star. A hint of excitement flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes as he finally realized the immense benefits this legendary sage could bring him. The title of sage held endless possibilities. Confucius' capabilities went far beyond what met the eye, and he was bound to provide Xiang Yuan with many unexpected forms of assistance. With this in mind, Xiang Yuan eagerly said, "Thank you, sir. Please accompany me to my territory now." However, upon hearing Xiang Yuan's words, Confucius' face showed a rare expression of hesitation. He slowly explained, "Ordinarily, I would leave with you immediately, but my pupil recently suffered a broken leg. This injury can only be completely healed without any lingering effects by using the Sacred Heart grass found on the central island of Sacred Heart Island." Confucius continued, "I've been divining the mysteries of the universe these past few days to find a route that avoids the monsters here and leads to that island to gather the Sacred Heart grass. I've managed to divine a path close to the central island of Sacred Heart Island, but unfortunately, an epic world boss has been summoned there by an endless will, causing me some trouble." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan pondered briefly. Leaving this task to Confucius alone would not only be dangerous, but also show a lack of regard for him. More importantly, there was no telling when Confucius might successfully divine the path and gather the Sacred Heart grass. It would be better for Xiang Yuan to handle it personally, solving the problem quickly and demonstrating his sincerity. Xiang Yuan immediately said, "Sir, this task is too dangerous. I am willing to take it on myself." To Xiang Yuan's surprise, Confucius did not decline, but instead smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, my lord." Incredible. For the title of lord, I'd risk my life any day. Xiang Yuan thought to himself, "This is far more worthwhile than those fools on Blue Star who spend their savings for a woman's smile." At this point, Confucius took out a map from his sleeve and handed it to Xiang Yuan. "This is the safe route I've divined. Follow it, and you won't encounter any monsters on your way. You can reach the vicinity of the central island of Sacred Heart Island directly." Xiang Yuan took the map, rose without hesitation, and bid farewell. "Sir, await my good news." Soon, Xiang Yuan left Confucius' small rural courtyard. Confucius watched Xiang Yuan's departing figure and murmured softly, "This young man carries a powerful destiny." Following the map's guidance, Xiang Yuan traveled swiftly and, indeed, did not encounter a single monster. In less than half an hour, he could see in the sky the towering figure of the epic world boss, several hundred meters tall. It was a western dragon, its entire body covered in fresh wounds and bleeding. Numerous lords were attacking it fiercely, yet it continued to spew scorching flames from its enormous maw, capable of swallowing a mountain. The distant forests had been reduced to scorched earth, with charred bodies of many lords scattered around. Xiang Yuan carefully examined the map and found another marked safe route. He quickened his pace and soon reached the edge of the lake on the central island. The island was covered with half-human hate, exceptionally lush grass emitting a faint glow. Using his identification skill, Xiang Yuan confirmed that this was indeed the supreme herb capable of healing broken bones, the sacred heart grass. At this moment, the massive Western Dragon World boss hovered directly above the island. To gather the sacred heart grass, Xiang Yuan needed to stealthily reach the core area of this battle. The danger of such a task was obvious. Xiang Yuan focused intently on the battlefield. The Western Dragon World boss soared high above, while the surrounding lords cautiously launched their attacks. Meanwhile, the small island in the lake remained temporarily untouched. An idea sparked in his mind as he calculated. If he flew to the island at full speed and quickly gathered the sacred heart grass, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Gathering his courage, Xiang Yuan leapt into the air and sped across the lake's surface. Though the lake was vast, it took only moments for him, with his flying ability, to reach the island. Landing firmly, he reached out without hesitation to grab the sacred heart grass. To ensure success, he gathered large handfuls, filling his backpack within a minute. With the task complete, Xiang Yuan immediately turned and swiftly retreated in the direction he had come. As he reached the lake's edge, he instinctively glanced back and noticed that the dragon boss was still unaware, and the other lords continued their fierce assault. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Yuan decided to give it a shot. With a flick of his arms, he wielded his two blood blades and unleashed countless Asura slashes at the epic world boss in the sky. Thanks to his keen eyesight, he saw each strike hit the dragon precisely, with several slashes even piercing its bleeding wounds. As the dragon prepared to unleash its fiery attack, Xiang Yuan wasted no time and took out his map to retrace his steps. Half an hour later, Xiang Yuan reappeared at Confucius' farmhouse. Confucius greeted him energetically, and without a word, Xiang Yuan handed him the sacred heart grass. "Sir, please treat the student's leg injury quickly. We need to leave soon. I must reunite with my guide." Confucius nodded repeatedly, took the sacred heart grass, and entered the farmhouse. Xiang Yuan waited outside, while distant cries of the dragon and explosions echoed, indicating that the world boss was close to being defeated. An hour later, Confucius and his student emerged from the farmhouse, ready to set off. Xiang Yuan curiously observed the miraculously healed student, marveling at the mysterious treatment. Confucius looked at Xiang Yuan with a smile. "My lord, we can set off now." Xiang Yuan nodded in agreement, and the three of them embarked on their journey. Under Confucius's guidance, they skillfully avoided numerous monsters, significantly shortening their journey. Before long, the familiar barrier appeared before them again. Xiang Yuan, accompanied by Confucius and the student, entered the barrier, only to hear Confucius remark, "This barrier carries the aura of your blue planet's Emperor Yingzheng. It seems our meeting might be a bit awkward." Xiang Yuan quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, Emperor Yingzheng is magnanimous and genuinely cares for us juniors. He won't mind." Just as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded, announcing that the world boss of Sacred Heart Island had been defeated. Xiang Yuan gained substantial experience points from participating in the kill, leveling up directly to level 21. As Xiang Yuan silently celebrated, Yingzheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang descended from the sky. The three divine kings had varied reactions upon seeing Confucius. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang appeared solemn, while Yingzheng, shocked, blurted out, "Master Confucius." He quickly regained his composure and politely greeted Confucius. Only then did Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang react, surprised, questioning Xiang Yuan if he had successfully recruited Confucius. Xiang Yuan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Yingzheng timely interjected, praising Xiang Yuan's luck and stating that with Confucius's assistance, their plan to conquer the Alliance of Progress would be even smoother. From the reactions of the three divine kings, Xiang Yuan realized Confucius's importance and admired Yingzheng's magnanimity even more. Soon, under Yingzheng's leadership, the group set off on their journey back to Asura City. After a long day, Xiang Yuan and his party finally returned to Shilua City. Once Yingzheng and the other two emperors had settled Confucius and his students, they hurriedly left. As soon as Xiang Yuan landed in the city, he saw Tu Mie and others approaching. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, Tu Mie now had an extra pair of arms behind him, which were not only exceptionally strong, but also emitted a faint blood-red glow. He immediately used his identification technique, and Tu Mie's information appeared before him. Four-armed Wrathful Asura. Level 40. Combat Strength 60. Defense Strength 60. Magic Defense Strength 60. Arcane Strength 60. Skills: 10 Asura Techniques, Asura Arcane Arts, Asura Cannon. Xiang Yuan was delighted to discover that the level 42 Mia had an increase of 5 points in all attribute strengths, which meant that all warriors who evolved into four-armed Wrathful Asuras experienced the same enhancement. He was filled with curiosity about the mysterious Asura arcane arts and was eager to witness the power of the Asura canon. Turning to Confucius, Xiang Yuan enthusiastically invited, "Sir, would you like to see my four-armed wrathful Asura warrior's new skills first? We can arrange your accommodation afterward." Confucius readily agreed. "Of course. I'd love to." Xiang Yuan then led Tu Mie and Confucius to the city gate tower. He instructed Tu Mie to demonstrate the Asura cannon towards the distant outskirts. With a proud expression, Tu Mie approached the edge of the city wall. Behind Tu Mie, the pair of blood-glowing arms suddenly came together, and between his palms, a mass of crimson energy rapidly formed. Xiang Yuan could even hear the strange sound of energy gathering and rubbing against the air. "Asura cannon!" Tu Mie shouted, thrusting his palms forward. A blood-red energy beam as thick as a barrel shot out instantly, striking a giant rock the size of a small house in the distance. The rock exploded instantly, scattering debris everywhere. However, that was not all. To Xiang Yuan's astonishment, the blood-red energy beam that Tu Mie had gathered continued uninterrupted. His arcane arms moved back and forth, causing the energy beam to sweep across the area, with explosions echoing in its path. In no time, a vast expanse of land in the distance was left devastated. So powerful, Xiang Yuan marveled internally. He could already envision the terrifying sight of over 40,000 four-armed wrathful Asura warriors sweeping across the battlefield like laser beams. No matter how numerous the enemies, they would find it difficult to withstand such firepower. After a full 10 minutes, Tu Mie finally stopped the barrage, slightly panting, and turned to Xiang Yuan, waiting for his evaluation. Xiang Yuan gave a thumbs up, his eyes shining with approval. Inside, he felt a surge of excitement, anticipating the potential advancements or strengthening that might occur once he reached level 30. Currently, he only knew that his innate blood blade seemed to have room for advancement, allowing for the addition of new attributes, but he was clueless about the specifics of how to advance. At that moment, Confucius, who had been silently observing from the side, spoke up, his sharp gaze fixed on the pensive Xiang Yuan. "Lord, are you pondering how the Bloodblade Asura can advance?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan perked up immediately and asked eagerly, "Sir, do you know?" Confucius displayed a cryptic smile. "It's actually not difficult. Although I haven't seen the Bloodblade Asura firsthand, according to the tradition of your Asura tribe, once you reach level 30, you'll naturally trigger the advancement requirements." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was filled with excitement. He secretly hoped to acquire the mysterious and powerful Asura secret techniques. Just then, an Asura warrior approached quickly and respectfully reported to Xiang Yuan, "My king, all the Asura warriors of the Tu, Zhan, and new generations have completed their advancement, successfully breaking through to the four-armed wrathful Asura." Xiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, about to speak when he saw Feng Zheng's hurried figure appear in his line of sight. Soon, Feng Zheng reached Xiang Yuan, breathlessly saying, "Lord, you're back." Seeing Feng Zheng still maintaining his tireless model worker image, Xiang Yuan gave a warm smile. "Feng Zheng, you've worked hard during this time." Feng Zheng quickly waved his hand. "Lord, you're too kind. It's what I should do. By the way, I'm here to report on the current situation in Asura City." Xiang Yuan's interest was piqued, and he gestured for him to continue. Feng Zheng immediately began his detailed report. Currently, Asura City has welcomed a large number of new residents. Although the residential district has expanded due to upgrading to a small city, it still has a 70 occupancy rate. The commercial district shops have been 80 rented out. Based on our current gold income, after deducting the gold needed for purchasing resources to upgrade to a medium-sized city, I estimate that in a month, we can upgrade Asura City to a medium-sized city. Xiang Yuan was slightly surprised by this. Although he hadn't asked for specific income figures, based on previous situations, he could infer that Asura City's gold income was indeed substantial. Yet, even so, upgrading to a medium-sized city would still take a month. This made Xiang Yuan realize that the difficulty of city upgrades would increase significantly with each level. However, Xiang Yuan quickly adjusted his mindset. He knew that his development speed was already far ahead of other novice lords. Thus, he praised Feng Zheng. "Good. Keep up the great work. Asura City relies on you, Deputy Lord Feng." "Yes, Lord," Feng Zheng instinctively replied, then suddenly realized, Deputy Lord." His expression turned to one of shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Xiang Yuan stepped forward, patting Feng Zheng on the shoulder, and explained with a smile. "Feng Zheng, I've seen all your efforts over time. We can't expect the horse to run without feeding it, right? Now I officially appoint you as the Deputy Lord of Asura City." Feng Zheng was so overwhelmed he could barely speak and immediately attempted to kneel in gratitude, but Xiang Yuan quickly helped him up. "All right, there's no need for formalities with me. This is what you deserve." "Yes, thank you for your great kindness, Lord." Feng Zheng was moved to tears but soon returned to his work mode, quickly leaving, clearly busy with his daily tasks. Xiang Yuan turned to Confucius. "Sir, let me show you to the academy building in our city. From now on, that will be your residence and the place where you'll help me cultivate special talents." The smile on Confucius's face hadn't faded since entering Asura City, as if he was extremely pleased with everything here. He replied with a smile, "Certainly, Lord." Shortly after, in the academy within the workshop district of Asura City, Xiang Yuan and Confucius sat opposite each other. Xiang Yuan opened a shared map, clearly showing the territorial divisions of various forces across the Endless Continent. Both their gazes focused on the top right corner of the map, where Asura City's blue territory was marked, along with neighboring territories of different colors. After carefully examining the map, Confucius stroked his white beard, gazing into the distance as he pondered deeply. After a moment, he turned to Xiang Yuan and analyzed calmly. "Lord of the city, currently, most of the small lords on the outskirts of the Alliance of Advancement are embroiled in war. Even within our Blue Star faction, several lords are engaged in battles with them. If we make a move now and find an excuse to wage war against their lords, it could be the final straw that breaks the Alliance's resolve." Confucius continued, frowning slightly. "The people of the Alliance are not fools. Almost all of the 9 major powers have engaged their lords in conflict under dubious pretexts, aiming to seize their territories. Although they are currently claiming the lands of minor lords, these small encroachments add up, and they will surely feel the loss. This could lead to a hardening of their stance in future peace negotiations, or even spark a major racial conflict. Particularly, the last power to provoke the alliance is likely to face their full retaliatory force. Therefore, I advise against provoking a new lord of the alliance into war." Xiang Yuan, acknowledging the wisdom in Confucius' words, asked for guidance. "Then, sir, what do you think we should do?" With a serene smile, Confucius pointed to a territory on the map, located to the upper right of Asura City, within the alliance's domain. This territory was quite extensive, encompassing at least 3 cities, and was currently at war with the Holy Spirit clan's lord. "If we're not seeking new conflicts, why not seize the opportunity from others?" Confucius explained. "This lord of the alliance is already at war with the Holy Spirit clan. Even if this territory is seized, the alliance's leaders are likely prepared for such a loss. In other words, this territory is implicitly permitted to be conquered. If we can capture all of this lord's cities, the Blue Star faction could increase its hold on the Endless Continent by at least 0.1. "Great!" Xiang Yuan exclaimed excitedly. "A territory implicitly allowed to be conquered. Let's do it, and snatch the prize from the Holy Spirit clan." Seeing Xiang Yuan accept his advice, Confucius smiled faintly. He then added, "Well, Lord of the city, am not well versed in leading troops into battle. I will train some high-ranking civil officials at the academy, so that after you capture the first city, an official can be dispatched to take charge." "Excellent." Xiang Yuan agreed with a smile. Immediately, Xiang Yuan left the academy to gather 2 Mia and others. This time, he didn't summon too many Asura warriors, only the 7 Asuras with the surname Tuesday. His plan was straightforward: to first approach the territory of the small lord of the alliance and find an opportunity to provoke an incident. Before setting out, Xiang Yuan contemplated alone for a while, eventually deciding to have 2 Mia and the others take along a farmer from Asura City as they headed to their destination. In less than half an hour of flying, Xiang Yuan and his group of 9 reached the border of the small lord's territory in the alliance. They searched the area, hoping to locate the official forces of the lord. Their efforts soon paid off as they spotted a cavalry unit riding swiftly. A gleam appeared in Xiang Yuan's eyes, signaling the start of their operation. "This is a centaur cavalry." From a distance, Xiang Yuan spotted the cavalry, and a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. He quickly instructed Tumi and the others to hide, while summoning a loyal farmer and whispering, "Go block their path ahead. Don't worry, we'll protect you from the shadows." The farmer, utterly loyal to Xiang Yuan, charged forward without hesitation. He boldly stepped onto the path where the galloping centaur cavalry was headed, standing firm and unyielding. The centaur cavalry, charging at full speed, suddenly saw a human farmer appear in their path and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way! We are the cavalry of Lord Dualu, carrying out military duties. If you don't move, you'll have only yourself to blame if you're trampled." Instead of retreating, the farmer shouted loudly, "Help! Murder! Help!" At this critical moment, Xiang Yuan, leading 8 others, appeared as if descending from the heavens. 7 robust, 4-armed Asuras instantly shielded the farmer, while Xiang Yuan, feigning extreme concern, rushed to the farmer's side and loudly asked, "Are you all right, brother? How dare these people harm the farmers of Shura City? This is outrageous." The farmer, quite the actor himself, immediately burst into tears. "Lord of the city, why are you here? They want to kill me." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan flew into a rage, turning to the centaur cavalry and shouting sternly, "How dare the soldiers of Lord Dualu act so tyrannically, threatening the citizens of Shura City? Tumi, attack. Leave one alive to report back. Let them know the cost of provoking Shura City." The 7 four-armed Asuras, already poised to strike, charged forward wielding double axes. This low-tier Centaur cavalry was no match for the elite Asuras and was decimated in under 20 minutes, leaving only one survivor to flee in panic. Xiang Yuan immediately declared war on Lord Duolu via the map interface and reported the incident to Li Si, the contact for Emperor Ingzheng, using the Endless Continent communication order. The high-level negotiations were for others to handle. Xiang Yuan needed only to focus on the battle. Meanwhile, Lord Duolu, already embroiled in a conflict with a minor lord of the Holy Spirit clan, was suddenly informed. The neighboring Blue Star faction, Shura City, had declared war on him. This news left Duolu stunned. What's going on? How dare the Blue Star faction so brazenly attack a lord of the Alliance? Are they trying to start a war with the entire Alliance? Moments later, the fleeing Centaur cavalry member, disheveled and battered, found Lord Duolu. My lord, we have a serious problem. Duolu, already in a foul mood, snapped. Why the panic? Speak slowly, and if you keep rushing like this, I'll have your head. The cavalryman, trembling, recounted the incident. My lord, a farmer from Shura City suddenly appeared on our territory blocking our way. We warned him to move or we'd take action. But then the lord of Shura City appeared, accusing us of bullying his farmer and being too overbearing, insisting on going to war with us. Hearing this, Duolu was furious, his face turning red with anger. Damn it! Farmers from the Holy Spirit clan mysteriously disappear on our land, and they threaten war. Now the same with Shura City's farmer. What is this? Can't they control their own farmers? After declaring war on the Duolu lords of the Common Advancement Alliance, Xiang Yuan immediately returned to Shura City with the Asuras of the Two Generation and the farmer. As he watched the city come into view, he began to outline a comprehensive plan for territorial warfare in his mind. Although he intended for the two, Zhan, and new Asuras to participate throughout this war, Xiang Yuan's ambitions extended beyond that. He wanted to assemble an even larger Asura army. The two, Zhan, and new armies had become his elite forces, yet their strength was still insufficient against the well-established lords of the Endless Continent. Narrowing his eyes, Xiang Yuan strategized. During this territorial war, I want the two, Zhan, and new armies to engage the enemy, rapidly leveling up. Meanwhile, I'll secretly develop a new Asura army of 100,000. This new force wouldn't participate in the territorial war as they were not yet battle-ready. Instead, Xiang Yuan would send them to hunt wild creatures, steadily enhancing their strength. Once this 100,000 strong Asura army matured, they would serve as Xiang Yuan's official military force. The elite two, Zhan, and new units would operate from the shadows, becoming his most powerful trump card, ready to deliver a decisive blow when needed. Upon returning to Shura City, Xiang Yuan headed straight to the infernal blood pool. As he stood at its edge and accessed the control panel, he noticed a change. The second attribute had been unlocked. The panel displayed detailed information. Infernal blood pool grade, mythical. Hidden unit, 2-armed Asura top-level mythical unit. Unit description, 2-armed Asura. Recruitment cost, 500 gold. Combat strength, 5. Defense strength, 5. Magic defense strength, 5. Skills, 10 techniques of Asura. Growth potential, 10 stars. Each level up increases all strengths by 1. Special attribute 1. Designate a 2-armed Asura at level 30 to enter the infernal blood pool and awaken as a 4-armed wrathful Asura, gaining new abilities. Awakening requires specific resources and materials. Special attribute 2. Designate a 4-armed wrathful Asura at level 90 to enter the infernal blood pool and awaken as a 6-armed annihilating Asura, gaining new abilities. Awakening requires specific resources and materials. Xiang Yuan pondered over the newly unlocked second special attribute of the infernal blood pool, curious about the potential power of the 6-armed annihilating Asura. However, he quickly dismissed the thought reaching level 90 was a long journey, even for elites like Tu and the others. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan selected 100,000 2-armed Asuras on the blood pool's control panel and paid using the gold reserves from Shura City. The recruitment of 100,000 2-armed Asuras, each costing 500 gold, amounted to a total expenditure of 50 million gold. Given Shura City's current gold reserves, this was a mere fraction, and Xiang Yuan felt no regret. Soon, the blood in the pool began to boil vigorously, bubbling with a crimson hue. One by one, the 2-armed Asuras, their bodies drenched in blood, emerged from the pool. They knelt in unison before Xiang Yuan, their expressions solemn, eyes gleaming with loyalty to their master. Notably, all the Asura warriors emerging from the pool this time bore names beginning with the character Hua. Xiang Yuan's 4th Asura army was finally recruited, characterized by its all-fire Asuras. After waiting for 4 hours by the blood pool of purgatory, the 100,000 fire Asuras lined up neatly, respectfully shouting to Xiang Yuan, "Greetings, my king." Looking at this new Asura army, Xiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Knowing the innate combat talents of Asura warriors, he immediately ordered, "From today, you will roam our territory seeking monsters to enhance your strength. Once you are strong enough, it will be time to conquer lands for me." "Yes, my king," responded the 100,000 fire Asuras in unison, then took to the skies, flying out of Asura city. After watching his newly recruited Asuras depart, Xiang Yuan immediately summoned Tumi, commanding him to gather the slaughter, battle, and anger Asura warriors. His sights were set on the nearest small city to Asura city within Duo Lu's territory, Banchang city. Soon, 40,000 elite Asura warriors were assembled, marching towards Banzhang city. Meanwhile, Duo Lu's territory had just received reinforcements from the Alliance of Progress, elite troops secretly dispatched to withstand the Asura city army. Duo Lu received a message from the Alliance's leadership stating that the conflict with the Blue Star forces was a mere accident, instructing him to treat members of the Nine Giants with respect, even if they were ordinary farmers. This order infuriated Duo Lu. To him, it was clear the Nine Giants were deliberately provoking him, intending to seize his land, while the Alliance leadership was weak enough to believe the war was accidental. Were it not for the reinforcements, he would have considered leaving the Alliance. At this moment, a Centaur soldier hurriedly reported, "Lord, the Asura City army has reached Banzhang City and will likely launch an attack soon." Duo Lu's eyes narrowed as he coldly declared, "Humph. Since the Blue Star forces insist on provoking and taking my land, they will pay in blood. Let's see if this small lord of the Blue Star forces is worthy of facing me." He then ordered, "Deploy 300,000 reinforcements from the Alliance of Progress to quickly support Banzhang City." These reinforcements from the Alliance were formidable, all being level 50 or above elite units, making them a strong force. Xiang Yuan, leading 40,000 Asuras, was already hovering high above the distant Banzhang City. Soon, in anger, Asura flew in to report, "My king, enemy reinforcements, about 300,000 strong, are advancing quickly from 100 miles away towards Banzhang City." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan merely nodded calmly. With the strength of his ace Asura army, capturing Banzhang City was effortless. He decided to wait for the enemy reinforcements to arrive before launching an attack. A collective barrage from the Asura cannons would not only cause massive destruction, but also yield significant experience points. With this in mind, a cold smile played on Xiang Yuan's lips. Within the city of Banzhang, the garrison commander under Lord Dwelu anxiously watched the swirling army of Xiluo City in the sky. The forces led by Xiang Yuan hovered above but did not initiate an attack, prompting the commander to fervently hope for a delay until the promised reinforcements of 300,000 soldiers arrived. Although the enemy appeared formidable, their numbers were no more than 40,000. With timely reinforcements, he was confident in defending Banzhang City. An hour later, the long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived with great urgency. They streamed in through the rear city gate and were quickly deployed to the front gate tower. The throng of soldiers soon filled the gate tower and surrounding areas, occupying nearly half the city. From his vantage point in the sky, Xiang Yuan observed everything. Despite the assembling enemy forces, a bloodthirsty smirk appeared on his lips. At that moment, a loud voice from the gate tower rang out. "People of Xiluo City, our Lord Dwelu has expressed a desire to avoid conflict with you. He is willing to make amends for past disputes. There is still time to withdraw and avoid war." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's disdain grew more pronounced as he silently raised his arm and issued a brief command. "Exterminate. Instruct all Asura warriors to prepare the Xiluo cannons." In an instant, over 40,000 Asura warriors uniformly raised their additional mystical arms. From their clasped hands, beams of blood-red energy began to form. The garrison commander on the gate tower, seeing the eerie red energy forming above the enemy, shouted anxiously, "Prepare defenses. Prepare defenses. The enemy is about to attack." As the defenders raised their massive shields, Xiang Yuan gave the order, and more than 40,000 thick beams of energy shot down towards Banzhang City. The moment the energy beams struck the gate tower, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. In an instant, much of the gate tower was destroyed, and soldiers directly hit by the blood-red beams were reduced to ashes. The garrison commander narrowly escaped the first wave of attack, but had no time to organize a counterattack. A moment of utter despair unfolded for the general defending the city. Over 40,000 massive energy beams rained down relentlessly like a torrential storm, sweeping through his army of over 300,000. The soldiers, under this cataclysmic assault, were as fragile as paper, turning to ash in an instant. The entire city of Banzhang was engulfed in a symphony of explosions and screams, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. 5 minutes passed, and the general's eyes were vacant, his spirit crushed. The terrifying energy beams continued their rampant destruction within Banzhang, like the scythe of death itself, claiming lives indiscriminately. The remaining defenders were scarcely enough to put up any resistance, and even the chance to flee was almost non-existent. Suddenly, a blood-red beam, like a ravenous beast, swept everything in its path, heading straight for the general. Tears streamed down his face as he foresaw his fate. Even as a centaur with 4 legs, he could not escape this swift death. In the next moment, the red beam consumed him, leaving nothing but ashes. From the sky, Xiang Yuan surveyed the battlefield. No trace of the enemy could be seen near the city gate towers, and within the city, silence reigned. He immediately led all the Asura warriors to descend upon the city lord's mansion in Banshang. As they arrived, a system prompt sounded. Detection complete. You have breached Banshang City. The city lord's mansion barrier has automatically activated. Breach the barrier to choose between occupying or plundering Banshang City. As the words fell, a green barrier enveloped the mansion. Xiang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he signaled to Tumia. Tumia immediately ordered, prepare the Asura cannons. Break the barrier. The thunderous sound of cannon fire echoed through the sky, and moments later, the barrier shattered like glass. The system prompted again. Congratulations on breaching the city lord's mansion barrier. You can now choose to occupy or plunder Banshang City. Choosing to plunder will allow you to extract maximum resources, but Banshang City will be destroyed. Occupy. Xiang Yuan commanded decisively. Instantly, a white light emanated from the city lord's mansion, and an operational interface appeared before Xiang Yuan, displaying various city buildings, resource reserves, and even the Centaur barracks, the native troop building, remained intact. The system confirmed, you have occupied Banshang City. The territory has been automatically integrated into the Asura city's domain. Xiang Yuan was very satisfied with this outcome. During the siege, he had leveled up, reaching level 22, with his overall attribute strength increasing to 74 points. The Asuras with the anger prefix had generally reached level 31, with an attribute strength of 41 points. Xiang Yuan then accessed the map function and discovered that the Holy Spirit clan had yet to capture another city of the Dorlu Lord Banshan city. This revelation sparked an idea. If he could quickly take down Dorlu's stronghold, Jinjin City, forcing the Dorlu Lord to flee to Banshan City, he could then launch an attack on Banshan City under the pretext of pursuing Dorlu, potentially capturing it before the Holy Spirit clan. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Xiang Yuan immediately ordered 1,000 Asuras with the war prefix to remain in Banshang City, then pinpointed Jinjin City's location on the map. He led the rest of the Asura army, like an arrow released from a bow, straight towards Jinjin City. The Asura army, capable of flight, darkened the skies like a massive storm cloud and reached the outskirts of Jinjin City in less than an hour. Dolu stood atop the city gate tower, gripping the railing tightly with fear in his eyes. He had just learned that Banshang City had been conquered in a remarkably short time, and the entire force, including 300,000 elite reinforcements, had been completely wiped out. The terrifying power of this Shura City army, numbering just over 40,000, was beyond his imagination. Suppressing his fear, Dolu shouted up at Xiang Yuan in the sky. Lord of Shura City, you've already taken Banshang City, and we haven't caused any real harm to your civilians. We wish to negotiate. If you cease your attack, Banshang City remains yours, and I'll give you a large sum of gold as compensation. No sooner had he spoken than he saw the flying warriors in the sky, each with 4 arms, simultaneously raising their hands, gathering countless beams of red energy. Panic-stricken, he screamed, "Defend! Everyone, into defensive positions. These bastards are about to attack." The sky erupted with thunderous explosions as countless red energy beams, like divine punishment, crashed down on the gate tower of Jinjin City. The tower was instantly half destroyed, debris flying, dust and smoke filling the air. Following that, more than 40,000 thick red beams began sweeping through the city, leaving explosions and screams in their wake. Dolu watched this bloody catastrophe in despair, realizing his city was beyond saving. Within just 10 minutes, soldiers within Jinjin City were falling in droves, while the flying Shura City forces continued their relentless assault. Gritting his teeth, Dolu quickly gathered a few trusted aides. "Quick, follow me, we're heading to Banshang City." In the sky, Xiang Yuan had already locked onto Dolu's position. After using a detection skill to confirm his identity, he instructed Tumi to ensure Dolu was not harmed. Watching Dolu slip out of the city thinking he was unnoticed, Xiang Yuan allowed him some time to flee, a cold smile playing on his lips. Half an hour later, the remnants of the Jinjin City defenders were annihilated. Xiang Yuan's forces began bombarding the barrier of the city lord's mansion. Moments later, the barrier shattered, and Xiang Yuan chose to occupy the city once again, marking his second conquest. Leaving 1,000 Asura warriors to guard Jinjin City, the rest followed him in pursuit of Dolu. Another half hour passed, and Xiang Yuan spotted the outline of a city ahead. It must be Banshang City. He keenly noticed a group hurrying into the city through the back gate, presumably Dolu and his men. A glint of cold determination flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes as a victorious smile curled his lips. It was undoubtedly Duolu and his companions. A cold glint flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes as he ordered the entire Asura warrior legion to accelerate, like a sharp arrow aimed directly at Banshan City. As the distance closed, the sounds of battle cries from the front of Banshan City grew clearer. Xiang Yuan's keen eyes caught sight of figures flashing in the air, flying units fiercely attacking the city gate tower. Without hesitation, he commanded all Asura warriors to fly directly into Banshan City. At this moment, most of the city's troops were concentrated at the front, resisting the fierce onslaught of the Holy Spirit clan, leaving the city's defenses sparse. The Asura army, with its formidable strength, entered Banshan City almost unimpeded, heading straight for the city lord's mansion. Duolu had just fled back to the city lord's mansion in a panic and barely had time to catch his breath when he received two shocking pieces of news. The Holy Spirit clan was about to breach the city gates, and even more frightening, someone was attacking the mansion's barrier. This sudden double blow threw Duolu into chaos. With a sense of unease, Duolu hurried to the entrance of the city lord's mansion. When he saw the army fiercely attacking the barrier outside, he was thunderstruck. It was the terrifying Asura City flying warriors again. Their destructive power was so great that the mansion's barrier was on the verge of shattering. At this critical moment, a deafening shout accompanied by a loud roar echoed. "Who are you? This city has been taken by our Holy Spirit clan. Why are you attacking the city lord's mansion barrier? Are you trying to seize our territory?" Xiang Yuan hadn't expected such a coincidence. Just as he was about to breach the city lord's mansion, the Holy Spirit clan appeared. He looked calmly at the Holy Spirit clan's leader, with a hint of mockery in his voice. "Duolu, the lord of the Gongjin alliance, killed people from my territory. Naturally, we must declare war on him. This is merely revenge. As for seizing your territory, well, it seems this city isn't completely yours yet. So, whoever's faster, this city belongs to them." Before he finished speaking, Toomey raised his arms, filled with mystical power, and unleashed an Asura cannon at the city lord's mansion barrier. With a crisp crack, the barrier shattered. Xiang Yuan immediately received an occupation notification and chose to occupy, without hesitation. Kaisi of the Holy Spirit clan watched as his opponents seized Banshan City, which they had besieged for days, right in front of him, and was instantly furious. "You brat! You're courting death." Xiang Yuan remained composed, responding calmly. "Oh? Are you saying your Holy Spirit clan wants to start a war with the Blue Star Force now? Don't forget the current situation. If we go to war, the consequences aren't something you can afford. You'd better report to your superiors before deciding whether to fight me." Hearing this, Kaisi was momentarily stunned. He quickly recalled the unspoken rule among the 9 major powers to jointly devour the Gongjin alliance and compete for the habitable planet reward during this competition to avoid triggering an all-out war across the endless continent. The 9 major powers must not attack each other. Realizing this, Kaisi's face was filled with anger and helplessness. Fine, kid. This isn't over. I'll report this to the higher-ups of our Holy Spirit clan, and they will seek justice for me. Despite his burning rage, Kaisi left with his troops begrudgingly. After watching them leave, Xiang Yuan immediately ordered Toomey to eliminate Duolu and his companions. He then began to review the system notification he had just received. "You have just defeated Duolu, the Centaur Lord, and completely occupied his territory. You have increased the Blue Star Force's occupation rate on the Endless Continent map by 0.1. Currently, the Blue Star Force's occupation rate on the Endless Continent map is 11.1. The Blue Star Force is currently ranked second in progress towards achieving a 15 occupation rate on the Endless Continent map." Xiang Yuan had just finished reading the system notification when he suddenly felt a faint vibration from the Infinite Continent communication token in his backpack. He quickly pulled out the token, which glowed with a soft blue light, and saw that Li Si was calling. With a gentle tap, Li Si's cheerful voice emanated from the token. "Ha! Lord Xiang Yuan, your actions are incredibly swift. In such a short time, you've managed to capture a territory from the Gongjin Alliance, raising our Blue Star faction's occupation rate by 0.1. Li Si's voice was full of joy and admiration. Xiang Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He got straight to the point. "Chancellor Li Si, what urgent matter prompted you to contact me this time?" Hearing Xiang Yuan's question, Li Si's tone suddenly turned serious. "Lord Xiang Yuan, for the time being, refrain from attacking any other territories." Li Si's voice was low and urgent. "You've taken a piece of meat right out of the Holy Spirit clan's mouth. Their leadership is in a fierce dispute with our Blue Star faction. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Gongjin Alliance seem to have reached their limit and show signs of erupting." After a brief pause, Li Si continued, "But rest assured, we at the Blue Star faction will never let you lose what you've gained. Currently, not only are you new lords at war, but the strategic battles among the senior lords of our 9 major powers are also extremely perilous. So, take a break for now, and plan your next move after this high-level struggle concludes. We suspect the Holy Spirit clan is planning something mischievous." Upon hearing Li Si's words, Xiang Yuan instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The Gongjin alliance being on the brink of explosion meant that any outburst from them could trigger a massive conflict among all factions on the Infinite Continent. The movements of the Holy Spirit clan were even more critical, as any of their actions could ignite the powder keg that was the Gongjin alliance. Xiang Yuan immediately informed Li Si through the communication token that he understood. After ending the call, he quickly made a decision. He left 1,000 Asura warriors from the Anger Division to guard Half Mountain City and informed them that an internal affairs officer would soon be dispatched to manage these cities. Once the cities developed, these warriors would join forces with the garrisons of Gold End City and Half Moon City and then return to Asura City. Subsequently, Xiang Yuan led the rest of the Asura army on their return journey to Asura City. As night fell, he finally led the army back home triumphantly. Without any delay, he headed straight to the school in the workshop district. Upon reaching the school entrance, Xiang Yuan saw a Confucian scholar's apprentice waiting respectfully. The apprentice greeted Xiang Yuan politely as he approached. Lord Mayor, the teacher is currently using his mythological abilities to quickly train talents for internal affairs for you. Please refrain from disturbing him for now. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was momentarily stunned, then curiously asked, how long does the teacher expect it will take to train the internal affairs officer? A confident smile appeared on the apprentice's face as he replied, by tomorrow morning. Ha. Wonderful. The teacher is indeed extraordinary, managing to train such special talents so quickly. Xiang Yuan exclaimed in amazement. Then I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Xiang Yuan left the school in high spirits, heading towards his castle, already beginning to plan for the future development. Xiang Yuan suddenly remembered the dual-realm communication tablet gifted to him by Zheng, the God King. This magical tablet could connect him to the city government of Jiangnan City in Longhua, allowing him to contact his parents on Blue Star. Realizing he hadn't yet reached out due to his continuous engagements, Xiang Yuan decided to act immediately. He quickly returned to the city lord's mansion and retrieved the ancient-looking tablet. As Xiang Yuan's fingers lightly touched the surface, ripples of light spread across it, and an interface appeared. Faced with the options, contact the government of your home planet, and contact the city government of your hometown, Xiang Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office of Jiangnan City on Blue Star, Xiao Zhenan was anxiously watching a similarly ancient tablet. For several days, Xiang Yuan's parents had been visiting the city government daily, inquiring why their son hadn't contacted them and whether something had gone wrong. Despite Xiao Zhenan's repeated explanations that Xiang Yuan was likely busy, the couple remained worried, waiting from morning until nightfall before reluctantly leaving. Just as Xiao Zhenan glanced at the tablet again, he noticed it emitting a faint glow. He immediately rushed over and saw a video communication request coming through, displaying Endless Continent Blue Star Lord Xiang Yuan as the requester. Excitedly, Xiao Zhenan clicked to connect, and a young yet commanding figure appeared on the screen. You? Are you Lord Xiang Yuan? Xiao Zhenan asked in surprise. Xiang Yuan politely replied. Yes, Mayor of Jiangnan City, hello? I would like to ask you to help me contact my parents. I want to see them. Hearing Xiang Yuan's respectful address, Xiao Zhenan was flattered but quickly realized the importance of the matter. Just a moment. Your parents are waiting right outside my office in the reception area, he said, immediately leaving the office. Moments later, two slightly elderly middle-aged individuals burst into the office, tears of excitement streaming down their faces as they saw Xiang Yuan's image on the tablet. Son, Xiao Yuan, they called out. Xiao Zhenan quietly exited the office, considerately closing the door to allow the family to reconnect through the communication tablet. Seeing his parents, Xiang Yuan was also moved, patiently answering their endless questions. From daily life to the dangers he faced, Xiang Yuan detailed his experiences during this time to his loved ones. For hours passed, and Xiang Yuan's parents finally appeared satisfied, though they seemed to be racking their brains for more questions to ask. Xiang Yuan promised his parents that he would contact the city government whenever he had time to arrange another video call. Reluctantly, they left the office. The next moment, Xiao Zhenan quickly slipped back in and politely addressed Xiang Yuan on the tablet. Lord Xiang Yuan, I have some important matters to discuss with you. Xiang Yuan smiled and replied, go ahead. Xiang Yuan was deeply shocked after listening to Xiao Zhenan's introduction. This martial arts planet is not only filled with a special energy called spiritual energy, but also promotes human evolution, extends lifespan, and even allows martial arts masters to directly absorb spiritual energy to enhance their power. Such a rare planet is highly coveted, even by universe-dominating races. Xiao Zhenan continued to explain that the countries of Blue Star have reached a consensus. Once this martial arts planet is acquired, the Dragon Nation will occupy half of the planet's area as its territory, thanks to the contributions of the three divine kings, Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang. Even more exciting is that any Dragon Nation lord who makes outstanding contributions in the territorial battle will have their hometown relocated entirely to the martial arts planet. becoming a new martial arts city. The nation will also apply to relocate the Lord's exclusive Amethyst Hero Monument. You must know that a city full of martial artists can significantly increase the amount of fortune value returned to the Lord, Xiao Zhenan emphasized. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan made a firm decision in his heart. Whether for his homeland, the Dragon Nation, or his personal interests, he must give his all in this territorial competition. Suddenly, Xiang Yuan remembered a previous system notification and curiously asked, I heard that our Blue Star ranked second in the martial arts planet competition. Which race is ranked first? Xiao Zhenan patiently explained. The first place belongs to the Holy Spirit race, those bird people. Actually, the gap between us and them isn't that large. It's the third-ranked Chaos race that's more concerning. Everything about them is a mystery: their strength, identity, background. There's even a rumor that they are hiding a mysterious Divine King over level 100. Xiang Yuan was startled. He recalled that the Divine King Ingzheng once fought against the Chaos race's level 100 Divine King, and he knew well the difficulty of surpassing level 100. If the Chaos race truly had a Divine King surpassing level 100, it would be an extremely terrifying existence. All right, I've told you everything you need to know, Xiao Zhenan concluded. Don't pressure yourself too much. With your current trajectory, your future achievements will surely be limitless. Xiang Yuan gave a humble smile, and the two ended their video call in mutual understanding. He looked out the window and noticed that the sky was beginning to lighten. The call had lasted the entire night. Xiang Yuan decided not to rest any further and headed straight to the academy in the workshop area to await the internal affairs officer trained by Confucius. As he left the Lord's mansion, his mind was still contemplating the various information about the martial arts planet, mentally preparing for the challenges ahead. When Xiang Yuan arrived at the academy, the familiar young student was still waiting at the door. Upon seeing Xiang Yuan, the student respectfully said, Lord Mayor, please be patient for another hour. Xiang Yuan nodded slightly and waited in silence. An hour later, the academy doors suddenly swung open. The first sight was Confucius, looking slightly fatigued, followed closely by three middle-aged men dressed in scholarly attire. Upon seeing Xiang Yuan, the three immediately bowed and respectfully greeted. Greetings, Lord Mayor. Confucius stood by and introduced them to Xiang Yuan. Lord Mayor, these three are the senior internal affairs officers I have just trained. I wanted to elevate them further, but time was short. This is the best I could do. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was overjoyed. He knew that even a rank higher than a senior internal affairs officer was an epic-level officer. These three senior officers were already very satisfying to him. He then smiled and bowed to Confucius. Thank you for your hard work, sir. I am very pleased. Confucius laughed heartily. As long as the Lord Mayor is satisfied, I leave them in your capable hands. I need to rest now, as I have been using my mythic-level traits quite intensively. Xiang Yuan used an identification skill on the three officers and found their names surprisingly similar: Tai Yi, Tai Air, and Tai San. He immediately issued orders. I will arrange for escorts to take each of you to my other three cities. Your task is to quickly develop the military strength there so they can defend themselves. I've already left some elite troops in those cities. Can you accomplish this task? Tai Yi, Tai Air, and Tai San solemnly bowed to Xiang Yuan. We will not fail you, Lord Mayor. We will do our utmost to complete the mission. Xiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then led the three to meet Tu Mia, arranging for several Asura warriors to escort them to Jinjin City, Bantang City, and Banshan City. After watching the Asura warriors depart with the three senior officers, Xiang Yuan suddenly sensed a reaction from the Endless Continent communication token. He took it out and saw that Li Si was requesting a call, so he connected immediately. Li Si's urgent voice came through. Lord Xiang Yuan, things are dire. The Holy Spirit tribe has gone mad, launching a massive attack on the United Progress Alliance. They've even attacked some small lords in our Blue Star faction. The high-level and high-intelligence factions of the United Progress Alliance are furious, threatening mutual destruction with our 9 major powers. Li Si continued. The situation doesn't look good. On the surface, everyone will attack the United Progress Alliance, but our 9 major powers won't allow any side to reach a 15 territory occupation rate first. Whoever gets close will face a massive assault from various alien races. An all-out war across all races in the Endless Continent is inevitable, and it's going to be a long and drawn-out conflict. Be very careful. I suggest you start mobilizing a large number of troops in advance. Having sufficient forces is definitely the best strategy. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the racial war to actually break out. If the war dragged on, his previously amassed 100,000 new Asura soldiers might not be nearly enough. For a moment, Xiang Yuan was deep in thought. Xiang Yuan decided to discuss a recruitment plan with Fengzheng to maximize their military strength without hindering the upgrade of Shura City. He immediately summoned Fengzheng, who quickly arrived at the City Lord's mansion. City Lord, what can I do for you? Fengzheng asked eagerly. Xiang Yuan got straight to the point. Fengzheng, We need to recruit a large number of Asura warriors again. Can you tell me how many we can recruit without affecting Shura City's progress towards becoming a medium-sized city? Hearing this, Feng Zheng's expression turned serious. He took out a small notebook, carefully flipping through it while calculating with his fingers. Xiang Yuan waited patiently, having full confidence in Feng Zheng's expertise. After a moment, Feng Zheng put away the notebook and looked up. City Lord, we can recruit up to 400,000 Asura warriors at once, which will require a recruitment fee of 2 billion gold coins. This number won't significantly impact the upgrade progress of Shura City. Xiang Yuan quickly calculated in his mind. Having already recruited 100,000 new soldiers, adding 400,000 would bring the total to 500,000. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You can go about your tasks. I'll head to the Purgatory Blood Pool to recruit the 400,000 new Asura warriors. After Feng Zheng left, Xiang Yuan headed straight to the Purgatory Blood Pool. He swiftly selected 400,000 Asura warriors for recruitment. As the blood in the pool began to boil, the first new Asura warrior emerged. Xiang Yuan immediately realized that this batch of recruits would likely have the same surname as the first one. Following the pattern he had observed, the surname of the first Asura warrior often determined the surname of all subsequent recruits. Knowing the recruitment process would take a long time, Xiang Yuan instructed the first Asura of the batch, once all the warriors are summoned, lead them to train and level up within my territory. I will summon you when needed through the Lord's Hall. These highly intelligent Asura warriors quickly understood Xiang Yuan's intentions and respectfully waited by the Purgatory Blood Pool for their comrades. With everything arranged, Xiang Yuan headed to the Workshop District's academy to discuss the upcoming territorial battle with Confucius. In the academy, the two sat face to face again as Xiang Yuan brought up a shared map, detailing all the information provided by Li Si to Confucius. Unexpectedly, the usually wise Confucius fell into a long silence, staring at the map with a furrowed brow. This unusual behavior stirred a sense of unease in Xiang Yuan's heart. Could this territorial battle present an unprecedented challenge for the Blue Star forces? Why was even the wise sage so grave? As Xiang Yuan's thoughts raced, Confucius finally spoke. And his words hit Xiang Yuan like a cold splash of water. Lord of the city, this territorial dispute is likely to be exceptionally challenging, Confucius said, his voice calm yet weighty. Xiang Yuan was taken aback and asked in disbelief, really? Our Blue Star faction is currently second in terms of territory occupation, and the gap with the first-placed Holy Spirit clan isn't that large. What's so difficult about it? Confucius gave a faint smile, his gaze deep and thoughtful. The difficulty lies in the fact that both we and the Holy Spirit clan have pulled ahead of other races in terms of territory. More troubling is that some races may abandon this territorial dispute, and they are not our allies. The words seemed vague at first, but Xiang Yuan felt he had grasped something crucial. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly jolted with realization and blurted out, "Sir, do you mean that there will be 9 major forces completely giving up this territorial dispute and helping the Holy Spirit clan to prevent us from conquering other territories?" A hint of approval flashed in Confucius's eyes as he nodded. Exactly. Only the first place in this competition will receive a reward, so forces that fall too far behind are bound to give up. If these forces happen to be allies of the Holy Spirit clan, they will surely do everything to hinder our Blue Star faction's expansion. Xiang Yuan felt as if he had awakened from a dream, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He urgently asked, "Then, sir, what do you think is the best course of action for us right now?" Confucius gave a helpless smile. "What else can we do? Since the Holy Spirit clan has allies, we must immediately seek other allies. Let's see if we can create a balance of power. As for the more distant future, we'll have to adapt as things unfold." "All right, I'll notify Zhang, the God King, of your strategy right away," Xiang Yuan said, quickly leaving the academy and opening the private chat function. He carefully crafted a long message, detailing Confucius's analysis and predictions. After sending it, the chat window fell into a long silence. Xiang Yuan waited patiently until, after a while, Zhang finally replied. Zhang's message read, "Xiang Yuan, your information is crucial. We had completely overlooked this possibility. We will immediately start contacting other neutral forces to attempt forming alliances. However, the Blue Star faction has always been independent, so this might not be easy." Upon seeing this reply, Xiang Yuan felt slightly reassured. Suddenly, he remembered Ji Wuyao, the princess of the Charm Star. Given their relationship and Charm Star's disadvantage in this territorial dispute, it might be worth reaching out to her to build a bridge for Zhang and his allies. Xiang Yuan immediately shared this idea with Zhang. Zhang quickly replied, expressing his agreement and promising that if Charm Star successfully allied with Blue Star, Xiang Yuan would be credited for it. Thus, a subtle diplomatic game began to unfold, setting the stage for the intense competition to come. After finishing his private chat with the God King Zhang, Xiang Yuan immediately sent a private chat request to Ji Wuyao. To his surprise, Ji Wuyao accepted the request almost instantly. Did you forget about me, brother Xiang Yuan? Ji Wuyao's message popped up quickly, accompanied by an angry emoji. Facing the screen, Xiang Yuan smiled awkwardly. He knew he was here to ask for a favor and needed to cater to the young lady's feelings first. Haha, how's your territory development going recently, Sister Wuyao? He attempted to make some small talk without sounding insincere. However, Ji Wuyao's next message cut straight through his pretense. Go ahead, brother Xiang Yuan. What do you need this time? Humph. You never think of me unless you need something. This was followed by a crying emoji. Xiang Yuan had no choice but to be honest. Sister Wuyao, I do have something I need your help with this time. Go on. Ji Wuyao replied briefly. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yuan got straight to the point. Sister Wuyao, I want to know what your Meishing think about this territorial conflict mission. After sending the message, there was a long silence from the other side. Finally, Ji Wuyao responded. Brother Xiang Yuan, all I can tell you is that our Meishing have no interest in participating in this territorial conflict mission. As for other matters, I don't know much, and even if I did, I couldn't tell you everything because it would compromise our entire Meishing race's interests. Xiang Yuan appreciated Ji Wuyao's honesty and, after a moment of thought, replied, Sister Wuyao, our Blue Star faction does have some thoughts on this territorial conflict mission, but we've hit some snags. Could you talk to your father and see if he could discuss it with our Blue Star faction's God King Yingzheng? After another pause, Ji Wuyao replied, Humph, brother Xiang Yuan, you owe me 2 favors now. I'll try to help you out. Anyway, my father is much shrewder than I am. I doubt he'd do anything that doesn't benefit us. Xiang Yuan immediately expressed his gratitude, but then Ji Wuyao suddenly changed the topic. Brother Xiang Yuan, if I use a favor to make you my boyfriend, would you agree? She added a crafty emoji. Xiang Yuan replied speechlessly. Sister Wuyao, we should focus on our careers right now. Oomph. Your reason for refusing is just like a jerk's. Ji Wuyao said, unwilling to give up. But once you actually meet me, you won't say that. So far, no man who has seen me has escaped my grasp. She added a boastful emoji. Xiang Yuan knew this was part joke, part serious. From Ji Wuyao's chat avatar, he could already tell she was exceptionally beautiful. After chatting with Ji Wuyao for another half an hour, they ended the private chat. Xiang Yuan then opened the map feature, ready to continue observing the situation across the endless continent. While Xiang Yuan was examining the map, the entire screen suddenly trembled slightly. The color blocks representing various powers were instantly covered with dense red arrows, like a sudden storm sweeping through. In the territories of the Holy Spirit Clan and Blue Star forces, countless arrows pointed directly at the lands of the Joint Alliance. The Joint Alliance launched fierce attacks on the 9 major powers in all directions, with red arrows spreading outward like a web. More factions soon joined the chaotic battle, with arrows crisscrossing, making the situation instantly chaotic and unclear. Xiang Yuan's eyes widened, and his heart raced. It's chaos. War is upon us, he exclaimed quietly. Before he finished speaking, the communication token from the endless continent in his backpack suddenly vibrated. He quickly retrieved the token, and Li Si's urgent voice came through. Lord Xiang Yuan, the endless continent is in complete chaos. The Great War has begun. Our Blue Star forces are preparing to fully seize the territory of the Joint Alliance. His Majesty specifically instructed that you must proceed steadily and avoid being overly ambitious, as you are still a new lord and not fully developed. Xiang Yuan replied solemnly, Don't worry, Chancellor Li, I know what I'm doing. Li Si seemed extremely busy and quickly ended the call with a brief, That's good. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding. Lord Kais of the Holy Spirit Clan has declared war on your half-mountain city. Xiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then his expression turned calm. He quickly looked at the map and saw that from Kais City, the nearest Holy Spirit Clan territory to Half-Mountain City, a red arrow pointed directly at it. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Yuan discovered that Kais owned 6 cities. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Well, since you're provoking me, I'll go all out. Aren't you upset that I took your city? I'll make you regret it even more. Xiang Yuan immediately summoned the warriors of the Asura clan. Soon, the warriors with the characters Tu, Zhan, and Nu in their names were all assembled. Led by Xiang Yuan, this elite army swiftly headed towards Half Mountain City. A few hours later, Xiang Yuan and his elite Asura army arrived at Half Mountain City. Atop the city gate, the 1,000 new warriors of the Asura clan who had been stationed there were already standing ready. As soon as Xiang Yuan landed, a new warrior quickly reported, My king, we have detected a rare unit of nearly 100,000 two-winged angel soldiers advancing towards our city. Xiang Yuan simply nodded slightly, then loudly ordered, All warriors, prepare for battle. Annihilate the enemy forces. Yes, my king. The 40,000 Asura warriors shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. Xiang Yuan stood in the center of the city gate, his gaze fixed coldly on the distant horizon. Half an hour later, a massive swarm of flying figures appeared in the distant sky. In no time, this army, also capable of flight, had approached Half Mountain City. These angels were clad in immaculate white armor, radiating a holy golden light, contrasting sharply with the Asura warriors' fierce appearances, like polar opposites of good and evil. To Xiang Yuan's slight surprise, the leader of this force was not Kais himself, but a blonde, blue-eyed four-winged angel. He quickly realized that Kais might have underestimated him, thinking that dispatching a mere 100,000 rare two-winged angels would suffice to reclaim Half Mountain City. At that moment, the four-winged angel loudly shouted, "People of Asura City, surrender this city immediately. Submit to us, and you may survive as slaves." Hearing this arrogant proclamation, a faint, bloodthirsty smile appeared on Xiang Yuan's lips. He slowly raised his right arm, his eyes gleaming with cold battle intent. "All Asura warriors, hear my command. Annihilate the enemy. Leave no one alive." With this order, Half Mountain City erupted into chaos. Countless Asura warriors sprang into the air like arrows released from a bowstring, their blood-red, demonic flames almost turning the entire sky a fiery orange. This formidable army charged at the opposing dual-winged angel forces with the ferocity of wolves and tigers. In the enemy camp, the four-winged angel commander was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shouted, "Attack! Attack!" In response, the dual-winged angels moved to engage the Asura army. In an instant, the two sides clashed fiercely in midair. The dual-winged angels wielded holy swords and pristine white shields, while the Asura warriors brandished menacing giant axes. At the first contact, it was evident that the dual-winged angels were outmatched in strength. Many dual-winged angels, seeing the ferocity of the Asura assault, were forced to adopt a defensive stance. Yet, they underestimated their adversaries. The Asura warriors swung their giant axes with ease, as if they were mere toys, quickly overwhelming many dual-winged angels, who fell one by one. Even the more powerful dual-winged angels struggled to fend off the axe strikes with their swords and shields, but they were no match for the Asura warriors' advantage of four arms. While two arms wielded axes, the other two unleashed close-range Shura cannons, an attack nearly impossible to withstand. During the battle, countless dual-winged angels plummeted from the sky like falling stars. Observing the Asura warriors' combat style, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but be impressed, thinking to himself that the additional arms were indeed a significant advantage, almost like a cheat code. 2 hours later, Xiang Yuan took to the field personally, eliminating the remaining dual-winged angels and their four-winged commander. This victory granted Xiang Yuan and his Asura army substantial level increases. Xiang Yuan advanced to level 23, with an overall attribute strength of 76 points. The battle class Asura generally reached level 36, with an attribute strength of 46 points. The Fury class Asura mostly rose to level 32, with an attribute strength of 42 points. Only the already high-level Slaughter class Asura did not level up. After defeating the 100,000 strong Holy Spirit army, Xiang Yuan wasted no time and immediately led his forces towards Kisa's territory. He also opened the map function to declare war on Kisa's domain. His first target was a small city within Kisa's territory, Yu City. Meanwhile, in Kisa's main city, Kis City, a tense scene unfolded in the city lord's mansion. Kis knelt with a face full of fear before the grand chair where he usually sat. Now, seated in that chair was a young man radiating a faint golden holy light, dressed in a luxurious golden robe. "Kaisi!" A furious shout echoed through the city lord's mansion. The young Prince Giades had a dark expression, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Despite his youth, his voice was filled with undeniable authority. "I entrusted you with half of my forces to collaborate with me in attacking the Alliance, and to make a name for ourselves in the territorial conflict. And you? You lost 100,000 angel soldiers over a personal vendetta before the battle even started." Kaisi trembled like a frightened dog before the prince, kneeling on the ground, his voice shaking. "Prince Giades, I deserve to die? Please give me a chance to redeem myself." Giades looked down at Kaisi with deep disdain and disgust in his eyes. He said coldly, "Enough. The Endless Continent is on the brink of chaos, and I need manpower. You better redeem yourself, or not only will you die, but your family will also be punished for desecrating the royal family." Upon hearing this, Kaisi immediately kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead striking the floor with loud thuds. Giades continued, "You've already declared war on the Blue Star faction's Shura City, and they seem to have launched an attack on Yu City. If we're going to fight, we must display the might of our Holy Spirit clan. Shura City is merely a novice lord's territory that has just entered the Endless Continent. Organize your forces to defend Yu's city, and after successfully defending, launch a counterattack. Conquering the territory of the Alliance or the Blue Star faction is the same, especially since the Blue Star faction is even more detestable." Kaisi nodded frantically. "Yes, Your Highness. I will organize the army immediately and annihilate that Blue Star faction's Shura city. Shortly after, Kai Si left the city lord's mansion and assembled a 500,000 strong elite angel army. This super legion, composed of epic four-winged angels, was Kai Si's trump card. He dared not take the upcoming battle lightly. To prove himself, he needed a decisive victory. Even if the opponent was a mere rabbit, he would lead a pride of lions to give it their all. Hours later, Kai Si's four-winged angel army arrived at Yu City. He immediately began setting up defenses, with countless amethyst energy cannons charged and massive ballistae loaded with arrows. Just as Kai Si felt fully prepared, numerous dark shadows appeared in the distant sky. Xiang Yuan, leading the Asura army, finally saw the city ahead. He squinted at the Yu's city walls, filled with four-winged angel defenders and dense towers and giant ballistae. Recalling the power of Shura City's super amethyst energy cannon, Xiang Yuan was unwilling to risk his warriors in a reckless assault. He raised his hand and shouted, "Halt!" Instantly, all Asura warriors stopped in midair. Xiang Yuan coldly observed the enemy's walls, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Humph. This time they've learned their lesson and started taking us seriously. But those defenses they've set up won't do much against my Asura army. All Asura warriors, prepare the Shura cannons. Xiang Yuan's voice thundered across the battlefield. In an instant, tens of thousands of Asura warriors simultaneously raised their mysterious, arcane arms. Red energy gathered in their palms, resembling blood-red clouds that emitted a daunting glow. On the city gate tower, Keith paced back and forth anxiously. He had expected the Shura City's army to charge directly into the range of Eustace City's energy cannons, but the situation before him was entirely unexpected. As he looked up in confusion, his pupils suddenly contracted above the sky, the dense Asura army, with every warrior gathering a blinding red energy above their heads. Suddenly, countless thick red beams of light descended like divine retribution, striking the city gate tower. Keith watched in disbelief, with only one thought in his mind. What kind of terrifying attack is this? The deafening explosions roared as the entire city gate tower was reduced to rubble under the barrage of red beams. The amethyst energy cannons and giant crossbows on the walls were as fragile as paper, destroyed in an instant. Even more shocking, large numbers of four-winged angel troops were turned to ashes under the terrifying red energy beams. Keith snapped back to reality, shouting hoarsely, "All troops, attack! Fly up there! Encircle and annihilate them!" Following his command, nearly 500,000 four-winged angel troops swarmed towards the Asura army in the sky like a hive. Yet, in the face of this astonishing scene, Xiang Yuan remained unfazed, calmly ordering, "Shoot down those flying birdmen." Over 40,000 thick red beams swept through the air like laser cannons, continuously shooting at the incoming four-winged angels. In an instant, countless angels plummeted like dumplings. The scene was horrifying. Keith stood on the ruins of the city gate tower, despair gradually surfacing in his eyes. He had intended to lead the charge personally, but inexplicably chose to hold back. The battle unfolding before him sent a chill through his heart. Despite Xiang Yuan's Asura army relentlessly firing the Shura cannons, the sheer number of four-winged angels was overwhelming, and eventually, large numbers of angels broke through to the Asura army's proximity. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan raised his arms, and a pair of blood-red life blades appeared in his hands. He shouted, "Charge, leave none alive. Kill them all." Before he finished speaking, he had already plunged into the midst of the four-winged angel formation, engaging in brutal close combat. The Asura warriors surged onto the battlefield like a relentless tide, their massive mountain-splitting battle axes glinting ominously. They expertly wielded their twin axes while using secret techniques to unleash Asura cannons at close range, forming a formidable offensive line. The four-winged angel army, under such a fierce assault, was pushed back continuously, and their formation quickly broke apart. Xiang Yuan joined the fray, unusually excited. His bloodblade, his weapon of choice, cut through the air in elegant arcs, delivering devastating blows with each sweep. Any angel grazed by the bloodblade turned green instantly as a dense toxic gas emanated from their bodies. In no time, the poisoned angels fell in droves, resembling a bizarre green rain. Xiang Yuan felt a sense of pride, satisfied with the unparalleled poison blades he had cultivated. However, while Xiang Yuan reveled in the thrill of battle, Kais, from the city gate tower, realized the situation was beyond recovery. He quietly slipped away, taking advantage of Xiang Yuan's focus on the fight, and successfully escaped from Yu City. Hours later, as dusk fell, Xiang Yuan had nearly obliterated the four-winged angel army. He then turned his attention to the barrier of the Yu City Lord's mansion, which shattered soon after under his assault. Xiang Yuan successfully captured Yu City, adding another territory to the Blue Star faction. Driven by curiosity, Xiang Yuan activated the map function to check the current territorial occupation rate of the Blue Star faction. To his surprise, a leaderboard feature had quietly appeared on the map. The list clearly displayed the occupation status of various factions. 1. Holy Spirit Clan, 13.5. 2. Blue Star, 13.3. 3. Chaos Clan, 11.0. 4. Titan Clan, 10.5. Xiang Yuan marveled at how efficient the alliance between the Blue Star faction and the Holy Spirit Clan had been, significantly boosting their territorial control in such a short time. He decided to continue advancing into Kai's other territories, aiming to annex all of Kai's lands before pausing to consolidate. Xiang Yuan believed this methodical approach was the most prudent. Meanwhile, Prince Gades had returned to Angel City, his main stronghold. Upon discovering through the map that Yu's city had fallen again, he immediately realized that the 500,000 strong epic four-winged angel army led by Kais had been completely annihilated. This news ignited Gades' fury like a wildfire. Kais' incompetence had thoroughly enraged Gades. The 500,000 epic four-winged angels were troops he had personally allocated from his own forces to Kais, comprising nearly half of his military strength. Now, Kais, the fool, had squandered them all, leaving Gades seething with anger. Gades promptly contacted the royal family of the Holy Spirit Clan's home planet, ordering the execution of the entire Kais family under the charge of desecrating the royal family. In the Holy Spirit Clan, royal members wielded supreme authority, and executing a minor family like Kai's was merely a matter of a single decree. Subsequently, Gades glared intently at the map, focusing on Yu's city, now under Xiang Yuan's control. He was already plotting to personally lead an army to annihilate the Asura forces. A private message request suddenly popped up, and Gades noticed it was from his father, Emperor Jia. His heart tightened as he quickly accepted the request. On the screen appeared his father's stern inquiry. Jia Gasis, what on earth happened on your end? Why has Kai's territory been lost? Cold sweat beaded on Gades' forehead as he was about to explain, but his father's second message flashed. The Shura city of the Blue Star forces is a tough nut to crack. Avoid entangling with them for now. Our competition with the Blue Star forces is extremely fierce, and you must immediately mobilize the army to fully capture the territories of the Gongjin Alliance. Ensure that the speed of our Holy Spirit Clan's conquest increases once more. Gades secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, Understood, father. Rest assured. He closed the private chat window, turned to the map, and locked his gaze on a Gongjin Alliance territory near his own. Without hesitation, he declared war. Gades then attempted to send a private message request to Kais to confirm if he was still alive. To his surprise, Kais accepted the request. Gades straightforwardly sent a brief message. Kais, hold on to your remaining territory, and I might spare your life. With that, he closed the private chat window. At that moment, Kais had already fled back to Kais castle, his face as pale as a sheet. After receiving Gades' message, he trembled as if electrocuted, muttering to himself, There's still a chance. There's still a chance. With trembling fingers, he pulled up the map function, urgently checking the latest movements of the Shura city forces. However, Kais' hope was quickly extinguished. He discovered that Shura city had already declared war on another of his cities, Yudi city. Kais' heart sank to the bottom. Although Gades outwardly gave him a glimmer of hope, he knew deep down that he was at the end of his rope. Faced with the unstoppable advance of Shura city, he was powerless to resist, forced to watch helplessly as his empire crumbled. The situation within the territory of Kais was on the brink of collapse. Apart from Kais city, the main city with a considerable garrison, the defenses of the other four smaller towns were as fragile as paper. Kais himself seemed to have lost the will to resist, retreating into Kais city, as if awaiting the final showdown with Xiang Yuan. In the following days, the Asura army led by Xiang Yuan swept through the land like a destructive force. On the first day, Yudi city fell. On the second day, Yomu city and Yuyan city were successively captured. By the fourth day, the last small town, Yoli city, also met its fate. Xiang Yuan's forces were now marching towards Kais city. On the way to Kais city, Xiang Yuan accessed the map feature to check the latest developments in the territorial conflict. As he glanced at the mission progress leaderboard, he gasped. The Holy Spirit Clan's occupation rate had surged to 14.7, while Blue Star, still in second place, had only 14.4. Xiang Yuan quickly assessed the entire battlefield situation, noting that the four major factions Mordo, Titan, Zerg, and intelligence machines were fiercely attacking the Blue Star forces, hindering their expansion. If not for the charming star and nature elves opening a narrow path on either side for Blue Star, their offensive routes might have been entirely blocked. What slightly comforted Xiang Yuan was that the mysterious Chaos Clan seemed indifferent to the territorial battle. Their gray territory remained unchanged, and they showed no inclination to support any side. Realizing the urgency, Xiang Yuan turned to his Asura army and commanded loudly. All troops, listen up. Fly at full speed and reach Kais city as quickly as possible. Once we capture Kais city, the Holy Spirit Clan's occupation rate will surely decrease. Xiang Yuan had a bold plan in mind. Currently, both the Holy Spirit clan and Blue Star's conquest speeds had hit a bottleneck. The remaining lords of the alliance were mostly powerful elites, and Blue Star's progress was further hindered by the interference of the four major factions. Both sides' occupation rates were increasing slowly, at about 0.1. Xiang Yuan was positioned near the Holy Spirit clan. He planned to single-handedly strike after the Holy Spirit clan conquered a territory, siphoning off some of their gains like a vampire, to delay their progress and buy precious time for Blue Star. Under Xiang Yuan's urging, the Asura army advanced at full speed. Soon, the silhouette of Kai City came into view. Meanwhile, Divine Kings Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang were closely monitoring the overall map of the territorial conflict from a military tent. The three kings were frowning, their expressions grave. Just moments ago, the leaderboard on the map showed the Holy Spirit clan's occupation rate had climbed again, reaching an astounding 14.9. Blue Star's territory occupation rate has risen to 14.6, and the situation looks promising. Ing Zheng, with a serious expression, turned to Li Si and asked, "What is the progress on capturing Tianyu City, Tianfang City, and Tianku City?" Li Si immediately replied, a hint of urgency in his voice, "Your Majesty, at the earliest, we can capture all three cities by tonight." Hearing this, Liu Bang frowned. "There's no time. I'm afraid that by tonight, the Holy Spirit clan will have completed the last 0.1 of their territory occupation." The military tent fell into silence, a heavy atmosphere enveloping everyone. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice broke the silence. "What's going on?" Ing Zheng and Liu Bang were startled by the voice and quickly turned their attention to the map leaderboard that Zhu Yuanzhang was pointing at. The Holy Spirit clan's territory occupation rate had suddenly dropped by 0.2. Their faces instantly lit up with joy. The four quickly gathered around the map to carefully examine the cause of the change. Ing Zheng suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Good. Well done, Xiang Yuan. I didn't even notice. You quietly captured so many territories from the Holy Spirit clan." Ing Zheng immediately ordered Li Si, "Order our army to intensify the attack." Li Si received the order and quickly ran out of the tent to relay the command. Turning to Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, Ing Zheng's eyes sparkled with confidence. "Brothers, it seems that if we win this war, Xiang Yuan deserves great credit." Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged knowing smiles and nodded slightly. Although Blue Star still faced challenges in winning this territorial contest, the three emperors' confidence and determination remained unshaken. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan had just defeated Case and destroyed the barrier of Case City's Lord's Manor. Without hesitation, he declared war on the neighboring Holy Spirit clan leader, Jadis. He then led the Asura army away from Case City, heading straight for Jadis' territory. In Angel City, Jadis was originally watching the map leaderboard with joy as their occupation rate steadily climbed. He was on the verge of breaking through a territory of the Common Progress Alliance, completing the final 0.1 of occupation, destined to be the chosen one to put a perfect end to the Holy Spirit clan's campaign. However, the sudden turn of events caught him off guard. The Holy Spirit clan's occupation rate suddenly dropped by 0.2. He then received a declaration of war from Blue Star's Asura City. Jadis quickly checked the map and was furious. "Useless. Useless. Damn you, Case. I'll tear you to pieces." Despite being engaged in a frontline battle with the Common Progress Alliance, he knew that losing his homeland territory was unacceptable. Otherwise, he would not only become a sinner in the Holy Spirit clan, but also bear an indelible mark of disgrace in his life. He immediately used the Endless Continent communication order to contact his most elite general, commanding them to lead the army to intercept the attack from Asura City, to defend the territory at all costs. Half a day later, the situation changed once more. The Holy Spirit clan, on the brink of victory, had each leader striving to capture new territories with all their might. They once again increased their territory occupation rate to 14.9. Meanwhile, Blue Star's occupation rate closely followed, reaching 14.8. In the Holy Emperor's capital of the Holy Spirit clan, the Supreme God King, Jia Huang, watched the map with excitement. "Almost there. Almost there. Just a bit more. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the leaderboard's Holy Spirit clan territory occupation rate flickered and changed once more. Jia Huang anxiously stared at the number 14.8. The Emperor Jia felt an uncontrollable rage surge through him, causing his heart to pound violently. This sudden emotional upheaval made him roar, "Who? Which lord of our Holy Spirit clan has lost their territory?" Quickly scanning the map, he soon identified his son Jadis' territory, which was currently under attack by the Blue Star forces, with one city already captured. "Useless." Emperor Jia fumed, but as the strongest divine king of his race, he quickly calmed himself to analyze the situation. He realized that Jadis was unlikely to hold the remaining cities, and his eyes swiftly searched the map, identifying a neighboring lord from the Mech clan. Emperor Jia immediately privately messaged the Mech clan's divine king, requesting that the lord be dispatched to reinforce Jadis. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan, leading the Asura army, had just captured the city of Ikong in Giades' territory. He quickly checked the map leaderboard and noticed that the Holy Spirit clan's occupation rate had dropped by 0.1, while the Blue Star Force's mission progress had reached 14.9. This data strengthened Xiang Yuan's determination to win. Despite the approaching nightfall, Xiang Yuan did not rest. He rallied the Asura army and flew directly towards the next target in Giades' territory and city. Hours later, they arrived over this medium-sized city, discovering it defended by two types of troops: over 300,000 four-winged angels and about 300,000 humanoid mech warriors. Xiang Yuan quickly assessed that these humanoid mechs must belong to the mech clan, possessing formidable long-range combat abilities. He immediately commanded, "All Asura warriors, disperse quickly. Avoid the enemy's concentrated firepower." No sooner had he spoken than the enemy began their actions. The humanoid mechs of the enemy mechanical race suddenly unleashed a staggering barrage of firepower, with countless bullets and energy cannons raining down like a storm. Xiang Yuan's Asura warriors reacted swiftly, dispersing in an instant to avoid the enemy's concentrated fire. They wielded their massive mountain-cleaving battle axes skillfully to deflect the mechanized race's long-range attacks. At this moment, the advantage of the Asura's four arms became evident. Two arms frantically swung the giant axes to block enemy fire, while the other two arms charged the Shura cannons, ready for a counterattack. In an instant, over 40,000 crimson energy beams, as thick as barrels, shot towards the mechanical army. Despite the fierce firepower of the mechanical race, they were no match for the relentless barrage of the Shura cannons. In seconds, many of the humanoid mechs were blown to pieces. Seeing Xiang Yuan regain control of the battlefield, more than 300,000 four-winged angels immediately flew toward the Asura army. Xiang Yuan smirked, understanding the enemy's intention to implement a mixed attack strategy. He promptly ordered his troops to switch their targets to the birdmen and simultaneously retreat to maintain their attack range. The Asura army retreated while continuously firing, with the Shura cannons relentlessly sweeping the four-winged angels. The angel army suffered heavy losses, unable to even approach Xiang Yuan's forces. The flying mechs of the mechanical race followed closely, continuing their long-range attacks, but the Asura easily deflected them with their giant axes, maintaining their focus on the angels. In just 2 hours, the defending forces of Iyun City and the reinforcements from the mechanical race were on the brink of collapse. Xiang Yuan took a moment to check the map interface, noting that the Holy Spirit race and Blue Star were tied for first place in the Endless Continent occupation rate, both at 14.9, just one step away from victory. Looking at the remaining enemy forces, Xiang Yuan gave the order, "All Asura warriors, charge into the city with me. Attack the city lord's mansion barrier and eliminate the enemy forces." Over 40,000 Asura warriors surged forward like a dark blade, piercing the enemy's last line of defense. With their four arms, they attacked and defended seamlessly, while the Shura cannons demonstrated unparalleled power. In no time, Xiang Yuan had reached the city lord's mansion of Iyun City. Facing the green barrier enveloping the residence, he unhesitatingly unleashed the peerless Shura Slash. At the moment when Xiang Yuan executed the unparalleled Shura Slash, the Asuras of the two generations suddenly changed their tactics and collectively launched the Shura cannon to bombard the barrier of the Lord's mansion in Iyun City. A clear cracking sound echoed around, and the protective shield of the mansion instantly crumbled. Immediately following, an announcement echoed like thunder across the endless continent. The Blue Star faction has taken the lead in the territorial contest with an occupation rate of 15. Reward: a small martial arts planet. This announcement was like a heavy hammer, instantly quelling the clamor of the endless continent. The faces of the three emperors, Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, lit up with ecstatic joy, while the sacred spirit king, Jia Huang, in the Holy Emperor's capital, was left in a state of disbelief. Jia Huang's heart surged with anger and jealousy. The Sacred Spirit clan had paid a hefty price and made numerous promises for this territorial contest, only to fail at the last moment. The value of a small martial arts planet is immeasurable, capable of nurturing countless excellent warriors. Considering that his clan only possessed a micro martial arts planet, while Blue Star received such a generous reward, Jia Huang's envy burned even hotter. His gaze swept across the map interface, first looking disdainfully at the territory of his incompetent son, Giades, then locking onto Xiang Yuan's Shura city. What a crafty rookie lord of Blue Star! Jia Huang gritted his teeth. Because of you, a mere fly, you've ruined the grand plan of the Sacred Spirit clan. You'll pay dearly for this. Someone come. Jia Huang roared, and a 10-winged angel hurried into the hall. Assemble the troops immediately. I will personally lead the expedition to level that Blue Star's Shura city. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan was engaged in a private chat with Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng, Xiang Yuan, well done. Blue Star's victory is primarily thanks to you. Xiang Yuan humbly replied. Zheng of the Divine Kingdom, you overpraise me. I merely seized an opportunity. Compared to the contributions of the three divine kings, my efforts are insignificant. Zheng's expression turned serious. Let's skip the pleasantries. We three divine kings don't need any merits or rewards at this point, but you are in danger now. The reward of a small martial arts planet has likely infuriated Jia Huang of the Sacred Spirit clan. He might retaliate, perhaps even personally. We will immediately send troops to protect your territory. Rest assured, the Blue Star faction will not let anything happen to you. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiang Yuan quickly realized the crisis he was facing. His actions were akin to poking a tiger, with potentially severe repercussions. Thank you very much, King Zheng. Xiang Yuan responded straightforwardly. After ending the conversation with Zheng, Xiang Yuan promptly opened the map function and began carefully analyzing the current situation. Xiang Yuan gazed at the newly conquered 11 cities, contemplating his next strategic moves. With 10 small cities and one medium-sized city, he had expanded his territory but also found himself closer to the lands of the Holy Spirit clan. He couldn't help but wonder if he could withstand a siege if the Holy Spirit clan sent a powerful army against him. Perhaps he should consider abandoning some cities to create distance and await the support of the god King Zheng. As Xiang Yuan was lost in thought, a deafening announcement suddenly echoed across the Endless Continent. Endless Continent Universal Announcement. The Undead Clan has revived. The Endless Continent is about to face a new undead catastrophe. In 3 days, a large number of undead creatures will appear near all cities to attack. All lords are urged to defend the living beings of the Endless Continent and resist the Undead Clan together. The higher the city's level, the stronger the undead that will attack. This announcement was even more shocking than the previous news of the Blue Star faction completing the territory contention mission. Lords of all races were stunned, and even soldiers in the midst of battle paused in bewilderment. In the holy capital, Emperor Jia's face turned ashen upon hearing the announcement. He was originally preparing to lead his army to deal with that fly, but now had to address the undead siege first before he could eliminate the Lord of Shura City. Frustrated, Emperor Jia sank back onto his throne with a reluctant sigh. Upon hearing the announcement, Xiang Yuan's eyes first lit up, then his brow furrowed. The outbreak of the undead catastrophe presented an opportunity to secure his newly conquered cities, but the nature of the undead was concerning. Creatures killed by the undead would resurrect as part of their ranks. If the undead appeared as a single large army, it might be manageable, but now they would appear directly near all territories to lay siege. Considering the varying strengths of the continent's lords, the undead could potentially grow stronger with each battle, marking a true undead catastrophe. Xiang Yuan made a swift decision and headed to the city lord's mansion in Yiyun City to activate the troop mobilization function. He decided to distribute the newly recruited 500,000 Asura army across each newly conquered city, stationing several thousand in each. These undead armies were like perfect experience boosters to enhance the Asura army's experience. In the face of the impending undead catastrophe, Xiang Yuan's primary focus was self-preservation. He kept his eyes fixed on the map, devising defensive strategies and making final preparations for the upcoming battle. A day later, Xiang Yuan's massive force of 500,000 Asura warriors, known as the Fire Division, arrived at Wing Cloud City with great fanfare. The dust kicked up outside the city gates and the thunderous footsteps seemed to herald the dawn of a new era. To Xiang Yuan's delight, this formidable army not only brought immense combat power, but was also accompanied by a group of senior administrative officials, whose arrival injected new vitality into the management of Wing Cloud City. Standing atop the city walls, Xiang Yuan gazed down at the vast army with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. He quickly made a decision, instructing the Slaughter and Battle divisions of Asura to lead part of the Fire Division in defending Wing Cloud City, ensuring the security of this medium-sized city. He then divided the remaining Fire Division into several armies of tens of thousands, dispatching them to 10 other newly occupied cities, each equipped with an experienced administrative officer. Xiang Yuan gave clear instructions to these officials, his voice firm and commanding. The primary task is to establish a military force capable of self-defense, and only then consider the economic development of the city. This order reflected Xiang Yuan's strategic consideration for consolidating the newly acquired territories. With everything arranged, Xiang Yuan led 40,000 Anger Division Asura on the journey back to Asura City. As night fell, they finally arrived at Asura City, where the gates slowly opened to welcome the weary but high-spirited troops. Upon entering the city, Xiang Yuan sensed a reaction from the interworld communication tablet in his backpack. He quickly made his way to the city lord's mansion, eager to check the tablet. It displayed a request for a video call from the municipal government of Jiangnan City, Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star, which Xiang Yuan promptly accepted. Xiao Zhenan's face appeared on the screen, his expression filled with excitement and joy. Lord Xiang Yuan, You've truly accomplished an incredible feat this time. Xiao Zhenan's voice quivered slightly with excitement. Xiang Yuan modestly replied, Haha, Mayor, you're too kind. I merely did what a human from Blue Star should do. He paused before asking, By the way, Mayor, how has the small martial arts planet, Infinite Will, been awarded to us on Blue Star? Upon hearing the question, a bright smile spread across Xiao Zhenan's face. He excitedly explained, Just a day ago, a green planet suddenly appeared not far from Blue Star in outer space. The position and trajectory of this planet have no impact on Blue Star's living environment. What's even more surprising is that this planet is more than 10 times the size of Blue Star. Xiao Zhenan continued, We've already sent exploration ships to land on the planet. The investigation revealed that it is not only perfectly suitable for us to live on, but the air is also rich with a high concentration of spiritual energy. According to tests, if we relocate there, just breathing the air could extend our average lifespan to 200 years. Not to mention the incredible effects of cultivating martial arts using that spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiang Yuan's eyes. He recalled that the average human lifespan on Blue Star was only 80 years and was amazed at the miraculous effects of the spiritual energy. Xiao Zhenan continued with excitement. Currently, all countries in the Blue Star Alliance have fulfilled their promise, allowing our Dragon Kingdom to first claim half of the small martial arts planet as new territory. Additionally, to commend Lord Xiang Yuan for your outstanding achievements, the high-ranking officials of our Dragon Kingdom have specially applied to Infinite Will for an additional transfer right for an Amethyst Hero Monument. This requires a tremendous cost. So far, we have only applied for the transfer rights of 4 Amethyst Hero Monuments, those of the God Kings Ingzhong, Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and your exclusive monument, Lord Xiang Yuan. This means Jiangnan City will be among the first cities to migrate to the new martial arts planet. Xiao Zhenan's voice came through the communication stone, filled with barely concealed excitement. He paused for a moment, then bowed deeply towards Xiang Yuan through the screen, saying solemnly, Here, as the mayor of Jiangnan City, I sincerely thank you. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan quickly waved his hand. Mayor Xiao, there's no need for such a gesture. Once Xiao Zhenan straightened up, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he continued. Oh, Lord Xiang Yuan, there's more good news to share. According to research from our top national institute, if your exclusive Amethyst Hero Monument is moved to that martial arts planet, the citizens living there will benefit from the spiritual energy, and the fortune value they return to you will significantly increase. Current estimates suggest it will be at least double the current level. Upon hearing this news, Xiang Yuan was delighted. After all, the more fortune value, the better. He then turned his attention to his parents. Xiao Zhenan immediately assured him that he had already arranged for Xiang Yuan's parents to be brought over before contacting him. Shortly after, Xiao Zhenan, having explained everything to Xiang Yuan, left his office, and Xiang Yuan's parents came in. As soon as Xiang Qian and Lu Hui entered, they began to express their concern for Xiang Yuan. Through their conversation, Xiang Yuan learned that his parents were already preparing to move to the new martial arts planet. After all, it could extend their lifespan to 200 years, and with Xiang Yuan becoming a powerful lord, who knows how long he might live. Naturally, the elderly couple was willing to move to the martial arts planet, hoping to live long enough to see their son one day. However, Xiao Zhenan had arranged for them to be in the third batch of migrants, considering the absolute safety of Xiang Yuan's parents. If there were any dangers on the martial arts planet, at least the first 2 batches would have dealt with them. Eventually, Xiang Yuan ended the communication with the otherworldly stone. Feeling a wave of fatigue, he decided to rest and sleep at the Lord's mansion, as he hadn't had a good rest in a long time. The next morning, Xiang Yuan awoke from his slumber. As he stepped out of the Lord's mansion, he saw Feng Zheng rushing over with urgency. Lord, I have something to report. Feng Zheng said, panting. Xiang Yuan smiled warmly. What is it? Go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zheng reported. Recently, a large number of indigenous people have suddenly come to settle in our Shura city. They must be seeking refuge here because of the impending undead catastrophe. Xiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the situation. He immediately ordered, We will accept all the indigenous people who come. Even if there are no more houses, we'll set up temporary shelters. And for the 11 new cities we've occupied, you can use the Lord's Hall function of Shura City to inform them to do the same. Although taking in a large number of refugees would put a strain on his city, Xiang Yuan knew it wasn't entirely a bad thing. The 11 new cities he had occupied had lost many indigenous people due to the wars. This influx of refugees would help repopulate them. Plus, it was a good deed for the beings of the Endless Continent. Following Xiang Yuan's orders, Feng Zheng immediately set to work. By that night, Shura City's population had more than doubled. The city had almost reached its capacity before, indicating just how many people were now in Shura City. According to Feng Zheng's reports, the populations of Xiang Yuan's other 11 new cities had also reached capacity. That day, Xiang Yuan was not idle. He spent almost the entire day on the city gate tower of Shura City, observing the continuous influx of refugees. Until late at night, the sound of ghostly wails and howls of the undead suddenly broke the city's brief tranquility. With his keen night vision, Xiang Yuan quickly noticed the ground outside Shura City beginning to stir. Countless skeletal arms emerged like seedlings breaking through the soil, struggling to reach the surface. Shortly after, skeleton soldiers forced their way out of the earth, their hollow eye sockets flickering with a ghostly green flame, identical to the skeleton soldiers Xiang Yuan had encountered in the demon capital. Xiang Yuan acted decisively, randomly selecting one of the skeleton soldiers to use his identification skill on. Information immediately surfaced in his mind. Undead skeleton soldier, level 10 combat strength, level 5 defense strength. These low-level undead units possessed a terrifying ability. The living creatures they killed would be reborn as undead and join their ranks. Armed with this knowledge, Xiang Yuan relaxed slightly. He quickly calculated. Although Shura City was a small settlement, the other 11 new cities, except for Iyun City, were also of small scale. The newly recruited Asura soldiers of the Fire Division should be sufficient to handle these level 10 undead skeleton soldiers. As for Iyun City, it had Toomey overseeing it, so there was no cause for concern. Xiang Yuan made a prompt decision, leading the Wrath Division Asura soldiers to the city walls, ready to counterattack. Simultaneously, he instructed Feng Zheng to organize the villagers to activate the protective city barrier and charge the 7 super amethyst energy cannons. As the skeleton soldiers outside gathered in increasing numbers, Xiang Yuan gave the command, and the battle erupted instantly. Countless pillars of blood-red energy rained down like a storm, and the 7 amethyst energy cannons roared to life. However, to Xiang Yuan's surprise, each time a group of skeleton soldiers was blasted to pieces, more undead would emerge from underground, seemingly endless. They swarmed like an army of ants, frantically assaulting Shura City's defenses. Xiang Yuan furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Although his Shura City and the other 11 cities were temporarily secure, he feared that the other lords across the Endless Continent might not be as fortunate. As a novice with strength far surpassing many veteran lords, Xiang Yuan understood that if the undead onslaught intensified, this undead calamity could escalate into a true disaster. Clearing his mind of distractions, Xiang Yuan focused entirely on unleashing the unrivaled Shura Slash, continuously striking the surging tide of undead skeleton soldiers. The Asura clan's renowned battle endurance was on full display, and even after fighting for a day and a night, Xiang Yuan remained steadfast. However, the scale and duration of this battle once again exceeded Xiang Yuan's expectations. 3 days later, an exhausted Xiang Yuan was finally relieved from the city gate tower by his Wrath Division Asura warriors. Just a day earlier, Shura City had been forced to change its defense strategy, adopting a shift system to cope with the prolonged undead assault. All the Asura warriors, known for their fierce nature, were divided into 2 groups, taking turns to guard the city. Even so, Xiang Yuan could feel the terrifying magnitude of this undead calamity. He had lost count of how many skeletal soldiers he had slain, leveling up twice in the process, with his overall attributes reaching 80 points. However, the undead army outside seemed endless, growing more numerous the more he fought. Just as Xiang Yuan stepped down from the city gate tower to find a place to rest, he spotted Confucius approaching from a distance. Busy with battling the undead these past few days, Xiang Yuan had forgotten to ask Confucius about the undead clan. Confucius came up to Xiang Yuan, his expression slightly mournful, and said directly, "My lord, it won't be long now. In at most 3 days, this undead siege will be over." Xiang Yuan was taken aback. What? Only 3 days left? Confucius seemed to have anticipated Xiang Yuan's shock and continued to explain. This is one of the key features of the undead calamity. Whenever they launch such an attack, the first wave of the undead siege is crucial. If all the lords of the Endless Continent can withstand this initial assault, the undead clan will be utterly defeated, unable to muster any more undead armies. They will face complete annihilation. Alas, it seems this time, the catastrophe is destined to strike the Endless Continent once more. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was troubled and asked, "How did you predict that this calamity has already arrived?" Confucius replied calmly, "My lord, open the map and you'll understand." Realizing this, Xiang Yuan quickly opened the map interface. The map of the Endless Continent had turned into a patchwork of mottled colors. The colorful areas representing various forces were now covered with numerous gray-white patches, too many to count. Xiang Yuan immediately understood that these gray-white areas were regions where the undead army had already breached the Lord's defenses. Confucius's voice sounded again. This situation was expected. Saving the continent from this undead calamity requires great sacrifice. But this time, some unusual circumstances have arisen, potentially leading to even worse future developments, possibly beyond repair. Once more, Xiang Yuan was startled and looked at Confucius with eyes seeking answers. Confucius pointed to a gray area belonging to the Chaos tribe. Look here. This should be the territory of the most mysterious Chaos tribe among your myriad lords. Xiang Yuan looked over and saw that the Chaos tribe's territory was largely shrouded in gray-white. He asked in surprise, how is this possible? Why has such a powerful tribe like the Chaos tribe had so many cities breached by the undead? Confucius continued to explain, the stronger the beings killed by the undead, the more powerful they become upon turning into undead. Moreover, the strength of these undead is not static. They continually advance, retaining their unique racial abilities from when they were alive. Some abilities even undergo undead mutation, becoming stronger. This Chaos tribe is too mysterious. Even I am unaware of their racial abilities. But undoubtedly, they are formidable, and perhaps the undead from the Chaos tribe will bring even more unknown horrors to this undead calamity. After saying this, Confucius hesitated, then chose not to elaborate further. After hearing this, Xiang Yuan suddenly had a flash of questions. Why, during the previous territorial conflicts, did the Chaos tribe, despite their formidable strength, seem to give up directly, not even aiding their allies, the Holy Spirit tribe? Why, in this undead calamity, have so many lords from the powerful Chaos tribe had their cities breached by the undead? All these thoughts left Xiang Yuan with a sense of puzzlement. 3 days later, the onset of the undead catastrophe finally came to an end. Xiang Yuan stood on the city wall, gazing at the dissipating gray mist in the distance, feeling the surge of power within him. His level had skyrocketed to 27, with an astonishing attribute strength of 84 points. Eagerly, Xiang Yuan opened the map function, but the scene before him made him gasp. The entire Endless continent seemed to be covered by a massive gray-white net, with countless lord territories already fallen. This meant that countless citizens had become part of the undead army, whose size was likely dozens of times larger than during the siege. Xiang Yuan quickly shifted his gaze to the territory of the Chaos clan. He saw that the lord territories on the outskirts of the Chaos clan were all shrouded in gray-white, and the nearest Holy Spirit clan was retreating step by step. Every 10 minutes or so, another Holy Spirit territory was swallowed by the gray-white. This scene left Xiang Yuan with mixed feelings. If even the Holy Spirit clan could not withstand the onslaught of the undead army, wouldn't the entire Endless continent be in grave danger? Subsequently, Xiang Yuan turned his attention to the Blue Star forces and the other 6 major powers. To his slight relief, these forces had managed to defend themselves decently in the undead siege, with losses that were still within a controllable range. At that moment, Xiang Yuan's communicator suddenly lit up with an urgent private message request from Ying Zheng. He immediately connected, and Ying Zheng's voice followed. Xiang Yuan, during this undead catastrophe, the behavior of the Chaos clan has been extremely strange. We've tried multiple times to contact their god king, but it's like throwing a stone into the sea. There's no response. Worse yet, we know very little about the Chaos clan lords and soldiers who have turned undead. Based on past experience, one of their racial traits is enough to escalate this undead catastrophe to a disaster level of mortality. Ying Zheng paused, then continued. The Chaos clan possesses an incredible regenerative ability. We've fought them before, and even if we beheaded them, they could resurrect in their territory through a special method. Logically, a clan with such abilities should have emerged victorious in the struggle among the 9 major powers, but they've always kept a low profile, which is why they seem so mysterious. Now that they've become undead, I can't even imagine how powerful they might become. Xiang Yuan listened, his brow furrowed. Before he could reply, Ying Zheng sent another message. Xiang Yuan, your territory has already been cleared of the undead army. Your next task is to hold the line. Your forward base is Yiyun City, and outside the city, a massive undead army is gathering. Under no circumstances can you let them breach into your territory. The 7 major powers reached an agreement to drive the undead army to the central area of the Endless Continent, specifically to Sacred Heart Island, in order to annihilate them in one fell swoop. The Holy Spirit clan was forced to face the transformed undead army of the Chaos clan alone. Upon receiving this message from Ying Zheng, Xiang Yuan immediately opened the map interface. He found that his territory was in a safe position, but Yiyun City was facing an attack from a large undead army. Xiang Yuan quickly replied to Ying Zheng. Understood, God King Ying Zheng. He then promptly gathered 40,000 Asuras of the Fury generation and rushed to Yiyun City at full speed. Inside Yiyun City, 7 Slaughter generation Asuras and 1,000 War generation Asuras were already exhausted, slumped against the city walls. 6 continuous days of undead siege had left them with barely a moment to catch their breath, and the relentless use of the Shura cannon was taxing even for the Asuras, known for their exceptional stamina. As Toomey took a brief rest, a Fire generation Asura with dual arms flew in urgently to report. General 2. Bad news. A large undead army has appeared to the north and is heading our way. Startled awake, Toomey asked, approximately how many? The Asura replied awkwardly. Too many. It's like an ocean. It's impossible to estimate. Tumi's anger surged, his killing aura flaring. Damn it. This is endless. All Asura warriors, prepare for battle. Even if we have to lay down our lives today, we will annihilate these undead. The weary Asura warriors immediately stood up and shouted in unison. We swear to defend Shura city territory to the death. We swear to follow General Tu to the death. Several hours later, a long black shadow appeared on the horizon. As it drew closer, Tumi finally saw the seemingly endless undead army. He muttered to himself, there are so many. But he quickly regained his composure, ready to stand or fall with the Yun city. The undead army surged forward like a tide, launching an attack without any formal declaration of war. They slaughter and war generation Asuras, pushing through their exhaustion, raised their mystical arms once more to unleash the Shura cannon. They fire generation dual-armed Asuras crouched on the city walls, wielding slightly dull-edged mountain-cleaving heavy battle axes, ready to slay any undead that climbed the walls. After an hour of fierce battle, several Asuras were on the verge of fainting from overusing their mystical arms. Just then, a shadow appeared in the distant sky, followed by a barrage of red energy beams. With blurred vision, Tumi couldn't believe his eyes and quickly rubbed them for a clearer view. He finally confirmed that Xiang Yuan had arrived with 40,000 Fury Generation Asura warriors to aid them. Xiang Yuan hovered in the air, looking down at the dense army of undead outside Iyun City, feeling a chill run down his spine. The army seemed endless, featuring not only familiar skeleton soldiers, but also many new types of undead. Centaurs, orcs, vampires, goblins. These were clearly fresh undead converted from the recently conquered cities. Suddenly, a group of vampire undead transformed into skeletal bats and charged towards Xiang Yuan's Asura army. However, faced with the terrifying firepower of the Asura cannons, these bats turned to ash before they could even reach the sky. This scene made Xiang Yuan realize that these newly converted undead retained all their abilities from when they were alive. At that moment, Xiang Yuan received a private message request from the god king Yingzheng. This was the umpteenth time Yingzheng had reached out since the undead calamity began. While it might be a trivial matter for Yingzheng, for Xiang Yuan, who held a much lower status, it was an honor. Xiang Yuan immediately accepted the message. Yingzheng's voice came through. Xiang Yuan, the novice lords from Blue Star and Charm Star behind you have all sent troops to support Iyun City. Once they arrive, they should ease your burden. We are doing our utmost to drive away the undead army, but your area remains a gap, so be prepared for continuous defense. Understood, Xiang Yuan replied. Rest assured, God King Yingzheng, I will do everything in my power to block these undead forces. After ending the private chat, Xiang Yuan continued to lead his 40,000 Asura warriors, sweeping back and forth in front of Iyun City's walls, clearing the attacking undead like a janitor. The prolonged battle was extremely exhausting, but Xiang Yuan dared not relax. When he saw a large number of Asura cannons firing from the city wall again, he shouted towards the gate tower, Tumi, have all the four-armed Asuras stop using the Asura cannons for a rest. We can hold for now. Go to the Lord's Hall and use the summon function to bring all the scattered fire Asuras to Iyun City to help block this gap. Understood, my king, came the loud response from the gate tower, and the Asura cannon fire on the wall ceased immediately. After a night of fierce battle, by noon the next day, Xiang Yuan was still wearily executing his unparalleled Asura slash, continuously repelling the undead surging towards Iyun City. His Asura warriors remained vigilant, sweeping back and forth outside the city walls. Any stragglers that managed to climb the walls were swiftly cut down by the fire Asuras guarding the city with their axes. Xiang Yuan looked towards the north of the undead army, secretly calculating the direction of the battle. On the distant horizon, the relentless wave of darkness seemed endless. A vast army of the undead, like a boiling black sea, surged continuously. Even someone as steadfast as Xiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh at the sight. A question lingered in his mind. Could these undead legions ever truly be defeated? Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 28. With the notification, a brilliant light flashed over Xiang Yuan, instantly restoring him to full strength. This revitalized him, and he began directing the battle with renewed vigor. However, Xiang Yuan quickly noticed a serious issue. Observing the 4,000 Asura warriors of the Anger Division, he saw that many were firing their Asura cannons sporadically. He immediately realized that these warriors were nearing their physical limits. After all, they had been fighting continuously for 6 days and nights in Asura City before rushing to support Wing Cloud City without rest. Acting decisively, Xiang Yuan's voice thundered near the gates of Wing Cloud City. All Anger Division Asuras, retreat into the city to rest. Fire Division Asuras, prepare for orders. The warriors on the city walls responded in unison. Fire Division ready. Xiang Yuan continued. All Fire Division Azuras, block the walls and gate towers. The rest of the divisions, take a collective rest. With the command, the edges of Winged Cloud City's walls were instantly lined with the Fire Division Azura warriors. They stood ready, wielding massive battle axes. Xiang Yuan then led the Anger Division Azuras into the city. As soon as they entered, Tu Mia rushed to Xiang Yuan's side and knelt down. "Greetings, my king." Xiang Yuan helped him up, saying briefly, "Enough. Go rest immediately. I'll take over directing the Fire Division." Seeing hesitation on Tu Mia's face, Xiang Yuan glared, and Tu Mia promptly left. Xiang Yuan ascended the gate tower, where the scene outside was alarming. Without the suppressive fire of the Anger Division's Azura cannons, the undead army surged like a tide against the city walls. Numerous Halfrek undead were ramming their massive bodies against the gate tower. In the face of this, Xiang Yuan remained calm. He knew well that the current strength of the Fire Division Azuras was more than enough to handle these low-level undead. The only challenge was the sheer number of enemies. Without reinforcements for rotation, the Fire Division Azuras would eventually tire. To his surprise, the Fire Division Azuras held out until noon the next day. Even more remarkably, during this time, they leveled up 3 times, each time restoring their condition to full. This significantly extended their defensive capabilities. At that moment, the reinforcements Xiang Yuan had been waiting for finally arrived. In the distant sky, large numbers of Fire Division Azura troops began arriving at Winged Cloud City. By nightfall, a full 500,000 Fire Division Azura warriors had arrived and joined the defense. With these 500,000 Fire Division Azura warriors rotating in defense, Winged Cloud City's fortifications entered a positive cycle. Observing from the gate tower, Xiang Yuan noted that the attacking undead army remained low in level. Although they were no longer just level 10 undead skeletons, the highest were only around level 35 undead creatures. These creatures' attributes were vastly inferior to the Fire Division Azuras. Most undead had overall attribute strengths of only 17 or 18 points, with the highest at 20 points. Meanwhile, many Fire Division Azura warriors had reached level 17, with attribute strengths of 22 points. Coupled with their exceptional combat skills and epic-level equipment, these undead armies were practically offering themselves as experience points. Xiang Yuan was very pleased with this and decided to use the undead army to rapidly level up his 500,000 Fire Division Azuras. As for reinforcements from the new lords of Meishing and Lanxing, Xiang Yuan estimated that if they lacked flying troops, it would take them at least 2 to 3 more days to arrive. A day later, the strength of the Azuras with the Fire designation had once again soared. Their levels shot up to 19, with their overall attributes reaching an impressive 24 points. This progress was largely due to the abundant experience points provided by the undead and the high level of the attacking undead monsters. Standing atop the city gate tower, Xiang Yuan gazed into the distance, witnessing a breathtaking sight: the seemingly endless army of undead relentlessly advancing toward Winged Cloud City. Despite the overwhelming scene, Xiang Yuan remained remarkably calm. His gaze swept over the Azuras on the city wall, observing as they took turns in battle, replacing each other when exhausted. Each round of combat significantly boosted their levels and experience, bringing a sense of joy to Xiang Yuan's heart. Another night of fierce fighting ensued. As dawn broke, the strength of the Fire Azuras rose again, with most reaching level 20 and their attributes climbing to 25 points. On the city walls, these Azura warriors continued to fight bravely. Meanwhile, within Winged Cloud City, Xiang Yuan had assembled the Slaughter, Battle, and Fury Azura units in the square. These 3 elite armies were now in peak condition, ready for action. Xiang Yuan quickly reviewed the levels of the 3 armies. The Slaughter Azuras generally reached level 43, with an attribute strength of 63 points. The Battle Azuras were mostly at level 39, with 49 points, and the Fury Azuras were around level 37, with 47 points. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan gave the command: "All troops, take to the skies. Let's go upgrade by fighting the undead in the distance." No sooner had he spoken than over 40,000 elite Azuras took flight, heading beyond Winged Cloud City. They intentionally kept a distance from the walls to leave ample fighting space for the Fire Azuras. Subsequently, this elite force began a massive bombardment with Shura cannons, creating a spectacular and awe-inspiring scene. A day later, although the Slaughter unit did not gain further levels, some in the Battle unit reached level 40, and most of the Fury unit advanced to level 38. Xiang Yuan himself reached level 29, on the verge of crossing into the 30-level threshold where advancement was possible. He noticed that compared to other Azura warriors, his leveling up seemed to require significantly more effort. At that moment, a distant army of Meishing caught Xiang Yuan's attention. Soon, a clear and melodious voice called out, "Brother Xiang Yuan, where are you? It's your sister Wu Yao." Hearing this familiar call, Xiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. but then he led the over 40,000 Asura warriors toward the direction of the Meishing army. There, too, a large number of undead had gathered, and Xiang Yuan planned to clear the path for the Meishing army. As Xiang Yuan approached, he was astonished by the sight before him. A dazzling army of elves, each engulfed in blazing flames. Every elf wielded a long sword, with a longbow and 2 quivers of arrows on their backs, impeccably equipped and exuding an extraordinary aura. At the forefront of the elven army, a figure resembling a young girl was energetically waving at Xiang Yuan. He immediately ordered over 40,000 Asura warriors to clear the surrounding undead creatures, and then slowly descended. This was Xiang Yuan's first encounter with Ji Wuyao in person. Her beauty was breathtaking, seemingly transcending the boundaries of reality. Ji Wuyao's figure was perfect, with curves that were hard to look away from. Words like devastatingly beautiful and a beauty that could bring down a kingdom involuntarily came to Xiang Yuan's mind. When Ji Wuyao saw Xiang Yuan, her large eyes were filled with shock. Xiang Yuan's appearance was indeed impressive. After assimilating the Asura physique, his features remained similar but now exuded an aura of dominance and ferocity. Clad in demon blood armor and enveloped in blood-red flames, the countless nights of slaughter had imbued him with a palpable murderous aura. Standing at 1.9 meters tall with muscles knotted all over his body, he emanated a strong sense of oppression. Ji Wuyao initially intended to showcase her beauty in front of Xiang Yuan, to surprise this Xiang Yuan brother, who usually paid her little attention. However, Xiang Yuan's current appearance struck her soul directly. As a stunning beauty, Ji Wuyao deeply craved a sense of security. Xiang Yuan's appearance gave her an unparalleled feeling of safety, making her feel that with such a man by her side, no one else would dare to look at her twice. Seeing Ji Wuyao staring blankly at him, Xiang Yuan was somewhat puzzled. He didn't think that even after transforming into an Asura, women would find him handsome. Hello Wuyao sister. Xiang Yuan greeted. Upon hearing Xiang Yuan's voice, Ji Wuyao's face instantly turned crimson. Xiang Yuan brother, you're so handsome. No. Xiang Yuan brother, your armor is so beautiful. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was slightly displeased. What did she mean by first calling him handsome and then praising his armor? Was it so hard to just call him handsome? However, he quickly dismissed such trivial matters and said directly, let's go. Wuyao sister, I'll lead the way. Let's fight our way back to Yun City first. Okay. Ji Wuyao nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, Ji Wuyao safely arrived at Yun City under the escort of Xiang Yuan's 40,000 Asura troops. Just as Ji Wuyao entered the city, Xiang Yuan saw several Blue Star and Charm Star legions appearing in the distance. He immediately led his 40,000 elite Asura warriors to meet them. Soon after, Xiang Yuan encountered a group of old acquaintances, Ji Tai, Lu Ming, Yi Fan, Shi Hao, Chu Feng, and others. Upon seeing Xiang Yuan for the first time, their eyes were initially filled with shock, followed by admiration. Throughout the following day, Xiang Yuan was busy escorting these legions, who had come to support Yun City, into the city. Notably, one of the Charm Star lords, whose territory was closer to Xiang Yuan's Shura City, had even brought Confucius from within Shura City. It was said that Confucius specifically requested to come to Yun City. As night fell, Xiang Yuan finally welcomed the long-awaited reinforcements. New lords from Meishing and Lanqing streamed into Yun City, their troops quickly dispersing along the city walls to relieve the exhausted Asura warriors who had been battling for 3 days and nights. On the walls, the weary Asura warriors caught a glimmer of relief in their eyes as the reinforcements arrived. Xiang Yuan swiftly reorganized the defense, reducing the area the Asura had to cover and increasing their rotation shifts. This not only allowed the Asura warriors to catch their breath, but also enabled them to continue gaining valuable experience in the massive undead siege. With the reinforcements, Yun City's defenses became as solid as a fortress, exuding confidence even in the face of the endless undead army. However, City Lord Xiang Yuan did not relax and was quietly discussing strategies with Confucius. Lord, could you please elaborate on the current overall situation? Confucius asked, his eyes sharp as he stroked his beard, looking at Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan readily agreed and opened the shared map. He explained in detail the strategy of Ing Zheng and others to drive all the undead armies to Sacred Heart Island for complete annihilation. Confucius listened intently, occasionally nodding or frowning, as his eyes reflected deep thought. After Xiang Yuan finished, Confucius's gaze lingered on the map. Large swathes of gray had been cleared, and the colors of various forces were compressing the remaining gray areas, as if pushing them towards Sacred Heart Island in the center of the endless continent. Suddenly, Confucius furrowed his brow and said gravely, Lord, there's a problem. The speed at which the multiracial lords are clearing the undead army is too fast. They've overlooked an important factor. Xiang Yuan was taken aback and quickly asked, What do you mean, sir? It's likely that the multiracial lords haven't yet realized the presence of undead archmages, Confucius explained. These cunning undead archmages often hide and wait for the chance to conduct large-scale rituals, summoning hordes of undead creatures. If the lords focus solely on compressing the existing undead to Sacred Heart Island, those hidden archmages might seize the opportunity to summon new undead armies from behind, reigniting the crisis. Worse, this could lead to the lords being attacked from both sides. Confucius paused and continued. Moreover, from your description, I haven't heard anything about the undead monarch. This suggests that the lords might not have discovered the monarch's whereabouts, and might even be completely unaware of its existence. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had never imagined that this seemingly concluding undead catastrophe still harbored so many unknown dangers. In an instant, his previous confidence vanished, replaced by deep concern over the unknown threats. As soon as Confucius finished speaking, a gleam appeared in Xiang Yuan's eyes. He eagerly inquired about the strange occurrences at the hiding place of the necromancer. Confucius patiently described features such as the spreading plague, withering vegetation, and the strong stench of corpses. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan started a private conversation with Yingzheng. He quickly compiled Confucius's information into a message and sent it to the god king Yingzheng. Moments later, Yingzheng's response was like a thunderclap. Xiang Yuan, this information is crucial. I will immediately notify all the lords to thoroughly investigate their territories. He then briefly outlined the progress in besieging the undead army and plans that might require quarantining areas like Yun City. Xiang Yuan responded calmly. Don't worry, God King Yingzheng. Yun City is capable of holding the line. After ending the private chat, Xiang Yuan arranged accommodations for Confucius and then gathered all the novice lords from Mester and Blue Star to update them on the latest situation regarding the undead calamity. Everyone expressed their full support in defending Yun City. In the days that followed, the novice lords assembled in Yun City to collectively resist the attacks of the undead army. The high experience points allowed everyone's levels to increase rapidly. 3 days later, although Xiang Yuan's level was still at 29, the strength of his Asura army had significantly improved. The Slaughter Division Asura had risen to level 44, the Battle Division to level 41, the Fury Division to 39, and the Fire Division had impressively jumped 3 levels to reach 23. On this day, Xiang Yuan personally led more than 40,000 elite Asura troops out of Yun City, heading deep into the north where the undead army was located. His mission had a dual purpose: to assess the actual size of the undead army and to seize the opportunity to raise his own level to 30, preparing for the advancement to the Bloodblade Asura physique. Additionally, this would free up more space for other lords in the city to hunt monsters. Half an hour later, Xiang Yuan and his Asura army had traveled a considerable distance. They continuously fired the Asura cannons, with Xiang Yuan relentlessly unleashing his unparalleled Asura slash. With the combined experience from his own battles and the Asura army's shared gains, Xiang Yuan's level was finally approaching the threshold of level 30. Xiang Yuan led his elite army away from Yun City until the city's outline shrank into a tiny dot in the distance. Even from such a far-off vantage point, the ground was teeming with countless undead creatures, surging towards the city like a relentless tide. Xiang Yuan had no choice but to order over 40,000 Asura warriors to continue bombarding with Shura cannons while he flew northward. After flying for most of the day, Xiang Yuan took a moment to check the map. To his surprise, he realized he was nearing the battlefield between the Holy Spirit clan and the Chaos clan undead. To avoid drawing the attention of the Chaos undead, Xiang Yuan instructed Tu Mia to lead the Asura army to bombard the undead in place, while he ventured alone towards the Holy Spirit clan. He was eager to uncover what kind of undead warriors could challenge the mighty Holy Spirit clan so severely that they had already lost a third of their territory. After a long flight, Xiang Yuan finally spotted a city of the Holy Spirit clan. This was a sacred fortress built with immaculate white stones, enveloped in a golden protective barrier. However, surrounding the city were countless humanoid monsters formed from black magic fog. Unlike the ordinary undead's green ghostly flames, these creatures had eyes that glowed with a bright blood-red hue. These monsters were frantically assaulting the protective barrier. Xiang Yuan immediately realized that these were likely undead creatures mutated from the Chaos clan. Their appearance was starkly different from ordinary undead, making them appear exceptionally unique. In less than 30 minutes, the protective barrier shattered under the relentless assault. The Chaos undead poured over the city walls like a flood. Angel warriors on the walls wielded holy light swords, fiercely hacking at the Chaos undead climbing up. However, to Xiang Yuan's shock, these Chaos undead seemed immortal. No matter how the angels cleaved their bodies, even splitting their fog-formed heads in half, they would instantly regenerate and continue their assault on the Holy Spirit city. A wave of concern surged within Xiang Yuan. No wonder even the Holy Spirit clan struggled against these Chaos undead. Their immortality made them virtually invincible. To test his hypothesis, Xiang Yuan cast Asura Slash from afar at one of the Chaos Undead. The creature was instantly cut in half, but soon, a denser fog poured from its body, and in a blink, it reformed and continued its charge towards the Holy Spirit City. This scene left Xiang Yuan utterly stunned. He suddenly realized that perhaps the undead catastrophe, and even the undead monarch, were not the most terrifying threats. The true horror lay with the Chaos Clan. Not just because their mutated Chaos Undead were so formidable, but also because of the hidden agenda they might have. Why would such a powerful Chaos Clan have so many cities overrun by the undead army? Or rather, why would they choose to mutate into undead creatures? For a moment, Xiang Yuan was lost in thought, unable to arrive at a definite answer. This mystery was more intricate than he had imagined, requiring more clues to unravel. Xiang Yuan returned to the battlefield where he had been fighting the undead, his mind still haunted by the chaotic, unyielding spirits. He forced himself to focus on the battle at hand, and joined the ranks of those slaying the creatures. Time flew by, and after half a day, the system notification suddenly chimed. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. Another prompt followed. Ding. Your Bloodblade Asura physique meets the advancement requirements. Would you like to advance now? Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan chose yes. In an instant, the sky changed color. Above him, countless blood-red clouds gathered, painting the world in a crimson hue. Waves of red energy surged towards Xiang Yuan, pouring into his body. His pair of blood blades began to emit an eerie crimson glow. Suddenly, Xiang Yuan's blood blades shattered in midair, transforming into countless shimmering red fragments. These fragments did not fall, but hovered around him. Soon, each fragment began to emit an increasingly brilliant red light, reaching a dazzling intensity. When the light subsided, innumerable intact blood blades circled around Xiang Yuan. Floating in the center of the blades, he opened his eyes, a flash of red flickering within them. He let out a thunderous roar. 10,000 blood blades, unleash. Instantly, the number of blood blades multiplied several times, nearly filling the entire sky. But this was not the end. With excitement on his face, Xiang Yuan shouted again, 1,000,000 blood blades, unleash. The 10,000 blades bloomed like flowers, increasing tenfold once more. Now, the sky was densely covered with red blades, and even the simple-minded undead below looked up in awe at the spectacle. Laughing wildly, Xiang Yuan shouted, "Ha! Die for me." With a mere wave of his arm, the 1,000,000 blood blades rained down like a deluge upon the undead army below, clearing a vast area in an instant. Xiang Yuan's assault did not relent. He waved his arm again, and the 1,000,000 blood blades danced through the undead ranks like living entities, leaving only shattered bones in their wake. A miraculous scene unfolded as pale green energy rose from the slain undead, drifting towards Xiang Yuan and being absorbed by his body. Xiang Yuan remained unfazed, as if everything was proceeding as expected. In just 10 minutes, the number of undead he annihilated with this single move was nearly equivalent to the Asura army's hour-long bombardment with their cannons. The Asuras of the Slaughter, Battle, and Rage factions watched in awe, as if witnessing a divine miracle. A sense of indescribable pride and honor welled up within them. This was their king. Finally, a faint sheen of sweat appeared on Xiang Yuan's forehead. He gently raised his hand and softly commanded, "Withdraw." In an instant, the 1,000,000 blood blades converged into two and returned to his grasp. With a satisfied smile, Xiang Yuan opened his information panel to examine the specific changes brought by this advancement. He knew that the upgrade was far more profound than merely acquiring the 1,000,000 blood blades move. Xiang Yuan carefully examined his personal information, noticing every change with keen interest. With his recent advancement, all his attributes had skyrocketed by 10 points, filling him with excitement. His gaze lingered on his life bloodblade, which could now accommodate another attribute to reach the mythic level, and its attack power had surged to 180, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. The description of the Endless Bloodblade skill reminded Xiang Yuan of the 1,000,000 Bloodblade he had just unleashed, its astonishing power and effect still thrilling him. However, what truly piqued his interest was the newly awakened Asura secret technique. Closing his eyes, Xiang Yuan felt the crimson energy coursing through him Asura Chi. As he tried channeling it to his palm, he immediately sensed an unimaginable destructive force. This energy seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path, and he couldn't help but think of the chaotic undead. He pondered whether using Asura Chi could directly eliminate those troublesome foes. The Slaughter Devour skill was undoubtedly a powerful tool for accumulating Asura Chi. Xiang Yuan realized that by killing enemies, he could absorb their primal energy and convert it into his own Asura Chi. This discovery made him eager for future battles. Finally, Xiang Yuan's attention shifted to the Asura Battle Soul skill. Although it consumed 1 point of Asura Chi per minute, which seemed a hefty price, it could activate the Asura Battle Souls of his subordinate Asura warriors, imbuing their attacks with Asura Chi as well. Although the exact power was still unknown, Xiang Yuan believed it was a formidable asset not to be underestimated. Overall, Xiang Yuan was very pleased with this advancement. He decided to stop hunting monsters alone outside Winged Cloud City and instead return to the city to defend it, awaiting reinforcements from Ying Zheng and others. Just as Xiang Yuan was about to set off, a private chat request popped up. Seeing that it was from Ying Zheng, he didn't hesitate to accept the call. Ying Zheng and Xiang Yuan were focused on isolating the undead army in that area, not expecting that a highly unusual species of undead army was advancing towards them. This unique army seemed to be deliberately ignored by the Mech clan and the Titans, allowing it to move towards Ying Zheng and Xiang Yuan. Meanwhile, the undead armies in other regions had been driven near Sacred Heart Island, and the undead sorcerers were being eliminated one by one. However, the whereabouts of the undead sovereign remained a mystery, raising concerns about this special undead army. Just as Xiang Yuan received this warning message, a sense of tension gripped his heart. Suddenly, a series of monstrous roars, akin to dragon cries, echoed from a distance. Roar, 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 alongside the deafening rumble, rumble. Xiang Yuan immediately looked towards the source of the sound. On the horizon, a black cloud formed by countless massive flying bone dragons was rapidly approaching. Even more astonishing, on the ground appeared squads of towering skeletal beasts, each carrying a giant war drum on its back. Seated on these drums were abnormally tall skeletal soldiers, vigorously beating the mystical drums. With each strike of the drumsticks, visible waves of red energy spread outward. The undead creatures touched by this energy instantly swelled, their bodies visibly enlarging, and they were enveloped in the same red energy, making them appear even more ferocious and terrifying. However, the most striking aspect was the center of this terrifying army. Behind the skeletal beasts bearing war drums, a colossal dragon chariot moved slowly. Atop the chariot sat a giant clad in golden dragon-patterned armor, crouching, yet still at least 50 meters tall. The giant was completely encased in golden dragon-patterned armor, with only 2 eyes, glowing with eerie green flames, exposed. Xiang Yuan immediately recognized this formidable presence, the undead sovereign. A wave of frustration surged in his heart. He hadn't anticipated the undead sovereign being drawn to his location. He quickly typed a message to Ying Zheng in their private chat. God King Ying Zheng, the undead sovereign is indeed here with me. I've seen him. After a brief pause, Ying Zheng replied, Old Lu, Old Zhu, and I will head over immediately. Try to hold off the undead sovereign. If it becomes too difficult, lead them towards the Holy Spirit clan's territory. Understood, Xiang Yuan replied succinctly, then closed the private chat. He immediately commanded his elite Asura army. Follow me, everyone. With that, he led his army towards the undead sovereign. As they approached the enemy forces, Xiang Yuan cast an identification spell on the undead sovereign. The result showed. Undead sovereign. Level 99 combat strength. Defense strength. Xiang Yuan led the Asura army as they approached the domain of the undead sovereign, an unsettling chill permeating the air. Seated on a dragon chariot, the colossal undead sovereign sensed the intruders and raised a bony arm, waving it gently. Instantly, a swarm of flying bone dragons, covered in shimmering frost, descended upon Xiang Yuan like a dark cloud, exuding a chilling aura. Before the two sides clashed, the frost dragons launched their attack. They opened their tooth-filled mouths, spewing freezing ice flames. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan immediately ordered the Asura army to unleash the Shura cannons. In an instant, countless thick red energy beams shot out like flames, colliding heat-in with the icy flames. The power of the Shura cannons was unstoppable, dispersing the icy flames and striking the frost dragons directly. Explosions echoed continuously as the frost dragon's skeletons shattered under the relentless bombardment of the Shura cannons. Just as victory seemed imminent, a deafening sound of war drums erupted from the ground. As the sound waves spread, eerie red energy enveloped the frost dragons. To everyone's horror, the bone dragons began regenerating new bones at a visible rate, growing even larger than before. Xiang Yuan was alarmed, realizing this was a powerful amplification spell. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and summoned a pair of blood blades. 10,000 blood blades, unleash. With his low shout, the blood blades instantly transformed into 10,000, shooting towards the war drum beasts, casting the amplification spell. In the blink of an eye, many of the war drum beasts were shredded into fragments. The undead sovereign, enraged by this, let out an earth-shattering roar. It extended a bony claw and summoned a colossal spear, 400 meters long. Seeing this terrifying spear, Xiang Yuan's sense of danger escalated. He knew that if the undead sovereign wielded this spear, his Asura army would suffer heavy losses. Retreat! Xiang Yuan decisively shouted, leading the Asura army to swiftly retreat towards the territory of the Holy Spirit clan's goddess. However, the undead sovereign had no intention of letting them go. It leaped from the dragon chariot, its 100-meter figure wielding the massive spear, pursuing Xiang Yuan and his forces at an unimaginable speed. To buy more time for his troops to withdraw, Xiang Yuan once again unleashed the 10,000 blood blades. The dense barrage of blades rained down on the undead sovereign. However, to Xiang Yuan's shock, countless blades of Xiang Yuan's life essence rained down on the undead monarch, effortlessly slicing through its armor but leaving only shallow scratches on its flesh. Even with the destructive power of Asura energy, the effect was minimal. Xiang Yuan sighed inwardly, acknowledging that without the Asura energy, even piercing the armor would have been difficult. As Xiang Yuan pondered his next move, he attracted the undead monarch's wrath. The colossal figure swung its massive spear down at him. Faced with this lethal strike, Xiang Yuan had no choice but to swiftly maneuver in midair, narrowly dodging the attack. In a hurried glance back, he saw that the Asura army had retreated to a safe distance. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move, the million blood blades. In an instant, a torrential downpour of blades shot towards the undead monarch's eyes, not to wound, but to buy himself precious time to escape. As expected, the blades obscured the undead monarch's vision, momentarily halting its assault. Xiang Yuan seized the opportunity to fly swiftly towards the Holy Spirit tribe's territory. However, he had barely flown far when the blades dissipated, and the undead monarch locked onto him again, leaping forward in pursuit. With no other choice, Xiang Yuan repeated his tactic, attacking the undead monarch's eyes with another barrage of blood blades. Thus began a relentless chase, with him fleeing and the monarch pursuing, over and over. After a long while, Xiang Yuan finally spotted a city, a territory of the Holy Spirit tribe's Gaudis. He led the Asura army across the city, while the Gaudis' leaders and soldiers below had no time to react before a colossal figure emerged in the distance. The undead monarch lifted its giant foot and kicked the city gate tower with a thunderous crash, causing it to collapse instantly. It rampaged through the city, leaving a trail of destruction. The angelic troops who rushed to intercept were swept away, turning to ash and waves. In no time, the undead monarch shattered the barrier of the city lord's residence, leveling the entire structure. Gaudis' city vanished from the map in an instant. Looking back, Xiang Yuan saw the city completely destroyed by the undead monarch. He immediately ordered the Asura army to continue advancing while he circled back to redirect the monarch's aggression towards other cities of Gaudis. Xiang Yuan thought to himself that since the Holy Spirit tribe was already on its last legs, it was an opportune moment to drive them from the stage of the infinite continent entirely. A day later, under Xiang Yuan's guidance, the undead monarch destroyed one Gaudi city after another. Now, Xiang Yuan was leading this formidable enemy towards Gaudis' main city, Angel City. Inside Angel City, Gaudis listened with a look of terror as his subordinates continuously reported. A massive, terrifying undead creature was destroying his cities and was now approaching Angel City. Previously, Gaudis had been relieved that his territory was located at the rear of the Holy Spirit tribe, avoiding the chaotic undead's onslaught. He knew that all the leaders of the myriad tribes were working together to eliminate the undead calamity, but the Holy Spirit tribe had the misfortune of facing the chaotic undead, a variant of the chaotic tribe, and had to fend for themselves. Gaudis had been hopeful, believing that once the other tribal leaders finished clearing the undead army, they would surely come to aid the Holy Spirit tribe and help eliminate the chaotic undead. After all, failing to eradicate the undead calamity would leave a significant threat on the infinite continent. He firmly believed that no power would let personal grudges endanger all life on the continent. In Gaudis' vision, not only would the Holy Spirit tribe be saved, but his territory would also remain unscathed. He even fantasized about the future when the Holy Spirit tribe might rely on him to lead, eagerly anticipating the moment his father would view him with newfound respect. However, the sudden emergence of this enormous undead creature disrupted all his plans. Gaudis was at a loss, unable to comprehend why, despite everything being under control, such a powerful undead creature had appeared at the rear of the Holy Spirit tribe. At that moment, an angel burst into Gaudis' city lord's mansion, his face full of terror. He reported breathlessly, "My lord, there's trouble. Our scouts have just sent word that an army from the Blue Star faction is leading a giant undead creature towards Angel City. At their current pace, they'll reach the city walls in less than 20 minutes." Gaudis was thunderstruck by the news. He sprang from his throne, his body trembling slightly with rage. His voice was filled with barely concealed malice. "Are you saying a Blue Star army is leading that giant undead creature here? So, the repeated destruction of our cities was likely their doing as well." The angel, seeing the palpable aura of menace surrounding Gaudis, shrank back and cautiously replied, "Yes, my lord, that seems to be the case." Gaudis suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, his voice dripping with sarcasm and fury. Well, that Blue Star leader. Even as countless beings on the endless continent face a common catastrophe, they still focus on personal grudges, pulling such lowly tricks against the Holy Spirit race. Shameless. He spun around and barked orders at the messenger. Relay my command. The entire army is to prepare for defense on the city walls immediately. Activate the city's protective barrier and all the amethyst energy cannons. Whether it's the Blue Star Army or that giant undead creature, shoot them down without mercy. Yes, my lord. The messenger hurried off to carry out the orders. Gades grabbed the holy light greatsword beside the throne and strode out of the mansion. He intended to personally inspect the situation from the city gate tower to see which despicable Blue Star leader dared to commit such a vile act. Soon, Gades ascended the city gate tower of Angel City. Although no creatures were visible in the distance, the deafening rumble was already clear, as if the entire earth was trembling. This sound undoubtedly came from an enormous creature approaching Angel City. Gades's brow was furrowed, his expression grim. His right hand gripped the holy light greatsword tightly, his eyes filled with a sinister and venomous light. At that moment, he wished to execute all Blue Star leaders to vent his anger. Suddenly, Gades noticed numerous black dots appearing in the distant sky. As these dots drew closer, he finally saw that it was an army bearing the Blue Star faction's insignia. Damn it! Gades suppressed the urge to roar in anger, muttering a low curse as he tried to maintain his imposing and composed demeanor. He then raised the holy light greatsword and commanded, "Prepare the amethyst energy cannons. Aim at those Blue Star troops." Instantly, the amethyst energy cannons on the city walls of Angel City adjusted their barrels, all targeting the approaching Xiang Yuan Asura army. In the distance, Xiang Yuan led his troops, seeing Angel City looming near. He keenly noticed the cannons on the city walls, glowing with purple light, all aimed at them. A fierce battle seemed inevitable. A sly, meaningful grin appeared on Xiang Yuan's face as he shouted towards Angel City. "Is Lord Caddis of the Holy Spirit clan present? I am Xiang Yuan, Lord of Asura City on Blue Star. We request your assistance in fighting against the undead creatures." Before his voice faded, Xiang Yuan swiftly gave the order, and thousands of Asura warriors surged upwards like a tidal wave, swiftly ascending beyond the range of Angel City's amethyst energy cannons. The cannons on the city walls immediately reacted, unleashing countless dazzling beams like a meteor shower, yet not even brushing the hem of a single Asura warrior. Caddis stood atop the city gate tower, his fists clenched and trembling, his expression conflicted. As a noble prince of Caddis, he had never suffered such a humiliation, especially at the hands of his arch-nemesis, who repeatedly foiled his plans. Just as he prepared to order the elite six-winged angel troops to take to the skies and obliterate this arrogant Asura army, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. A colossal figure, over 100 meters tall, was rapidly approaching Angel City. Caddis's heart skipped a beat as he immediately cast a detection spell on Undead Lord. How could this ultimate boss, supposed to be besieged by all races, suddenly appear here? Before he could recover from his shock, the Undead Lord had already raised its massive foot, fiercely kicking the city's protective barrier. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, the fortified barrier did not collapse immediately. "Quick! Activate the amethyst cannons at full power. All six-winged angels, concentrate your fire on the Undead Lord." Caddis commanded harshly. In an instant, the city walls erupted with a barrage of energy attacks, raining down on the Undead Lord like a storm. This maneuver successfully diverted the Undead Lord's attention away from Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan led the Asura army, hovering above Angel City, coldly observing the epic battle below. He had to admit, the defenses of Angel City were indeed extraordinary, managing to temporarily withstand the fierce onslaught of the Undead Lord. The Undead Lord wielded a terrifying giant spear, relentlessly assaulting the protective barrier, while the city's various attacks did inflict some damage on it. However, in Xiang Yuan's view, the fall of the city was just a matter of time. As Xiang Yuan contemplated which city of the Holy Spirit clan to lure the Undead Lord towards, Ingzheng sent a private message request. "Xiang Yuan, where are you now? We've almost reached your territory. God King Ingzheng, I am at the main city of Caddis of the Holy Spirit clan Angel City, and this city is about to fall. All right, we will be there soon." Just as the conversation ended, a deafening crack pierced the sky. A protective barrier finally shattered under the Undead Lord's fierce assault. At this moment, Caddis had completely lost his reason, watching his years of hard work on the brink of destruction, with only one thought left in his mind. Even if the city falls, the hateful Lord of Asura City must be slain first. With a furious roar, he led the elite six-winged angel army in a desperate charge towards Xiang Yuan, who was observing the battle from above. Xiang Yuan watched as Gades led his army charging towards him, a bloodthirsty grin forming at the corners of his mouth. Huh, has Gades been provoked so easily? He's ignoring his city just to come after me. He chuckled inwardly, raising his pair of life-bound blood blades. Despite having used countless blood blades along the way, Xiang Yuan's internal Shura energy was nearly depleted, but he had more than enough left to unleash the 10,000 blood blades one more time. Previously, the endless blood blades had little effect on the undead monarch, but now, Against Gata's six-winged angel army, it was the perfect opportunity to test its power. 10,000 blood blades, activate, Xiang Yuan muttered, and his life-bound blood blades trembled violently. In an instant, the sky filled with countless blood-red long swords, their sheer number overwhelming. Gaudis, flying at full speed towards Xiang Yuan and his Asura army, was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the dense blood-red blades in the sky. Before he could respond, Xiang Yuan waved his arm, sending the swarm of blades like a locust plague towards Gaudis and his army. Sensing danger, Gaudis immediately shouted, "Defend! Defend!" and activated his most powerful defensive move, the absolute, holy light defense. A massive golden light shield enveloped Gaudis, offering his strongest protection, though it consumed a significant amount of his holy power. However, what happened next left Gaudis wide-eyed with rage. Xiang Yuan's 10,000 blood blades didn't target him directly, but instead swept through his six-winged angel army. Even with their defensive skills, the angels were as fragile as paper, their bodies easily sliced apart. In mere moments, half of the angel army fell from the sky like raindrops. "You scoundrel! He'll skin you alive." Gaudis, furious, charged towards Xiang Yuan, shielded by his absolute holy light defense. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan smirked disdainfully and waved his arm again. The blood blade torrent, which had been massacring the angel army, split off and shot towards Gaudis. Gaudis sneered, "Huh? My defense is absolutely invincible. You think you can harm me?" His confidence lasted less than a second. The countless blood blades pierced his defensive light shield, causing it to tremble violently and crack all over. How is this possible? Gaudis was incredulous. Xiang Yuan, however, was unsurprised, thinking to himself, "My attacks are infused with Shura energy. There's nothing in this world I can't break." Now truly panicked, Gaudis saw his absolute holy light defense on the verge of collapse. Desperately, he raised his giant holy sword, shouting as he layered another absolute holy light defense upon himself. Xiang Yuan paused, momentarily surprised. Gaudis shrank within his shield of radiant defense, like a turtle retreating into its shell, unwilling to come out. Xiang Yuan's Shura energy was nearly depleted. Otherwise, he would have intensified his assault to completely obliterate Gaudis. After Gaudis reinforced his absolute holy light defense 3 more times, Xiang Yuan finally ceased the relentless bombardment of his 10,000 blood blades. Seeing Xiang Yuan retract the terrifying endless blood blades, Gaudis breathed a sigh of relief. He surmised that Xiang Yuan must have used an extremely powerful super move, likely exhausting his energy 100 times more than Gaudis himself. Surveying the surroundings, Gaudis noticed that the once tens of thousands strong army of six-winged angels had dwindled to just a few thousand, the rest having perished under Xiang Yuan's blood blades. Anger surged within him once more, and he roared, "Charge with me! Wipe them out!" Even before finishing his command, Gaudis led his remaining forces in a full assault against Xiang Yuan and the Asura army. Xiang Yuan remained calm, raising his blood blade and making a sweeping motion towards Gaudis' direction, ordering, "Asura warriors, heed my command. Annihilate the enemy, leave none alive." "Yes, my king," responded over 40,000 elite Asura warriors in unison, charging towards the six-winged angel army like arrows released from a bow. The battle commenced with ranged attacks before the armies even clashed. The six-winged angels launched golden light arrows, while the Asura warriors retaliated with Shura cannons. Xiang Yuan observed the battle closely, noting that the Asura warriors effortlessly deflected the enemy's light arrows with their heavy axes, while the six-winged angels' wings were instantly incinerated when they attempted to block the Shura cannon fire. The air was thick with the scent of charred wings. Seeing his forces gaining the upper hand, Xiang Yuan felt slightly at ease. His sharp gaze soon locked onto Gaudis, who was rapidly advancing towards him. With a blood blade in each hand, Xiang Yuan charged to meet him head-on. Gaudis, hiding within his invincible light shield, wielded a giant holy sword with all his might. Xiang Yuan easily deflected the giant sword with his left-hand blood blade and delivered a powerful diagonal slash with his right-hand blade onto Gaudis' defensive shield. To Gaudis' horror, Xiang Yuan's ordinary attack could damage his supposed absolute defense. It was then that he truly realized Xiang Yuan's fearsome power, but it was already too late. In the ensuing battle, Gaudis was completely overpowered by Xiang Yuan. His vaunted absolute defense proved useless against Xiang Yuan. Before long, Xiang Yuan's twin blades danced wildly, and catching Gaudis off guard, severed one of his arms as his defense shattered. "Ah!" Gaudis let out a blood-curdling scream. Xiang Yuan seized the opportunity as Gaudis temporarily lost his combat ability, swiftly closing the distance. With a flourish of his right-hand blood blade, he severed Gaudis' other arm. Now armless, Gaudis was rendered completely powerless. Just as Xiang Yuan pondered delivering the final blow to Gaudis, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. The once clear sky was quickly overcast with thick clouds. A majestic voice echoed through the heavens. "The thunder's judgment descends." In an instant, Countless bolts of lightning formed within the clouds, transforming into fierce strikes aimed at the undead lord who was on the verge of breaching the Angel City's citadel. Xiang Yuan looked towards the sound, a hint of delight on his face. In the distance, the figures of God King Ying Zheng, God King Liu Bang, and God King Zhu Yuanzhang stood suspended in the air. The three divine kings launched a fierce attack on the undead monarch. Ying Zheng, the divine king, summoned endless lightning to strike the enemy with his words. Liu Bang's divine king wielded a sword that extended to dozens of meters, slashing madly. Zhu Yuanzhang, the divine king, controlled countless sword energies, concentrating them on the undead monarch's head and eyes. In an instant, the colossal metal armor on the undead monarch's body shattered, revealing the decayed, gray flesh beneath. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan didn't want to miss the opportunity to gain experience. Despite having exhausted his Asura energy, he led the Asura army to launch a long-range attack from afar, continuously using skills like Asura Slash against the enemy. The undead monarch, heavily wounded, fell into a rage, swinging a 400-meter-long spear, creating a fierce gale in its path. The three divine kings easily dodged, but Xiang Yuan and the Asura army had to scramble to evade. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan kept attacking to gain experience, disregarding the danger. Suddenly, the undead monarch seemed to sense a life-threatening danger and raised his spear skyward. A thick green beam shot from the spear's tip, piercing the clouds and creating a hole in the sky. A deafening explosion followed, and countless green light bands descended like a giant dome, covering the entire Angel City and beyond. As the light bands touched the ground, Xiang Yuan felt momentarily stuck, as if trapped in a quagmire. Within the dome's range, countless green phantoms wielding sharp blades appeared out of thin air, attacking Xiang Yuan and his Asura warriors. Ying Zheng suddenly shouted, "Not good. It's a domain attack. Old Zhu, retreat." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang immediately withdrew. Ying Zheng anxiously looked at Xiang Yuan, yelling, "Break all spells." In an instant, the space around him seemed to shatter, and the green light and phantoms vanished. He quickly rushed towards Xiang Yuan. Although Xiang Yuan felt his movements hindered and was besieged by endless phantoms, he couldn't help but worry. However, in the next moment, the demon blood armor he wore erupted with protective blood-red flames. Not only that, but the entire Asura army's armor also ignited with blood flames. The phantoms were incinerated before they could approach, filling the air with wails and cries. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and hope surged in his heart. Ying Zheng witnessed the scene and immediately felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Nonetheless, he sternly shouted at Xiang Yuan, "Xiang Yuan, retreat immediately. In this domain, your movements are restricted." "Understood, God King Ying Zheng," Xiang Yuan responded, then led the group of Asura warriors in a determined flight towards the edge of the green barrier. However, at that moment, the undead monarch seemed to have a sudden realization and targeted the weaker opponents. Its incredibly long spear swung towards Xiang Yuan and his troops, threatening to sweep them away in one blow. In the nick of time, a massive sword descended from the sky, aiming directly at the undead monarch's head. With a sharp crack, the sword pierced the undead monarch's skull. Roar! The undead monarch immediately halted its attack on Xiang Yuan and his men, letting out an earth-shaking howl of pain. The owner of this deadly strike was none other than God King Liu Bang. However, the undead monarch, true to its undead nature, continued to fight despite having its head impaled. In the next moment, it swung its giant spear at God King Liu Bang. Just then, God King Ying Zheng shouted once more, "Universe stasis." As soon as the words were spoken, the enormous body of the undead monarch froze in place under Ying Zheng's command. Apart from the ghostly flames flickering wildly in its eye sockets, its massive form was immobilized. At this moment, God King Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly charged in, shouting, 10,000 swords slash. In an instant, 10,000 golden sword auras slashed towards the neck of the undead monarch. With a crack, the undead monarch's head fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, 3 notification sounds echoed in Xiang Yuan's ears. Ding! Congratulations on participating in the slaying of the undead monarch, averting the undead catastrophe. You have received 100,000 luck points. Ding! Your level has increased by 2, reaching level 32. Xiang Yuan's face lit up with joy. He quickly calculated. Previously, with the Amethyst Hero Monument reaching a height of 1,000 meters, he received 105 feedback points daily. With nearly a month's accumulation plus earlier savings, it totaled 11,250 points. Now, it had skyrocketed to 111,250 points. This substantial amount of luck points would undoubtedly significantly enhance his power. Even more surprising was that this experience boost directly leveled him up twice. It seemed that reaching from level 29 to 30 was indeed a hurdle, and after crossing it, his leveling speed increased noticeably. Just then, Xiang Yuan noticed an astonishing nine-colored divine light emerging from the undead monarch's corpse. His heart leaped, realizing it must have dropped something extraordinary. Even Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang were swiftly flying towards it. Naturally, Xiang Yuan wasn't about to fall behind and hurried over to investigate. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Yuan found not only an item emitting a nine-colored divine light, but also a spear radiating a seven-colored light. However, the three god kings, Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, were all staring in shock at the nine-colored scepter. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan used an identification technique on the scepter. World-breaking scepter. Top-tier divine artifact of the Endless Continent. Effect. After reaching level 100 as a lord, this item can be used to break through level 100 and gain the ability to leave the Endless Continent. Description. Perhaps leaving is truly the beginning. After reading the description of the world-breaking scepter, Xiang Yuan was stunned. It turned out that lords of the Endless Continent could indeed level up to 100 and even leave the continent. At this moment, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang both turned to Ying Zheng, speaking sincerely. Senior, this world-breaking scepter is rightfully yours. Ying Zheng glanced at Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, his face showing no extra expression, and simply nodded. Then I will temporarily keep this item. The situation on the Endless Continent is still unstable, and I cannot leave in haste. All right, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang replied in unison. At this moment, Ying Zheng turned his gaze to Xiang Yuan, a warm smile appearing on his face. Xiang Yuan, my boy, there's a mythical weapon here, and it's yours. The three of us have already upgraded our weapons to mythical level, and we're quite comfortable with them. This weapon is of no use to us anymore. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's eyes lit up with delight, and he broke into a radiant smile. Thank you, mighty lords, he said, stepping forward eagerly to pick up the spear. The attributes of the divine bone sky piercer immediately appeared before him. Mythical attack power 200. Increases attack speed by 100. Converts 100 of attack damage to vitality. Restores self-health by 100 of attack damage. Each attack inflicts 100 corpse poison damage, causing enemy wounds to rot and remain poisoned. Mythical property, gigantic phantasmal weapon, extends phantom blade by 40 meters. Xiang Yuan studied these attributes carefully, feeling a surge of joy. 4 of these traits could stack with his life-bound blood blade. With only the corpse poison damage being less useful, his original toxic damage was more potent. As for the gigantic phantasmal mythical property, it seemed more like a skill. Without hesitation, he summoned his life-bound blood blade, preparing to absorb the divine bone sky piercer. This action caught the attention of the three god kings, who paused to watch. The spear seemed drawn by a mysterious force, automatically attaching itself to Xiang Yuan's dual blood blades. A system prompt sounded. Mythical weapon detected. For attribute traits can be stacked, one mythical property can be transferred. Proceed with absorption? Yes. In an instant, the divine bone sky piercer erupted in dazzling 7-colored light, all of which was absorbed by Xiang Yuan's life-bound blood blade. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 blue star god kings, the mythical spear disintegrated into ash, while the dual blood blades in Xiang Yuan's hands shone with a brilliant rainbow glow, surrounded by a poisonous aura. Xiang Yuan, you have quite the collection of treasures. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. Did you just use those blood blades to absorb a mythical weapon? Xiang Yuan nodded. Seeing the god king's interest in his life-bound blood blade, he offered, would you like me to demonstrate this weapon? After absorbing that spear, it's indeed become more powerful. Ha ha ha. Of course, we'd love to see such a remarkable weapon, Liu Bang replied with a smile. With a thought, Xiang Yuan extended the dual blood blades to a length of 40 meters. Remarkably, even with such an enormous reach, he wielded them with ease, as if they were weightless. This display left Liu Bang in awe. Although the technique was similar to his giant blade skill, Xiang Yuan's effortless mastery was truly impressive. Xiang Yuan swung his twin blood blades, which had astonishingly extended from their original length of just over a meter to an incredible 40 meters. Unlike Liu Bang's colossal blade skill that consumed vast amounts of energy, Xiang Yuan's blood blades exhibited a completely different characteristic. As the 3 god kings marveled, Xiang Yuan suddenly hurled the enormous blood blades in his hand skyward. 10,000 blood blades, unleash. His roar reverberated through the surroundings. In the next instant, even the 3 god kings, the peak powerhouses of the Endless Continent, were left speechless with shock. Countless 40-meter-long blood blades densely filled the sky, each one emitting a chilling gleam. The sight was both awe-inspiring and eerie. Beads of sweat appeared on Xiang Yuan's forehead. Although the power of this move was astounding, it also consumed a great deal of energy. He was acutely aware that the number of summoned blood blades did not reach 10,000, and the Asura energy within him was nearly depleted. After commanding the blood blades in the sky to dance for a moment, he withdrew them all once the display was sufficient. Well done, young man. Ying Zheng laughed heartily. This move of yours is truly formidable, and I believe it has great potential for improvement, doesn't it? Xiang Yuan nodded wearily in agreement. Ying Zheng immediately walked over, patting him on the shoulder in praise. You're quite impressive, young man. You have limitless potential ahead. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly checked the map function, his brows furrowing deeply. Something's not right. The undead calamity should have ended with the defeat of the undead monarch. Why is there still a large gray area in the Chaos Tribe's territory, and they're attacking the Holy Spirit Tribe? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan quickly opened the map interface to verify. Indeed, gray areas had vanished from the rest of the Endless Continent, except for the significant gray presence in the Chaos Tribe's region. This Chaos Tribe is indeed suspicious, Ying Zheng said with a grim expression. I suspect they are using this undead calamity to carry out some kind of scheme. Let's go over there now and see what the Chaos Tribe is up to. Xiang Yuan suddenly recalled the eerie immortality of the chaotic undead and quickly suggested. 3 God Kings, the mutated undead of the Chaos Tribe seem to possess immortality. I suggest we return to Yiyun City to invite Confucius to join us. He is the most learned person on the Endless Continent and might be able to discern something. The 3 God Kings found this reasonable and agreed immediately. Before leaving, Xiang Yuan ordered Tu Mie and the others. Tu Mie, kill Gaudis and take over this angel city. You are to remain here for the time being. Yes, my king. Tu Mie responded respectfully. A few hours later, the 4 of them picked up Confucius in Yiyun City. Upon learning that the undead monarch had been defeated and the undead calamity ended, Confucius smiled with relief. However, upon hearing about the anomaly with the Chaos Tribe, his expression turned serious, and he volunteered to investigate the mutated chaotic undead. On the way to the frontline city of the Holy Spirit Tribe, Xiang Yuan took the opportunity to check the new attributes of his life-bound blood blades. Attack power increased by 380, attack speed boosted by 139, attack damage could be converted into stamina and heal injuries, with each attack carrying a 100 poison effect, causing enemy injuries to worsen, leading to sluggishness, dizziness, and paralysis. Mythical trait, the ethereal blade can extend up to 40 meters. Several hours later, Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan, accompanied by Confucius, flew over a city of the Shengling clan that was under attack. The large city was enveloped in a golden protective barrier, with countless chaotic undead relentlessly assaulting the shield. Within the city, massive amethyst energy cannons spewed destructive firepower, causing explosions that tore through the ranks of the chaotic undead. In the aftermath of the explosions, some of the chaotic undead were instantly reduced to black smoke. However, to everyone's astonishment, the smoke quickly reformed, restoring the undead to their original spectral forms. The 5 onlookers watched this with expressions of surprise and gravity. Ying Zheng decisively acted, pointing at one of the chaotic undead on the ground and uttering the command destroy. The undead immediately burst into a cloud of black smoke. Yet, unexpectedly, the smoke quickly reassembled, and the undead, appearing puzzled, resumed its charge toward the city. The expressions of the 3 God Kings grew even more serious. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was about to draw his sword to unleash its energy, Confucius intervened, stopping them. There's no need for the 3 God Kings to try further. Let me first use the technique of the divination-I to understand the nature of these chaotic undead. With their approval, Confucius began casting his spell. His hands moved rapidly, forming a seal, and a diagram of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams appeared in his palm. As he completed the final hand gesture, he shouted, "Heaven and Earth Divination-I, open." He traced his fingers like swords before his eyes, and Xiang Yuan clearly saw 2 beams of golden light flash from Confucius's eyes. Confucius, with eyes like torches, scrutinized the densely packed chaotic undead on the ground. After a moment, he made a slight sound of surprise, his brows furrowing. Soon, he withdrew the spell, the golden light in his eyes fading, and began thoughtfully stroking his beard. Xiang Yuan, Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang remained oblivious to the situation at hand, waiting patiently for Confucius to reach a conclusion. Finally, after a long pause, Confucius raised his head, directing his gaze toward them. The bizarre nature of these chaotic undead heightened everyone's vigilance. With a serious expression, Ying Zheng immediately turned to Confucius for details. Confucius smiled gently and began to explain, "I will share everything I know. First, the most unusual aspect of these chaotic undead is that they completely lack a soul." "No soul?" Ying Zheng frowned. "That defies logic. Don't ordinary undead retain some remnant of their soul from life?" Confucius shook his head and explained, "Exactly. Typical undead would have some lingering spirit, but these chaotic undead are entirely empty shells, as if they were born without souls." Xiang Yuan pondered. They might be a mutation from the Chaos Tribe. Could it be that the entire Chaos Tribe lacks souls? Although I have never personally seen a creature from the Chaos Tribe, this hypothesis is quite possible. Confucius's words left the three god kings present Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuan's hang stunned. If the Chaos tribe truly lacks souls, it means they are fundamentally different from living beings, setting them apart from other lords of the myriad races. This discovery sent shivers through the group. If they are not of our kind, their minds must be alien. The situation may be more dire than you imagine, Confucius continued, drawing the four's attention to him. You must understand that the primary condition for becoming a lord of the myriad races is to belong to some form of living being. Confucius's words struck them like a bolt of lightning, plunging them into deep thought. Xiang Yuan was the first to break the silence. Where did the Chaos tribe come from? If they are not native to the Endless continent, how did they evade the Endless will to infiltrate this place? More importantly, what is their true objective? Confucius shook his head. These questions are difficult to answer at the moment, but their purpose is certainly not as simple as becoming lords. However, we can start by capturing a few chaotic undead for research. Zheng immediately cast a spell, trapping several chaotic undead in an air prison. We shall return to the City of Angels at once. Sir, please focus on studying their undead traits and find a solution. The Holy Spirit tribe may not hold out for long. We must quickly discover a way to eradicate these chaotic undead. The group returned to the City of Angels with the captured chaotic undead. By this time, Tu Mia and other Asura warriors had already cleared out Gadis and his followers, taking full control of the city and even organizing the natives to repair the city's infrastructure. Zheng led the group to the square near the city lord's mansion, securing the chaotic undead in one corner. Sir, please conduct your research promptly. We will ensure your safety here. Confucius nodded in agreement, then took out a peculiar tubular instrument and approached one of the chaotic undead. A moment later, Xiang Yuan and the three divine kings, Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, stood silently near Confucius, attentively observing the scene before them. Confucius, wielding a tubular tool, was continuously extracting dark mist from the chaotic wraiths, while his hands swiftly formed intricate spell gestures. With his movements, countless mysterious patterns emerged briefly between his palms and then vanished, causing the dark mist to dissipate. Confucius appeared weary, his posture slightly hunched, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Noticing this, Xiang Yuan stepped forward and asked, "Sir, have you discovered anything?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Confucius shook his head and replied, "The dark mist on these chaotic wraiths is quite peculiar. It seems to be part of their bodies, yet it appears to serve no purpose. No matter what detection or deduction technique I employ, the mist dissipates quickly. I've been trying to extract their essential substance, but have not succeeded." Hearing this, the three divine kings, Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, who had drawn closer, also showed expressions of helplessness. At that moment, an idea struck Xiang Yuan. He thought of his Asura energy, speculating that it might be able to harm these chaotic wraiths and assist Confucius. Immediately, Xiang Yuan summoned his life-bound bloodblade, drawing surprised looks from the others. He smiled and said, "Let me give it a try. If I can harm them, sir, you might be able to extract the essential substance in the process." The blood-red Asura energy instantly enveloped the life-bound bloodblade. Xiang Yuan swung the blade at one of the chaotic wraiths, and a shrill caw-caw sound echoed. The wraith's dark mist trembled violently before it exploded. Confucius reacted swiftly, inserting the tubular tool almost simultaneously, successfully extracting a unique vial of black mist. Just as a look of delight appeared on his face, a faint wisp of murky gray energy drifted from the destroyed wraith towards Xiang Yuan. Confucius widened his eyes, rubbed them in disbelief, and exclaimed, "Cha! Chaotic energy!" Facing the gray energy drifting toward him, Xiang Yuan remained composed. He understood well that this was his slaughter-devour skill automatically absorbing the enemy's essential energy. The three divine kings watched Xiang Yuan in shock. This young man, who always managed to surprise them, had once again achieved something they couldn't. Hearing Confucius's exclamation, Xiang Yuan curiously asked, "Sir, what is this chaotic energy? Is it really powerful?" Confucius, with slightly trembling hands, tightly gripped the tubular device and replied excitedly, "Yes, very powerful. This chaotic energy is considered a top-tier energy form. Lord Mayor, could you tell me how you are able to absorb this chaotic energy?" Xiang Yuan then explained in detail his skill of slaughter and devouring. Confucius suddenly understood and immediately said, "Three divine kings, Lord Mayor, allow me to take this tube of chaotic undead energy for research. Once I have thoroughly studied it, I will report back to you in detail. I already have some guesses about the Chaos Clan." Zheng was the first to agree. Xiang Yuan personally arranged a temporary laboratory for Confucius. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan and Zheng, along with others, meditated in the square, waiting for Confucius's findings. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, the door to Confucius's dwelling slowly opened. He emerged, looking weary yet spirited. Seeing the three divine kings and Xiang Yuan having meditated nearby all night, A trace of emotion crossed his face. Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan immediately awoke from their meditation, eagerly approaching Confucius. Sir, have you made any progress? Ying Zheng asked urgently. Confucius nodded and said, Divine King, I have discovered something from the essence of the chaotic undead. Give me some time, and I will be able to formulate a powder. Once applied to your weapons, you will be able to kill those chaotic undead. The three divine kings were visibly delighted by this news. Confucius continued, I might have already deduced the origin of the Chaos clan. The four looked at Confucius with curiosity, and he said, They are likely from the Chaos domain. It's a marvelous place beyond the endless continent, within your world. Ying Zheng immediately inquired, Please explain this Chaos domain in detail, sir. Confucius nodded with a smile. This is a long topic. First, the world you inhabit is an immense universe, containing many unique and wondrous places. The Chaos domain and our endless continent are among its most precious treasures. Xiang Yuan listened in amazement, finding it increasingly mystical. Confucius's expression turned serious. I must tell you the greatest secret of the endless continent. Only you four should know this. If it gets out, it will bring trouble. The four nodded solemnly. The true identity of the endless continent is the Star of Dominion, Confucius whispered. It is one of the most precious planets in the universe. A race possessing the Star of Dominion could achieve unimaginable success. Legend has it that a civilization once obtained the Star of Dominion and dominated the entire universe for a time. Ying Zheng and the others were all shocked by this revelation. Without waiting for them to process, Confucius continued, The endless continent is a special Star of Dominion in the universe, and the Chaos domain is also a supreme treasure of the universe. However, the Chaos domain has no living beings, but many chaotic energy-spawned demons. These are soulless creatures. Xiang Yuan looked at Confucius with a face full of surprise and urgently asked, Sir, do you mean that the Chaos clan is actually the demons from the Chaos domain? Confucius nodded slightly, his expression calm as he replied, That is essentially correct. Moreover, I have discerned their true motive for coveting the Star of Dominion. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan, Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang were immediately intrigued, their eyes fixed on Confucius, eager for him to continue. Confucius explained slowly. They desire to become beings with true souls. If they could become the main inhabitants of the Star of Dominion, the star would nurture a divine soul for them, possibly even elevating them to top-tier beings over time. This is just one of the many capabilities of the Star of Dominion, but it is undoubtedly the most valued by them. Hearing these words, the three god kings, Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, fell into contemplation. After a brief silence, Ying Zheng broke it by saying, Regardless, the immediate priority is to eradicate the remnants of the undead catastrophe, those chaotic undead. We ask you, sir, to quickly develop a powder that can completely annihilate them. As for the Chaos clan, we can only take further measures later. Confucius immediately agreed. All right, I will begin working on the powder to combat the chaotic undead right away, and it should be ready within 3 days. With that, he bid farewell to Xiang Yuan, Ying Zheng, and the others, and returned to his temporary research house. Ying Zheng turned to Xiang Yuan and instructed, Xiang Yuan, stay within your territory for the next 3 days to strengthen your power. In 3 days, we will send someone to collect the powder, and then we will eradicate those chaotic undead together. We must also prepare for a possible full-scale war with the Chaos clan. Xiang Yuan nodded solemnly. Understood, King Ying Zheng. With Xiang Yuan's response, Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang took to the sky and left the City of Angels. Xiang Yuan then opened the map function to check the current status of the Holy Spirit clan. Considering the current rate of the chaotic undead spread, his angel city should be safe for the next 3 days. He decided to return to Asura City and head to the fortune shop on Tianqing Mountain, which should soon have new merchandise according to the timeline. On this return trip, Xiang Yuan did not bring the elite Asura army, led by Tu Mia, but instead set off alone, leaving them to continue guarding Angel City against any unforeseen events. While flying, a notification suddenly chimed, bringing him great joy. Ding! Congratulations, your main city, Asura City, has been upgraded to a large city. Xiang Yuan had initially thought that the undead catastrophe would delay Asura City's upgrade, but Feng Zheng had managed to elevate it to a large city on schedule. Elated, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but increase his flying speed. A day later, Xiang Yuan successfully returned to Asura City. Along the way, he also received a notification that the fortune shop had opened for shopping. However, he decided not to head directly to Tianqing Mountain, but to first inspect the current developments in Asura City. By now, Asura City had become a vast metropolis, exuding a majestic and grand atmosphere from afar. Upon entering the city, it was well organized, and the bustling and vibrant scenes were immediately apparent. The streets of Shilua City were bustling with prosperity. The locals were busy with their own affairs, Some strolled leisurely, others diligently cleaned their homes, and some lounged lazily on benches, basking in the warm sunlight. Various shops were bustling with business, with some enjoying a constant stream of customers. This lively scene was in stark contrast to the recent undead catastrophe, as if from another world. It was worth noting that most territories on the Endless Continent were still struggling to rebuild, unable to match the thriving state of Shilua City. At that moment, someone informed Feng Zheng that Xiang Yuan had returned to Shilua City. From afar, Xiang Yuan could see the familiar figure always in a hurry running towards him. Lord Mayor, you're back, Feng Zheng shouted respectfully as he approached, his face full of excitement. Xiang Yuan smiled and nodded. Feng Zheng, you've done a great job. Our Shilua City is developing very well. Feng Zheng immediately showed a humble smile. We owe it all to your protection, Lord Mayor. Without it, our city wouldn't have such room and environment for development. Xiang Yuan laughed heartily. Haha, let's not talk about that. What brings you to me this time? Feng Zheng quickly responded. Lord Mayor, actually, there's nothing special I need. But that little chubby guy named Jin Zhuan asked me to pass a message. He wants to meet you as he has something important to discuss. Oh, Xiang Yuan recalled the little chubby boy from when he first arrived in Shilua town. Over time, he'd almost forgotten Jin Zhuan, a wealthy little man. Though Xiang Yuan himself was not short of money now, he was curious about what Jin Zhuan wanted. He also remembered he owed Jin Zhuan a favor, and it was likely that Jin Zhuan's visit was related to that. Let him come to the mayor's mansion to see me, Xiang Yuan instructed Feng Zheng. Yes, Lord Mayor. Feng Zheng replied, and hurried away as Xiang Yuan headed to the mayor's mansion. Soon, Xiang Yuan saw the familiar round figure again in the mansion. This time, Jin Zhuan did not pretend to be mature or exchange pleasantries, but instead appeared serious and earnest. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan smiled softly. Second brother, how have you been? Hearing Xiang Yuan address him as second brother, Jin Zhuan was pleasantly surprised. Haha, I didn't expect you to still think of your second brother. Xiang Yuan nodded. Of course, I recognized you as my second brother back then. Naturally, I haven't forgotten. So what brings you here this time? Jin Zhuan perked up at Xiang Yuan's direct question. He replied with a serious and earnest expression. Big brother, I'm here to ask for your help. Go on, what is it? Jin Zhuan looked slightly embarrassed, but eventually spoke up. Big brother, I want to establish a guild, an official guild representing Shilua City's power. Moreover, it should be the only official guild in the city. In other words, I want you to grant me the title of a red-top merchant. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's expression became serious. Although he owed Jin Zhuan a favor, allowing him to establish the only official guild in Shilua City involved tremendous interests. Even the current power of Shilua City was significant. If an official guild was established, the profits Jin Zhuan could earn would be unimaginable. This made Xiang Yuan feel that Jin Zhuan was a bit presumptuous, even greedy. Before Xiang Yuan could speak, Jin Zhuan hurriedly continued. Big brother, I know you must think I'm presumptuous and greedy, but I'm not doing this for personal gain. I will personally fund and manage the establishment of the guild. The profits and even control of the guild, you will hold 51, while I and the necessary distributed interests will hold 49. Jin Zhuan took a deep breath and continued. Once the guild is established, the only promise I want from you is that after it grows, I want to use it to completely crush the top financial family on the Endless Continent, the Jin family. Once I've defeated them, I will hand over all guild power and interests to you. Jin Zhuan's eyes shone with determination. I can't let you give me benefits for nothing, either. I have a treasure of utmost importance to Shilua City to give you. This treasure is essential for upgrading Shilua City to a giant city and then to a royal city. Since achieving royal city status is the turning point for your lordship status, the requirements are very stringent, and this treasure is the key. After listening to Jin Zhuan's account, Xiang Yuan fell into deep thought. His gaze lingered on Jin Zhuan, as if trying to see through the young man's heart. Although the treasures and commercial benefits promised by Jin Zhuan were tempting, Xiang Yuan wasn't easily persuaded. He squinted his eyes, deciding to first uncover Jin Zhuan's true motives. We'll discuss the treasures later, Xiang Yuan said slowly, his eyes sharp. But your story has piqued my interest. After all, if we're going to work together, I need to know more about you to establish some basic trust. Jin Zhuan's eyes lit up at these words, realizing that Xiang Yuan was giving him a chance. If he was honest, he might earn the trust of this big brother. Excitedly, Jin Zhuan said, Big brother. Thank you. With your help, I might finally get my revenge. Xiang Yuan was slightly taken aback, wondering if this was some melodramatic family feud. He waved his hand and said, All right, I haven't agreed yet. First, tell me your story clearly. Jin Zhuan took a deep breath and began his tale. It was indeed a rather melodramatic story, with him as the protagonist, a collateral descendant of the Jin family. Despite his unremarkable background, Jin Zhuan's exceptional business talent allowed him to achieve great feats for the family at a young age, earning him much acclaim and even the title of the new prodigy of the Jin family. However, This glory aroused the jealousy of the family's direct descendants. They conspired against Jin Zhuan's family, ultimately leading to his only mother being beaten to death by a few direct descendants. Overcome with grief and rage upon hearing the news, Jin Zhuan stormed into the family's ancestral hall, causing a scene and secretly hiding a dagger. When the family head, Jin Yang, shielded the culprits, Jin Zhuan, in a fit of fury, stabbed two of them to death. This incident completely enraged the direct line of the Jin family. Despite Jin Zhuan's significant contributions to the family, the direct descendants collectively demanded his expulsion to maintain their authority. Jin Zhuan was indifferent to this, as he had long considered the entire Jin family his enemy. On the day of Jin Zhuan's expulsion, things took a turn for the worse when Yu Qingya, the most beautiful woman rumored across the endless continent and his betrothed from the Yu family, personally came to break off their engagement, hurling insults at him. After recounting these events, Jin Zhuan was seething, his fists clenched tightly. Xiang Yuan looked at him and quietly said, "Second brother, you have indeed suffered unjustly. Big brother supports you. From now on, you will be the only red-topped merchant of our Shilua City faction." Jin Zhuan's face lit up with joy at Xiang Yuan's promise. His voice trembled with excitement. "Great, big brother. As long as I get my revenge, my life is yours." Xiang Yuan nodded and said, "All right, later you can find Fengzheng yourself. Tell him your plan and let him know I've agreed." "Yes, big brother." At this moment, Jin Zhuan was so excited he was trembling, his eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. Jin Zhuan gave a mysterious smile and pulled a cloth bag from his pocket. "Brother, I've brought you a treasure," he said, reaching into the bag. Moments later, he drew out a shining golden spine, over a meter long and incredibly thick. Xiang Yuan immediately recognized it. It was very similar to the dragon vein he obtained in the Demon Emperor's capital, only larger and entirely golden. Before he could ask, Jin Zhuan eagerly explained, "Brother, do you know? To upgrade a city to a royal city and transform a lord into a king, the most crucial and difficult condition to meet is to possess an unused dragon vein to stabilize the nation's fortune." Jin Zhuan exclaimed excitedly. Dragon veins come in many forms: a tree, a stone, even a small blade of grass. But regardless of the form, they are extremely rare and hard to find. The more precious the dragon vein, the better it is at stabilizing the nation's fortune. He proudly held up the spine in his hand and announced, "This is a dragon vein formed from the spine of a true dragon. Using it to stabilize the nation's fortune is undoubtedly a top-tier choice. Bury it beneath the city lord's mansion, and as Shura City develops and grows, it can even slowly regenerate into a complete, true dragon bone. By then, Shura City's fortune will undoubtedly reach its peak." Jin Zhuan continued, "The benefits of a strong national fortune are countless. Most directly, it can ensure favorable weather, peace, and prosperity for Shura City, and the health and longevity of its citizens." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan was thrilled. He never imagined that upgrading to a royal city required such a unique condition. And the true dragon spine before him was undoubtedly the pinnacle of dragon veins for stabilizing national fortune. After all, a dragon vein formed from a true dragon is incomparable to ordinary plants or stones. Seeing Xiang Yuan's delighted expression, Jin Zhuan beamed with a bright smile. Though a businessman, he genuinely didn't want Xiang Yuan to suffer any loss. The value of this true dragon spine dragon vein was such that even the immensely wealthy Jin family regarded it as a priceless heirloom. If Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, or Zhu Yuanzhang, the three ancient god kings, saw it, they would be astounded. Without hesitation, Jin Zhuan handed the true dragon spine to Xiang Yuan, who accepted it without reservation. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! A super rare top-tier dragon vein has been discovered. It is unused. Would you like to automatically bury it beneath the city lord's mansion? Ding! Once the dragon vein is buried, Shura City will begin to generate national fortune. Hearing these prompts, Xiang Yuan became even more excited and agreed without hesitation. Instantly, the true dragon spine in his hand emitted a brilliant golden light that quickly spread, enveloping the entire city lord's mansion. The light continued to expand at an indiscernible speed, soon covering all of Xiang Yuan's territories, including Angel City. Xiang Yuan watched in amazement as the city lord's mansion was bathed in golden light, as if made of gold. Suddenly, the true dragon spine slipped from his hand and burrowed into the ground beneath Shura City's city lord's mansion. At the same time, the golden light enveloping all of Shura City's influence faded away. The system prompted again, "Ding! Congratulations, your Shura City has begun to generate national fortune." Xiang Yuan's smile grew even brighter, and Jin Zhuan, seeing this, understood that the dragon vein he had given was already working its magic. He couldn't help but smile with joy and then remembered an important matter. He hurriedly asked, "Big brother, we haven't decided on the name for our business association yet. How about you come up with one now?" After a brief moment of thought, Xiang Yuan's eyes gleamed as he said, "Let's name it after you." Xiang Yuan Business Association. It sounds prosperous and meaningful. Using this name for your revenge will surely be more effective. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was taken aback, his eyes instantly turning red and even a bit moist. He choked up as he said, "Big brother, your kindness is something I'll repay with my life." Xiang Yuan waved his hand, his tone becoming calm. "All right, if there's nothing else, go ahead and focus on your business matters." He didn't wish to linger on the topic and subtly indicated for him to leave. Xiang Yuan nodded understandingly, knowing that Xiang Yuan was busy and that his small business had already taken up too much of his time. He respectfully exited the city lord's mansion of Asura City, his steps hurried, yet full of energy. Watching Xiang Yuan leave, Xiang Yuan wasted no time. He immediately left the mansion, soaring into the sky towards Tianqing Mountain. Time was of the essence, and with only 2 days left before Confucius could develop the powder to eliminate chaotic undead, he needed to complete other important tasks quickly. That night, Xiang Yuan successfully arrived at the fortune store in Tianqing Mountain. Familiar with the place, he entered the store, greeted by the usual welcoming chime. Approaching the counter, he eagerly opened the shopping interface. As the interface lit up, Xiang Yuan's heart raced, eager to see what items would be available this time. Seeing the list, he trembled with excitement. "Is this fortune store tailored just for me? It's exactly what I need," he marveled to himself. Among the 7 items, there were 5 large packs of Super Troop upgrade pills, each containing 100,000 pills and priced at 10,000 fortune points. The description noted, "Can increase troop level by 10 for troops below level 60, with a limit of 2 pills per troop." Xiang Yuan was overjoyed. His 500,000 strong Asura army, currently at level 23, could each take a pill and advance to 4-armed wrathful Asuras. This would significantly boost their combat power, preparing them for the upcoming war. Without hesitation, he purchased all 5 packs of Super Troop upgrade pills for 50,000 fortune points, not even bothering to check the remaining 2 items. After the transaction, he had 61,250 fortune points left. Only then did Xiang Yuan turn his attention to the final 2 items. To his delight, they were both the same product, and their purpose filled him with even more excitement. With eyes sparkling with anticipation, Xiang Yuan felt as if a brighter future was beckoning him. The price of the Super Lord upgrade pill took Xiang Yuan by surprise. 25,000 fortune points for each pill, which could upgrade a lord by 10 levels, available only to lords below level 60, with a purchase limit of 2 per person. Despite being significantly more expensive than the troop upgrade pill, Xiang Yuan didn't hesitate and swiftly purchased the remaining 2. With this transaction, the sales of the fortune store surpassed 100,000 fortune points, prompting a system notification. Ding! The fortune store has upgraded to level 4, allowing for 8 items to be refreshed monthly. Reach a sales total of 1 million fortune points to upgrade to level 5, where items will be of higher value. Contentedly, Xiang Yuan sat in the fortune store, took out the 2 Super Lord upgrade pills, and consumed them directly. Instantly, a golden light erupted from within him, and his level skyrocketed. In just a minute, he soared from level 32 to level 52, reaching an astounding 144 points in overall attribute strength, finally surpassing the highest level 44 Slaughter, Asura warrior. After digesting the effects of the upgrade pills, Xiang Yuan's face beamed with satisfaction. He immediately set off to return to Asura City, planning to gather 500,000 fire Asura to consume the Super Troop upgrade pills, then have them advance to 4-armed wrathful Asura in the Purgatory Blood Pool. He estimated that 2 days would suffice for this series of tasks. Xiang Yuan quickly left Tianqing Mountain and returned to Asura City by midnight that same day, immediately initiating the summoning feature. By the next morning, a large number of fire Asura had returned, and Xiang Yuan personally distributed the Super Troop upgrade pills. That night, the first batch of fire Asura warriors had completed their advancement to 4-armed wrathful Asura. On the 3rd night, Xiang Yuan received a private message from Zhang, instructing him to prepare an army to head to Angel City, where the 3 divine kings would also lead their troops. By this time, all 500,000 fire Asura warriors had advanced to 4-armed wrathful Asura. That night, he led this newly elite army in a grand march towards Angel City. A day later, Xiang Yuan and his army arrived at Angel City. From afar, they could see numerous camps set up outside the city, divided into 3 sections, each displaying the banners of Ying, Lu, and Zhu. Xiang Yuan ordered his 500,000 fire Asura warriors to find a place to rest, while he flew directly to the city lord's mansion. Near the city lord's mansion, a large number of soldiers were busy transporting barrels, while Confucius, Zhang, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang were in conversation. Xiang Yuan's arrival immediately drew their attention. Confucius respectfully greeted him. "Lord of the city, you have arrived." Zhang smiled and said, "Xiang Yuan, we owe much to Confucius from your Asura City. We just tested the demon extinguishing powder, and it indeed allows weapons to directly kill the chaotic undead." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was overjoyed and eagerly asked, "When will we set out to eliminate the chaotic, undead, divine kings?" Liu Bang replied, "Immediately. We are currently distributing the demon extinguishing powder to the troops. Have your warriors collect theirs. Once distribution is complete, we will set off." He paused, his expression turning serious as he added, "Xiang Yuan, this mission might not be simple. We fear the Chaos Clan might pull some tricks, and we might end up in direct conflict with them." Several hours later, the looming threat of war covered the entire Endless Continent. The armies of the three divine kings, Yingzheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, along with Xiang Yuan's elite Asura Legion and 500,000-strong Fire Division Asura Legion, had completed the distribution of the demon-banishing powder. Each warrior carried 2 bulging pouches at their waist, filled with this magical powder, ready to apply it to their weapons at any moment. The massive army was fully prepared to march towards the final stronghold of the Holy Spirit Clan, the capital of the Holy Emperor. At this time, the chaotic undead had broken through all the defenses of the Holy Spirit Clan, leaving only this imperial city struggling to hold out. If the capital fell, the Holy Spirit Clan would be erased from the history of the Endless Continent. Within the city, the supreme ruler of the Holy Spirit Clan, Emperor Jia, was single-handedly fending off the endless onslaught of chaotic undead. His figure flickered across the sky above the city, each strike unleashing earth-shattering energy, reducing hordes of undead to dust. However, these immortal foes would soon reform, relentlessly assaulting the capital. Yingzheng and the others advanced slowly. Before setting out, they had reached a consensus. The Holy Spirit Clan did not need to be preserved. This race, long in opposition to the Blue Star forces, was seen as an opportunity to be completely eradicated. Thus, they deliberately slowed their march, taking 3 days and nights to approach the battlefield. When the majestic outline of the capital finally appeared in Xiang Yuan's sight, he could see a massive 12-winged angel circling above the city. It was Emperor Jia, unleashing powerful attacks in an attempt to hold back the endless tide of chaotic undead. Emperor Jia had been fighting for countless days. Though his movements remained swift, each strike grew more laborious. Fatigue and weakness had seeped into every muscle and bone. At that moment, he sensed something amiss and turned to look back. With his extraordinary vision, he immediately noticed the large army appearing behind the capital. A glimmer of hope flashed in Emperor Jia's eyes. Could reinforcements have finally arrived? However, as the army drew closer, worry clouded his expression. The massive force was composed entirely of Blue Star soldiers. Emperor Jia was filled with unease. He was well aware of the unfriendly relations with the Blue Star forces, but he couldn't help but hold on to a sliver of hope. Perhaps in such a crisis threatening the survival of all races, the Blue Star forces might display great righteousness? Yet, the next scene made his heart sink. The Blue Star army, upon reaching a certain distance from the capital, simply set up camp without any intention of advancing to assist. Watching the chaotic undead's assault grow fiercer, and himself reaching the limits of exhaustion, Emperor Jia was desperate. With no other choice, Emperor Jia summoned the last of his holy power and let out a thunderous cry towards the Blue Star army. "Brothers of the Blue Star forces, under which lord do you serve? Please, come to our aid." The voice was so loud that even Xiang Yuan, within the military camp, felt it resound like thunder in his ears, making his heart tremble. Yingzheng hovered in the air, looking down at the war-torn sacred emperor's capital with a mocking smile on his lips. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing in all directions. "Emperor Jia, I am Yingzheng, the God King of Blue Star." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jia's face lit up with wild joy. In this dire moment of the undead catastrophe, a powerhouse like Yingzheng was undoubtedly a lifeline. He called out eagerly, "God King Yingzheng, this undead calamity concerns the survival of the entire Endless Continent. Please, come to our aid quickly." However, Yingzheng remained unhurried, his laughter carrying a hint of mockery. "Ha! Rest assured, Emperor Jia, our army is here precisely to eliminate these chaotic undead. But after a long journey, we need some time to recover. Please hold on a little longer until our forces regain their strength." Hearing this, Emperor Jia's face turned as dark as ink. He could clearly see that the Blue Star forces were determined to stand by and watch the Holy Spirit Clan face destruction. Yet, the Sacred Emperor's capital was his stronghold, and its fall would mean the end of the Holy Spirit Clan on the Endless Continent. Even in his weakened state, he had no choice but to fight to the end. At that moment, an idea struck Emperor Jia. Since the Blue Star forces were unwilling to help, why not force them into action? He immediately summoned an angel and ordered it to lead a group of chaotic undead towards the Blue Star camp. Soon, tens of thousands of chaotic undead, guided by the angel, charged towards the Blue Star encampment. At this time, Xiang Yuan flew into the air to get a clearer view of the battlefield. He quickly spotted the angel squad leading the undead and smirked. "Heh, Emperor Jia has a bit of cunning, trying to lure the chaotic undead to our camp." Xiang Yuan turned to Yingzheng. who had also noticed the scene. God King Zhang, Xiang Yuan requested. Let me lead the Asura warriors to annihilate this batch of chaotic undead. It's a good chance to test the efficacy of the demon extinguishing powder. Zhang chuckled lightly. Go ahead, and let's give Emperor Jia a bit of a shock. If we can weaken him further, it will be easier to deal with him later. Xiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that Zhang was already planning to deal with Emperor Jia. He hesitated no longer and immediately mobilized 10,000 Asura warriors, instructing them to apply the demon extinguishing powder to their weapons before leading the charge. In no time, Xiang Yuan and his forces flew near the angel squad. He wasted no time, ordering the Asura warriors to unleash the Asura cannons. In an instant, the angel squad was obliterated in the dense barrage of cannon fire. From afar, Emperor Jia watched his angel squad being wiped out, yet his face showed no sorrow or anger. Instead, he wore a sly smile as if his plan had succeeded. Heh, soon you will experience the might of those immortal monsters. However, the next scene left Emperor Jia so shocked that he nearly fell from the sky. The Blue Star soldiers each drew 2 giant axes and charged at the chaotic undead like wolves. Astonishingly, those undead, thought to be immortal, disintegrated into nothingness under the axe's blows. They can kill these chaotic undead. Emperor Jia was dumbfounded, and then a towering rage surged within him. The Blue Star forces clearly had a way to kill the chaotic undead, yet they watched as the Holy Spirit clan faced extinction. Faced with the threat of annihilation, Emperor Jia finally lost the last shred of his sanity in a fit of rage. His golden eyes were bloodshot as he hoarsely roared. Zhang, you Blue Star forces dare to watch as our Holy Spirit clan is wiped out from the Endless Continent. Even if we fall today, we'll make sure you pay dearly. Emperor Jia turned abruptly and shouted at the angelic army behind him. Men, abandon the defense of the sacred emperor's capital and follow me to crush those Blue Star dogs. Before his words had even faded, he charged towards the enemy lines, followed by a vast wave of high-ranking angels, like a golden flood sweeping towards Xiang Yuan and his forces. Seeing this, Zhang smirked coldly. Provoking Emperor Jia into attacking them gave him the perfect excuse to eradicate them. He shouted, all Blue Star warriors, charge with me. Annihilate these scum. In an instant, countless Blue Star warriors soared into the sky, forming a vast cloud that blotted out the sun. Not to be outdone, Xiang Yuan swiftly led his army of over 500,000 Asura warriors into the air to confront the oncoming angelic forces. Zhang, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, the 3 divine kings, headed straight for Emperor Jia without hesitation, their figures slicing through the sky like sharp blades. The battle erupted instantly. Even from a distance, Xiang Yuan's 500,000 Asura warriors unleashed their Asura cannons in unison. Over 500,000 thick, blood-red beams swept through the dense ranks of the angelic army, forming a giant crimson net over the enemy. Angels fell like raindrops, and in mere moments, nearly half of Emperor Jia's advancing angelic army was shot down. This astonishing scene left Zhang, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily stunned. It was their first time witnessing a troop with such capabilities, an attack skill that was a perfect tool for mass combat. Seeing this, Emperor Jia was furious. His golden eyes locked onto the leader of the Asura army, Xiang Yuan. You seek death, boy, Emperor Jia roared and prepared to strike at Xiang Yuan. However, there was no way Zhang and the other 2 divine kings would allow Emperor Jia to succeed. Universe Seal. Zhang shouted suddenly at Emperor Jia. Instantly, Emperor Jia's body was struck as if by a massive force, rendering him immobile. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang seized this fleeting opportunity and unleashed their ultimate moves against Emperor Jia. In the past, Emperor Jia might have broken free from Zhang's universe seal, but now, severely weakened, he was powerless, forced to watch as Liu Bang's giant blade swung towards his head, while Zhu Yuanzhang's countless sword auras slashed at his limbs. Thud, 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 Emperor Jia's body erupted with countless blood blossoms, and even his forehead was partially cleaved by Liu Bang's giant blade. Severely weakened, Emperor Jia suffered a devastating blow in an instant, his fury reaching its peak. This rage even triggered Emperor Jia's latent life potential. His entire body radiated golden light, and Liu Bang's giant blade was repelled from his forehead. At the same time, a stream of blood shot from the wound on Emperor Jia's forehead. Covered in blood, even his head was drenched in red, yet Emperor Jia's aura surged dramatically, giving him the appearance of a battle god. However, Zhang, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang wore cold smiles. They knew that Emperor Jia was at his breaking point, fighting by depleting his life essence. At this critical juncture, Emperor Jia suddenly shifted his attack focus, his blood-red eyes locking onto Xiang Yuan's position, as if he had found a new target. The mighty Emperor Jia raised his enormous holy light sword and swung it with full force towards Xiang Yuan. In an instant, Xiang Yuan felt the imminent threat of death, realizing that an attack from a level 99 powerhouse was beyond his ability to withstand. Observing the situation, the three divine kings, Ying Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, grew anxious and quickly unleashed their ultimate moves to thwart Emperor Jia's assault. Ying Zheng waved his arms, enveloping Xiang Yuan in countless layers of barriers while continuously casting the spell, Qian Kuan Silent, on Emperor Jia. Zhu Yuanzhang's sword energy rained down like sharp raindrops on Emperor Jia's sword-wielding arms. Meanwhile, Liu Bang teleported above Emperor Jia's head, delivering a powerful slash at a previous wound. Liu Bang's massive blade successfully split open Emperor Jia's forehead, causing blood to splatter. However, the momentum of the Holy Light sword remained undiminished. Ying Zheng's repeated, Qian Kuan Silent, spells failed to immobilize Emperor Jia in the slightest. The Holy Light sword relentlessly cut through the barriers Ying Zheng had set up to protect Xiang Yuan. Although Zhu Yuanzhang's sword energy pierced one of Emperor Jia's arms, the other arm continued to exert force. The sound of crack echoed as the barriers around Xiang Yuan shattered one after another. Just as the gigantic Holy Light sword was about to strike him, Xiang Yuan found himself immobilized by Emperor Jia's aura. At that moment, he truly felt the terrifying power of a level 99 powerhouse. The three divine kings continued their efforts to stop Emperor Jia with all their might, while Xiang Yuan fixated on the giant sword descending upon him. As the sword shattered the final barrier and was about to cleave through Xiang Yuan, the aura locking him suddenly disappeared. Shocked, Xiang Yuan dodged with unprecedented speed. The giant sword crashed heavily into the ground, accompanied by a deafening sound and tremors like an earthquake, sending dust and smoke into the air. As the dust settled, Xiang Yuan appeared in a sorry state beside a massive crater. The three divine kings watched anxiously, relieved to see Xiang Yuan unharmed. Xiang Yuan, are you still able to fight? The three divine kings inquired. Yes, I can fight. Xiang Yuan replied resolutely. Attack. Immediately, the forces of Blue Star launched a frenzied assault on the remaining troops of the Holy Spirit tribe. Half an hour later, the last remnants of the Holy Spirit tribe were completely eradicated, marking the end of their reign on the Endless Continent. At that moment, a rumbling sound of collapse was heard. Everyone turned towards the Holy Emperor's capital, witnessing the entire city crumbling. During the battle, the unguarded capital had been breached by the Chaos Undead, and its barrier destroyed. Now, the Holy Emperor's capital lay in ruins. Xiang Yuan felt a tinge of regret, wishing they could have seized the Holy Emperor's capital. However, Ying Zheng and the other two divine kings remained indifferent, merely glancing at the collapsing city. Ying Zheng then decisively ordered, coat your weapons with demon exterminating powder and eliminate these chaos undead. The Blue Star Army, coated in anti-demon powder, exhibited overwhelming superiority against the chaotic undead. They sliced through enemy lines like a sharp blade, completely annihilating the chaotic undead surrounding the Holy Emperor's capital. As the battle swiftly evolved, Ying Zheng decisively ordered the entire army to spread out and advance directly towards the chaotic undead stronghold. He positioned Xiang Yuan and the Asura army at the center, close to his main forces. As the army advanced, Xiang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that defeating the chaotic undead yielded significantly more experience points than ordinary undead. By the time the troops neared the territory of the Chaos Clan, Xiang Yuan had leveled up twice, reaching level 54. His Asura warriors also saw improvements. The Slaughter group broke through to level 46, with an all-attribute strength of 66 points. The War group reached level 43, with 53 points. The Anger group hit level 41, with 51 points. And the Fire group reached level 36, with 41 points. Xiang Yuan was secretly thrilled, recalling that the four-armed, wrathful Asura could awaken new secret arts every 20 levels, and he eagerly anticipated the upcoming power surge. In the distance, the outline of a dilapidated, collapsed city gradually emerged, teeming with chaotic undead. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan led the Asura army straight into the enemy formation. Several days of battles proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with Ying Zheng's demon-slaying army proving invincible. Ruined cities once teeming with chaotic undead were cleared one after another. The gray areas on the map were receding at an astonishing pace. Strangely, the Chaos Clan remained inactive, seemingly indifferent to the war. 3 days later, the Blue Star Army finally gathered in one location to besiege the last stronghold of the Chaos Clan. That night, the chaotic undead within the city were completely eradicated. Xiang Yuan and his Asura army gained further advancements. Xiang Yuan himself ascended to level 55. The Slaughter group reached level 47. The War group level 44. The Anger group level 42. And the Fire group level 38. At that moment, a series of earth-shattering announcements echoed across the realms. The Chaos Clan declares war on Blue Star. The Titan Clan declares war on Charm Star. The Insectoid Clan declares war on the Nature Elves. The Intelligent Machinery Clan declares war on Blue Star. The Mordor Clan declares war on Blue Star. The expressions of Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan changed dramatically upon hearing this. Xiang Yuan turned to Ing Zheng, puzzled, and asked, God King Ing Zheng, the undead catastrophe has just subsided, and these five forces are already launching attacks against us. Could they have reached some sort of agreement? Ing Zheng, hearing this, fell into deep thought. His brow furrowed as he seemed to weigh the implications of this sudden change in the situation. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly broke the silence, asking, Everyone, do you think the Chaos Tribe might reveal the secret of the Dominator Star to the other four races? Upon hearing this, Liu Bang's expression turned serious. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, It's highly possible. The Chaos Tribe must have promised certain benefits to the other four races. And the only thing that could unite them so strongly against us is the temptation of something as significant as the Dominator Star. Ing Zheng, who had been silent, finally spoke, his eyes shining with determination. No matter what, since they have chosen to wage war, then let us fight. Can our Blue Star not also desire the Dominator Star? Who will eventually possess it is still uncertain. Hearing Ing Zheng's words, Xiang Yuan, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang felt their spirits lifted. Indeed, the allure of the Dominator Star was immense. Its predecessor, the Endless Continent, was rich with resources that were already coveted. If unified into the Dominator Star, the opportunities it holds would be unimaginable. Not only were the three God Kings tempted, but even Xiang Yuan felt a burning desire to seize the Dominator Star. After all, how could a lord without ambition for conquest be considered a true lord? With a fiery gaze, Ing Zheng decisively ordered, We will not delay any longer. Launch an immediate attack on the Chaos Tribe. Agreed. Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan responded in unison. Thus, Ing Zheng led the demon-exterminating army deeper into the heart of the Chaos Tribe, targeting the cities that had yet to fall to the undead. A day later, a massive gray city appeared before the army. It was a vast city, shrouded in a gray protective barrier that emitted an ominous aura. Just as Ing Zheng was about to order an assault, the city gates suddenly swung open. Countless chaos soldiers, clad in black metal armor and surrounded by dark mist, poured out like a tide. Their numbers were staggering, with 1,000,000 soldiers surging out from the city alone. Seeing this, Ing Zheng wasted no time, raising his arm and shouting, Attack! The armies clashed fiercely 2 miles from the city. Despite their fierce appearance, the Chaos soldiers were not particularly formidable in battle. The Blue Star demon-exterminating army maintained the upper hand throughout the engagement. However, Xiang Yuan quickly noticed something amiss. Although his side was cutting down enemies in droves, the Chaos Tribe's city gates remained wide open, with an endless stream of new soldiers pouring out. No matter how many were killed, the enemy kept replenishing their ranks, threatening to exhaust even the strongest army. Xiang Yuan remembered the Chaos Tribe's trait their soldiers could resurrect within their own city. Clearly, the demon-exterminating powder was ineffective against them. He urgently looked to Ing Zheng and the others for their response. The three God Kings, Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, also wore grave expressions. Ing Zheng said solemnly, It seems we three God Kings must personally enter the enemy city to find and destroy the resurrection altars of these chaos soldiers. Xiang Yuan then recalled an unused skill Asura War Soul. He explained, By consuming my Asura Chi, I can activate the Asura Warrior's Asura War Soul, imbuing their attacks with Asura Chi, consuming 1 point per minute. I currently have 500 points of Asura Chi, enough to last 500 minutes. I believe Asura Chi can directly kill these chaos soldiers. Xiang Yuan detailed his plan. If we activate the Asura War Soul, it would give my Asura army ample time to breach the city. Of course, we would need the support of Ing Zheng's army to ensure a smoother advance for my Asura warriors. Finally, Xiang Yuan proposed to Ing Zheng, God King Ing Zheng, let my Asura warriors lead the charge. I am confident they can directly eliminate these chaos soldiers. Ing Zheng looked at Xiang Yuan with a puzzled expression and asked, Can you defeat these chaos soldiers? Xiang Yuan replied honestly, I have a skill that, if used, should be able to directly kill these chaos soldiers. I want to give it a try. Without much hesitation, Ing Zheng turned to Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang. Old Liu, Old Zhu, you both lead your troops to protect the flanks of Xiang Yuan's forces. I'll take the Qi refiners and fly above Xiang Yuan's troops to defend against those purple crystal energy cannons. Shall we let Xiang Yuan try? All right, no problem. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang agreed almost simultaneously. Then, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang each led their troops, quickly moving to the flanks of Xiang Yuan's Asura army. Ing Zheng commanded his army of Qi refiners to hover like a dark cloud above the Asura troops. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, the Asura Battle Soul. Instantly, countless red lights burst from his body, penetrating the surrounding Asura warriors as if they had a life of their own. Earth-shattering roars echoed across the battlefield. Over 500,000 Asura warriors were enveloped in the red glow, their massive axes emitting the same Asura aura as Yuan. Xiang Yuan waved his arms, and two blood blades appeared out of thin air. He raised one high and slashed it through the air towards the Chaos soldiers, shouting fiercely, "Charge with me! Charge!" The deafening battle cry erupted, and the Asura army surged towards the enemy like a tidal wave. Xiang Yuan was the first to clash with a Chaos soldier, his blood blade slashing down like lightning. The Chaos soldier was instantly cleaved in two, letting out a piercing scream before its remains trembled violently and exploded in midair. Though uncertain if these Chaos soldiers would reappear within the city, this unique way of dying was undoubtedly a good omen. As he continued to cut down the enemies around him, he kept a close eye on his Asura warriors. To his delight, when the Asura warriors, empowered by the Asura battle soul, killed Chaos soldiers, the same phenomenon occurred. Half an hour later, the battle line had pushed close to the Chaos tribe's city. Zheng's voice suddenly came through, filled with excitement. "Xiang Yuan, their reinforcements of Chaos soldiers are decreasing. It seems your warriors can indeed kill them completely. Push harder, let's break into the city." "All right," Xiang Yuan roared, leading the Asura army in an even fiercer assault. Soon, Xiang Yuan and his troops entered the range of the enemy's purple crystal energy cannons. Instantly, the deafening sound of cannon fire erupted, and countless glowing projectiles rained down like meteors upon the Asura army. Before Xiang Yuan could order the Asura army to evade, the alchemists under Zheng had already formed seals with their hands. In an instant, a golden defensive barrier enveloped the Asura warriors above their heads. The booming explosions echoed continuously, but the blasts from the amethyst energy cannons were completely blocked by the golden barrier, leaving the Asura army unharmed. Xiang Yuan looked up in surprise, secretly delighted. With this protection, the battle would be significantly simplified. With the flanking assistance of Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang's forces, none of the Chaos Clan's troops were spared. Just half an hour later, Xiang Yuan led the Asura army into the Chaos Clan city. The scene inside the city shocked Xiang Yuan. Crowds of civilians, holding farming tools like rakes and hoes, stared blankly at the invaders, like soulless puppets. In the next moment, these civilians fearlessly charged at Xiang Yuan's army. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan ordered the elimination of these mindless civilians. As the army advanced, a massive altar appeared before Xiang Yuan. Beside the altar, a tall chaos being was praying continuously, yet unable to awaken the chaos troops from the altar. Adding Zheng's command, Xiang Yuan led the charge towards the altar. The praying chaos lord seemed oblivious, and Xiang Yuan swiftly decapitated him. The altar then revealed a glowing barrier similar to a lord's manor. 3 minutes later, the barrier shattered, and Xiang Yuan declared the city captured. Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang had no objections, as such a city held no allure for them. Confirming that the Asura Legion needed no rest, Xiang Yuan decided to continue the offensive against the next Chaos Clan city. The army set out once more, leaving the captured city unguarded. At this time, the endless continent was engulfed in war, with no one coveting this large city. Even if it were taken, it could be reclaimed later. Xiang Yuan, Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang were determined to eradicate all forces opposing Blue Star from the endless continent. Their campaign had only just begun, with more challenges and victories awaiting this powerful coalition. In the following days, the demon-slaying army of Blue Star advanced like a sharp blade deep into the territory of the Chaos Tribe. Xiang Yuan's unique ability to kill members of the Chaos Tribe became the tip of this blade, cutting through all obstacles. However, just as their momentum was at its peak, Zheng suddenly summoned Xiang Yuan, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang for a discussion. Zheng, with a furrowed brow, looked at the three and asked solemnly, "Haven't you found it strange? We've conquered most of the Chaos Tribe's territory, yet the Chaos God King has not shown himself." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang also fell into contemplation. Clearly, this question had been lingering in their minds for some time. Silence filled the tent, broken only by the distant sounds of battle. Suddenly, Xiang Yuan broke the silence. "In my opinion, the Chaos Tribe is definitely plotting something sinister. However, they don't have many cities left. We should increase our offensive, aiming to storm their imperial city sooner. I refuse to believe they can remain calm when we breach their capital." Zheng glanced between Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, who both nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, he said, "That's our only option. Xiang Yuan, your Asura warriors have been fighting intensely for days. Do they need some time to rest?" Xiang Yuan confidently replied, "Don't worry, God King Zheng. My warriors are full of energy. This level of combat is nothing to them." Hearing this, Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang all shared a relieved smile. Xiang Yuan and his troops had exceeded their expectations, making them proud of having such an outstanding leader from Blue Star. "All right," Zheng concluded decisively. Let's proceed now with our target being the Chaos Tribe's Imperial City. A week later, the demon-slaying army stood before the gates of the Chaos Tribe's Imperial City. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang's troops guarded the flanks of Xiang Yuan's Asura army, while Ing Zheng's Qi warriors hovered above, forming a perfect attack formation. By this time, Xiang Yuan had reached level 58, with a total attribute strength of 156 points. His Asura warriors had also grown significantly stronger. The two class Asuras were at level 49 with 69 strength points. The Zhan class at level 47 with 57 points. The new class at level 45 with 55 points. And the Hua class at level 41 with 46 points. The overall combat power of the army had significantly increased, and the two class Asuras were on the verge of breaking through to level 50, potentially awakening new Asura secret techniques. The Chaos Tribe's Imperial City was teeming with a vast number of Chaos soldiers, densely packed along the walls. However, these soldiers were not particularly powerful, even slightly inferior to Xiang Yuan's Asura warriors. More puzzling was the absence of any strong generals or the Chaos God King himself. Despite the eerie situation making Xiang Yuan, Ing Zheng, and the others wary, the battle had already commenced, leaving them no choice but to give it their all. Xiang Yuan's Asura warriors unleashed their full power, with the Asura cannons raining down like a storm, decimating the Chaos soldiers in swathes. After a full day of fierce fighting, the demon-slaying army finally breached the gates of the Chaos Tribe's Imperial City. As they stepped through the gates, Xiang Yuan, Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang finally laid eyes on the figure they had long awaited. The Chaos God King had finally appeared. Within the Chaos Imperial City, 3 altars stood tall. The 2 on the sides were smaller in scale, similar to altars in other chaotic cities. However, the central altar was astonishingly large, with a hunched old man sitting atop it. Around the altar, a dense crowd of Chaos Tribe members formed a circle, continuously praying for the old man. Xiang Yuan's attention was drawn to this old man, and his instincts told him that this person was extraordinary. He discreetly used an identification skill, and the old man's information appeared. Name, height, identity, Chaos God Emperor. Physique, combat strength, defense strength. Level, 101. This information shocked Xiang Yuan. Level 101. The Chaos Tribe actually had a God Emperor surpassing level 100. At that moment, Ing Zheng coldly addressed the Chaos God King blocking their path. I didn't expect that you demons indeed have beings beyond level 100. No matter the cost today, we will eliminate you aberrations. The Chaos God King was momentarily stunned, then burst into strange laughter. Ha! Ing Zheng, I didn't expect you to have discovered our true identity. But so what? Our demon ancestor is about to tear through the void of this endless continent and return to the cosmic space. With his current power, he will soon find your home planet, Blue Star, and destroy it in a mere thought. Once your home planet is shattered, the Blue Star forces on the endless continent will crumble. The Dominator Star will be ours. We will evolve into the most powerful beings. Upon hearing this, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang immediately shouted, Elder, let's stop wasting words and stop them. Attack. Ing Zheng also promptly ordered an attack. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan led the Asura army in a charge towards the massive altar. At this critical moment, the entire ground suddenly trembled violently, and black swirling clouds gathered in the sky. The world seemed to spin, causing dizziness. The elder at the center of the altar slowly stood up, gazing at the sky with a sinister smile. He turned to Ing Zheng and slowly spoke. Ing Zheng, is it? Your blue star has always been the biggest obstacle for our race to evolve into the ultimate beings. Today, I will leave the endless continent and soon descend upon your blue star. Prepare for destruction. Before he finished speaking, the elder suddenly raised his withered arms and made a tearing motion towards the sky. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, creating a huge rift. The Chaos God Emperor high soared upwards, heading straight for the rift. Seeing this, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang attempted to pursue, but were stopped by Ing Zheng. Do not approach that rift. I can sense that if we get near it, we will surely die. They could only watch as Hai disappeared into the rift. Xiang Yuan suddenly realized something was wrong and hurriedly searched for the Chaos God King's whereabouts, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. Ing Zheng closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. A moment later, he opened them in disappointment. Sigh. This was likely a scheme long prepared by the Chaos Tribe. The Chaos God King probably purchased a lord's heart from the fortune shop and has now fled to hide somewhere. It seems they are waiting for that Chaos God Emperor to find our blue star in the cosmos, destroy our origin, and then start dominating the endless continent until they acquire the Dominator Star. Upon hearing this, everyone looked grave. Ing Zheng suddenly sighed. It seems it might be time for me to leave the endless continent as well. Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan heard this, and a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. Tomorrow, I will use the divine staff of transcendence to leave the endless continent and returned to Blue Star. Zheng's expression was solemn as he glanced at Xiang Yuan, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang. I entrust the future affairs of the Endless Continent to you, he said. The three god kings nodded earnestly, speaking in unison, rest assured, divine king. The following morning, at the center of the massive altar in the chaotic imperial city, the demon-slaying army of Blue Star's forces stood ready, encircling the altar. Xiang Yuan, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang watched intently as Zheng sat cross-legged at the altar's center. A golden staff, about the length of an adult's forearm, floated before him, continuously channeling golden energy into his body. Though his expression was calm, the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed his inner tension. Half an hour later, the sky suddenly changed. Golden clouds rapidly gathered, forming a massive vortex directly above Zheng, with streaks of golden lightning flashing within. Xiang Yuan focused intently, using his identification technique to monitor Zheng's condition closely, fearing any mishap as he attempted to break through to level 101. Suddenly, countless bolts of golden lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, striking Zheng on the altar. Alarmed, Xiang Yuan was about to rush forward when Liu Bang held him back. Xiang Yuan, stay calm, Liu Bang said gravely. Even the chaotic tribe's demons can successfully ascend to level 101. Why would our own divine King Zheng fail? As the golden lightning continued to strike, Zheng's robes were torn, leaving him looking somewhat battered, and faint traces of lightning scars were visible on his body. However, as the lightning increased, Zheng appeared more vibrant, radiating a strong golden aura. Only then did Xiang Yuan's tense nerves begin to relax. Another half hour passed, and the interface of Xiang Yuan's identification technique suddenly flickered. Name: Zheng. Identity: Divine Emperor of Blue Star. Combat strength: Defense strength. Level: 101. It's a success, Xiang Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang also smiled in relief. In the center of the altar, Zheng abruptly stood up, his eyes shimmering with golden light as they swept over Xiang Yuan, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang. He then looked up at the sky, his arms making a tearing motion. With a deafening thunderclap, the sky split open, creating a massive rift reminiscent of when the chaotic divine emperor left. Zheng's body slowly ascended toward the rift. His voice echoed across the sky. Xiang Yuan, old Liu, old Zhu, conquer the Endless Continent and seize the Star of Dominion. Once I'm outside, I'll find a way to contact you as soon as possible. Before his words faded, Zheng's figure vanished into the rift in the sky. As Zheng departed, the turbulent skies gradually returned to their usual calm. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang turned their gaze towards Xiang Yuan, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Xiang Yuan, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke, his voice tinged with excitement. We have long been prepared for a full-scale conquest of the Endless Continent. Your power has matured as well. What do you say? Are you interested in joining us to conquer this land and claim the Star of Dominion? Let's make Blue Star humans a truly formidable force in the universe. Xiang Yuan felt a thrill at these words. As a lord, conquest was his mission. Moreover, it concerned the future of the entire Blue Star. Without hesitation, he replied, all right, since the two god kings are set on conquest, I, Xiang Yuan, will accompany you to the end. Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang smiled with satisfaction at his response. Liu Bang then brought up a shared map, and all three focused on it. The map revealed that the remaining races on the Endless Continent were Blue Star, Charm Star, Nature Elves, Mordor, Mecha, Insectoids, and Titans. Pointing to the location of the Mecha race, Liu Bang said to Xiang Yuan, your territory is closest to the Mecha race. You'll be responsible for waging war against them and eradicating them from the Endless Continent. Old Zhu and I will handle Mordor, Insectoids, and Titans. As for Charmstar and Nature Elves, they have been our allies, so we'll decide what to do with them later. Xiang Yuan immediately agreed. The three then discussed some details to ensure their plan was foolproof. Without further delay, they each led their armies back. Xiang Yuan's first stop on the return with the Asura army was Angel City, the closest city to the Mecha race. Along the way, he discovered that the Mecha race was already engaged in battle with the Charmstar race. Upon returning to Angel City, Xiang Yuan ordered the entire army to rest for the night in preparation for the upcoming battle. The next morning, Xiang Yuan led over 500,000 Asura troops towards a Mecha city. By the afternoon, the army arrived at their destination. It was Xiang Yuan's first time witnessing a Mecha city, and the sight was astonishing. The entire city was constructed of steel, with countless seemingly advanced technological cannons lining the walls. Suddenly, Xiang Yuan sensed a threat and instinctively dodged to the side. A large bullet whizzed past him, striking the ground behind and creating a large crater. Sniper! Xiang Yuan was momentarily surprised. Immediately, a barrage of gunfire erupted as countless snipers on the city walls opened fire on them. Fortunately, the Asura army, with their thick skin, sustained only limited damage from these sniper rifles. Additionally, The Asuras, with their exceptional combat awareness, could easily deflect incoming bullets with their massive axes. Xiang Yuan recalled the information he had learned from Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang. The mecha race possessed nearly invincible technological power, but the Endless Continent severely limited such technology, preventing many of their weapons from being created here. Facing this steel fortress, Xiang Yuan realized that this battle would be an unprecedented challenge. Xiang Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before decisively ordering, "Deploy the shurikens. Blast them apart." Before his words even finished echoing, a spectacular scene unfolded. Over 500,000 thick red beams rained down like a storm, fiercely bombarding the city of the mechanized tribe. In an instant, the protective barrier shattered like an eggshell, exposing the vulnerable city walls. However, the mechanized tribe's counterattack was swift and fierce. Missiles suddenly launched from within the city, cutting through the sky and heading straight for Xiang Yuan's army. This unexpected move made Xiang Yuan's heart skip a beat, prompting him to wonder, wasn't the mechanized tribe's technology supposed to be restricted? If they could produce missiles, could they also possess atomic bomb technology? If that were true, the consequences would be dire. The Asura warriors quickly adjusted their cannon aim, targeting the missiles whistling through the sky. In an instant, countless missiles exploded midair, the brilliant firelight illuminating the entire sky like a breathtaking fireworks display. With the missile threat neutralized, the main forces of the mechanized tribe finally mobilized. Familiar humanoid mechs marched out in succession, each one comparable in size to the Asura warriors. These mechs were covered with gun barrels, and sharp alloy blades hung from their arms. As soon as they appeared, they activated semicircular shields and launched a counterattack under the Asura's fierce cannon fire. However, the mech's firepower was no match for the shurikens. No matter how many mechs charged out, they were devoured by the hundreds of thousands of shuriken blasts. Xiang Yuan quickly realized that the key to victory in this battle was sustained firepower output. The Asura warriors' shurikens undoubtedly held an absolute advantage in this regard. For a full 3 hours, over 500,000 Asura warriors continuously unleashed the shurikens. Under such relentless bombardment, the gates of the mechanized tribe's city finally collapsed. The Asura army then surged into the city like a tide, engaging in fierce street battles. That night, Xiang Yuan successfully led his troops to capture the city. He opened the map function to carefully check and discovered that a large number of mechanized tribe forces were retreating from the Maystar territory and gathering towards his location. Xiang Yuan realized that the enemy might have already sensed his strength and was preparing to concentrate their forces for a decisive battle. At the same time, Xiang Yuan also paid attention to the battle conditions of the two divine kings, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang. They had launched large-scale offensives against the motor, insectoids, and titans, and had achieved significant victories, capturing several cities. The next day, Xiang Yuan led his army out again, targeting another city of the mechanized tribe. By noon, they had successfully taken this medium-sized city as well. As the war progressed, Xiang Yuan's level increased to 59, and the Asura warriors of the slaughter rank reached level 50, awakening new Shura secret techniques. Xiang Yuan immediately pulled up Slaughter's personal information to examine it closely. Tu Mia, the four-armed and fierce Asura, possesses formidable combat and defensive abilities. He has mastered the 10 secret techniques of the Asura, including the powerful Asura cannon, along with 2 new techniques, the Asura shield and the Asura flash. The Asura shield can unleash a full-body protective barrier with incredible defensive power, while the Asura flash allows him to teleport instantly an unlimited number of times using his secret technique energy. Xiang Yuan was extremely satisfied with these 2 new techniques added to the 2 generation. Both the defensive Asura shield and the limitless teleportation ability of the Asura flash are considered deadly weapons on the battlefield. Meanwhile, other Asura forces were also growing. 1,000 Zhan generation Asura had reached level 49 with an all-attribute strength of 59 points. 40,000 new generation Asura had risen to level 47 with an all-attribute strength of 57 points. And 500,000 Hua generation Asura had reached level 43 with an all-attribute strength of 53 points. After capturing a city, Xiang Yuan did not choose to rest, but instead rushed to the next base of the Jijia clan. In the following 3 days, they captured 6 more cities of the Jijia clan. However, today, Xiang Yuan encountered a large reinforcement army from the Jijia clan. This reinforcement arrived aboard massive metal warships equipped with long-range energy cannons. Before Xiang Yuan could order the Asura warriors to counterattack with the Asura cannon, the enemy began a fierce bombardment. In this critical moment, the 7-2 generation Asura demonstrated the power of their new techniques. They suddenly vanished and reappeared beneath the warships, where they unleashed the Asura cannon on the ship's undersides. In the blink of an eye, many of the Jijia clan's steel warships caught fire and exploded violently. The ships, likely filled with Jijia clan soldiers, were consumed by the explosions. Hundreds of massive steel warships were continuously destroyed by the 7th generation Asura. The ships soon realized the strange assault by the Seven and refrained from using their powerful ship cannons to avoid hitting their own vessels. Instead, they dispatched numerous humanoid mechas to target the Seven Asura. However, the Seven Asura immediately activated the Asura shield. Despite the relentless attacks from the humanoid mechas, the Seven Asura remained unscathed under the shield's protection, continuing to destroy the steel warships. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan ordered the Asura army to approach and use the Asura cannon to hasten the enemy's defeat. Since declaring war on the Jijia clan, Xiang Yuan personally led the charge each time to quickly gain experience points. He knew that at their current pace, they might soon face the Jijia clan's divine king, and if they weren't strong enough by then, they could suffer a significant loss. The battle concluded with a decisive victory for Xiang Yuan's side, and his level increased to 60. After the battle, Xiang Yuan personally summoned the 7th generation Asura to check for any injuries. Upon finding them completely unharmed, he was finally relieved. That night, as Xiang Yuan prepared to launch an attack on the next Jijia clan city, 3 system notifications rang out, bringing him great surprise. World announcement: Endless Continent world bosses have respawned, with a total of 10 world bosses reappearing. World announcement: world boss respawn points have been automatically marked on the map interface. World announcement: a legendary world boss has appeared on Sacred Heart Island. The moment the world boss alert sounded, Xiang Yuan's communication interface lit up, displaying a private message request from Liu Bang. He quickly skimmed through Liu Bang's message, a faint smile naturally forming on his lips. Liu Bang and Lao Zhu were dealing with some tricky matters, but promised to head to Sacred Heart Island immediately after to take down the legendary world boss. He suggested Xiang Yuan join them there if he had no pressing matters. This aligned perfectly with Xiang Yuan's plans. He intended for Tumi to lead the Asura army in continuing the capture of small cities from the mechanoid race, while he headed to Sacred Heart Island. His strategy was to defeat the legendary boss first, and then attempt to take down the other 9 ordinary world bosses. From past experience, defeating a world boss promised substantial experience rewards. Xiang Yuan quickly replied to Liu Bang. "Alright, God King Liu Bang, I don't have anything pressing here. I'll head to Sacred Heart Island now." Liu Bang responded. "Great, see you on Sacred Heart Island." After ending the conversation with Liu Bang, Xiang Yuan immediately summoned Tumi and detailed the battle strategy. He instructed Tumi to use guerrilla tactics, constantly harassing the mechanoid cities. They were to attack weaker targets decisively and retreat quickly when facing strong resistance, especially from powerful leaders, then shift focus to other weaker cities. Xiang Yuan felt confident in this plan because he believed that most of the mechanoid leaders wouldn't miss the chance to kill a world boss, providing Tumi with the perfect opportunity. Having given his instructions, Xiang Yuan set off immediately. He opened the map interface, confirmed the route to Sacred Heart Island, and spread his wings, flying swiftly towards his destination. During his flight, Xiang Yuan noticed many other leaders from various races traveling in the same direction, including members of the mechanoid race. Although the Blue Star forces were currently at war with the mechanoids, it seemed that all parties adhered to an unspoken rule of non-aggression when it came to world bosses. By the afternoon, Xiang Yuan spotted the familiar island in the lake from afar. However, the sight on the island left him stunned. A massive fiery red phoenix lay sprawling across the island, almost occupying the entire space. The beast was engulfed in blazing flames, exuding an intimidatingly powerful aura. Is this the legendary world boss? Xiang Yuan marveled internally. Looking around, Xiang Yuan noticed several leaders lurking around Sacred Heart Island, all observing and waiting for someone to make the first move. Facing such a formidable opponent, no one dared to act rashly. It was then that Xiang Yuan suddenly realized he might have the power to significantly wound the phoenix. He recalled how he had always underestimated his own strength. Despite his low level, his growth potential beyond 11 stars allowed him to increase his overall attribute strength by 2 points with each level gained, making his overall power surpass that of many leaders. In the Endless Continent, even a single point increase in overall attribute strength is a significant boost. Xiang Yuan made a swift decision to personally attempt this bold idea. With a flick of his arms, blood-red double blades instantly formed in his hands. Before anyone could react, he tossed them into the air and shouted, 10,000 blood blades, activate. Massive illusion. In an instant, the sky above Sacred Heart Island was covered with countless massive red blood blades, leaving all the present lords in awe. Even the phoenix resting on the island lifted its head in surprise, sensing the impending danger. The phoenix quickly stood up, its wings beating fiercely, stirring up waves of fiery gales. These gales were extremely hot and lethal. Xiang Yuan witnessed many ordinary lords touched by the gales, instantly catching fire and turning to ash in a blink. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan controlled the countless massive illusionary blood blades in the sky, directing them towards the phoenix like a rainstorm. The sound of thud, thud, thud echoed as the blades easily cut through the phoenix's body, leaving numerous gruesome and terrifying wounds. The burning red blood, like lava, gushed from the wounds. This sight greatly encouraged all the lords present. At least someone could harm the phoenix, and the damage was considerable. Everyone saw hope in defeating the phoenix and launched attacks, frantically besieging the gigantic creature. Xiang Yuan realized he was the key and main force in killing the phoenix. He held nothing back, continuously controlling the endless blood blades to strike the phoenix. The phoenix, growing more furious under attack, occasionally soared into the air, unleashing powerful fire-based area attacks on the entire Sacred Heart Island. Each attack turned numerous lords to ash. During the battle, Xiang Yuan noticed another entity capable of inflicting severe damage on the Phoenixa 5 turtle leader of the Mecha clan. Through identification, Xiang Yuan confirmed this was one of the 2 divine kings of the Mecha clan. This Mecha divine king's attacks were formidable, with each energy cannon shot piercing a massive hole through the phoenix. Nonetheless, Xiang Yuan wasn't worried about losing the right to pick up items after the phoenix's death. The phoenix had extraordinary regenerative abilities, quickly healing damage caused by other lords. However, Xiang Yuan's attacks, imbued with Asura energy, inflicted irreparable true damage on the phoenix with each strike. The battle grew more intense as Xiang Yuan and the other lords' attacks surged towards the phoenix, while the phoenix's counterattacks became increasingly fierce. The entire Sacred Heart Island was engulfed in chaos, with the critical moment of life and death approaching. The battle raged on for a long time, with the battlefield littered with corpses. Lords from various tribes surged forward like waves, one after another. Yet, Xiang Yuan stood firm, his immense virtualized blood blades relentlessly slicing through the air, repeatedly wounding the mighty phoenix. The god king of the mechanoid race, though expressionless, revealed his inner turmoil through increasingly fierce attacks. This legendary world boss, the unprecedented phoenix, was on the verge of falling, but his attacks were no match for Xiang Yuan from the Blue Star faction. This boss promised exceptionally rare loot. Another 3 hours passed, and night descended. The phoenix, engulfed in flames, stood out like a massive, living target against the dark sky, solving the visibility issue. Despite an afternoon of intense combat, Xiang Yuan showed no signs of fatigue. This was the physical advantage of the Asura Clanninless stamina. His Asura energy had reached 10001000. Though it seemed modest, he had only used over 400 points thus far. At this point, the legendary phoenix was extremely weakened. Xiang Yuan decided to hold back no longer, aiming for a decisive strike. Raising his arms, he shouted, "Million blood blades. Activate." Massive virtualization. In an instant, the blood-red sky, illuminated by the phoenix's flames, was shrouded in a crimson glow. Enormous blood blades filled the sky, as if replacing it entirely. The surrounding lords gasped in astonishment. What the heck is with that Blue Star Lord? How is he so powerful? What kind of skill is this? Yeah, the sky full of blood blades was already outrageous. And now there are even more. Is he getting stronger as he fights? Countless lords momentarily forgot to attack the phoenix, instead marveling with those around them. Even the god king of the mechanoid race, his electronic eyes narrowing, was clearly shaken by the sight. Focused entirely, Xiang Yuan prepared to deliver the final blow to the phoenix. He pressed his arms toward the weakened fiery creature, sending millions of massive blood blades hurtling toward it. The relentless sound of blades piercing flesh filled the air as the phoenix endured the agony of 1,000 cuts. A mournful cry echoed across the sky, its flames visibly extinguishing, and it finally collapsed on the island in the lake. A system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the legendary world boss. Ding. A series of system notifications rang in Xiang Yuan's ears, announcing his tremendous success in the thrilling battle. Kill participation 70, level up by 15, reaching level 75, granted legendary world boss loot access. Xiang Yuan's face broke into a look of ecstatic joy as he eagerly opened his personal information panel. With the massive level increase, his overall attribute strength soared to an impressive 190 points. This legendary boss kill experience gave Xiang Yuan a clear understanding of his standing among the top combatants in the Endless Continent. With another 30-point boost in attributes, he felt an unshakable confidence against any God King level adversary. Ignoring the greedy, envious, and jealous glances around him, Xiang Yuan flew straight to the enormous phoenix corpse. Next to it lay a dazzling golden treasure chest, as if waiting for its rightful owner. Without hesitation, he picked up the chest, and the system immediately displayed an introduction. Legendary World Boss Special Chest, the highest valued chest category in the Endless Continent. Xiang Yuan took a deep breath and chose to open the chest. In an instant, a burst of ethereal blue starlight erupted from the chest, illuminating Xiang Yuan's excited face. Inside was a dragon robe, a blue star-studded robe shining like the cosmos. Xiang Yuan recalled that Zheng, Liu Bang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, 3 god kings, Each had their unique dragon robes, and this starry dragon robe was clearly extraordinary. He promptly used an identification spell on it. Starry dragon robe, Emperor's attire unbound. Functions: super defense, shapeshifting, spatial storage, auto-cleaning, constant temperature, cosmic survival. Description: an exclusive dragon robe for emperors. Only with it do you truly look like a king. The system then asked if he wanted to bind the starry dragon robe, warning that once bound, it could never be changed. Xiang Yuan chose to bind it without hesitation. The blue light surged, and in the blink of an eye, the starry dragon robe was draped over Xiang Yuan. His demeanor instantly became more majestic and imposing, even exuding an indescribable air of mystery. Satisfied, he stroked the robe and checked the chest again, finding another Itima palm-sized slab, only a centimeter thick. Though it appeared thin, it felt indestructible in his hand. The front of the slab was engraved with the character Emperor, and below it seemed to depict a map. Xiang Yuan opened the system map function and carefully compared it, finding that the terrain on the slab did not exist anywhere on the Endless Continent map. With no other choice, he decided to save it for later consultation with the learned Confucius. Surveying the surroundings, Xiang Yuan noticed many lords observing him from afar with curious eyes. But with just a casual glance from him, those with greedy eyes quickly averted their gazes. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, the God King of the Machine Clan had already disappeared. Suddenly remembering that 9 world bosses might still be undefeated, Xiang Yuan decided to seize the opportunity to gain more experience. The rapid leveling experience from defeating world bosses was indeed intoxicating. He soared into the sky, opened the map, and checked the coordinates of the nearest world boss. Once he determined the direction, Xiang Yuan immediately flew toward his target. Shortly after taking flight, a private message request from Liu Bang came through. Xiang Yuan briefly recounted his experience of defeating the legendary world boss to Liu Bang. While genuinely happy for Xiang Yuan, Liu Bang also informed him that they had just finished their tasks and were on their way to join him. As Xiang Yuan was still some distance away from the coordinates of the next world boss, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in the surrounding space. Before he could react, 2 strange energy waves flashed by, and the figures of Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang appeared beside him. A tinge of envy arose in Xiang Yuan's heart. Although his combat strength was formidable, his magical abilities were still lacking compared to these level 90+ powerhouses. He quickly suppressed this feeling and respectfully greeted the 2 God Kings. "Greetings, God Kings." Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Xiang Yuan with smiles, but when they noticed the deep blue celestial dragon robe he was wearing, a hint of shock flashed in their eyes. Their smiles grew wider as they congratulated Xiang Yuan. "Well done, young Xiang Yuan, to have acquired a dragon robe so early. Even the God Kings of the 9 major factions rarely possess such treasures." Hearing the praise from the 2 Blue Star God Kings, Xiang Yuan humbly replied with a laugh, "Just lucky." He then suggested, "Let's hurry to the next world boss coordinates. There shouldn't be many lords there yet, as most of them went to Sacred Heart Island earlier." An hour later, the 3 arrived at a dense forest. In the distance, the ground trembled and roared intermittently. Zhu Yuanzhang urged, "Let's move quickly. It seems someone is already attacking the world boss." Xiang Yuan and Liu Bang immediately accelerated their flight. Moments later, a massive green wolf, over 20 meters tall, appeared in their sight. Without hesitation and without checking how many lords were present, the 3 launched their attack. Xiang Yuan unleashed his ultimate move once more. 100,000 giant phantom bloodblades. A full 100,000 enormous bloodblades rained down like a storm upon the green wolf's body. This scene stunned all the lords present who hadn't witnessed Xiang Yuan's grand move before, including Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang. Although they had seen him use this move previously, its current power was even greater. The effect when the 100,000 giant bloodblades struck the green wolf left them in awe. The green wolf, clearly aware of the danger from Xiang Yuan's ultimate move, began to run at full speed, a green shield flickering around it. However, faced with the dense rain of bloodblades, the wolf struggled to dodge completely. Its green shield shattered after only a brief resistance, and countless large blood wounds opened up on its body. If not for its tough hide, it might have been shredded into pieces by the enormous bloodblades. At this moment, all the lords present seemed to awaken from a dream. If Xiang Yuan continued his bloodblade assault, there would be no chance for them to act. Including Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, everyone eagerly launched their own attacks on the green wolf, afraid to miss this rare opportunity. As 2 of the top-tier level 98 warriors, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang had no other way to level up besides defeating world bosses. They cherished every opportunity to slay a world boss, like hungry beasts craving their prey. Suddenly, a series of system notifications rang in Xiang Yuan's ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the world boss, the Green Wolf King. Ding! Your participation rate in this kill is 70. Ding! Your level has increased by 5, reaching level 80. Ding! You have earned the right to loot the drops from the world boss Green Wolf King. Heart racing, Xiang Yuan flew towards the Green Wolf King's corpse without hesitation. There, a chest emitting a treasure green glow caught his eye. Eagerly opening it, he was surprised to find only a diamond-shaped crystal inside. Using his identification skill, Xiang Yuan discovered it was a mystical nine-colored energy crystal. The treasure green crystal puzzled him, but he carefully placed it into his inventory, deciding to consult Confucius about it later. He then pulled up the map interface to locate the next world boss coordinates. At that moment, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang arrived. Liu Bang exclaimed joyfully, "Xiang Yuan, you've grown so quickly. It's truly a blessing for our blue planet." Without saying much, Xiang Yuan proposed, "Divine Kings, let's head to the next world boss coordinates immediately. We must secure the loot rights for all world bosses." Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged a surprised glance and then burst into hearty laughter. "All right, let's make haste." In the following days, Xiang Yuan transformed into a tireless fighting machine. They traveled day and night, flying to one world boss coordinate after another. That night, Xiang Yuan defeated another world boss, maintaining a 70 participation rate. His level rose to 83, and he acquired a fiery red mystical nine-colored energy crystal. Without a moment's rest, the trio pressed on to their next target. By the next morning, Xiang Yuan had once again successfully slain a world boss, reaching level 85 and obtaining an icy blue nine-colored crystal. In the days that followed, Xiang Yuan was like a precise killing machine, either slaying world bosses or racing to the next location. His level soared, and his power grew steadily. Finally, a week later, Xiang Yuan slew the last world boss of this cycle. His level astonishingly shot up to 90, with his overall attribute strength reaching an impressive 220 points. More importantly, he had finally collected all 9 of the mystical nine-colored energy crystals. Though the purpose of these 9 crystals remained a mystery, Xiang Yuan knew that items dropped by world bosses were never ordinary. Collecting all 9 crystals under normal circumstances might have sparked a bloody conflict, assuming their purpose was known. Gazing at the 9-colored crystals shimmering in his hand, Xiang Yuan was filled with anticipation and curiosity. What kind of power did these mystical crystals hold? How would they impact his future adventures? These questions lingered in his mind, awaiting the right moment to be answered. A series of notification sounds suddenly echoed in Xiang Yuan's mind, like thunderclaps. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached level 90. Your units will no longer gain experience from killing enemies. Ding! You will no longer gain experience from killing ordinary monsters and enemies. Ding! You've reached level 90, and the planetary feature ability awakening is being initiated for you. It has been detected that your home planet is Blue Star, and your awakening ability is a divine power. Ding! The level 90 awakened divine power is the universal divine power, Great Teleportation. Before Xiang Yuan could process this information, another notification sounded. Ding! You have met the conditions to advance to Bloodblade Asura King. Would you like to upgrade to Ultimate Bloodblade Asura King now? Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan mentally responded, yes. However, this advancement was not as he expected. There was no energy surging from the sky, nor any new combat skills awakening. Instead, Xiang Yuan felt a momentary daze, and his surroundings changed instantly. He found himself in a blood-red space, void and eerie. There was no ground, yet he stood firmly as if supported by some mysterious force. Child, come here. An ancient voice suddenly called out, startling Xiang Yuan. He quickly regained his composure and followed the voice. Before long, he was faced with a scene of endless yellow sand. A strong smell of blood filled the air, reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. In this sandy land, a towering old man with white hair sat on a small mound, his back to Xiang Yuan. Behind the old man was a divine halo, though it was battered and full of cracks. What shocked Xiang Yuan even more was the presence of 2 broken blood blades beside the old man. Could this be an ancient blood blade Asura? Xiang Yuan thought in surprise. Child, welcome to my domain, the old man began. I'm also glad that our Asura clan has produced another blood blade Asura, even though your true form is human. Xiang Yuan was taken aback, not expecting the ancient Asura to see through his true form. The old man continued. Child, you need not worry about your identity. Our Asura clan lives for battle, always in pursuit of supreme combat power. We have no interest in power struggles. Your arrival gives me hope that the powerful combat legacy of the Asura clan will continue. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was filled with excitement. This was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to receive the combat legacy of the Asura clan, a tremendous fortune. Child, before you receive the legacy, I have a few questions to ask you, the old man said solemnly. Xiang Yuan immediately replied respectfully. Please, elder, ask away. Xiang Yuan was deep in conversation with the old man, discussing the path to strength for the Asura clan. The old man, with his back to Xiang Yuan, spoke in a voice that was both ancient and authoritative. Do you know the traditional way our Asura clan has always grown stronger? The old man asked. Without hesitation, Xiang Yuan replied. Through battle. Through slaughter. The old man nodded approvingly. Correct. Our Asura clan has a unique constitution. The more we fight, the more we kill, the stronger we become. We are, arguably, the most powerful combat race in the universe. He then asked, do you know how other races in the universe grow stronger and gain formidable personal power? Recalling what he learned in high school, Xiang Yuan answered, it should be through cultivation. Various cultivation methods help beings absorb special cosmic energies to enhance themselves. The old man, pleased, said, very good. You're right. Most beings rely on cultivation to grow stronger. Very few, like our Asura clan, have such a rare way of becoming powerful. Suddenly, the old man's tone shifted. But what if I told you that our Asura clan can also cultivate? Would you believe it? Xiang Yuan was stunned, his mind in turmoil. The Asura's unique ability to grow stronger through battle was already astonishing. If they could also cultivate, how terrifying would that be? Seeing Xiang Yuan's shock, the old man continued, don't be surprised. If our Asura clan were to cultivate, we would indeed become absurdly powerful. However, this secret is known to no more than a handful in the entire universe. Moreover, if a cultivator were to emerge from our Asura clan, they would become a cosmic taboo, not permitted by those who govern. The old man's words carried an immense amount of information, filling Xiang Yuan with both excitement and a hint of concern. My child, are you willing to accept the supreme inheritance of the Asura clan's cultivation method, the Shura Codex? The old man suddenly asked. Xiang Yuan hesitated only for a moment before resolutely answering, I am willing. The old man laughed heartily, and blood rain began to fall over the sandy landscape. Good. My child, I look forward to you leading our Asura clan to new heights. In the next instant, Xiang Yuan's consciousness wavered. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in his original place, with Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang looking at him with concern. Xiang Yuan shook his head, surprised to find a new set of memories about a cultivation method called the Shura Codex. Suppressing his inner elation, he explained to Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, Divine Kings, I'm fine. I've just reached level 90, and my constitution has advanced. Relieved, Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and shared exciting news with Xiang Yuan. Both of them had also reached level 99, and they only needed to find an opportunity and complete a world mission to reach the maximum level of 100 on the Endless Continent. After a thorough discussion, Liu Bang, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Xiang Yuan decided to stick to their original plan. Their primary objective was to eliminate the 4 major hostile forces from the Endless Continent. As for Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang advancing to the maximum level 100 on the Endless Continent, that had to be postponed for the time being. Just as the three were about to go their separate ways, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly called out to Xiang Yuan, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Xiang Yuan, after reaching level 90, you should have unlocked our Blue Star's special ability Divine Power, right? Xiang Yuan nodded slightly, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Zhu Yuanzhang continued. Our Blue Star's divine powers unlock every 3 levels. Besides the first divine power Great Teleportation, which is common to all Blue Star Lords, the subsequent powers vary for each person. Let me share some insights with you on using the Great Teleportation. Overjoyed by the offer, Xiang Yuan respectfully bowed to Zhu Yuanzhang. Thank you for your guidance, God King Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang then shared his insights on the Great Teleportation. It turned out to be an extraordinarily mystical power, allowing almost instant teleportation to any place on the Endless Continent that one had visited or could sense, as well as to the location of any perceivable person. Moreover, this power functioned as an unlimited instant movement skill in combat, making it extremely convenient. The only limitation was that it could only be used individually and couldn't transport others. Learning that Xiang Yuan was about to set off to find Tu Mia and others, Zhu Yuanzhang suggested he first use the Endless Continent communication token to sense their location before using Great Teleportation. With encouraging looks from Zhu Yuanzhang and Liu Bang, Xiang Yuan took out the communication token and began sensing Tu Mia and his group's whereabouts. Soon, a vague feeling emerged in Xiang Yuan's mind, as if he could perceive the direction where Tu Mia and the others were. Without hesitation, he activated the Great Teleportation. In an instant, a flash of white light engulfed Xiang Yuan's location, and he vanished. When Xiang Yuan opened his eyes again, he found Tu Mia and his group staring at him in astonishment. Tu Mia, unable to hide his shock, stammered, "My lord, how did you suddenly appear here?" Xiang Yuan chuckled and explained, "Huh? Don't be surprised. This is a new ability I've mastered. Now, tell me about your current situation." As he spoke, he began to carefully examine the steel fortress before him. The large city of the intelligent machinery race was under intense attack. Over 500,000 Asura troops were using Shura cannons, engaging fiercely with the city's defenses. The walls were riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse, likely to be breached soon. Tu Mia respectfully reported to Xiang Yuan, "My lord, I have been following your instructions to prioritize attacking smaller cities. Everything went smoothly, and we have successfully captured over 10 small cities. Recently, while passing by this large city, we discovered it had suddenly become unclaimed territory. We suspect the city lord died unexpectedly, so we decided to seize the opportunity to capture it. After hearing Tu Mie's explanation, Xiang Yuan was very pleased with his decision-making and smiled approvingly. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of a bargain. Xiang Yuan sneered, a glint of determination in his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings and declared firmly, "The Lord of Death was likely slain by the world boss. Now that I'm back, let's seize this city with all our might, take a moment to regroup, and then march straight to the capital of the mechanical clan for a decisive battle." "Yes, my king," Tu Mie responded without hesitation, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. The Asura clan's loyalty to Xiang Yuan was absolute, never questioning his strength. Xiang Yuan calculated silently. His level couldn't be raised any further, and the Asura army wouldn't see significant advancements in the short term. Instead of waiting, he decided to take the initiative. He pondered that perhaps his strength was now enough to challenge the god king of the mechanical clan. That night, under Xiang Yuan's leadership, the Asura army surged into the large city like a tidal wave, swiftly capturing it. As the city's clamor subsided, Xiang Yuan stood on high ground, closely observing the level advancements of the Asura warriors. The two-rank Asuras had reached level 56, with an overall attribute strength of 76 points. The Zan rank stood at level 54, with a strength of 64 points. The new rank at level 52, with a strength of 62 points. And the Hua rank at level 48, with a strength of 58 points. Xiang Yuan nodded slightly and ordered the entire army to rest. He then went alone to the city lord's mansion to study the mysterious Asura Codex. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and focused, recalling the contents of the codex in his mind. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Xiang Yuan's consciousness seemed to be drawn into a pitch-black space, where only a massive blood-red book emitted an eerie red glow. The book was bound with thick iron chains, appearing both mysterious and dangerous. When he reached out to touch the chains, they instantly turned red-hot, steaming with heat. With a sharp crack, the lock shattered, and the chains fell from the book. Delighted, Xiang Yuan carefully opened the codex. On the first page, in blood-red letters, it read, "Asura Clan's Forbidden, Asura Codex. Only accessible to Bloodblade Asura. Otherwise severe mental backlash will occur." Xiang Yuan felt a chill, but decided to continue reading. As he turned to the second page, he felt no adverse effects, indicating that his Bloodblade Asura identity was recognized by the codex. The second page was densely filled with text. To practice the Asura Codex, complete the Star Fortune body forging. Xiang Yuan read intently, preparing to delve deeper into the mysteries of the codex. The concept of Star Fortune body forging refers to the process by which practitioners enhance their physical strength by utilizing the unique rules of special planets. Among these, the dominant star formerly known as the Endless Continentis widely regarded as the best place for body forging. Although Star Fortune body forging is only the initial step on the path of cultivation, it far surpasses ordinary methods in the universe. Regular practitioners can start their training from birth and have their own body forging techniques, but even during the body forging phase, those practicing Star Fortune body forging can surpass many later-stage practitioners of conventional paths. More importantly, only by undergoing Star Fortune body forging can practitioners hope to compete with the universe's top-tier beings who consider themselves gods. The practice of the Asura Codex marks the end of the Star Fortune body forging phase. Therefore, practitioners must pay special attention to the completeness of their body forging, as it directly impacts their future achievements in cultivation. Upon reading this, Xiang Yuan suddenly gained an understanding. The Star Fortune body forging on the Endless Continent corresponds to his current level. Realizing this, Xiang Yuan fell into deep thought. Clearly, he was still in the Star Fortune body forging phase. If he wished to become a true powerhouse in the universe or reach heights unattainable by others, he must not rashly practice the Asura Codex now. He needed to reach at least level 100, and deep down, he hoped to break through to level 101, the forbidden level that breaks the rules of the Endless Continent and allows one to leave. Having understood this, Xiang Yuan hesitated no more and exited the consciousness space, opening his eyes. The next morning, Xiang Yuan gathered all the Asura warriors. There was no need for a pre-battle speech. The Asura clan never required such things. He directly led over 500,000 Asura warriors toward the imperial city of the Mech clan, as marked on the map. By this time, the Mech clan had already lost vast territories, and Xiang Yuan's forces were not far from their capital, the sky-piercing imperial city. That night, they arrived outside the sky-piercing imperial city. With the aid of night vision, Xiang Yuan saw the city walls densely packed with humanoid mechs. Countless turrets and missile launchers were evident, showing that the Mech clan's god king was well prepared. At this moment, two enormous humanoid mechs, each over 3 meters tall, slowly flew out from the city wall. One of them was the Mech clan's God King, whom Xiang Yuan had encountered when he previously defeated a legendary world boss. Are you Xiang Yuan, the Lord of Blue Star? A mechanical voice rang out. You have been attacking our territories, capturing countless cities, and now you aim to assault our capital. Do you intend to drive us from the Endless Continent and claim it for yourselves? In response to the Mech clan God King's questioning, Xiang Yuan slightly raised his arm, a playful smile appearing on his face. You're right. Absolutely right. Then he shouted a command. All Asura warriors, prepare the Asura cannons. Fire. Before he finished speaking, the secret technique arms of over 500,000 Asura warriors immediately closed, beginning to gather the energy for the Asura cannons. Seeing this, the two God Kings of the Mech clan, though their mechanical faces betrayed no emotion, had their electronic eyes flickering intensely, clearly enraged by Xiang Yuan's stance. Machines, heed my command. Counterattack. Full force. With this thunderous order, the defense system on the walls of the celestial imperial city sprang into action. Countless cannons and missile launchers, like awakening beasts, turned their barrels towards Xiang Yuan's side. Simultaneously, swarms of humanoid mechs soared into the sky, their weapons emitting an unsettling hum as they charged, ready to unleash their firepower at any moment. Confronted with this alarming scene, Xiang Yuan remained fearless. He moved his arms, and two blood-red blades materialized in his hands. Without waiting to shout out his attack, Xiang Yuan hurled the blood blade skyward. Sensing the impending danger, the Machine King's voice was hoarse as he shouted, "No! Everyone, activate the energy shields! Scatter! Scatter!" However, his reaction was ultimately too slow. Even if it had been quicker, it might not have made a difference. Million blood blades, unleash. Massive form. In an instant, the sky was covered with countless blood-red blades, each 40 meters long. Under the terrified gaze of the machine race's electronic eyes, Xiang Yuan commanded this seemingly endless barrage of blood blades to rain down upon the enemy. The blood blades descended like a torrential storm upon the celestial imperial city. The city's protective barrier crumbled almost instantly, and the walls collapsed with a thunderous crash. The cannons and missile launchers atop were reduced to scrap metal. Countless humanoid mechs exploded into fragments in this bloody storm, creating a scene of utter devastation. Seeing the dire situation, another Machine King made a decisive call. Combine. Combine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two Machine Kings began to merge. Their components reassembled with astonishing speed. Even more astonishing, a swarm of humanoid mech soldiers rushed towards the two kings, joining this incredible transformation process. In less than a minute, a colossal figure appeared before Xiang Yuan and his Asura army. It was a super-humanoid mech standing at least 100 meters tall, resembling a gigantic Gundam. As the final piece of armor was fitted, countless cannons and missile launch tubes emerged on its body, each hand wielding a massive electric blade, exuding an overwhelming presence. Xiang Yuan reacted almost instinctively, ordering, "All Asura warriors, disperse. Concentrate the Shura cannons on that giant." At the same time, he directed the remaining massive blood blades to launch a fierce assault on the humanoid Gundam. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. The machine race's super mech unleashed a deluge of cannon fire and missiles while activating a powerful energy shield. Xiang Yuan's blood blades battered against the shield like a relentless storm, creating ripples but unable to break through. Over 500,000 Asura warriors fired their Shura cannons at full power, yet they too struggled to breach the defense. Xiang Yuan realized this was going to be a prolonged battle. However, he was undeterred, growing more courageous as the fight wore on. He continuously commanded the blood blades to attack the Gundam shield while leading the Asura army in a relentless barrage. The giant mech was equally relentless, opening fire and using its incredible speed and flight capabilities to pursue Xiang Yuan with its massive electromagnetic blades. Faced with the giant's fierce assault, Xiang Yuan had to dodge while finding opportunities to direct the blood blade counterattacks. This epic battle raged on throughout the night, stretching from the outskirts of the celestial imperial city to a vast, distant plain. As the first light of dawn touched the battlefield, Xiang Yuan finally glimpsed a ray of hope. The energy shield of the humanoid Gundam began to shudder violently, clearly on the verge of collapse. A glimmer of victory shone in Xiang Yuan's eyes, for he knew the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. Xiang Yuan gazed at the few remaining colossal ethereal blood blades in the sky and, without hesitation, unleashed his earth-shattering move once more. A million blood blades, unleash. Enlarge. With his roar, the entire sky was instantly shrouded by countless massive blood blades, resembling a sea of crimson clouds. Xiang Yuan's eyes glinted with a cold light as he commanded the swarm of blood blades to fiercely bombard the humanoid mechas of the Jijia tribe. The newly summoned million gigantic blood blades poured down like a torrential storm, posing an unprecedented threat to the colossal machine controlled by the two divine kings. In an instant, Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the energy shield of the humanoid mecha. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan's eyes flashed with determination, and he intensified his assault. At the same time, the mecha launched a frenzied counterattack, unleashing a barrage of missiles and energy beams that rained down on Xiang Yuan like a meteor shower. The fierce battle raged on for half an hour. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound echoed across the battlefield as the shield enveloping the mecha disintegrated into countless shimmering particles. Xiang Yuan's remaining life-bound blood blades, like a pack of ravenous wolves, pierced into the massive body of the mecha. In no time, the mecha was riddled with blood blades, each entry point sparking with blinding flashes and arcs of electricity. The mecha's large electronic eyes flickered with urgent red light, but quickly began to dim. Xiang Yuan felt a surge of joy, realizing victory was within reach. However, he remained vigilant, wary that the Jijia tribe might have a hidden contingency, such as a nuclear self-destruct device within the mecha. He continued to command the blood blades to slice through the mecha's structure relentlessly. Sure enough, a thunderous explosion erupted. But it was not a nuclear detonation, merely a standard mechanical explosion, well within Xiang Yuan's tolerance. As the flames of the explosion consumed the mecha, Xiang Yuan's tense nerves finally relaxed. Yet in that very moment, Xiang Yuan keenly detected a tiny figure darting out of the explosion at an incredible speed, disappearing in an instant. Though it piqued his curiosity, the urgent situation left him no time to dwell on it. With the two divine kings of the Jijia tribe now fallen, it was time to fully seize their cities. Xiang Yuan led his army straight towards the Jijia tribe's imperial city, Qingtian Imperial City. An hour later, Xiang Yuan successfully led the Asura army into Qingtian Imperial City, breaking through the barrier of the city lord's mansion and completely taking over the grand capital. The system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on capturing the Jijia tribe's imperial city. The remaining forces of the Jijia tribe have had their overall strength reduced by 50. Upon hearing this news, Xiang Yuan felt a wave of happiness. With the Jijia tribe's strength drastically diminished, he realized that he wouldn't need to personally intervene. Simply dispatching the Asura army in waves would suffice to easily capture the remaining cities. With this in mind, Xiang Yuan immediately ordered the gathering of the 7 Asura generals of the 2 rank at the city lord's mansion for a council. However, to his surprise, only 6 Asura generals arrived, with 2 Mian notably absent. Tu Kuang explained to Xiang Yuan, "My lord, General Tu Mie discovered something strange during the battle where he eliminated the god king of the Jixia clan, so he went to investigate on his own." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan frowned with concern, even feeling a bit annoyed at Tu Mie's unauthorized actions. He decided to delay his order for the Asura army to fully occupy the remaining cities of the Jixia clan, opting instead to wait in Qingtian Imperial City for Tu Mie's safe return before making any further plans. As night fell, Xiang Yuan paced anxiously back and forth in the city lord's mansion. Tu Mie was the first Asura he had recruited and his most trusted confidant. From both an emotional and capability standpoint, Xiang Yuan was unwilling to see any harm come to him. Just then, Tu Kuang burst into the mansion with a face full of joy, loudly announcing, "My lord, General Tu Mie has returned." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan's face lit up with joy, but he quickly suppressed his emotions, adopting a stern and angry demeanor. He intended to give Tu Mie a lesson so that he would not act on his own again in the future. "Bring him in to see me," Xiang Yuan ordered coldly. Moments later, Tu Mie's imposing figure appeared at the entrance of the mansion. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, Tu Mie was holding a small mechanical being about the size of a puppy. At first glance, the small robot seemed unremarkable, except for a diamond-shaped black stone embedded in its abdomen. The stone's surface was etched with intricate circuit patterns, surrounded by regularly flashing electronic lights, and occasionally data-like streams would flicker across it, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. Xiang Yuan temporarily suppressed his curiosity about the small robot and turned to sternly question Tu Mie. "Who gave you permission to act on your own? Don't you know how dangerous that is?" Tu Mie immediately knelt to plead guilty. "My lord, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. It's just that my position at the time was unique, and I happened to see this little iron man emerge from the large back of the head. My intuition told me that this little iron man was of great importance, so when I saw it trying to escape, I chased after it." After hearing Tu Mie's explanation, Xiang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the fleeting shadow when the humanoid Gundam exploded. "Let me have a look at it," Xiang Yuan commanded. Tu Mie respectfully handed the small mechanical being to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan took it and immediately performed an identification spell. Jixia clan's ordinary robot, sealed with 2 electronic consciousnesses. Combat strength 10, defense strength 10, agility strength 70. Description: due to the development of the infinite great system technology, the creation of a network was impossible. So this was the Jixia clan's primitive method of transferring consciousness. Xiang Yuan sneered. not expecting the god king of the Xixia clan to have left such a contingency. He crushed the small robot's head with force, and with the sound of electricity, it turned into a pile of scrap metal, with the diamond-shaped stone falling to the ground. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, the diamond-shaped stone seemed to have retained its energy. He performed another identification spell. Tech Universe Dimensional Module, an item from nowhere, a Xixia clan item. Function: with sufficient energy, it can simulate and deduce all universe technology techniques. 90 of its abilities are sealed. Description: this should be a technological treasure. Xiang Yuan stared at the introduction of the technological cosmic model, and a look of ecstasy instantly appeared on his face. This was a rare treasure, even in the infinite continent, hailed as a technological gem. He was secretly delighted, thinking about how rapidly the Blue Star forces were developing on the infinite continent. In the near future, the infinite continent would undoubtedly become their dominion. At that time, not only could they come and go freely, but they could also relocate humans from Blue Star to this place. Xiang Yuan understood well that in the vast universe, cultivation was important, but technology was equally crucial for survival. This technological cosmic model was undoubtedly poised to bring a qualitative leap to Blue Star's technological development. He carefully stored this treasure in his storage space, then turned to face Toomey. Toomey, this time you've redeemed yourself. Xiang Yuan said sternly, don't let it happen again. Upon hearing this, Toomey's face lit up with a bright smile. Thank you, my king. Xiang Yuan continued to give orders. Now, I want you and the other 6 with the 2 title to lead the Asura army in phases to completely occupy the remaining cities of the intelligent machine clan. Yes, my king. Toomey, excited at the prospect of another battle, quickly accepted the order and turned to gather the other 6 with the 2 title to carry out the mission. Knowing that everything was under control, Xiang Yuan decided to return to Asura City. The next morning, under the leadership of the 7 with the 2 title, the Asura army set out to attack the remaining cities of the intelligent machine clan. Looking at the empty city, Xiang Yuan couldn't be bothered to intervene further. At this time, all 4 major opposing forces on the infinite continent were under intense attack from the Blue Star forces. The intelligent machine clan was about to be completely eradicated, and the other 3 forces were too preoccupied with their own problems to pay attention to the intelligent machine clan cities. Xiang Yuan used the great teleportation technique and instantly appeared in Asura City, landing right in front of Fengzheng. His sudden appearance startled Fengzheng out of his wits. Xiang Yuan smiled and reassured him. Fengzheng, this is my new ability, no need to panic. Fengzheng patted his chest to calm down. Yes, Lord City Master. How has our Asura City's development been lately? Xiang Yuan asked curiously. Upon mentioning the development of Asura City, Fengzheng immediately composed himself, a hint of pride showing on his face. Lord City Master, our Asura City is about to be upgraded to a megacity, just in the next couple of days. Xiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then asked, and what about Jinzhuan's Gold Brick Merchant Guild? Hearing this question, a peculiar expression flashed across Fengzheng's face, piquing Xiang Yuan's curiosity. Could Jinzhuan be up to something in the guild? Finally, Fengzheng spoke. Lord City Master, Chairman Jinzhuan has built the Merchant Guild very well. If it weren't for the substantial support from the Gold Brick Merchant Guild in terms of funds and resources, we wouldn't have been able to upgrade to a megacity so quickly. However, something minor happened today. A group of guests came looking for Chairman Jinzhuan. Oh, what kind of guest? Xiang Yuan asked with a frown, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Jinzhuan has done well with the business association. Is the Jin family causing trouble? Fengzheng quickly explained. No, sir. It's not the Jin family, but the renowned Yu family from the Endless Continent. Jinzhuan's fiancée has come to see him. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan's eyes briefly lit up with gossip curiosity, though he maintained a calm exterior. Let's go, take me to see. I want to see who dares to bully someone under my protection, he said solemnly, though inside he was quite intrigued by his chubby younger brother's romantic entanglements. Fengzheng led the way, guiding Xiang Yuan through bustling streets toward Jinzhuan's magnificent, sprawling estate. The guards at the entrance recognized Xiang Yuan and respectfully stepped aside. Before long, Xiang Yuan entered the spacious hall of Jinzhuan's mansion. The hall was filled with elegantly dressed individuals, exuding a strong commercial aura, each looking affluent and influential. Xiang Yuan's gaze immediately settled on the front, where Jinzhuan stood, angrily pointing at a young woman, his whole body shaking with rage. Xiang Yuan quietly moved to the front of the crowd to get a better look at the young woman. She was undeniably stunning, but her eyes gleamed with a shrewdness that suggested she wasn't easy to deal with. Xiang Yuan compared her silently, thinking that despite her beauty, she was somewhat inferior in grace and elegance to Ji Wuyao. Brother Jinzhuan, the young woman pleaded pitifully. I was forced by my family to break off our engagement. Please understand, Qingya. Her exquisite face paired with her beseeching expression could easily soften most men's hearts. However, Jinzhuan remained furious. Huh? Forced? You said I was a fat pig trying to eat a swan like you, and you painted the picture so vividly. Are you saying those weren't your true feelings? Xiang Yuan was taken aback by this and immediately felt a dislike for the woman. He thought to himself, damn, that's too hurtful to a man's pride, this woman. Brother Jin Zhuan, those were words my family taught me to say, claiming it was the only way to make you give up. The young woman continued to defend herself. Screw you. Jin Zhuan suddenly erupted. I want nothing to do with you. Get out of here. When the sun sets, you weren't there. Now you want to come back when things are looking up. This almost made Xiang Yuan, standing nearby, burst into applause. Hearing Jin Zhuan's outburst, the young woman finally lost her composure. Jin Zhuan, you'll regret this, she said coldly before leaving the mansion with her entourage. After they left, Jin Zhuan noticed Xiang Yuan, who had been quietly observing all along. Brother, why are you back? Little brother, I was worried you might be bullied, so I came to see. Xiang Yuan replied with a smile. Jin Zhuan's face immediately showed gratitude. Big brother, you must think it's funny. That shameless woman dared to come back and beg me. Brother, don't be fooled by my anger earlier. Inside, I feel great. Ha ha ha. Watching Jin Zhuan's joyful expression, Xiang Yuan felt happy for him. Little brother, keep it up. Your big brother is waiting for the day you achieve your great revenge. All right, brother, your kindness, Jin Zhuan will repay with my life. Jin Zhuan said solemnly. Afterward, Xiang Yuan and Jin Zhuan chatted for a while about women, sharing experiences and insights. Finally, Xiang Yuan got up to leave, as he needed to discuss some important matters with Confucius. Xiang Yuan entered the workshop district of Shura City and saw Confucius sitting upright under a large, lush tree outside the school. Beneath the shade, rows of young people sat cross-legged, listening intently to the master's teachings. These young faces were undoubtedly natives of the Endless Continent, and their focused expressions convinced Xiang Yuan that Confucius was indeed giving a lecture. Catching sight of Xiang Yuan approaching from the corner of his eye, Confucius smiled slightly and gently stroked his white beard. He addressed the students warmly. Today's lesson ends here. I have other matters to attend to, so you may leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, the young people stood up in unison, respectfully saluted Confucius, and said in unison, Thank you for the lesson, sir. We take our leave. In no time, the students dispersed. With a smile, Xiang Yuan strolled to the tree and stood beside Confucius. Confucius rose and greeted Xiang Yuan with a bow. Lord of the city, you have returned. How have you been finding your time in Shura City? Xiang Yuan responded warmly. How have you been, sir? Are you adapting well to Shura City? Confucius replied calmly. My days are fulfilling, my lord. As one of your subordinates, it is only natural to reside in Shura City. Adaptation is not a concern. My accommodations are excellent. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan felt quite pleased. He laughed heartily and said, Ha ha, sir, I have returned with another important matter to ask of you. Please speak freely, my lord. I will do my utmost, Confucius replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan immediately retrieved a map tablet engraved with the character Emperor from his storage space and handed it to Confucius. This tablet was obtained from defeating the legendary world boss on Sacred Heart Island. However, the map on it doesn't seem to depict the Endless Continent. I later thought that items from the Endless Continent should be related to it. Please take a look, sir. Confucius took the tablet and examined it carefully. Soon, Xiang Yuan noticed a look of puzzlement on his face. Emperor? What could this be? Confucius muttered to himself, then focused even more intently on the map on the tablet. Suddenly, Confucius began performing incantations while holding the tablet. Light and shadows of a Bagua diagram appeared in his hands. He continued this for nearly half an hour. Xiang Yuan noticed that Confucius's forehead was slightly damp with sweat, and just as he was about to speak, Confucius's eyes suddenly flashed with astonishment. This is the topography of the Endless Continent before the last undead catastrophe. This map is at least several thousand years old. Confucius exclaimed. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan was immediately filled with excitement. In the Endless Continent, ancient artifacts often hold unparalleled value. Xiang Yuan presented the mysterious map to Confucius, hoping that this wise man could unravel its secrets. Confucius calculated carefully, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. It will take a week to decipher this map. However, the emperor character on this tablet is indeed quite unique, and its deeper meaning is not easily understood. Take your time, sir, Xiang Yuan replied, then took out 9 energy crystals of various colors. I acquired these after defeating 9 other world bosses. Please take a look. To Xiang Yuan's surprise, the usually all-knowing sage appeared puzzled upon receiving the crystals. Confucius performed another calculation, and suddenly, the 9 crystals unleashed an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, dazzling golden light erupted from the crystals, enveloping the entire Shura city. From afar, the city seemed to transform into a massive golden orb, with a faintly visible emperor character hovering above it. Under this unprecedented pressure, Confucius was immediately shaken. blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Even though Xiang Yuan pressed his hands firmly on the ground, he still felt an intense urge to submit. At that moment, every resident of Shura City, except for Xiang Yuan, was prostrate on the ground, trembling. The golden light came and went swiftly, and the pressure dissipated in an instant. Xiang Yuan rushed towards the unconscious Confucius and heard the sage mutter before passing out. I understand now. The rumor is true. Emperor, the highest position in the Endless Continent. Emperor's status. Someone. Fengzheng. Get a doctor, quickly. Xiang Yuan's shout, empowered by his Asura aura, echoed throughout half of Shura City. Soon, Fengzheng arrived hurriedly with several doctors. Quickly, save the teacher. Xiang Yuan urged desperately. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.